As the sky darkened, the women finished their meals and retired to the dormitories while the men gathered on the deck and chatted. The marine iguana remained motionless, its unblinking gaze fixed on the grand yacht. In the twilight, the grand yacht loomed like a small hill beside the fishing boat. Su-jun strolled along the deck with his hands clasped behind his back. Such a massive vessel. Towing it would guzzle an enormous amount of fuel, said Deng Jiachuan. Indeed, came the reply. Old Yin glanced at Su-jun while stuffing smoke into his pipe. I find it strange. Why did the people abandon the ship? Asked Qin Xiaowei. That's what Li Shishuang remarked. If they had truly met pirates, why wouldn't the pirates tow this enormous vessel? Asked Qin Xiaowei. For pirates, such a large ship is of no use, was the reply. Precisely, said Wang Baozhen. By the way, Old Yin, I recall you once mentioned a ghost ship to me. Suddenly, Old Yin furrowed his brows and cast a glance at the grand yacht. His mouth opened as if to speak, then abruptly closed. After drawing a sharp puff on his cigarette, he lowered his head in silence. What is a ghost ship? Inquired Lung Bo. It is a vessel that vanished long ago and reappears years later completely devoid of its crew. A ghostly, or rather a haunted ship. That's what Wang Baozhen said. Oh, Lung Bo exclaimed, so you imply that this grand yacht is a ghost ship. What ghost ship? Don't speak recklessly, said Li Shishuang. Su-jun halted and turned back, asking Wang Baozhen, is this vessel a ghost ship? I do not believe that any ghost ship. Wang Baozhen continued, as you observe, the yacht lacks lifeboats on either side, indicating that the crew departed by lifeboat. Moreover, Old Yin once recounted an eerie tale of a ghost ship, a story I had heard before and was said to be true, although that ship certainly harbored no ghosts. Baozhen, could you refrain from constantly mentioning ghosts? Old Yin drew a deep puff of smoke and remarked, after all. Old Yin coughed twice. Old Yin took another drag, his gaze. Old Yin explained, the ghost ship differs from this grand yacht. It was a two-masted wooden sailing ship. It was discovered by a captain named Morosi, who through his telescope observed that the foresail lay askew on the port side, the aft sail drifted to starboard, and the main mast was completely bare. Was the helmsman perhaps intoxicated? Captain Morosi then employed flag semaphore, a system you might not be familiar with, raising two flags bearing the letters E and S upon the mast to inquire about the name of the opposing vessel. Yet the sailboat offered no response. The two vessels slowly drew near, and Captain Morosi, along with his men, boarded the ship. The ship is completely deserted, isn't it? Interjected Qin Xiaowei. Listen to my account. They observed that the forward cargo hold was ajar, its hatch thrown open onto the deck, while water had accumulated on the floor, about 1 meter deep. A tangle of ropes lay strewn about on the deck, some flung over the side in utter disarray. Finding the forward cargo hold unoccupied, they proceeded to inspect the aft cargo hold. The captain led his men directly to the cabin. The porthole was open, the room damp, with securely tied hammocks, clothes hanging on the bulkhead, and rolled-up charts scattered on a table. Old Yin took several raspy drags on his cigarette. Where are the people? Asked Su-jun. They then entered another cabin, a resting room, where on the dining table lay soup bowls, utensils, and more. Beside a lamp stood a sewing machine with a nearly finished child's garment on it, while toys were scattered about on the floor. In another room, a small chest caught Captain Morosi's attention. Amidst water stains everywhere, this chest remained dry. What might that signify? It suggested that the chest had been relocated only after the cabin had flooded. Could there possibly have been survivors aboard? Survivors? Echoed Qin Xiaowei. No, the only living creature aboard was a black cat. An axe was also found on the deck, Old Yin stated. Maybe the pirates were involved? Asked Sun Dahe. Old Yin shook his head. There were over 1,000 barrels of raw materials for brewing in the cargo hold, and in the galley there were supplies of fresh water, ham, butter, flour, vegetables, and more, so it is unlikely that pirates had struck. Then what lay within the chest? Why was it dry? Questioned Lung Bo. Inside there was a human head. A head that still moved, replied Old Yin, his tone fierce. Old Yin, his face contorted in a ghastly expression, stretched out a hand. At the sound of this my body shuddered violently. I nearly lost control. Damn, are there really ghosts? Damn, are there really ghosts? Murmured Lung Bo. There are no ghosts, Old Yin replied with a slight smile. As for what was in the chest, I really don't know. Old John didn't mention its contents, which is strange, for I didn't even ask at the time. After finishing his tale, Old Yin glanced toward the opposing yacht. Continue, urged Su-jun. That is all, Old Yin stated. Oh, where are the people? Why abandon ship? Asked Wang Baozhen. There is still food on board. Merely some water ingress, he added. Moreover, in one room, they discovered a message board bearing the inscription, Francesca, my dear wife. Clearly Francesca is a woman's name. Old Yin stated. What does it mean? Asked Su-jun. I surmise that there were women aboard, he replied. Not only that, there might have been children as well, added Qin Xiaowei. Qin Xiaowei remarked, isn't there also a sewing machine and toys in the room? Indeed, affirmed Wang Baozhen. I almost forgot. On a deck railing, axe marks were discovered, and beneath a bed in one room a saber was found. Old Yin inquired, could it be that the men aboard turned against each other over a woman? I see. Internal strife much like our own, mumbled Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei spoke hesitantly. It was evident to all what he was about to imply. Internal strife akin to our own. Old Yin continued. Captain Moroosi, who discovered the ghost ship, did not share this view. He speculated that an outbreak of plague or other contagious disease had likely swept through the vessel. Of course there is no evidence, merely his speculation. Where are the people? Asked Su Jun. Aren't they all here? Unexpectedly Sun Dahe interjected. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden noise erupted from the yacht reminiscent of something being knocked over. Faces turned pale with dread among us. Su Jun glared at Sun Dahe and retorted, get the hell out of here. The sea water splashed against the yacht's rails while the cabin creaked with every touch. Guan Hong and Huasiki stood at the helm door, gazing at the grand yacht as they whispered to each other. I also know of a ghost ship. Wang Baozhen said this ship is called Gelasa, an opulent Italian luxury liner boasting a ballroom for hundreds, a live band, and a vast swimming pool, which one day mysteriously vanished at sea. Years later the ship was rediscovered, yet all of its passengers had inexplicably vanished. Later the incident was made into a film aptly titled Ghost Ship. In the movie, a rescue vessel discovered this drifting liner, and upon boarding, its crew found crates of gold in the cabin. Yet soon those who set foot on board met an inexplicable demise, for the ship was haunted by ghosts that collected human souls. That sounds truly terrifying. Could this yacht also be a ghost ship, perhaps haunted by spirits? Said Deng Jiachuan. Spirits. I refuse to accept that ghosts exist, declared Wang Baozhen. This vessel appears rather eerie, remarked Chen Xiaowei. We have no use for it, was the final sentiment. Said Leng Bo. Everyone rest, oh, I'll think it over, said Su Jun. Suddenly music burst forth on the ship. Let me love to my heart's content now, and forever my love shall no longer be silent. I hear your call to me. The ghostly melody echoed across the sea until a wave suddenly splashed onto the deck with a rushing sound, and then the song abruptly ceased. Hearing the song sent a shiver down my spine. It was the very tune Li Chong cherished, and as I glanced at the yacht, I could have sworn I saw a fleeting shadow on the upper deck. Could it be the ghost of Li Chong? The thought made my whole body tremble. Su Chong and Wang Baozhen raced up the side ladder. At the helm stood Xiao Dio while the rest had retreated to their cabins, making sleep unlikely for most this night. I glanced at Li Baozhen's nautical chart twice before tucking it under his pillow. Li Shishuang leaned against the bed railing, smoking with his eyes closed. Leng Bo sat on the upper berth with his legs dangling, intently watching the DVD player. Though the volume was low, every word was distinctly heard. Yumietai. Yumietai? Yaku. 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 Suddenly I recalled that the DVD player had been taken from the official dormitory, and its previous owner had either sunk to the seabed or was still drifting as a corpse at sea. A chill ran through me. Wang Baozhen entered and tossed me a cigarette, remarking, even Xiao Dia must have lost his senses to play that tune. Baozhen, we should abandon this yacht, preferably tonight, and set sail immediately, I said. Su Jun agrees, yet the vessel seems to have malfunctioned for reasons unknown, came the reply. Old Yin is busily working below, someone remarked. I won't be able to sleep tonight, said Li Shishuang. Baozhen, why has such a massive ship suddenly appeared? Could it be that the ship harbors the souls of the wronged? Li Shishuang mused, sending shivers over my entire body. When it came to unjust deaths, no vessel could rival the number aboard ours. Old Li, do you believe that humans possess souls? Are there really ghosts? Inquired Wang Baozhen. Li Shishuang got out of bed and sat by mine, lighting another cigarette. I've never seen a ghost, nor do I truly know what they are, but I do believe that after death a soul remains. Our neighbor, a nonagenarian grandmother, claims she often sees the spirits of the departed drifting before her eyes like soft meandering newspapers with nothing but empty holes where eyes should be. Sometimes when these wandering souls traverse the streets, they collide with people, causing severe illness. Wang Baozhen chuckled. It sounds like pure fairy tale. Li Shishuang crossed his legs and asked, you don't believe it, do you? He continued, even children can see human souls. My mother said that when I was young I witnessed strange phenomena. 2 years after my grandmother's death, I often saw her lurking behind doors, crouched in a curled posture, as she was exceptionally beautiful in her youth. Why did she hide behind the door? I asked. I have no idea. Oh, once my grandmother even beckoned me to go outside, came the reply. Now I see, Wang Baozhen remarked. What do you mean? Asked Li Shishuang. Your grandmother was merely playing hide and seek. Surely a male ghost is out there searching for her, he suggested. Wang Baozhen said as Leng Bo cranked up the volume on the DVD player, causing the haunting refrain of Yumietai, 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 to echo. Wang Baozhen raised his head and tilted it upward, remarking, no, no, no. Don't give me any excuses. You've got to give the woman a proper series, a full series indeed. Brother Jin, do you think there might be a female ghost on our ship? Leng Bo suddenly inquired. Female ghost? Where on this vessel would one come from? Replied Li Shishuang. Wang Baojun replied, wasn't it that 6 women boarded our ship? Queried Lung Bo. Oh, are you suggesting they are all female ghosts? Wang Baojun responded, it is possible. Brother Zhun, do you reckon that we might already be dead, turned into ghosts? Lung Bo inquired. Dead. Pinch your thigh, I said. I felt something amiss these past days, as if we are all dead, a group of ghosts. It must have been Li Chong and his gang who killed us, threw us onto the ship, and then departed in a lifeboat. Lung Bo remarked. All right, let's sleep. The more we talk, the more absurd it becomes, Wang Baojun stated. Yet I suddenly feel the urge to inspect that yacht, someone declared. Lung Bo got out of bed. Aren't you afraid to board the ship at night? I asked. Fear. I dare to kill, oh, what is there to fear? He retorted. With that, Lung Bo left the room. Wang Baojun and I peered out, witnessing him deftly climb the railing onto the yacht. What has gotten into that kid? I remarked. I said so. Wang Baojun replied, youth is fearless. The ignorant are fearless. I now understand the meaning of that phrase. Forget it, let's sleep, I added. I noted that in the morning the room was filled with swirling smoke, while Wang Baojun lay in bed smoking. Stretching lazily, I exclaimed, do you intend to choke me to death? Come on, I feel like eating smoked fish. Go back and have old Yin prepare some, said Wang Baojun. Li Shishuang then entered, remarking, you guys are still asleep. The grand yacht is gone. Upon hearing this, Wang Baojun and I hurried outside to check. Sure enough, the grand yacht had vanished. Could it be that last night Lung Bo drove it away? I said, what do you mean drove it away? Lung Bo is still asleep in bed. Li Shishuang pointed toward the room, adding, sighed, this yacht vanishes as if by magic, elusive as a ghost. Wang Baojun spoke, while Su Jun, holding binoculars, gazed out at the sea. Then old Yin emerged from below, saying, Su Jun, the vessel is ready to sail. Damn, this is ghostly. The yacht has vanished, yet the ship remains seaworthy, exclaimed Wang Baojun. Oh dear, my ship, it's gone, lamented another. Guan Hong shouted from the helm as Xiao Duya, carrying a porcelain bowl, approached, and asked, have you seen Yaku? Go check below the engine room, came the reply. Li Shishuang said, we've searched everywhere. Yaku is nowhere to be found, to which Xiao Duya added, could it be that Yaku boarded the yacht and did not come down? Wang Baojun replied, perhaps this yacht was driven off by Yaku, as Li Shishuang added, Baojun, come over here. Look, is there a small island ahead? Wang Baojun picked up the binoculars and observed there is indeed a small island. It isn't large, perhaps we should steer the ship toward it. Baojun, have you heard that some native islanders are known to practice cannibalism? Su Jun inquired. Cannibals? Wang Baojun replied, not merely rumors. They truly existed, though that was centuries ago. However, when encountering islands isolated from the world, such possibilities might still arise. Su Jun suddenly lowered his head, lost in thought, glancing at the helm before summoning Lung Bo over. Boss, what is it? Lung Bo stubbed out his cigarette. Lung Bo, gather all the men on deck, Su Jun instructed. Lung Bo acknowledged and went to call the others. Wang Baojun handed Su Jun the binoculars. Take a look, it seems like that island has vanished. Su Jun peered through the binoculars, then turned to look at the opposite side of the ship. Indeed, it's gone. Strange. What's gone? Lao Yin was washing the deck with a hose. The island. Baojun and I just saw a small island ahead, and now it's suddenly disappeared, Su Jun replied. Phantom Island, Lao Yin said. What phantom island? Su Jun asked. A phantom island is one that appears and disappears on the sea, Wang Baojun explained. Most phantom islands are volcanic islands. How can it appear and disappear? Su Jun inquired. When a submarine volcano erupts, it can suddenly form an island, but after a while the island collapses, and it's gone, Wang Baojun elaborated. Damn, you know a lot, Su Jun remarked. Everyone gathered on the deck. Boss, everyone's here, Lung Bo reported. Who's at the helm? Su Jun asked. It's sister-in-law steering, Lung Bo replied. Su Jun surveyed the crowd. I'll say this only once concerning that ghost ship, whoever took something from it, hand it over. Everyone exchanged glances, silent. Damn it, not handing it over, huh? If I find out who it is, I'll throw him overboard, Su Jun warned. Boss, I'll hand it in, Sun Dahe said, pulling a pocket watch from his coat. I found this on my ship, really, it's just a trinket. Hand it over, Su Jun commanded. Sun Dahe passed the pocket watch to Su Jun. After inspecting it, Su Jun remarked, it's still a gold watch. Wang Baojun leaned in for a closer look. Hey, this watch is quite nice, a good piece. Su Jun stood on the ship's edge and tossed the watch into the sea. Anyone else? Su Jun called out. I swear I'll start searching the quarters. Lung Bo raised his hand. I took something too. What did you take? Wang Baojun asked. Hand it over quickly. Lung Bo dashed back to the cabin and returned with 5 bottles of liquor. Damn it, you went aboard last night to steal booze, Li Shishuang remarked. Throw it all overboard, Su Jun ordered. Lung Bo placed the bottles on the deck, then threw them far away as if tossing grenades. Baojun, Lao Yin, there's food, follow me, Su Jun said as he headed towards the quarters. A few of us trailed Su Jun into the cabin. Su Jun poked his head out and called Lung Bo to stand guard at the door, forbidding anyone from coming in. Su Jun distributed a cigarette to each person. He smoked while fiddling with a lighter, taking his time to speak. The room fell silent. The sound of splashing water echoed as we waited for Su Jun to break the silence. How's your relationship with Yang Jinny? Su Jun suddenly asked me. It's pretty good. She listens to me now, I replied. Su Jun took a puff of his cigarette. Did you take her to bed? I hesitated. What does sort of mean? Lao Yin interjected. Did you or didn't you? I did. I quickly clarified. Good to hear, Lao Yin said. Su Jun scratched his eyelid. My eyelids have been twitching a lot recently. Which eye is twitching? Wang Baozhen asked. Both. Sometimes the left, then the right, Su Jun explained. Then you're an owl, Lao Yin joked. Upon hearing this, both Baozhen and I laughed, and even Su Jun chuckled lightly. Let's get down to business, Wang Baozhen suggested. Su Jun placed a hand on my shoulder. Today I want to discuss an important matter. In 2 days our ship will reach Tahiti. I'm worried about the women on board. If they want to go ashore, it might complicate things. Then don't let them go ashore, Lao Yin advised. I promised them they could go, Su Jun replied. Let them go ashore. They'll escape. How could you promise them that? Lao Yin exclaimed. Yesterday Baozhen and I suggested that after Tahiti they could visit Pitcairn Island and then follow our ship to New Zealand. They agreed, Su Jun explained. Ning Chengcheng initially disagreed, saying she would contact her family to pick her up after reaching Tahiti, but later she agreed to come with us, Wang Baozhen added. Are we going to New Zealand? I asked. Of course not, that was just a ruse, Wang Baozhen said. I'm a bit worried about them now. If they get to the island and suddenly change their minds about returning to the ship, it would be disastrous, Su Jun said, pressing his fingers against his temples. Are you saying they might know about the killings on this ship? Lao Yin asked. I can't say for sure. Once they're on the island, I won't have control over them anymore, Su Jun admitted. Then don't let them go ashore. Just tell them the truth to avoid any chance of them running away once they're there. That would be a waste of effort, Lao Yin suggested. I don't want to reveal the truth to them just yet, Su Jun replied. You'll have to tell them sooner or later. It's better to do it now, I argued. No, I have my own plans. As long as we don't have any incidents on Tahiti, I can lure them back onto the ship. They won't be able to escape my grasp, Su Jun asserted. We could drop them off on a small island saying our ship is resupplying in Tahiti, then come back for them, Wang Baozhen proposed. They're all eager to visit Tahiti, Su Jun acknowledged. I'm also concerned about that girl Yang Jinny. Don't worry, as she won't spill anything, I reassured him. Su Jun inquired. No, she listens to me, I assured him. Yuliang, I'm counting on you to keep an eye on Yang Jinny. You must not let anything go wrong, Su Jun insisted. I understand, I thought to myself, feeling the weight of responsibility. If Yang Jinny ran off, Su Jun, if they're unaware, they should return to the ship. Lao Yin tapped the bed frame with his cigarette, but it's hard to say. Women can be fickle. Once they're on the island, given the circumstances, they'll want to see their family. I don't think so, that Guan Hong and Huasiki. I want to take this risk, so once we're on the island, even those who don't want to board must be tricked back. All right, boss, what about Wang Qian? Wang Baozhen asked. Su Jun, women are very good at deception. I just need to remind. I know that. Don't worry. Lao Yin, after we land on the island, let's sell the fish for a good price. Is that bluefin tuna you caught easy to sell? Very sellable. Tahiti is a famous tourist spot full of wealthy visitors, so our tuna should be in high demand, Lao Yin confirmed. We also need to buy some breadfruit. By the way, there should be crops and vegetables native to the area. We should get some seeds on board, Wang Baozhen suggested. And we don't have enough guns, so we need to get a few more. It's better if everyone has one, Su Jun stated. Guns depend on luck. If luck is on our side, we might even manage to get a box of grenades, Lao Yin joked. Lao Yin, you. The downpour began at dawn. In haste, I retrieved the giant dried squid hanging on deck, only for the rain to cease abruptly. Breakfast featured a delicate seaweed, tomato, and egg soup, surprisingly elegant, and even more surprisingly, a single sausage bobbing gently atop the broth. After the men finished eating, they gathered on the deck, awaiting the women's descent. They were without question the vessel's most luminous presence. Even the marine iguanas lifted their heads toward the pilot house. The women descended in formation, long hair rippling in the salt breeze. Huasiki's shoes still slipped with every step. Bringing up the rear was Jock the monkey, who, having spent the night nestled among the women, had inspired envy, longing, and quiet resentment. Su Jun sat hunched, carving wood with a small knife. His caricature of a big-head doll was nearly complete. Lao Yin tapped his bronze pipe rhythmically against the gunwale, sometimes against bed frames, railings, or even fish skulls. I often feared he might one day dismantle the entire ship with that insistent percussive cadence. When the women went to eat, the sea offered no fish, so all aboard moved with languid indifference. Lungbo summoned a few hands to lay out cards in the 8-bunk cabin. Wang Baozhen was called away by Lao Yin to the engine room. I returned to my berth alone, smoked a cigarette, then laid down and slept. Then, a woman's voice, "May I come in?" Without opening my eyes, I murmured, "Come in." "Are you sleeping?" I opened my eyes, and there she was, Ning Chengcheng. Instantly, I sat upright, fully alert. Do you know where Wang Baozhan is? She asked. Looking for Baozhan. Isn't he aboard? I'd like to borrow a book from him, if he'd allow it. Captain Su told me he's the only one on board who keeps books. He does have books. Let me fetch one for you, Moby Dick. A fine edition. I reached beneath Wang Baozhan's pillow and withdrew the volume. Do you think he'd lend it to me? Certainly. Take it, just keep it safe. It's a remarkable work. I handed it to her. Please sit. She seated herself across from me less than 2 meters away. Her body exuded a soft, mature warmth, the scent of womanhood itself. My gaze drifted helplessly, her calves pale and slender, her thighs richly shadowed, her chest rising with quiet breath, her neck, like polished jade, her shoulders full and rounded, her hair black as ink. A sudden heat surged through me, so intense I imagined a thermometer placed beneath my arm would shatter its glass. Have you read this? She asked. What's it about? I have. It tells of a captain and a whale, though perhaps more accurately of obsession disguised as love. A captain in love with a whale. Something like that. She flipped idly through the pages. You make it sound intriguing. It is, profoundly so. How long have you been at sea? You mean the captain in the book? No, I mean you. Is life as a seafarer meaningful? I've only just joined this vessel, but yes, it holds its own quiet wonders. Does it? Tell me, what are they? At that moment my thoughts dissolved. What wonders? There were none, not really. Just tedium, repetition, the slow erosion of spirit. The first 3 days had brimmed with novelty, by the fourth regret set in. After 30 days my mind felt frayed. I caught myself marching in place on deck, legs swinging stiffly, shouting drill commands to myself, until exhaustion nearly sent me overboard. The next day my limbs ached unbearably. When squid fishing finally began, we worked through the night numb with fatigue. The monotony was suffocating, nausea arose unbidden. At times I envied the squid themselves. Their silent, purposeful lives seemed richer than mine. Go on, surely something thrilling must have happened. Thrilling? No, only perilous. I sighed. Truthfully, nothing worth mentioning. She glanced at me, brief knowing. I see. I paused, startled. See what? I'd said nothing. Ah, this world abounds in mysteries beyond comprehension. Then Jinny Yang entered, her gaze sharp, appraising, fixed upon Ning Chengcheng and me. Is something wrong? I asked. What are you doing here? She demanded of Ning Chengcheng. I came to borrow a book. A book? Jinny's laugh was glacial. Which one? Let me see. Ning Chengcheng rose. I'm sorry, I should go. Jinny blocked her path. Sorry. Why so nervous? Oh please, what on earth is there to be nervous about? This is absurd. A book, how clever. Borrow and return. A flawless pretext. Brother Yuliang, you truly possess magnetism. I don't understand what you're saying. Step aside. You fancy him, don't you? Want him in your bed? Ning Chengcheng smiled faintly. As for the men aboard this ship, well, which one do you imagine I'd find appealing? Don't play coy. You're just a flight attendant, nothing more than skybound service staff. I'm not pretending. I simply hold little interest in most men. Brother Yuliang, I interjected, she wasn't looking for me. She came seeking Wang Baozhan. You needn't explain yourself to me, Jinny replied coolly. This young lady hasn't yet grasped how close she stands to ruin. We'll see. Move. You're unhinged. Precisely, I am unhinged. Fine, I'll step aside. But mark my words, never approach my brother again. Ning Chengcheng threw back her head and laughed, rich, unrestrained, until she coughed, pressing a hand to her chest to catch her breath. In all my life I've never heard a more absurdly delightful joke. Delightful. Tears will follow. And with that she swept from the cabin, graceful, radiant, utterly unshaken. I turned onto my side, face to the wall, refusing to acknowledge Jinny. Brother Yuliang, why so glum? Did that little vixen sour your mood? No, I'm quite content. I am happy, every single day. You're lying. Every day. I turned back to face her. No lie. To draw breath is to gain. You really killed someone. Keep your voice down. Yes, I did. Will you be executed? Not by firing squad, likely. Then all is well. No, it won't be. They use lethal injection now. More humane, they say. They'll strap me into a chair, needle poised. You don't seem like a killer. Why? Let's not speak of it. I'd like to sleep. Then I'll sleep beside you. She kicked off her shoes and climbed onto my bunk. It's broad daylight. What are you doing? Is daylight so terrible? Clarity has its virtues. I dread being seen, yet unable to see others, as if trapped inside a waking nightmare. She slid her arms around my waist. Let go. I won't. Her hand moved downward. Yang Zhen and I straddled me, her hand slipping beneath my waistband. My mind shattered utterly. I lay supine and helpless like a lamb awaiting slaughter, yet a sliver of reason remained. Let's go to your room, I murmured, voice fraying at the edges. It's not safe here. Safe. She laughed, tossing her skirt aside and yanking down her underpants before reaching for my belt. I twisted my head and froze. Wang Baozhen sat motionless nearby watching. "You two carry on," he said coolly. "I'll be off." Then Ning Chengqing entered without warning. She flung Moby Dick onto my pillow with a contemptuous flick of her wrist. "Wretched rubbish," she declared. "Not worth another page." And just like that she turned and walked out. I scrambled upright, trousers half-fastened, humiliated, exposed as though arrested in broad daylight. "Come on, my room," Yang Zhen and I said, retrieving her underpants. "You go ahead," I replied. She glanced once at Wang Baozhen, then strode away, bare-legged, chin high, the damp triangle of cloth swinging lightly in her grip. "Go on, what are you waiting for?" Wang Baozhen prodded. A quiet desolation settled over me. "No, I won't go. Truly, no." I lit a cigarette. "You're remarkable," he observed, eyes flicking downward, then settling across from me on the bunk. Effortless control. I said nothing. Ning Chengqing had seen everything. My dignity was ash. Wang Baozhen picked up Moby Dick. "What's this about? Did you lend it to her? She came looking for you. Said she wanted a book. You weren't around, so I gave her this one. Damn it. Why'd you hand it over without asking me?" He snapped. "How was I to know where you were? It's just a book. Does it merit such fury?" "Why did she toss it aside then? How should I know? Liang, you've got a thing for Ning Chengqing, don't you? What do you think? Who wouldn't admire such a woman?" He stretched his legs, crossed them lazily. "Liang, she remembers you. Strongly." I exhaled smoke. "She wouldn't look twice at you." "I know that well enough. But time works its quiet alchemy. Forget it. Tell me." Su Jun said his plan holds so long as nothing goes wrong in Tahiti. "What plan?" "I've no idea. He never told me outright. But I can sense its shape." "Then speak it." "I can't articulate it, but I feel it deep in my bones." "Damn you. Stop circling like a vulture," I muttered. "Look, whale!" Someone shouted from outside. Wang Baozhen sprang upright and bolted from the cabin. I followed. There, cleaving the sea's surface, loomed a leviathan, larger than our fishing vessel, its flank rising and falling in slow sovereign arcs, sending waves rippling outward. The women shrieked with delight, arms flailing as if greeting a long-lost lover. "It's magnificent," Wang Baozhen breathed. "Liang, this is a blue whale, the largest creature ever to grace Earth, the mightiest mammal alive, and critically endangered. To witness one is rare beyond measure." Su Jun approached. "Could it attack us?" "Not likely. Blue whales are gentle giants, timid even." "Good. Liang, how would we capture it?" "We can't," Wang Baozhen said flatly. "It's protected by international law." "Bullshit," Su Jun scoffed. "We're the ones teetering on extinction. That beast could feed us for a year. Try dragging it with nets." "Impossible. It'd drag us, net, boat, and all, straight to the abyss." "A harpoon, then?" "Two puny spears. They'd barely tickle its hide," Wang Baozhen said. "Forget it, unless you've got grenades." Su Jun slapped his forehead. "Right, the rifle. Why didn't I think of that? Worth a try," Wang Baozhen conceded. We climbed to the wheelhouse. Su Jun loaded the rifle, aimed, and fired. A sharp crack, and one of the squid lamps shattered. "Hell, my aim's sharper than I thought," he grinned, handing me the weapon. I raised it, sighted on the whale's massive head, and pulled the trigger. "Nothing. Missed," Su Jun said. I fired 5 more times. The whale swam on unperturbed. "Your marksmanship needs work," he remarked. I aimed true, at its head. Such a vast target, unless its blubber's too dense. If bullets pierce steel, Wang Baozhen mused, then perhaps the rounds themselves are flawed. "Christ, it's turning, coming straight for us. We must veer now." Wang Baozhen lunged into the wheelhouse. "Liang, keep firing. No more ammunition." The whale surged forward. Our hull groaned as it struck, a violent shudder that nearly hurled me from the wheelhouse. Women tumbled across the deck screaming. Su Jun and I dashed inside. "We're finished," Wang Baozhen choked, gripping the helm, face ashen. "The boat's doomed. So are we. Full speed ahead." Su Jun commanded. "Liang, go see where it is," Wang Baozhen yelled. I burst back outside. 50 meters ahead, the whale glided steadily, unhurried, unblinking. "Hard starboard, or we'll ram it," I bellowed. "Liang, tell everyone below to brace. We'll strike it, Hedon. Kill it with impact." Su Jun roared. The vessel surged forward, yet after 2 minutes the whale remained 50 meters ahead, unwavering. "We'll never catch it," Wang Baozhen whispered. "Abandon pursuit." The engine slowed, and miraculously, so did the whale, drawing nearer. "Accelerate again, ram it." The engines roared back to life, and the whale matched our pace, holding its distance with eerie precision. "Su Jun, something's wrong," Wang Baozhen said, voice tight. "It's playing with us. We're gaining. Why halt?" "I feel it, a trap ahead. Look, it stopped moving entirely." "Strange," I murmured. "Liang, you must have hit it," Wang Baozhen insisted. "Otherwise, why charge us? Then why cease? Why lead us like this?" I asked. The whale pivoted, abrupt, deliberate, and 50 meters ahead a low, narrow strip of land emerged from the sea, barely 1 or 2 meters above the waterline, nearly invisible until now. Jesus, we almost ran aground. Wang Baozhen gasped. That damned whale's possessed, Su Jun snarled. It wants our ship shattered, and us drowned. Lucky I reacted in time, Wang Baozhen said, breath ragged. Where'd it go? Vanished. Christ, it's smarter than I am. I yield, brother, I yield. Could it dive, strike our keel from below? Baozhen, reverse course. Now. After the boat turned around, it traveled for 5 or 6 minutes in complete silence, the sea eerily still. Yet I remained on edge, wondering if that great whale would attack the fishing vessel again. My intuition hinted at a high likelihood. The whale was too clever, having lured us inch by inch into the death zone. Would it strike us again with a fatal blow? Meanwhile, the people on deck were oblivious to the peril of chasing whales and the near catastrophe we had faced. Deng Jiachuan leaned against the ship's railing, strumming a few tunes on his guitar, while several women listened quietly nearby. 5 minutes later, Su Jun silently stowed his firearm and yawned as if nothing had happened. However, a flicker of panic was still evident in his eyes. The fishing boat sped forward, and the sharks had vanished. A gust of wind swept across the surface of the sea, causing the squid lights to clatter, lifting everyone's spirits significantly. As Wang Baozhen descended the gangway, his footsteps were heavy. He glanced back at me, his gaze laden with meaning. The marine iguana remained motionless, its head raised, gazing out at the ocean, while the monkey Jacques scratched his back against the iguana's spine. Initially wary of the iguana, Jacques had now become quite familiar with it. Every man who passed by Ning Chengqing couldn't help but steal glances at her, some at her waist, others at her chest, and some at her legs. I was no exception, casually casting a glance, as though missing the opportunity to admire her would be a grave loss. However, Sun Dahe once leered unabashedly at her, his head tilted in a lewd grin, which made Ning Chengqing frown uncomfortably. Yet Sun Dahe dared not openly harass any woman. These women were like lambs apart from little Dia. The other men understood well that during our time before landing on Tahiti and resupplying the fishing boat, we must not disturb these enchanting creatures. Su Jun made this very clear and repeatedly emphasized that women were treasured beings deserving of top-tier protection. It seemed we would reach Tahiti Island within a day or two. Seabirds occasionally flew overhead, sometimes dropping guano onto the ship. When a flock of seabirds flew by, their droppings fell like rain, making it seem as if they were doing so deliberately. The number of unknown small islands was increasing, each one drifting past like a chess piece on an endless oceanic board. I had promised to help Yang Jenny leave this fishing boat, but how to do so was uncertain. I could only take one step at a time. As the fishing boat approached the shore, Su Jun seemed particularly wary of Yang Jenny. Would he allow her to disembark like the other women? If she went ashore and took the chance to escape while I remained on the boat, it would no longer concern me. However, if Su Jun prevented Yang Jenny from going ashore and required me to stay behind, it would complicate matters. Letting her go would be easy, but how would I explain it to Su Jun? Perhaps it would be better to escape with Yang Jenny together. These dilemmas plagued my mind. When I awoke the next morning and went on deck, I noticed small boats passing by with a large cruise ship in the distance, its colorful flags fluttering. The women were unusually excited, waving at the passing vessels, seemingly unaware of the nets slowly being cast around them. Just like on Easter Island, we would anchor in a secluded area before lowering the lifeboats. A seabird plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, striking the deck with a sharp crack, kicking feebly twice before lying still in death. Sun Dahe picked up the bird and examined it. Damn, its neck is broken. He glanced upward, puzzled. Strange. Why would a bird hurl itself to its end upon our fishing vessel? He cast the lifeless body back into the sea. I gazed at the life raft now moored ashore, gripped by an indescribable melancholy. Su Jun had once mentioned that Ning Chengqing wished to remain on the island. If she insisted, perhaps fortune would spare her, but I longed for her to return to the boat. That night aboard the raft, she had clung tightly to my waist. My heart swelled as though filled with honey. Such sweetness, I believed, was the apex of human happiness. To wander the world with a woman like her, even to dwell forever upon some remote forgotten isle, would render a lifetime complete. Yang Jenny approached, gently tugging my sleeve, gesturing toward the crew's quarters. I followed her inside. I've decided, she said. We'll escape together. Tonight, or now. You go ahead. I haven't made up my mind. You won't come with me. I'm a murderer. Even if I reach land, I could never go home again. Better to drift the open sea with my shipmates than linger alone on that island. You're not alone. I'm here. And Liangge too. You're nothing like them. They're beasts, thugs, demons. Her voice softened. I'd live with you on Tahiti for all our days. Lower your voice. If the police catch me there, it's certain death. And do you think they won't find you aboard this vessel? She countered. At least on a secluded island survival remains possible. Then let us flee together to such an island. I vow to stand by you always. Thank you, but for now I choose to stay. I lit a cigarette. You look down on me. Not at all. Go you must. I spoke quietly. Very well. Then I'll go alone. Not yet. Wait until nightfall. Suddenly a clatter echoed outside. Something overturned. I stepped out, but saw no one. I called Yangzheni forth. A cool breeze swept across the water. A marine iguana perched motionless atop the wheelhouse roof, gazing into the distance. Monkey Jacques squatted on the windowsill, idly folding paper airplanes. Deng Jiachuan climbed the gangway and glanced our way. On the opposite rail, Sun Dahe wiped his semi-automatic rifle, with a cloth glancing up at us every few seconds. Are they watching us? Yangzheni whispered. Yes. Ever since you spoke that ill-considered word in front of Su Jun, he must have ordered them to keep watch. How then can I escape? Shall I leap into the sea now, and you hold them off? Hold them off while you swim away. When Su Jun returns, he'll carve me limb from limb. Then, let's jump together now while they're unprepared. You underestimate them. They may not catch me, but they'll certainly overtake you. What then shall we do? Simple. I'll eliminate them, one by one. The boy Xiao Dia too. All three of them. That's no solution. Can you swim? I asked. You doubt me. As a child, I placed in regional swimming competitions. Then you're fortunate. Without that skill, escape would be near impossible. Shall we wait until night, when they sleep? Sun Dahe won't sleep. He's fixated on you. I tapped the railing thoughtfully. I have an idea. What is it? You'll sit on the railing, then fall into the sea, on purpose. And then, you'll thrash about in the water, shout for help. Play your part. I don't understand. Think if they believe you can't swim, what will they assume? If I can't swim, I'm trapped aboard, and escape becomes unthinkable. Her eyes lit up, she pinched my arm playfully. Yes, I'll show them my finest performance. Liang Gu, you're brilliant. I'm merely cornered. And how will you escape? I haven't decided whether to go at all. Perhaps tonight, after you've fled, I'll follow. No, that won't do. I want you beside me. Please, let us leave together. No, tonight I'll drink with them. It'll make your escape easier. Go first. Then I'll wait for you ashore. Don't wait. Hide somewhere at once. Once Su Jun returns and finds you gone, he'll scour the island for you. All right, I'll wait 1 hour. If you don't come, I'll go. Just then a song blared across the deck. My heart rises and falls, like a leaping flame. My nights outnumber my days. Don't leave me too soon. The world has grown too desolate. I refuse to live this way. Let me love, just once, completely. Goose flesh prickled my arms. Damn it, who's blasting that rubbish? I like it, Yangzheni said. I strode up the gangway into the wheelhouse. Deng Jiachuan stood inside dancing. You put that on? Yes. Turn it off. It's Element. I don't see why. It's beautiful, and not written solely for Li Chong. Listen, my heart rises and falls, like a leaping flame. Still, turn it off. It unsettles me. Fine, I'll shut it. I stepped back onto the deck. Yangzheni sat upon the rail. Sun Dahe, rifle cradled, walked toward her. She glanced at me, then swayed, cried out, and plunged into the sea. I sprinted down the gangway, racing to the rail. Sun Dahe leaned over, glanced back at me. Is she trying to kill herself? I peered down. Yangzheni flailed in the water, shrieking help. Help! Then vanished beneath the surface. Dahe, save her. He dropped his rifle, clothes still on, and dove. Where is she? He shouted up. She's behind you. He spun around. Where? I see nothing. For heaven's sake, dive deeper. She's underwater. He submerged, surfaced moments later, clutching Yangzheni, dragging her to the hull. Deng Jiachuan and Xiao Dia lowered a rope. Together they hauled her aboard. Is she dead? Her eyes are rolled back. Deng Jiachuan cried. What do we tell the boss if she dies? Give her mouth to mouth, I said. Yes, mouth to mouth. Deng Jiachuan moved forward. Sun Dahe shoved him aside. Get lost. I pulled her out. No, I'll do it. I've been trained. Nonsense. I've done this since childhood. I've saved more people than you can count on both hands. Sun Dahe straddled her chest and pressed his lips to hers. Yang Zhen and I spat a mouthful of water directly into Sun Dahe's face, then burst into wailing sobs. Sun Dahe wiped the spittle from his cheeks. Do you want to die? Are you planning to kill yourself? Hearing those words, my heart sank. If Yang Zhen and I replied that she wished to end her life, everything would be lost. Sun Dahe would place her under constant surveillance, and her freedom would vanish entirely. She shot me a sharp, trembling glare, her whole body shuddering. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. You should have been more careful, I said gently. Sitting on that ledge was terribly dangerous, especially since you can't swim. You ought to thank Brother Dahe. He saved your life. Thank you, big black ghost, she muttered, then hastily corrected herself. No, Brother Dahe. Thank you for saving me. As long as you don't wish to die, all is well, Sun Dahe sighed. Still at your age not knowing how to swim. That's astonishing. Let me fetch you some coconut water to calm your nerves. She nodded silently. Let me help you inside to rest, I offered, reaching for her arm. She jerked her arm away. I don't need your help. I'll take her, Sun Dahe interjected. She nodded again. Sun Dahe rose, took her hand with surprising tenderness, and guided her carefully into the dormitory. How come you didn't jump in to save her? Deng Jiachuan asked. I intended to, but Dahe dove in first, I replied. Sun Dahe has no pure intentions. Watch yourself, Deng Jiachuan murmured, glancing toward the dormitory. There's nothing to watch out for. He's one of our own. Deng Jiachuan turned wordlessly and climbed the gangway. Sun Dahe emerged from the dormitory, hurried to the galley, and returned moments later clutching a fresh coconut. He glanced briefly at me, then disappeared again into Yang Zhenni's room. A marine iguana descended from the bridge roof, its sinuous body undulating as it crawled toward me. It halted 2 meters away, cocked its head, and fixed its unblinking gaze upon me. What are you staring at? Off with you, I said. The creature remained motionless, eyes unwavering. I ignored it, ascended the bridge, and raised my binoculars toward the shore. Lush greenery cascaded down the coastline, distant mountains rolled like frozen waves beneath a sky circled by flocks of birds. Would Su Jun consent tonight to letting the women remain on the island? Cheng Qingning would be wise to stay ashore. Returning to the fishing vessel meant embarking upon a voyage whose outcome hung suspended between life and death, severing her forever from her family. Twilight deepened. Waves lapped rhythmically against the hull. The vessel floated 200 meters offshore. Yang Zhenni's swim across had taken no more than 10 minutes. Sun Dahe lit several squid lamps. I carried tables and chairs onto the deck, followed by a crate of beer. Deng Jiachuan brought up dish after dish. Sit beside you, Liang, he invited Yang Zhen and I. No, I'll sit beside Brother Dahe, she replied, casting me a fleeting dismissive glance. Sun Dahe's lips parted in a broad grin, then snapped shut just as quickly, his face alight with quiet triumph. Yaki crouched beside me and scratched lightly at my shoulder with one paw. I placed a grilled fish before him. With the captain away, we're free at last. Tonight we drink without restraint, Sun Dahe declared. Indeed, eat your fill. If you run short, I'll fry 2 more fish, I added. You've already prepared more than enough, Brother Yu, Liang Xiaodia said. Then let me propose a toast, to all of us. Yang Zhen and I rose. Wait, first toast Brother Dahe, I suggested. Of course, to Brother Dahe, cheers. Sun Dahe raised his bottle. She tipped her head back and emptied her glass in one swift motion. Sun Dahe seized his beer and drained an entire bottle in rapid rhythmic gulps. Now that's spirit. I raised my thumb in admiration. To drink from great bowls and feast on generous cuts, that is my ideal, he proclaimed. And what else? Deng Jiachuan asked. And to wed a radiant wife, my very own Mountain Brook bride. Sun Dahe wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You're nothing but a bandit chief, Deng Jiachuan retorted. Ah, Deng Jiachuan. No coarse language in front of ladies, Sun Dahe chided. Exactly. Deng Jiachuan. You'll drink a penalty bottle, I said. I can't manage that much, he protested. Then I'll join you, I replied. Fine. He glanced at Yang Zhen and I. I'll drink. At this rate, a whole crate won't suffice, Xiao Duyu observed. Don't worry. We've got plenty, Sun Dahe assured him. And I'll share a secret with you. But remember, you may not compare yourselves to me. I possess a secret, you do not. What secret? Xiao Duyu asked eagerly. I tapped my bottle against his. First drink 1 bottle, then speak. 1 bottle. Sun Dahe echoed. What's wrong? Can't you manage it? Afraid. I pressed. Oh ho, Yu Liang. So bold now. As if I'd ever refuse a challenge. Even the old master bows before my drinking prowess. You boast too freely. 1 bottle is tame. Let's start with 2. I swirled my bottle lazily. By the gods, fine. At last someone dares test me. 2 bottles it is. He tilted his head back and began pouring beer down his throat. You sure you can handle this, Brother Yu Liang? Deng Jiachuan asked. You'll never outdrink Sun Dahe. Nonsense. Impossible. I served in the military, and once won a national drinking championship. I countered, and followed suit, neck arch, beer flowing. After 2 bottles, I locked eyes with Sun Dahe. Shall we go another round? Damn right. We'll see who collapses first. Wait, Deng Jiachuan interjected. Dahe, you promised us a secret. Reveal it before we drink further. Right. I'll tell it now. Sun Dahe furrowed his brow. Tell me, how many lives does a cat possess? I know this one. 9, Xiao Duyu answered promptly. Brilliant, Xiao Duyu. Sun Dahe gave him an approving thumbs up. And why 9? He turned to me. I confess, I've no idea, I admitted. Deng Jiachuan, do you know? He shook his head. Xiao Duyu, do you? Xiao Duyu also shook his head. Then tell us, why 9 lives? Yang Zhen and I prompted. I only meant to ask whether you knew, Sun Dahe clarified. We don't. Just say it. No more teasing, Deng Jiachuan grumbled. Sun Dahe rolled his eyes. Truthfully, I don't know either. That's why I asked you. Damn it, you've grown bold, haven't you? Mocking us now? Deng Jiachuan snapped. Deng Jiachuan, you swore. Penalty bottle. I declared. Right, you will drink it. Sun Dahe jabbed a finger at him, voice thick with playful menace. Deng Jiachuan sighed, retrieved a bottle from the crate, and muttered, is this beer suddenly free? Money. Huh. I'd sacrifice my life itself. Sun Dahe cracked open another bottle. Brother Dahe, what is your secret? Xiao Dia urged. Where were we? Sun Dahe asked, blinking. The cat's 9 lives, Yang Jun and I reminded him. Exactly, the cat has 9. But tell me, how many lives do I have? How would we know? Deng Jiachuan set his bottle down. I have 3, Sun Dahe announced, then paused. No, 4. Today I saved another. For lives now. So you've rescued 4 people? I asked. And each rescue granted you a life. That's the boast I made earlier, about saving over a dozen. But truthfully, counting Yang Jun and I, it's 4. In other words, you could die 3 precisely. Then if I stab you now with a knife, nothing will happen. Try it. If your blade misses, I'll strike first. Dahe, you said 1 life was spent. What do you mean? Xiao Dia asked. He crept behind me, knife drawn, blade pressed tight against my waist. I hadn't sensed him. Yet just as he lunged, I felt an odd itch along my spine, as though someone brushed their fingers there. I twisted instinctively and looked down. Fortune favors the bold, Deng Jiachuan murmured. So it's true. You saved 4 lives and no, Deng Jiachuan countered coolly. Not a single one. What? Not one. But if I'm right, you drink 5. I accept. The Black Sea stretched endlessly beneath a pale dawn sky. A thin sliver of sunlight pierced the haze, glinting off the restless waves. Dahe, tell me, how many people did you kill aboard this vessel? Deng Jiachuan asked. Sun Dahe scratched the back of his head. How many? Well, not many. Not many at all. You save lives. God keeps account of that. But when you take lives, does he not tally those too? Deng Jiachuan pressed. Subtract the souls you rescued from those you slew. Tell me plainly how many lives remain yours to claim. I can't calculate that, Sun Dahe stammered. I truly cannot. You don't even know how many you killed. Yang Zhini interjected. 1, perhaps 2. Nonsense. 2. Didn't you kill Li Chong? And what of the men at Shirpu? Shall I name them one by one? Deng Jiachuan retorted. Then 4. 5. You killed that many. Yang Zhini's voice sharpened with disbelief. If I hadn't, they would have killed me. Not all were my doing. Some merely required modest assistance. 5 is already an understatement. Subtract those you saved, and at least 4 deaths cling to your conscience like barnacles to hull. And yet you dare claim 3 lives remain yours. Enough, I said, raising a hand. Let's drink. Yes, drink. We agreed earlier. Dahe, 5 bottles. Deng Jiachuan thrust a bottle toward him. That arithmetic holds no weight. I won't drink. Then 2 bottles. No, he's cheating. At most, 1 bottle. Fine. 1 it is, Yang Zhini conceded. Sun Dahe tilted his head back and drained the bottle in long, deliberate gulps. Xiao Dia collapsed after 2 bottles. Sun Dahe followed soon after, limbs slack upon the deck. Deng Jiachuan's speech grew thick, his gaze blurred. I exchanged a glance with Yang Zhini. She rose silently and returned to the dormitory. Brother Yuliang, we drink. Deng Jiachuan declared. Agreed. 1 more bottle, and then sleep. 1 won't suffice. Tonight little brother drinks with you until dawn, 5 more at the very least. I thought inwardly, so this man drinks like the sea itself, deep, unrelenting. At this rate, I'll be unconscious before midnight. He clinked his bottle against mine. Brother Yuliang, I've surrendered my life to this ocean. Truly, do you understand? I do. You don't. If the police come for me, I'll leap overboard without hesitation. He gestured at his empty bottle. Come now, drink. I've finished mine. Wait, I'm going to be sick. I staggered to the rail and retched violently into the churning water. A soft rhythmic splash reached my ears. Turning, I saw Yang Zhini already 10 meters out, gliding through the water, then glancing back over her shoulder. Then, a sharp clap on my shoulder. Brother Yuliang, Yang Zhini's fallen in. Go, save her. Save her. Who? Where is she? I'll go down myself. You're drunk. Jump in now, and you'll drown. Ah, she can swim. Indeed, she can. Hold on. I'll strip and chase her. She mustn't escape. I began tugging at my trousers. Deng Jiachuan seized my arm. Brother Yuliang, you're too intoxicated. Come, let's fetch the life ring. I'll go in. Right. Let's get the life ring. We leaned on each other, stumbling back toward the dormitory, unsteady as driftwood on tide. Inside, Deng Jiachuan crumpled onto the floor. I fell beside him. I struggled to rise, but he pinned my leg beneath him. Where's the life ring? I don't know. I'm too drunk. So am I. At dawn, light seeped through the porthole. I blinked, awake to shadows moving above me. Rubbing my eyes, I found myself sprawled on the floor. Deng Jiachuan still slumped against my calf, fast asleep. I kicked him aside. Turning, I saw Su Jun seated at the ship's edge, his expression grim, unreadable. What in heaven's name happened last night? We drank too much. I wonder how to explain Yang Zhenyi's escape. You all passed out cold. What if pirates had boarded? I suppose surrender would be our only recourse. Against armed men, we'd be lambs before wolves. We were simply celebrating. My fault entirely. Where is Yang Zhenyi? Yang Zhenyi? What about her? She's gone. Gone. Impossible. How? She can't swim. Can't swim. Su Jun frowned. Yuliang, come out here. He stepped outside. I followed, unsteady on my feet. He stood at the rail and beckoned. Come look. My stomach dropped. I approached. He pointed into the sea. There she was, Yang Zhenyi, gliding effortlessly through the water, arms slicing the surface with quiet grace. I rubbed my eyes again. Am I dreaming? Last night. She swam the whole night through, vanished into darkness, and now returns like a tide returning to shore. I slapped my own cheek, sharp stinging. Yuliang, I trusted you. Yet you drowned yourself in wine while she slipped away. I barely drank. Yet somehow I fell into oblivion. This will not happen again. From the water, Yang Zhenyi waved. Jump in. Swim with me. Get out. Sharks patrol these waters. Sharks? Really? No lie. Hurry up. She swam swiftly back. You pull her up, Su Jun said, and turned, walking toward the bridge. I knelt at the rail and hauled her aboard. My dear girl, why on earth did you return? Brother Yuliang, I couldn't leave you. If you stay, so do I. You've lost your senses. This was your chance. Surely you'll regret it. I won't. I promise you, opportunity waits. But if we go together. If you remain, I remain. Go change, I said. Brother Yuliang, Captain Su, and Wang Qian have returned. No one else has come back. Is that so? Change first. I'll speak with Su Jun. I entered the bridge. The wheelhouse stood empty. The marine iguana coiled motionless atop the helm. From the captain's cabin came muffled voices. I crept closer, pressed my ear to the door. Wang Qian's voice, low and edged. Have you taken a fancy to that flight attendant? No. No. Then why feign indifference? Your eyes betray you, do they? Can you truly read them? Is her figure more pleasing than mine? You're both exquisite, though you're fuller as she is slimmer. Ouch, you're hurting me. May I remove my hand? I dislike this. You dislike my hand. Then let me try something else. Oh, you wicked thing. Not now, it's broad daylight. Come. No, I refuse. It's unclean. I wash thoroughly. No, absolutely not. It will happen. You temptress, you think I'd trust you alone for even a day. What do you mean, not trust? My crew are wolves, eyes fixed always on your generous hips. And you're worse. The bed creaked, a slow, insistent rhythm. Su Jun groaned softly. Lower your voice, they'll hear. Faster. Hurry, sister, hurry. I'm ascending to heaven. Wang Qian burst into laughter. Again, go on. The marine iguana suddenly slipped from the helm. I hurried out of the wheelhouse. A light rain began to fall outside, and Jacques the monkey was walking along the ship's railing. Little Duyo was carving wood with a knife. Sun Dahe approached me, but suddenly slipped and fell onto the deck. He got up and returned to the cabin. I lit a cigarette and gazed at the shore, where a massive hot air balloon drifted slowly above Tahiti Island, floating upwards into the vast sky. Su Jun descended the gangway and came up to me, leaning against the ship's railing while peering through binoculars at the shore. Why hasn't Baozhen and the others boarded yet? I inquired. Su Jun remained silent, continuing to scan the shore through the binoculars. After a while, he lowered the binoculars, his expression darkening. He glanced at me before turning back towards the wheelhouse. I felt a weight in my heart. Perhaps it was due to last night's drunkenness that Su Jun harbored some distrust towards me, or perhaps it was the women on the island that worried him. Back in the cabin, I lit another cigarette. Little Duya came in and said, Brother Liang, the boss wants us to sleep quickly. He said we'll be working at night. What work? I asked. What else could it be? Unloading and loading cargo, Little Duya replied. The labor involved in unloading and loading at the dock was no small task. It often stretched for 10 hours, or more, at times lasting a whole day, without sleep, which would surely take a toll on our bodies. During broad daylight, who can sleep? I lamented. Still, you have to sleep, or you'll be exhausted when it's time to work, Little Duya insisted. They'll help you with a trick. Okay. The trick Little Duya mentioned involved a copper button tied to a string hung overhead and swung gently. This method was remarkably effective for inducing sleep. Watching the copper button sway, I soon drifted off. I awoke in the middle of the night to find the ship docked. Little Dia brought a bucket of water from the sea, and I washed my face before putting on my gloves. While unloading and loading cargo, I did not see Wang Baozhen or the other women. Only Lung Bo was directing from the shore. By noon the next day, completely exhausted, I ate a few bites of food and collapsed back into bed. When I woke up that evening and went onto the deck, I spotted Ning Changqing. She had changed into a blue tracksuit, her ponytail swaying lightly as she busily helped load cargo. The other women were assisting as well, and Yang Jinny approached me cradling a small sapling. "Do you know what kind of tree this is, eh?" Yang Jinny asked. "I don't know," I shook my head. "Breadfruit tree," Yang Jinny replied. "Have you seen Wang Baozhen?" I asked. "He's in the wheelhouse," Yang Jinny said. Lung Bo was the last to disembark. "Is everyone here?" Su Jun asked on the deck. Wang Baozhen stood at the wheelhouse door and flashed 2 fingers in AV sign towards Su Jun. "Let's set sail," Su Jun shouted. The fishing boat laden with cargo departed from Tahiti Island, and a gentle song echoed from the ship's horn. It felt like a dream, our fleeting encounter, you, like a gentle spring breeze, softly blow into my heart. It truly felt like a dream. A life is so brief. Listening to the song, I suddenly felt a wave of sadness. That evening, as we enjoyed a barbecue, I watched the men and women around me, each face glowing with joy, yet my heart remained heavy. Yang Jinny sat beside me sipping beer and eating grilled squid, appearing in high spirits. Wang Baozhen on my other side was also lively. Su Jun was feeding squid to Wang Qian, who laughed and leaned into his embrace. Huasiki stood up with a bottle of wine. I will read a passage from a play, The Merry Wives of Windsor, by William Shakespeare. "Go ahead," the crowd applauded. The men apart from Wang Baozhen and me likely had no idea who Shakespeare was. Huasiki took a swig from the bottle and tossed it into the sea. Clearing her throat, she began. "Enough of the nonsense. Look at this letter. After you see it, you'll understand what's going on. From now on, as long as my eyes aren't blind and I can still see a man's appearance, I will forever look down on those fat ones." Yet in front of us, he didn't curse the heavens or the earth. He even praised chaste women pretending to be so proper and said he would never engage in such foolishness again. I truly believed he was sincere, but what he said and what he did were completely different, just like the difference between sacred hymns and vulgar jokes. What storm blew this oil-filled whale onto the shores of Windsor? How should I take revenge on him? I think the best way is to feign indifference, never allowing him to achieve his goal, waiting for him to show his true colors. Have you ever heard of such a thing? The women cheered, and the men raised their glasses, shouting. Wang Baozhen turned to me and said, "Although I don't quite understand the meaning of these words, I feel refreshed listening to this lady read." "Indeed, she's quite cultured," I replied. Wang Baozhen stood up, raising the bottle. "Let's toast to the great Mr. Shakespeare." The clinking of bottles rang out. Ning Changqing glanced at me, her gaze filled with unspoken meaning. A smile played on her lips as she gently swirled the wine in her glass. Suddenly, I was seized by an impulse to invite her for a drink, but reason reminded me that approaching her at this moment could easily lead to rejection and annoyance from others. "Captain Su, let me toast to you," Guan Hong said, raising her glass. "Cheers," Su Jun replied, one arm around Wang Qian, his face beaming with joy. "Down the hatch." Guan Hong downed her drink in one go. Just then someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned to find Xia Xiaowei, a petite girl. "Yuliang, go, let me toast you," she said. "Drink less," I advised. "No problem," she replied confidently. "Come sit over here with me," Wang Baozhen offered. "Thank you, Uncle Baozhen," Xia Xiaowei said. "All right, I'll be your uncle from now on," Wang Baozhen said as he walked toward Guan Hong with the bottle. Yang Jinny also got up, staggering toward the ship's railing, followed closely by Deng Jiachuan. "Dahe, come, I'll teach you to dance," Huasiki said. "Sure," Sun Dahe replied. "Captain Su, play some faster music," Huasiki instructed. "All right, Zaidia, go put on the music," Su Jun said. With her body pressed against Sun Dahe, Huasiki placed one of his hands on her lower back, interlocking her fingers with his, and then pulled him closer. Sun Dahe blinked, utterly at a loss, his body stiff and awkward. "Dahe, relax your body, the more relaxed the better," Huasiki said, giving his backside a playful pat. "Okay, relax," Sun Dahe replied, still in an uncomfortable position. "Oh no, your posture needs to be straight. Don't be as floppy as a noodle, and stop sticking your butt out," Huasiki directed. "Let me take over," Li Shishuang chimed in. Upon hearing that someone else would take over, Sun Dahe suddenly puffed up his chest, tucking his rear in like a proud combative rooster. "That's more like it. Now slow, slow, quick, quick, slow," Huasiki called out. "What kind of dance is this?" Chen Xiaowei asked. "This is the tango," Ning Changqing explained. As the music began to play, nothing could stop my yearning for freedom, the boundless years of my youth, my heart free from attachments, traversing through the dark years. Ning Changqing's smile revealed a small dimple, and looking at her sweet expression, my mood lifted immensely. Huasiki continued to teach Su Jun the tango, their legs brushing against each other. The men lined up beside them with Wang Baozhen also sticking his backside out at the back. I pulled my feet down from the table and raised my wine bottle to invite Ning Chengsheng for a drink. Ning Chengsheng glanced at me and turned her head away. I smiled helplessly, using the smile to mask my embarrassment. Two little birds landed nearby, leisurely strolling along the ship's railing, one of them curiously gazing at the squid lights, while Jacques played with the mooring rope. Under the table, the marine iguana remained deep in thought, its head tilted. The South Pacific breeze fluttered the women's skirts on that intoxicating spring night. Slow, slow, quick, quick, slow. Hoisiki patiently taught the men to tango, oblivious to the fact that the grinning men around her were all killers, desperate fugitives. Wang Baozhen approached me, his arms raised, hesitantly chanting, "Slow, quick, slow, slow." He glanced at me. "Yuliang, how do I look?" "You look like a crab dancing," I replied. Wang Baozhen sat next to me. "Yuliang, let me tell you, this is what life is about." I wasted my past. All those Westerners really know how to enjoy life. What kind of dance is Miss Hu performing? The woman's thighs pressed against the man's. Who can withstand that? I remarked. "You're mistaken. At first, when I saw her teaching Sun Dahe, I felt something was off. But once you dance with her, your body pressed against Miss Hua's and your legs touching hers, suddenly that base desire disappears. Honestly, I found myself thinking about love and a beautiful life," Wang Baozhen mused, gazing into the distance. "And about a man's responsibility. I felt like a knight, a gentleman, a proud nobleman." "My dear brother, you've become quite impressive," I said. "I feel quite remarkable now. Yuliang, we should cherish life and everything in it. We should be happy every day." "Indeed, but when the bullets start flying, all of that will be gone," I said, taking a sip of my drink. "Your mind is really muddled." "Oh, chatting with you is no fun," Wang Baozhen said before heading off to dance. That night, I dreamt of Ning Chengsheng coming to the dormitory, shooting water at me with a water gun. Li Shishuang jumped out of bed to hug her, causing her to squeal and dash outside. Li Shishuang chased her to the ship's railing, grabbing her and trying to undress her, and surprisingly, Ning Chengsheng didn't resist. Su Jun shouted from the helm that the ship was sinking and to jump quickly. Without hesitation, I leapt into the sea, turning back to see Su Jun and the others grinning at me from the ship. Yang Jenny threw her bikini top at me, yelling, "Die!" The fishing boat quickly turned and left me behind in the water, waves crashing and pulling me down into the depths of the ocean into an endless darkness. I woke up to see Li Shishuang sewing a vest with a needle and thread, while Wang Baozhen sat cross-legged on the opposite bed, studying blueprints and smoking. "Have you had breakfast yet?" I asked. "Already had it ages ago," Wang Baozhen replied. "We'll be having lunch soon." "Baozhen," Li Shishuang said, "I heard we're going to Pitcairn Island." "Correct. What's on that island?" Li Shishuang continued. "Not much, it's not a big island," Wang Baozhen answered. "I heard we're going there to stay." Li Shishuang tossed his clothes onto the bed and left the room. Wang Baozhen leaned closer to me and whispered, "Yuliang, we're not going to Pitcairn Island." "Not going? But aren't those women planning to travel there?" I replied. "Travel? We didn't come for a vacation. So this is what Su Jun meant by the plan. Where are we headed instead?" I asked. "Su Jun's plan isn't this. He intends to find a suitable island for living, then announce to those women that the ship is broken and we can't set sail anymore, so they'll have to stay on the island for life. He's quite clever," Wang Baozhen explained. "Did he tell you this plan?" I sat up. "Yes, he shared it with me last night. After discussing it with him, we plan to head south to try our luck at Rapa Island and the Marquesas Islands." "Where are these two islands located?" "Come take a look at the map," Wang Baozhen said. "We are currently near Tahiti. Last night the ship turned south, moving along the Society Islands, passing through the Maria Islands, then through the Tubai Islands, and on to Rapa Island, where we'll look for an unnamed small island." "Why go south? Can't we go north toward the equator?" I pointed at the map. "Toward the Tuamotu Islands or the Marquesas Islands could work too." "That's possible, but Su Jun feels that those areas are too close to the mainland and our country, which makes him uneasy. He prefers to head south, close to the mainland. It's a full Pacific crossing to get to our country," I said. "What about the west? The Cook Islands? There are Tonga and the Fiji Republic over there." "That's even less feasible. There are too many inhabited islands to the west, and they're close to Australia. The east won't work either. We came from that direction, and there aren't many small islands near Easter Island," Wang Baozhen said. "Continuing south will be nearing Antarctica. Won't it be cold?" I asked. "We're still quite far from Antarctica. Will we be able to find a suitable small island over there?" "If we can't find one, can we come back?" I inquired. "That will depend on our luck." "Have you thought about the supplies? As we head south into such desolate waters, how will we resupply?" I pressed. "That's why we can't go too far south," Wang Baozhen replied cautiously as he folded the map. "Will we encounter cannibals on the island?" In this day and age, there shouldn't be any cannibals left, right? However, if we stumble upon an isolated island, it's hard. By the way, Baojian, how's Tahiti Island? I asked. The island is quite large, but it's a pity you haven't visited. It's practically a paradise for the wealthy, Wang Baojian replied. What do you mean by a paradise for the wealthy? Well, there are many beautiful women on the island of all different skin tones. The rich have plenty of fun there, sailing, yachting, skateboarding, surfing, and even kite surfing. They indulge in their pleasures, Wang Baojian said. Do they not have to work? I inquired. Do wealthy people work? They just play born to enjoy themselves surrounded by beautiful women of various shades. The cost of living on the island is quite high. Dining out is also ridiculously expensive. How much does a meal cost in RMB? No need for RMB, they use Pacific francs, though US dollars are accepted too. There are many Chinese people on the island. Damn, a large portion of the industry here, including real estate and hotels, is owned by Chinese. Isn't that impressive? We Chinese are remarkable, we can thrive anywhere, and we do it quite well. Truly, we are the resilient cockroaches of society, Wang Baojian remarked. You've compared Chinese people to cockroaches, that's quite a disgusting metaphor, I retorted. I meant no disrespect, it simply highlights how hardworking and resilient we are. No foreigner can match our tenacity. It's said that the natives of Tahiti, ancestors of the Polynesians, likely originated from Taiwan. 2,000 years ago, our ancestors crossed the Pacific Ocean to reach Tahiti. Just imagine navigating a small boat across the Pacific. Is everything on the island shipped in? I asked. Not entirely. The island itself is rich in resources, breadfruit, coconuts, sugarcane, coffee. There's plenty. Oh, and black pearls, which are quite valuable. Su Jun suggested trading fish for black pearls, but I disagreed. Oh, we have no use for them. It would be better to trade for a couple of boxes of lighters instead, Wang Baojian replied. Baojian, didn't Ning Chengqing say she wanted to stay on the island? She can't resist the persuasion of others. Every one of these women has a playful spirit and comes from a wealthy background. Suddenly the sky darkened and a gust of wind swept through. Is it going to rain? I said. Wang Baojian stepped outside, and I followed him, finding that much of the sky had turned pitch black. This is bad. Oh, we need to turn back, Wang Baojian said as he rushed towards the helm. A fierce wind swept over us, and the fishing boat was quickly engulfed by the inky night. The squid lights illuminated the darkness, making the boat appear like a firefly in the vast sea. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and in an instant torrential rain poured down. The winds whipped up monstrous waves, causing the fishing boat to tilt precariously as if it would capsize at any moment. I hurried inside to put on a life jacket. Old Yin stumbled into the room. Is anyone here? We have supplies to get out quickly, don't stay inside. Is the boat going to capsize? I asked. It could happen at any moment. Hurry to the helm and make sure the women wear life jackets, Old Yin instructed. As I exited the room, a gust of wind knocked me down on the deck, sliding me more than 2 meters and taking someone else down with me. Chen Xiaowei scrambled up from the deck and shouted, Yuliang, are you okay? Damn it, get back inside and put on a life jacket, I yelled. Chen Xiaowei hunched down and slipped into the cabin against the wind while I struggled to grasp the handrail and make my way to the helm. Inside the dormitory, I saw Su Jun and Lung Bo helping Guan Hong and Xia Xiaowei put on life jackets. We're still short 1 life jacket, Su Jun said. I noticed Ning Chengqing didn't have one. I'll take mine off for her. Su Jun glanced at me and nodded. The women seemed calm. It suddenly dawned on me that they had fallen from a plane. Lung Bo, you go out first, and then everyone follow one by one, Su Jun instructed. In this wind and waves, won't we be swept into the sea? Huasiki protested. If the boat capsizes, well, all die here, Su Jun frowned. After leaving the dormitory, I saw Sun Dahe, Old Yin, and others gathered on the lower deck, including Yang Jinny, all wearing life jackets. Only Su Jun and I were without them. I'm going to find a life jacket, I told Su Jun. There's no need, there are no life jackets left on the boat, Su Jun replied. None? That can't be right, I exclaimed in surprise. The boat was equipped with over 30 life jackets. How could there be so few people? You didn't know? When the first mate Yukai abandoned the lifeboat, he took a lot of life jackets with him, Su Jun explained. Why would he take so many life jackets? I asked. That bastard has ill intentions, Su Jun said. A sudden wave crashed over us, causing Xia Xiaowei to fall. Lung Bo tried to help her up, but fell himself, and they tumbled together. If you can't hold onto the railing, just hug a man's leg, Su Jun shouted. Wang Qian crouched down and was the first to grab Su Jun's leg. Huasiki glanced at me, then at Su Jun. She then walked step by step towards him, grasping his arm. I moved closer to Ning Chengqing. She turned to glance at me, tightly holding onto Guan Hong's arm. The squid lights flickered like ghostly shadows. I felt as if I were in a graveyard. Giant waves leaped high, crashing down upon us, flooding the cabin with water. If this continued for another hour or two, even if the boat didn't capsize, the incoming water would surely sink it. Xia Xiaowei sat shivering in Lung Ba's embrace. Guan Hong and Ning Chengcheng sat on the floor, heads bowed, clinging to the railing. About half an hour later, the winds and waves gradually subsided, and the thick black clouds dispersed significantly. Rays of white light pierced through the sky, illuminating the sea with a ghostly green hue as a school of silver flying fish leaped from the water, darting forward. The wind died down, and the sea lay calm like a mirror with wisps of white clouds above. The water and sky blended, making it hard to distinguish between the two. The men aboard, accustomed to the unpredictable weather at sea, were unfazed, yet I was experiencing such a tempest for the first time. The women quickly forgot the earlier storm as they gazed at the serene, gentle sea, their eyes sparkling with delight. Xia Xiaowei, who had been shivering just moments ago, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Captain Su, I want to go swimming." "Go ahead if you wish," Su Jun replied. Xia Xiaowei jumped into the sea and swam out about 10 meters, waving to those on the boat. Lung Bo jumped in after her. Wang Baozhen handed me a cigarette. "Yuliang, I was really scared just now. If this boat capsized, we'd be done for. None of us would survive." "None would survive." "What about that Essex whaling ship you often mention? Didn't those people drift for over 90 days at sea?" "Yes, that's true. They did drift for 90 days, but they had a small boat, food, and a dozen sea turtles," Wang Baozhen explained. "If our boat capsizes, what will we eat? After 3 days of hunger, we would have to resort to cannibalism. Just thinking about it is terrifying." "Look, 2 small boats are coming towards us," Guan Hong pointed ahead. 2 small boats sped towards us, their occupants dark-skinned. One boat had 3 people while the other had 2, all shirtless. The small boats approached rapidly, stopping about 50 to 60 meters from our fishing boat. "Are they the natives from a nearby island?" I asked. "It seems so," Wang Baozhen replied. Su Jun approached, asking, "What do they want?" "They probably want to trade. They must know we're a fishing boat," Wang Baozhen speculated. "That's great, we have some squid we can exchange." "Signal them to come over," Su Jun said. Wang Baozhen waved at them, gesturing. The small boats gradually drew closer. When they were about 20 meters away, one of the men on the small boat suddenly bent down and picked up a long gun, aiming its dark barrel at us. A sharp crack shattered the silence as Wang Qian's cup struck the deck. A thunderous gunshot split the air. The bullet whistled past my ear. Jolt! The armed black man barked unintelligible orders. Su Jun raised his hands, and I followed suit. Glancing back, I saw Monkey Yaku doing the same. Damn it all, pirates. 4 black men boarded, 2 brandishing rifles, 2 gripping long machetes, while 1 remained behind in the skiff. 2 of them swiftly ascended the wheelhouse. "Who's inside the wheelhouse?" Su Jun demanded. "Deng Jiachuan," Wang Baozhen replied. On the deck, 2 more stood watch. One leveled a rifle, the other held a machete aloft, eyes locked upon us like a predator sizing prey. "Xiao Dia, send Yaku for a blade," Su Jun said, lowering his arms. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the rifleman swung his weapon toward Su Jun's chest. Xiao Dia kicked Yaku hard. With a startled cry, Yaku bolted toward the crew quarters. The trawler veered sharply. From the wheelhouse window, a black man leaned out, rifle aimed directly at us. "What do you want?" Huasiki demanded, stepping forward. The gunman jabbered incoherently, his words lost in guttural syllables. "We are a licensed fishing vessel. Leave the ship now." Baozhen, Su Jun said quietly, "Get the pirate in the skiff aboard. We cannot let him escape." Wang Baozhen nodded, then turned to the women. "Ladies, invite that black man from the skiff up here." Yang Zhan and I approached the rail and gestured. The man in the skiff stared back, impassive, unmoved. "Yaku has the knife," Xiao Duya announced. "Wait, he can see from the wheelhouse. We must divert his attention first," Wang Baozhen cautioned. "I'll do it." Huasiki turned and began climbing the companionway ladder. The rifleman shouted at her, but she continued upward, peeling off her blouse as she climbed. At the wheelhouse door, she tore it away entirely, revealing pale, unblemished skin. Instantly, the man in the wheelhouse shifted his gaze, fascinated, distracted. Xiao Dia beckoned Yaku, who sprinted over and handed him the blade. Su Jun moved slowly toward Xiao Dia, took the knife, and concealed it behind his back. "Where's Lung Bo?" he asked. "Wasn't he in the water just now?" "He must have surfaced," Wang Baozhen replied. "You, Liang Yu Baozhen Sun Dahe, when I engage these 2, do not move. Wait until the man from the skiff boards, then act. Remember that." He paused, eyes narrowing. "First, I'll kill the one with the rifle." "Guan Hong, Wang Qian," Wang Baozhen called. "Draw their eyes. Captain Su is about to strike." The 2 women nodded. Wang Qian lifted her skirt. Guan Hong shrugged off her blouse. Su Jun lunged, yet hesitated half a heartbeat too long. The rifleman was hyper-alert, The barrel hovered less than 20 centimeters from Su Jun's chest. Defeated, Su Jun raised his hands again. The gunman roared, gesturing violently. Su Jun retreated 2 paces, but the trigger remained unpressed. They held that frozen standoff for 10 seconds. Then, Su Jun stepped forward. "It's over." I saw the gunman's finger twitch against the trigger. In that instant, Su Jun slapped the rifle aside and surged forward, driving the blade deep into the man's chest. The gunman collapsed with a choked cry. His comrade, machete in hand, rushed in, slashing twice. Su Jun evaded both blows. The man panted heavily, blade trembling as it met Su Jun's, steel against steel. "Come on, bastard. I'll end you." Su Jun spat, then turned and waved mockingly toward the skiff. The third pirate leapt aboard. Sun Dahe intercepted him instantly. Lung Bo emerged silently behind the machete wielder, edging closer inch by silent inch. Su Jun smiled faintly and deliberately dropped the knife onto the deck. Lung Bo closed the distance in 3 strides, plunging the blade into the man's lower back, wrenching it free, then stabbing twice more into his abdomen. Meanwhile, Sun Dahe had already felled the skiff pirate. Li Shuangshi swept forward, blade flashing, slitting the man's throat clean. Within 2 minutes, 3 bodies lay motionless, blood welling thick and dark across the deck, staining the planks crimson. At the wheelhouse doorway, 2 more pirates held Deng Jiachuan captive, one pressing a rifle to his temple, the other holding a blade to his throat. Huasiki descended the companionway ladder in haste. A shot rang out, sparking off the metal steps as the gunman screamed curses. "What now?" Su Jun nudged Wang Baojun. "If they steer us to their island, we're finished." "We'll have to sacrifice Deng Jiachuan," Wang Baojun said grimly. "Chief, here's the rifle Sun Dahe offered." "It's empty," Su Jun said flatly. "Empty? How can you know?" Sun Dahe frowned. "I read it in his eyes," Su Jun replied. "Think, what else can we do?" I urged. "Nothing. We can't reach them," Lung Bo said. "Chief, I've got it," Wang Baojun said suddenly. "Send someone up the outside of the wheelhouse, onto the roof." "Where's Lao Yin?" Su Jun asked. "He's at the base of the ladder," Sun Dahe replied. Lao Yin stood on the opposite side of the companionway, pointing upward toward the wheelhouse roof. "Lao Yin, climb up there," Wang Baojun shouted. The rifleman was reloading, ramming cartridges into the chamber. 2 minutes later, Lao Yin reached the roof, alongside a sea iguana motionless beside him. He poised himself, ready to leap. "Dahe, Rong Yu, stand ready. The moment Lao Yin drops, we charge the wheelhouse stairs." "We're ready," I said. Lao Yin launched himself downward, straight onto the machete wielder. We surged upward in unison. The rifleman fired. Sparks flared where the bullet struck the iron ladder. Before he could reload, I lunged, driving my blade into his belly. He swung the rifle, but hard, against my skull. A deafening boom echoed inside my head. Vision blurred, world spun. For 7 or 8 seconds, I floated in disorientation. Then clarity returned. Warmth flooded my face, blood hot and thick. He crumpled atop me. Su Jun hauled him upright and kicked him down the ladder. 2 more corpses joined the rest. Sun Dahe and Li Shuangshi dragged the 5 bodies to the rail and cast them overboard. Xia Xiaorui kicked 1 corpse twice. Guan Hong smoothed her skirt. Ning Chengcheng sat curled in a corner, hand pressed to her mouth, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why choose piracy?" Huasiki murmured. Then, suddenly, I wondered, were they truly pirates? After the last body vanished beneath the waves, Lao Yin trained a high-pressure hose on me, rinsing blood from my skin. Su Jun and Sun Dahe stripped off their shirts, revealing broad, corded shoulders, and stood under the spray, letting the salt water scour away the grime of violence. "Is this rifle really empty?" Wang Baojun picked it up, cocked the hammer, and pulled the trigger. A deafening crack shattered the air. Su Jun examined the weapon, then shook his head. The trawler surged forward, engines roaring, leaving behind 5 dead men who would never comprehend the nature of the men they'd dared to challenge. Another bloody slaughter. If there was one thing our band of men excelled at, cold, precise, ruthless killing, it was murder. Wang Baojun even joked that each of us could become a professional assassin. Sun Dabai sat silently, head bowed, smoking. He had taken 2 lives he knew God had added to his ledger, and perhaps he also sensed the day would come when God demanded repayment. "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Wang Baojun often murmured those words. When I asked him what they truly meant, he shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps only that every soul finds its own reckoning." Lao Yin lit 2 sheets of paper with his lighter. Paper was scarce aboard the fishing vessel, especially since Xiao Dia habitually folded scrap into paper airplanes. So Lao Yin burned several cigarette boxes instead. Their ashes drifted like ash-gray snow across the sea, some catching the wind and rising heavenward, a meager, silent offering for the 5 dead. 3 feet above the God's watch, In Captain Meng Deshui's time, before his death, the crew held sea rites on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month. But after the captain perished, the rituals ceased. Buddhas won't save us, Lao Yin declared. I no longer believe in gods. Yet tonight, inexplicably, he had kindled the flames again. Ning Chengcheng and the other women clamored to return to Tahiti. Su Jun possessed an uncanny knack with women smiling, agreeing to everything they said. Yet the vessel turned once, then turned again, resuming its original course. Fearing pursuit by pirates, the boat had maintained full speed for 2 days, even through the night. Sleep eluded me. When I saw Wang Baozhen step out to light a cigarette, I pulled on a coat and followed. The sea breeze flowed cool and steady against my skin. The rhythmic crash of waves sounded like a lullaby composed by the deep. Moonlight spilled silver upon the water, setting the surface shimmering with liquid light. You know, Wang Baozhen said, life began in the sea. We all emerged from its depths. Give me a cigarette. Hey, you've been smoking like a chimney lately, he replied, taking 2 drags before passing the cigarette to me. Hell, I'll pass. Fine. But hey, you don't think the boat's moving unusually fast tonight? Faster than I've ever known it to go. Fair winds and following seas make for swift passage. And yet, something unsettles me. You're uneasy because the boat moves too quickly. No, it's just, an old saying came to mind, a smooth road invites stumbles, so a fair wind makes a ship untrustworthy. He paused. By the way, Ning Chengqing mentioned you today. What did she say? Nothing complimentary, I imagine. She said she thought you died when she saw you beaten. That's why she wept. Is that so? She cared more than I realized. At that moment, I truly believed I'd died. My soul had already slipped free. Enough of that. Let's sleep. He flicked the cigarette, but into the black water. Back in the bunk, drowsiness crept over me. Then without warning, a thunderous impact hurled me from my berth. My body slammed into the opposite bunk frame. Wang Baozhen tumbled down beside me, his full weight pinning my leg. What happened? The hull struck something, the vessel's listing. Wang Baozhen scrambled up and rushed outside. I followed. Others poured from their cabins, flashlights cutting jagged beams across the dark water. Turn on all the lights, Su Jun shouted. The generators are dead, Lao Yin replied. The motors failed. What did we hit? Why has the boat stopped? Li Shuang asked. Who was on watch tonight? I was, said Long Bo, descending the companionway with his flashlight. The boat has run aground on a reef. Deng Jiachuan cried, leaning over the rail. We're finished, Lao Yin muttered. Flashlight beams converged on the water, revealing the truth. The vessel sat hard atop jagged coral. What do we do now, Lao Yin? Su Jun asked. Lao Yin shook his head. There's nothing to be done. Nothing. So the boat simply cannot move. One option remains. Wait for the tide to rise. How long until it does? At best a day or 2. At worst, 2 or 3 months. Months. We'll starve here. Guanhong and Huasiki approached. What's happening? The boat ran aground. We may be stranded for several days, Su Jun said. On a reef. Yes. We were moving too fast. Let a few of us get into the water and pull her free, Huasiki suggested. This vessel weighs tons. No human strength can shift it, Lao Yin said. To refloat a grounded ship requires a crane. Then call for help. Summon a crane immediately. Where? And whom would we alert? This is the Pacific Ocean. Everyone back to bed. Perhaps by morning the rising tide will set us free. Guanhong and Huasiki withdrew. Lao Yin descended into the engine room. Deng Jiachuan secured a safety line and plunged into the sea to inspect the hull. Let's hope the hull's intact, Su Jun murmured. Doubtful. That impact sounded catastrophic. The keel must be breached, Wang Baozhen replied. Moments later, Lao Yin re-emerged. Well, the engine room is flooding. How badly? He slammed his palm against the railing. Severely. A massive gash splits the forward hull. Only the reef's jagged embrace keeps us afloat, for now. If the tide rises tomorrow, the hull will flood completely. The boat will sink. Damn it, what now? If the tide rises, we drown faster. If it doesn't, we remain trapped here indefinitely, Wang Baozhen said. Deng Jiachuan climbed back aboard. What did you see? The hull's warped. The entire vessel is wedged into the reef. The propellers shattered. Can we patch the breach? The tear is too wide. Even if repair were possible, both main generators are inoperable, and the auxiliary engine has failed. No power means no oxyacetylene welder. No welding, no patch. Then the desalination unit is useless as well. Yes, fresh water will soon vanish. How did this happen? How did we strike a reef in open ocean? Wang Baozhen demanded. Who could have foreseen it? Reefs don't appear in deep water. You were navigating at full speed in darkness. It wasn't that fast. Slower than daylight speed, Su Jun interjected. Both generators failed. In truth, only one generator ever functioned properly. The other was deliberately sabotaged. The motor burned out. Who sabotaged it? Who else? Those dead men. Lao Yin, you're responsible for the engine room's maintenance. I'm not the only one who works down there. There's the Gui Air Gui too. This is life-threatening. We're cursed. First pirates, now a reef. The moon hung cold and distant. The sea breathed quietly beneath them, vast, indifferent, eternal. Where there are reefs, there are islands. There must be an island nearby, Old Yin remarked. Indeed, the reefs are connected to the land, Chun Xiaowei said, blinking. Not necessarily. What if it's a ghost island? Wang Baojun interjected. How could there be so many ghost islands? Chun Xiaowei yawned. We'll know by dawn whether there's an island nearby. Just look at this expanse of reefs. There should be some island, though its size is uncertain, Old Yin stated as he filled his pipe with tobacco. Old Yin, are you sure our boat can't be salvaged? Su Jun asked. Chances are slim. With the propeller broken, it's even less likely, Old Yin replied. So if there's an island nearby, we'll need to transfer supplies from the boat once day breaks, Su Jun said. When the sun rises and we spot the island, we must hurry to transport everything we can, including the generator, Old Yin added. What about the beds? I inquired. They'll need to be dismantled and taken to shore, Old Yin replied. All right, everyone should go rest for a while to conserve energy, or we'll have a lot to do tomorrow, Su Jun suggested. Wang Baojun and I returned to our room. I won't be able to sleep, Wang Baojun said, pulling out a cigarette. Looks like the boat really is malfunctioning, I remarked. What do you mean, really? Su Jun mentioned having a plan. He's deceiving those women by claiming the boat is broken after we find a suitable island for survival, ensuring they stay calm, I explained. Wang Baojun sighed. Right now, we haven't even found the island and the boat's truly broken. It's eerie. Do you think there could be an island nearby, eh? At this point, we must leave it to fate. No matter the size of the island, as long as it's land, it will suffice. Being stuck on this boat would be disastrous, Wang Baojun said as he took a drag from his cigarette. Can I have a cigarette? I asked. Have you finished yours already? No, I just want to smoke yours to save my own, I replied. Then I won't share? I wasn't planning on smoking, but seeing you smoke makes me want one. Then just smoke your own, Wang Baojun said. If you want, give me one, I'll just take it, I challenged. You're really something. Fine, I'll give you one, but you're acting like a pirate, Wang Baojun chuckled. What if we run out of food? Would we need to turn into pirates? We don't even have the means to be pirates anymore. We have no boat left. I really do miss this boat. It's better to abandon it, as so many lives have been lost, and there are countless vengeful spirits aboard, I said. Speaking of which, guess who I dreamt of last night? Your mother. I teased. No, it was Captain Meng Desui. Remember how we threw him overboard? He kept climbing back up, and we'd throw him again. A few minutes later, he'd resurface from the other side of the ship, his eyes gone. Every time we tossed him, he climbed back up, Wang Baojun said as he examined the cigarette, but in his hand blowing off the ash. Stop it, that sounds terrifying. I leaned back against the bed. I didn't find it scary. Wang Baojun suddenly pointed at the door. Hey, there's Meng Desui. A shadow flickered at the entrance. I jumped, startled. It was Jacques, who jumped onto the bed. You little trickster, I said, shoving Wang Baojun. Wang Baojun fell back onto the bed, chuckling. What's so funny? I scolded. Leon, you really are a coward, Wang Baojun said. Not really, I was just scared by an old man telling ghost stories when I was young, I confessed. Get some sleep, or we'll have work to do tomorrow. I wonder if there will be an island, Wang Baojun said. I closed my eyes and drifted into a light sleep, only to be nudged awake. Opening my eyes, I saw it was Xiao Dia. I glanced at the doorway, it was still dim outside. Grain, wake up. The boss asked me to wake you, Xiao Dia said. Wang Baojun jumped down from the top bunk. Did we find an island? We did find an island, Xiao Dia exclaimed. Wow, thank God. Our lives aren't over yet. Wang Baojun hurriedly dressed and rushed out. Su Jun was on the deck, peering through binoculars at the distance. There truly is an island, Old Yin said. And it's not small, Su Jun added. Is everyone awake? Everyone's up except for the women. Should we wake them too? Old Yin suggested. No need, let's move first. We can deploy the lifeboats now, Su Jun instructed. All right, let's start by transporting food, Old Yin replied. It appeared the island was indeed substantial, with several mountains stretching out roughly 1,000 meters away. The 2 lifeboats we obtained by trading bluefin tuna from Tahiti were put to use, and we began to transfer rice and cooking oil first. The women, hearing the commotion, also rose to help carry the supplies. Once all 3 lifeboats were loaded, Chen Xiaowei and Deng Jiachuan remained on the boat, while the others boarded the lifeboats heading to the island. Guanhong raised her arms and shouted towards the island, "Darling, we're coming." The excitement of Guanhong and Xia Xiaowei filled the air. These women are such optimists, Wang Baojun observed. Yes, but who knows what awaits us on that island? What if there are wild beasts? I pondered. Don't worry, we have guns, Wang Baojun reassured. Keep quiet, Su Jun said, his expression darkening. Why can't we shout? Guanhong asked. Wang Baojun turned back. There could be monsters on the island, man-eating ones. Is that true? Are you saying there are giant gorillas on the island? Guanhong questioned. Who knows, there might just be a man-eating gorilla, Wang Baojun replied. You're out of your mind. That's from a movie. How could there be such a huge gorilla? Guanhong retorted. The boat is nearing the shore, Lung Bo announced. Hold on until we dock, Su Jun instructed. Baojun Liang, let's go ashore first and keep the guns ready. The icy seawater stung our skin, and after swimming over 20 meters, we finally felt solid ground beneath our feet. We stepped onto the island where the soft sand tickled our feet. Wang Baojun bent down to grab a handful of sand and examined it. I've got two good pieces of news. What news? I asked. First, this isn't a ghost island. Second, look at those trees on the mountain. It indicates there's underground water here, Wang Baojun explained. As long as this island is connected to the mainland, we'll be fine, I said. If it's connected to the mainland, then it's not an island, Su Jun pointed out. Look, they're going into the water, Wang Baojun said. These women are so reckless, Su Jun commented. Let them do as they wish, we can't spend the night on the boat anyway, Wang Baojun said. Boss, bring the lifeboats closer. Su Jun waved at the lifeboats. They quickly approached. Guanhong and Huasiki walked onto the beach, collapsing onto the ground. Xia Xiaorui kicked at the sand. Ning Chengcheng sat on the beach, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a caw-caw sound echoed from the forest. Is that a bird? I asked. It sounds like one, Wang Baojun replied. Wang Qian approached. Su Jun, this island feels rather eerie, don't you think? Su Jun shook his rifle, not afraid. Are we staying here tonight? Wang Qian asked. We have no choice but to stay here, Su Jun replied. I still feel safer on the boat, Wang Qian said. The boat is even less safe, it could sink at any moment. Baojun Liang, Su Jun called. Let's head up the mountain and take a look. I was thinking the same, let's climb to the top and see how big this island is. It would be best to find a cave for the night, Wang Baojun agreed. I want to go with you, Lung Bo said. All right, Lung Bo, take the machete and clear the path in front, Su Jun instructed. Old Yin, I'll leave you a gun, be careful. Old Yin nodded. Come back quickly after you reach the summit. Lung Bo led the way, cutting through the underbrush with his knife. Are there any fierce beasts on this island? I asked. Larger animals struggle to survive on small islands. We need to reach the summit to see how big the island is, but beware of any poisonous snakes on the ground, Wang Baojun cautioned. Everyone stay alert, Su Jun advised. However, I hope there are snakes, because that would mean there's food. If there are no snakes, we'll be in trouble, Wang Baojun said, tearing at the leaves. There's no path ahead, Lung Bo announced. It's a large pit. Indeed, a deep pit about 70 to 80 meters deep and over 200 meters in diameter blocked our way, the bottom covered with black stones. This looks like a volcanic crater, Wang Baojun noted. Could it erupt? Lung Bo asked. Volcanic eruptions come with warning signs, white smoke, heating stones. A crater can only erupt once every few thousand years. Oh, let's go down, Wang Baojun suggested. Go down? What if we fall in? Lung Bo said. I doubt that will happen, Wang Baojun replied, stepping forward. I'll go first. Baojun looked to the left, Lung Bo pointed out. A few meters ahead, leaves were rustling incessantly. Su Jun raised his gun and shouted. Who's there? Come out. The foliage continued to tremble. Lung Bo picked up a stone and hurled it, yet the branches swayed on unceasing. Seems no one's there, Wang Baojun murmured. Let's go take a look, Su Jun said. Clutching his machete, Lung Bo advanced step by step, the foliage shuddering more violently with each stride. With a guttural shout, he lunged forward and hacked wildly at the undergrowth. Leaves cascaded in great rustling sheets. A waist-high sapling snapped cleanly in two beneath his blade. Silence rushed in afterward, deep, hollow, suffocating. Lung Bo heaved ragged breaths. Who else is here? Come out now. How odd, I murmured. Why would this sapling move on its own? On the ground, the fallen leaves began to contract, slowly, unervingly. Wang Baojun stepped back twice. Could this be the legendary man-eating tree? A man-eating tree? Such a thing truly exists? Su Jun asked. It feels wrong, I countered. If it were truly predatory, wouldn't it strike, without warning? Wouldn't noise only frighten prey away? You're right, Wang Baojun frowned. Perhaps it's not hunting, but defending itself. Like thorn-covered trees that deter herbivores. Enough, Su Jun said. Let's press forward. The vegetation here is too dense. We'll cross the pit directly. Are we certain we won't sink? Su Jun asked. Or better yet, follow the rim, I suggested. Agreed. We'll follow Youliang's lead, Su Jun said. The pit's edge bristled with tangled weeds, but thick vines and low-hanging branches offered handholds. We clambered along for over half an hour before reaching the far side. Lung Bo forged a narrow path with his long blade. After 2 minutes, he halted ahead and called back, stop. What is it? Wang Baojun asked. Boss, there's a cave entrance up ahead. Good. Let's go in. The mouth of the cave was vast, over 10 meters high, but narrow at the sides, barely 2 or 3 meters wide. The floor glittered with multi-hued pebbles, some translucent and crystalline, as though deliberately laid there. Inside, the cavern soared, bathed in brilliant light pouring through a jagged fissure in the ceiling. We walked a dozen paces, and then saw it, a massive boulder over 2 meters tall and spanning more than 100 square meters, resembling a natural stage. Lung Bo circled behind it and let out a piercing cry. Its echoes rebounded off the walls, sharp and chilling, vibrating deep in the marrow. What's wrong? Su Jun raised his rifle. His voice ricocheted back from the stone. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? As if answered by unseen voices. Wang Baozhen tilted his head upward, scanning the vaulted ceiling. Hurry, Bones! Lung Bo shouted. Behind the boulder lay a grisly mound, skulls, scattered fragments, shattered long bones, like the aftermath of a slaughterhouse. Human remains? Su Jun asked. Wang Baozhen prodded the fused white bones with his knife, then tapped the skull with its tip. Strange, deeply strange. What's strange? Are they human? These are human skulls, he said, voice low and grave. Yet not a single skeleton is intact. All have been meticulously dismembered, fingers severed, joints separated. If these are human, then something, or someone, dismembered them first and consumed them slowly. Consumed by an animal? Lung Bo asked. Or by cannibals? Wang Baozhen ventured. A chill ran down my spine. My skin prickled. You said cannibal tribes vanished entirely last century. They did, he confirmed. But I read a report, British maybe, about people who eat others, even those who volunteer to be eaten. Some reportedly consume infants. That's not tribal practice. That's pathology. A deranged killer. Su Jun lifted a bone. This looks like a femur, shattered cleanly. Yes, crushed deliberately, likely to extract marrow, Wang Baozhen said. And look, the skulls are also fractured open. Was that for the brain? Some of the smaller skulls, could they belong to monkeys? I asked. Possibly. But the larger ones, the femurs, the pelvic girdles, they're unmistakably human. Gorillas? No. Gorilla crania differ markedly. I've seen specimens in our university lab. Look, there's writing carved into the rock, Lung Bo said. I stepped closer. Crude angular pictographs were etched unevenly across the stone's surface. This pattern feels familiar, Su Jun murmured. Like the Rongorongo script of Easter Island. Wang Baozhen traced the glyphs with a fingertip. Strikingly similar. I think it resembles ancient Chinese oracle bone inscriptions, I said. Wang Baozhen shook his head. A few signs do echo them, but most bear little resemblance. Lung Bo held up a bone fragment. This break is too clean, made by a blade, not force. Precisely. A razor-sharp one. How would indigenous people possess such a weapon? The walls bear soot and scorch marks, torch residue, Su Jun observed. So the islanders are cannibals? I asked. Possibly, Wang Baozhen replied. We must leave, now? This place is not meant for lingering. Emerging into daylight, my nerves eased, just slightly. No path ahead, only sheer cliffs, Lung Bo reported. We retrace our steps, Su Jun said. And what we saw in that cave, the bones, the cannibals, say nothing to the women. Naturally, Wang Baozhen glanced back at the yawning mouth of the cave. That cavern runs deeper than it appears. Could it pierce through the mountain? I asked. Entirely possible. The cannibals may well dwell near its far exit. Back on the beach, the women laughed and splashed in the shallows. Lao Yin and the other men reclined on dunes, watching them idly. Well, did you survey the whole island? Lao Yin asked. We didn't reach the summit. Gather round, everyone. Let's talk, Su Jun said. What did you find? Li Shishuang asked. Good news, or bad? Don't rush him. Baozhen, you tell them, Su Jun urged, pressing a hand to Wang Baozhen's shoulder. We passed a volcanic caldera. Wang Baozhen began, glancing toward the women before lowering his voice, and discovered a vast cave. Inside, human remains. Skulls. Bones. He paused. We suspect this island harbors cannibals. Cannibals? Seriously? Lao Yin blurted. Quiet. Wang Baozhen hissed. Don't let the women hear. What harm if they do? They'll cling to us tighter than ever. Li Shishuang grinned. Brother, cannibals eat people. They'll devour us all. Could you please take this seriously? Did you see any cannibals? How many? No. But the evidence, the arrangement, the fractures, the tool marks, it all points to ritual dismemberment. It's plausible. Plausible. Come on. This is wilderness, not a banquet hall. Who'd feed on so many? Li Shishuang scoffed. You've watched too many films. Have you read Robinson Crusoe? Cannibals appear in that story too. That's fiction. Seeing is believing. If they are real, what do we do tonight? Su Jun asked. I say we return to the ship. Safer there, Lung Bo said. But isn't the vessel sinking? I asked. Lao Yin, can the generator still be repaired? Su Jun turned to him. Hard to say. Then repair it now? We can't stay stranded here. The tide's rising, I said. Lung Bo sprang upright. Bad. Our boat's nearly submerged. Then the engine room's flooded, and the generator with it, Lao Yin said. We need to salvage supplies, immediately. Right. Yuliang and I will hold this position. Everyone else, men and women, go help haul cargo, Su Jun ordered. Su Jun held his gun, his eyes fixed deep within the dense forest. It seemed they would have to abandon the ship. Just days ago, amidst the storm, I had hoped to find a small island, soon a refuge from the tumultuous sea, longing for a life no longer rocked by waves. Yet now this island offered no sense of safety. It might even threaten our lives and fortunes, making the fishing boat seem a better option. After hours of grueling labor, the women were utterly exhausted. Everything movable had been transferred from the fishing boat, and even what could be dismantled was taken apart. Old Yin contemplated dismantling the entire vessel. Ning Chengqing lay on the beach and began to cry, soon joined by Xia Xiaorui. All the women except Yang Zhani were weeping. What are you all crying about? Su Jun asked. This is all Chen Xiaowei's fault, Wang Baozhen replied. He said we might never return, that we would be stuck on this little island for life. Come on, he's just talking nonsense, Su Jun retorted. Go comfort them. Forget it, let them cry. It's better than holding it in, Wang Baozhen suggested. Baozhen is right, let them cry, I said. Deng Jiachuan and Lung Bo suddenly broke, and Old Yin approached carrying a plank, his expression somber. Old Yin, how are we going to spend the night? Su Jun inquired. What do you think? Sleeping on the beach isn't safe. Oh, we need to find a cave. Wang Baozhen pointed to a cliff by the sea. How about checking if there's a cave over there? Yu Yuliang, come with me. All right, I agreed. The beach stretched long before us. Walking on the fine sand was challenging, yet the waves gently caressed our feet, bringing a mood of tranquility. If it weren't for the cannibals, this island wouldn't be half bad. Just look at this beautiful beach, I remarked. Wang Baozhen gazed at the distant fishing boat. That boat will sink tonight. Reaching the end of the beach, we climbed onto the rocks to peer over the cliff's edge. Yuliang, it looks like there's a hole up there, I said. Could it be a snake hole? A snake hole wouldn't be that big. Let's climb up to check, Wang Baozhen suggested. Fortunately, the cliff wasn't too steep, and we quickly ascended to discover a cave approximately 70 to 80 square meters in size, filled with some weeds and a heap of bird droppings. This is the place, Wang Baozhen declared. We're lucky. You go call Su Jun and the others to bring our things over. I descended and called for Su Jun and the others. Upon hearing about the cave, Huasiki excitedly. However, upon returning with our belongings, we found Wang Baozhen was missing. Where is he? Su Jun asked. I don't know where he went, I replied, glancing toward the sea. He wouldn't have gone fishing, would he? No, there's nothing below, Lung Bo said. Should we go look for him? He didn't fall off the cliff, did he? Old Yin suggested. He'll go look. You all keep moving the stuff, Li Shishuang volunteered. He'll check below first. Take this. If anything happens, fire a shot. If you can't find Baozhen, come back quickly. After over an hour moving items into the cave, Su Jun pulled me aside. Why hasn't Li Shishuang returned? Could he have encountered the cannibals? I speculated. Are you saying both of them were eaten? Should I go down to look for him? I suggested. No, I worry you won't come back either, Su Jun said, picking up a long gun. He'll go with you. You take the binoculars. We carefully descended the cliff, revealing a vast expanse of dark rock, with turbulent waves crashing against the stones, where many dark holes lurked beneath. If there's nothing down here, perhaps he's up on the cliff. Look, there's a crevice above, we can climb up there, I suggested. All right, let's climb up. By the way, tell Old Yin to bring the lifeboat here, Su Jun replied. We quickly reached the top of the cliff, spotting two figures on the opposite slope, carrying something. They looked remarkably like Wang Baozhen and Li Shishuang. I raised the binoculars for a closer look and confirmed it was indeed them. What are those two up to? Su Jun asked. As we approached, we saw they were carrying a giant tortoise. I thought you two had been eaten by cannib. It's a monster, not a wild beast. Understand? Wang Baozhen said. A monster? What kind of monster? Did you see it? Does it eat people? Huasiki asked. Wang Baozhen glanced back at Captain Su Jun, who nodded silently. We'd originally intended to spare you women the truth. Fearing it might unnerve you, Wang Baozhen said, his gaze drifting toward the cave mouth. But there is a strong possibility this island harbors cannibals. Cannibals? Indigenous people who devour human flesh. Huasiki asked. Yes. Inside a mountain cave, we discovered a pile of human bones. The remains had been dismembered, clear evidence these individuals were consumed by others. Su Jun's voice was low and grave. How horrifying. There are still people who eat other people. Ning Chengqing murmured. I've heard of cannibals, Xia Xiaorui interjected. In Robinson Crusoe, the protagonist captures a cannibal and names him Friday. Aren't you afraid? Ning Chengqing asked. No. If a cannibal tries to eat me, I'll eat him first. Xia Xiaorui's tone was matter-of-fact. Besides, these uncles and brothers here are far more formidable than any cannibal. That girl's got spirit, Lao Yin said, raising a thumb in admiration. Xia Xiaorui tilted her head. And think about it, there are many of us all modern people. Those cannibals, if they exist, would be primitives, simple-minded, ignorant. With our intellect, our knowledge, we're bound to prevail. The girl makes a sound argument, Su Jun conceded. But let's not grow overconfident, Wang Baozhen countered. At present, we're scarcely better off than primitives ourselves. Their bodies must be stronger than ours, Deng Jiachuan observed. They also know this terrain intimately, and we have no idea how many of them dwell here. If they launch a sudden assault upon us, we're finished, Chen Xiaowei added. Li Shuangshi, Sun Dahe, Su Jun commanded. You two will stand watch at the cave entrance. Take care to remain concealed. The two men nodded, one drew a knife, the other hefted a rifle and disappeared toward the mouth of the cave. We need to determine their numbers as swiftly as possible, Deng Jiachuan urged. Only by knowing both ourselves and our enemy can we ensure victory in every battle. How do we ascertain that? Send scouts, Chen Xiaowei asked. Why would the island's natives resort to cannibalism? Wang Qian wondered aloud. I know why. Xia Xiaorui raised her hand. They don't consume their own kin, only captives taken in warfare. They believe ingesting an enemy's flesh imbues them with that enemy's strength. Well reasoned, Wang Baozhen picked up a stone from the ground and turned it over in his palm. Indeed, cannibalistic practices were documented among certain South Pacific islands during the 16th and 17th centuries, ritualized even and partly driven by scarcity. What puzzles me is why such customs might persist into the modern age. If we encounter cannibals, Yang Zhen and I declared, it falls to us, the inheritors of civilization, to eradicate them. Lao Yin sighed deeply. And if they discover us, they'll surely seek to eradicate us. Might they choose not to eat us? Guanhong coughed twice. We are no enemies to them. We could coexist peacefully. We could bring them enlightenment. Precisely, Huasiki agreed. We could teach them agriculture weaving, help them transcend their savage existence. You women remain remarkably optimistic, Wang Baozhen tossed the stone toward the cave mouth. We share no language. We've invaded their territory. To them we are an existential threat. War, I fear, is inevitable. Still, there may be another way, Huasiki persisted. If we meet them, we could offer food, fish grain, as tokens of goodwill. That might dispel their fear. Yes, sharing provisions would surely signal our peaceful intent, Xia Xiaorui added. Yu Liang, what's your view? Su Jun clapped my shoulder. I think we've already endured too much along this journey. Too much raw, unrelenting reality, I replied. Let us prepare for the worst. I concur with you, Liang, Wang Baozhen said. So do I, Su Jun affirmed. We must not lower our guard. Vigilance is essential. That much is certain, Huasiki said. Yet when we finally meet them, our first act must be one of conciliation. Crack, crack. A sharp percussive sound pierced the air like gunfire. Su Jun bolted from the cave mouth. What is it? Everyone rushed to the entrance, peering outward. Li Shuangshi and Sun Dahe crouched low as they scrambled upward. What happened? Su Jun demanded. We're not sure. The sound seemed to come from the west, Li Shuangshi replied. Could one of our rifles have misfired? Wang Baozhen asked. Impossible. I've kept mine slung across my chest the entire time, Li Shuangshi said. It sounded more like firecrackers. Yu Liang, you served in the military. Was that gunfire? Wang Baozhen turned to me. It resembled gunfire, but not quite. I cannot say for certain. Do cannibals possess firearms? Chen Xiaowei asked. If so, we're in grave danger. Do they hunt with guns? Then perhaps they aren't primitives after all, Deng Jiachuan mused. It could simply be firecrackers, or some other noise altogether, Huasiki suggested. One thing is certain, however, Wang Baozhen said grimly. There are people on this island. Captain, let Chen Xiaowei and I conduct reconnaissance, Lung Bo offered. We'll follow the direction of the sound. Su Jun nodded. Be cautious. Keep to the shoreline, Lao Yin advised. Lung Bo and Chen Xiaowei leapt from the rocks onto the jagged reef below. Let's prepare food, Su Jun said. Wang Baozhen and Sun Dahe flipped an elephant turtle onto its back, exposing its flailing limbs. I helped Guanhong spread out bedding. Why are you back already? Wang Baozhen asked. I looked up and saw Lung Bo and Chen Xiaowei appear at the cave mouth, faces pale, eyes wide with alarm. We found someone. Face down in the sea, Lung Bo stammered. Where? Su Jun demanded. Trapped between two rocks, down on the reef, Chen Xiaowei said. Alive or dead? Wang Baozhen asked. We couldn't tell. We came straight back to report. Then let's go down and see. We emerged from the cave and descended onto the reef. There she lay, half submerged, naked, suspended between two blackened stones. I passed right by here earlier and saw no one, Wang Baozhen muttered. Pull her up, Su Jun ordered. I'll do it. Sun Dahe leapt down, seized her ankles, and dragged her onto the reef. Her face lolled grotesquely to one side. Wang Qian cried out, a sharp involuntary gasp, and the women instinctively averted their eyes. A corpse. A woman's corpse, Lao Yin observed. Her back bore deep livid lacerations. An iron chain shackled one ankle. Her face was bloated, her belly distended, her hair yellow and matted floated like drowned seaweed. She stood approximately 165 meters tall. Dahe, turn her over, Su Jun instructed. Sun Dahe rolled her onto her back, then recoiled instantly. The sight was unspeakable. A long gash gaped across her abdomen from which protruded the tiny bluish foot of an infant. A heavy iron ring pierced her nose, branding scars marred her cheeks. A wave of nausea rose in my throat. I nearly retched. Look at her fingers, Lung Bo said quietly. On her right hand, only 2 fingers remained, the other 3 severed cleanly at the knuckles. She's Caucasian, Lao Yin noted. Died no more than 2 days ago, and appears quite young. Guanhong suddenly dropped to her knees and vomited violently. Go back now? Who told you to descend? Wang Baozhan snapped at the women. How did she die here? Li Shuangshi asked. The chain on her ankle, the wounds covering her back. She was almost certainly tortured before death, Qin Xiaowei said. What shall we do with the body? Sun Dahe asked. Bring her up. Bury her, somewhere decent, Wang Baozhan replied. The tide rose that night, submerging many of the jagged reefs. Lao Yin sat at the cave's mouth, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe as he gazed out across the sea, then suddenly cried out no, and bolted down the slope, abandoning his pipe behind. Su Jun and I followed without hesitation. The lifeboat and inflatable raft that had been moored atop the reef were gone, swept away by the surging waves. We scoured the shoreline in both directions, but found no trace. When we returned, Su Jun announced the loss of the lifeboat. Everyone understood its implications and sank into grim silence. During my night watch, Baozhan and I descended again to search. All we recovered were 2 shattered planks from the raft, evidently dashed against the cliff face by the ocean's furious force until it splintered completely. The sea grew quieter through the night. Gentle waves lapped softly against the rocks, a cool salt-laced breeze stirred the air. Few slept. Some lay awake in dread, others, accustomed to the rhythmic sway of fishing vessels, found stillness ashore unnerving, almost alien. Even the marine iguana remained wakeful, its obsidian eyes fixed upon the crescent moon suspended in the velvet dark. Yak rested his head against the cave wall, 1 foot draped casually over the creature's sinuous spine tail. Baozhan and I sat side by side at the cave's threshold. I held my long rifle across my lap, eyes closed, fingers tracing the cold, smooth steel of its barrel. The ceaseless murmur of the surf echoed like memory, transporting me back to sentry duty in the army's standing vigil in a remote outpost. Baozhan nudged me with his boot. Asleep? No. I opened my eyes to see him carving something into the stone wall with his knife. What are you inscribing? The first night ashore. I'm marking it, he replied. Xia Xiaorui wept quietly, a stark contrast to her daytime composure. Perhaps the sight of the woman's corpse on the shore had shaken her beyond words. Huasiki wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Let me sing you a song, sister. Xia Xiaorui nodded faintly. Huasiki began, her voice clear and tender. Oceans apart day after day, and I slowly go insane. I hear your voice upon the line, but it doesn't stop the pain. If I see you next to never, how can we say forever? Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. Whatever it takes, or how my heart breaks, I will be right here waiting for you. I took for granted all the times that I thought would last somehow. I hear the laughter, I taste the tears, but I can't get near you now. Oh, can't you see it, baby? You've got me going crazy. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. The melody was exquisite, ethereal, haunting. The tranquil shore, the moonlit hush, the presence of beauty. Had we not earlier discovered that cavern filled with human bones, this might have been a night of rare, untroubled grace. Beautiful, Baozhan murmured. You know the title of that song? I asked, half smiling. You do. He feigned astonishment. How could I not? In the army, our company's political instructor played it constantly and sang it himself. At our demobilization gala, he performed it again. More than one of us wept. Baozhan tapped his knife lightly against the rock. The singer is Richard Marx. The title is Right Here Waiting. In Chinese, it's rendered as This Love Endures, a phrase both tender and solemn. I listened to it for 4 years in university. My girlfriend loved it too. Keep your voices low, Li Shuang said quietly. You, Liang, you come down with me, Baozhan said. There, leaning against the sun-warmed granite, we watched the silvered Su Jun emerged from the cave and sat beside me, offering a cigarette. Captain, can't sleep either. Baozhan reached over, asking for one. No, and honestly, this whole group, cohabitation between men and women isn't exactly practical, I observed. We'll build wooden huts, Baozhan declared. If there are no cannibals on this island, I'd start felling trees tomorrow, Sujun said. But are there cannibals? I asked. Those bones in the cave, how old are they? Could be decades old, Sujun mused. Our suspicion remains just that, speculation. Until we see evidence, we hold judgment. I exhaled smoke onto the rock. If they do exist, they're likely watching us on. Tomorrow, let's send a team to sweep the island. It can't be large. If present, we prepare. Drive them out before they strike. You'll lead the patrol tomorrow, and take a rifle, Sujun said. Drive them out. Local tribes don't yield easily, not without bloodshed, Baojun countered. Kill Sujun said. Eradicate them utterly. Had we stayed 2 more days in Tahiti, we could have traded for rifles. A pity. I suppose that's on me, Sujun admitted. I feared the women might turn unruly. If their numbers are few, we could ambush them, Baojun suggested. Could coexistence be possible? I asked. Unlikely. Once addiction to human flesh takes root, abstinence is nearly impossible, he replied. Impossible, Sujun said firmly. I refuse to share daily life with flesh-eaters. Precisely, Baojun added, voice hardening. They forfeit humanity the moment they consume it. They're worse than beasts. Beasts kill only to survive. These things kill for pleasure. Best to exterminate them entirely. Still, we retain one alternative: fell timber, build a vessel, and depart. Who among us knows shipwright's craft? Sujun countered. And even if built, where would we sail? Another barren, I'll mean certain death. If the island truly holds no cannibals, I said, then it becomes ours. A villa apiece, Baojun mused, smiling faintly. A devoted wife per man, and a loyal dog. Idyllic. 1 wife each. There are only 6 women, I pointed out. You think too narrowly, he said. Why not acquire more, from neighboring islands? Then we become pirates, Sujun said. Indeed. And you, captain, would command the flagship, Baojun grinned. But first, let's assign the women properly. How so? Sujun asked. Wang Qian is yours. That's settled. Xia Xiaorui is too young. She'll wait perhaps for Xiao Dia. That leaves 4 to allocate. Delay further and tensions will rise. Men sleeping shoulder to shoulder with women breeds fire. Better to let love unfold freely, I said. Free choice sounds noble, but a board ship captain himself reminded us who has truly chosen whom. Look around. Nothing's bloomed. Liang, you and Yangjin and I. Sujun suggested. I won't take her, I said. You 4 women left, and still you pick and choose. Baojun pressed. So who do you want? Any of them, except Yangjun and I. Ah, so you did have her, then discarded her as damaged goods? Sujun said sharply. That's cruel, Liang. I swear upon heaven, I never touched her, I said. Truly? Sujun asked. Truly. Then who raped her that night? Baojun asked. Enough, Sujun cut in. Baojun, propose a fair method. Simple, outnumbered as we are, and given the women's pride, their self-possession, we let them select us. A sound plan, Sujun conceded. But what if none chooses? 1 choice suffices, 1 pairing resolve, Baojun said. And if Yangjun and I selects Liang, then privately inform her that Liang refuses her, thus she'll abstain from choosing him. Guahong, Huasiki, Ning, Chengcheng. Who do you imagine they'd favor? Sujun asked. I suspect none of them would look twice at any of us, Baojun said. Not necessarily, I said. Not necessarily. Baojun turned to me, eyes glinting. Tell me. Of Guahong, a university graduate and CEO of a private firm, worldly poised, striking in form and feature, whom does she find worthy? Or Ning Chengcheng, the flight attendant, whose beauty stops men mid-stride, sends them tumbling into gutters? Or Huasiki, the daughter of a billionaire educated at America's most prestigious universities, fluent in East and West, accomplished in arts and intellect? Which of them would deign to choose you, the rustic provincial? They'd actually choose you, a penniless Downathiel scholar. I said, I may be penniless, but I'm still a scholar, far superior to you, a brutish soldier. Wang, Baojun retorted. How dare you call me a brutish soldier? Explain yourself. Enough. Will you 2 ever stop bickering? Sujun flicked the ash from his cigarette. It's not me. It's someone else who's absurdly self-assured, convinced he's the most handsome man alive, imagining women will fling themselves into his arms the moment they lay eyes on him. Dream on. Wang, Baojun, will you ever cease? Sujun pointed at both of us. If you 2 keep squabbling, I'll kick you out and fend for myself. Now, where were we? Discussing which of the 3 men those 3 women would choose, Wang, Baojun replied. I suspect none of them would choose any of us, Sujun said. Chief, I think one of them might choose you, I offered. Damn it, Qian Yuliang. Flattery like that deserves promotion, Wang, Baojun scoffed. So the women remain unassigned. What if we chose instead? Sujun scratched his head. Men would pick blindly, anyone would do. But the truth is, these beauties look down on us wretched, penniless fellows. And more crucially, they still believe they can go home. They act as though a passing ship might rescue them any day. I see. First we must sever their path home. Exactly. We must make it unmistakably clear they are bound to us, to only us, for the rest of their lives. Let them abandon all hope. Then, might they not scramble to choose? Possibly. No one wants the last remaining option. Qian Yuliang, why does everything you say sound so grating? Who's the last remaining option? Do you mean me? I've got an idea. Why don't you two duel tomorrow? Su Jun suggested. Arguing is tiresome. Tomorrow each takes a knife, settle it once and for all. One fewer man means fewer complications in dividing the women. Better yet, if you kill each other the gender ratio becomes perfectly harmonious. Fine, chief, I'll overlook his nonsense. Let's return to serious matters. I still think there are too many men. Chief, you're not seriously considering killing off 2 of us. Anyone who vexes me again gets dealt with immediately. Saves rations too. Right. Those who defy leadership, execute, and divide the meat among the rest. Yuliang, give it a few more days, and you'll be leading your own cannibal tribe, Su Jun said with a wry smile. We must address the women, now. History shows brothers turning on each other over a single woman. Here we face 3, and beauty has always been a harbinger of ruin. We must resolve this before blood is spilled. How exactly do we sever their path home? Tell them outright, they're hostages, captives forbidden to flee. That's the crudest approach. These women aren't fools, and we still face the cannibals. True. Let's eliminate the cannibals first, then revisit the women. Yuliang, tomorrow who'll accompany you on reconnaissance? Lung Bo and Sun Dahe. The fewer the better. At most 1. I'll go with you. You may, but you'll follow my lead. No complaints. With your intellect. I fear the cannibals will snatch you up and devour you whole. Very well, Yuliang and Baojin go tomorrow. I'll give you 1 pistol plus 2 knives. Su Jun yawned. Now get some rest. You'll scout the mountains at dawn. I'll take the watch and ponder the women problem in peace. Understood, Chief. Rest well. I slept only 3 or 4 hours before dawn's faint light seeped into the cave. Turning my head, I saw Sun Dahe squatting beside Ning Qingqing, staring intently at her, his hand hovering near her thigh. Dahe, what are you doing? He whispered. Nothing, just looking. What's there to look at? Move away. He shuffled over to me. Yuliang. This beauty, her chest, her thighs, her face, her hands, her feet. Just let me taste her once. I'd die fulfilled. Keep your distance. If the chief had seen you, he'd have shot you on the spot. Just looking, not touching. This is unbearable. Impossible to endure. He scratched his neck. And what if there were no women at all? Then I wouldn't think about it. When will the chief assign us one? Even sharing among 3 would suffice. First, the cannibals must fall. By the way, there are women among the cannibals. If we capture a few, I'll petition the chief to grant them to you. Brother Yuliang, promise me the cannibal women won't eat me. If you master her, she won't. Besides, you resemble an African man closely enough. Sun Dahe blinked. Brother Yuliang, surely you're certain. When I place this inside her mouth, she won't bite it off piece by piece. He shuddered violently. For heaven's sake, aim for the orifice without teeth. But what if that one has teeth too? Fangs even. Snap, and my little brother vanishes. Get out. As far as you can. I'm going, right now. And he tumbled toward the cave mouth. Su Jun, rifle slung across his back, entered, and kicked Sun Dahe hard as he passed. Huasiki Guanhong and Wang Qian had also awakened. Huasiki stretched languidly. Terrifying dream last night. I became a cannibal and ate my own foot. Can your mouth even reach your foot? Guanhong asked. Of course. Huasiki lifted her calf, drawing her foot close to her lips. Rise, everyone rise. Where shall we go today? Xia Xiaorui rubbed her eyes. Her words drew laughter. Little miss, you're invited on a native tour to the cannibals' territory, Li Shuang said. I'll pass, Lao Yan declared. Yuliang Baojin, depart early. Stay safe. Where? I'm coming too. Huasiki raised her hand. They're scouting the island. Perfect, I'll join them. It's unsafe to bring a woman. Don't underestimate me. I'm no ordinary woman. Once I drove solo across the desert. And my hearing is extraordinary. I can identify distant sounds with uncanny precision. Take me. You possess such a skill. Very well, come along. Wang Baojin agreed. You don't forget to bring back a few wild goats, Xia Xiaorui said. Wild goats? Are there even goats on this island? I asked. There probably are, perhaps even herds. In Robinson Crusoe, the island had wild goats, Xia Xiaorui replied. Robinson captured several and domesticated them. Eventually, he raised quite a large flock. Wang Baojin rubbed his lower back. Young lady, let me tell you, Robinson Crusoe is fiction, a novel. Understand, there's no such island, and certainly no wild goats. Uncle Baojin, you're mistaken, she countered. The island truly exists. It was originally called Masa Tierra, the largest of the Juan Fernandez archipelago, and later renamed Robinson Crusoe Island. It lies in the South Pacific several hundred nautical miles west of Chile's Pacific coast, due east of us. People live there now, some 600 or 700 residents. You made that up. Is it real? Wang Baozhen asked skeptically. Xia Xiaorui curled her lip. Why would I fabricate it? I verified it thoroughly. Many classmates know about it. We've even discussed visiting Robinson Crusoe Island after graduation. It spans over 140 square kilometers. If that island hosts wild goats, there's every likelihood ours does too. 140 square kilometers. That large? No, that can't be right. Robinson Crusoe himself is fictional, isn't he? Written by the English author Defoe. Yes, Defoe wrote it. But what you may not know is that he based it on the true ordeal of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor who was marooned on Massacre. Only after the novel's success did the island adopt its new name. Remarkable, Wang Baozhen said, raising a thumb toward her. Well then, let's hope this island teems with wild goats. Then we'll feast on mutton. This young woman is no ordinary girl, Lao Yin remarked. Oh, brother Yug, Xia Xiaorui added, if you encounter cannibals, under no circumstances disturb them. But if they spot you, open fire immediately. That will frighten them off. Is that from the novel too? I asked. Indeed. And if we capture one or two, we could re-educate them, dissuade them from eating human flesh. Their minds, after all, are quite simple. Capture them. Wang Baozhen scoffed. Impossible. That's pure fiction. We'd struggle just to catch a monkey, let alone a savage. More likely they'd capture us. If we did catch cannibals, I joked we'd eat them. I turned to Wang Baozhen. Let's go. Wait, I need to fetch something, Hoshiki said. What? A small mirror. What use is a mirror? To ward off evil spirits. Exactly, you guessed it. Take a knife instead, Su Jun said, handing her his blade. Off you go. It's growing late. Move discreetly, report any developments at once, and above all, guard our radiant beauty. You have my word. We'll return as swiftly as possible. The three of us followed the coastline, leapt from jagged reefs onto the beach, and their Hoshiki began collecting seashells. 20 minutes later, we entered the forest. Suddenly, a raucous caw-caw-caw echoed through the trees. A brilliantly plumed bird, vivid as stained glass, swooped onto a branch. What kind of bird is that? Stunning. It resembles a macaw, yet far larger. Yugit is a macaw, Wang Baozhen said. A macaw this size. It's nearly as big as a pheasant. This is a hyacinth macaw, the largest of all macaws. Know how much one fetches? 10,000 yuan. Expensive. Shall we catch a few and strike it rich? You couldn't buy one for 10,000, Hoshiki interjected. You know birds too? I asked, surprised. Strictly speaking, it's the hyacinth macaw, also known as the blue and gold macaw. My family once kept one. It mimics human speech and is utterly charming. Let's press onward. We're not here for ornithology, Wang Baozhen said. The presence of such a magnificent bird suggests this island is far from barren. Then perhaps wild goat herds do exist here, I mused. If there are no cannibals, Hoshiki added, this might well be an earthly paradise, our own Eden. We could purchase the island outright. It would become our sovereign domain. Brilliant idea. I endorse it fully, Wang Baozhen declared. Though more likely it's uninhabited, no need to buy. We simply plant a flag, declare sovereignty, and bestow upon it a name of our choosing. Even better, Hoshiki agreed. Baozhen, we must mark our trail lest we lose our way, I said. This appears to be the ascent path. Precisely. You handle that, he replied. Carve markers into the trees. We're climbing to the summit, to gauge the island's true expanse. After half an hour, we reached the mountainside's mid-elevation. Outcroppings of russet boulders rose starkly amid sparse trees and tall swaying grass. Beneath one massive stone reclined a giant tortoise, motionless in repose. The path steepened further. I grew anxious for Hoshiki, wondering whether her stamina would hold. I asked her to climb ahead so I could steady her from below, but suddenly her foot slipped. She tumbled backward onto me. Her full weight crashed down, sending us both tumbling, fortunately cushioned by a gentle slope beneath. She lay with her head resting against my abdomen, turning slightly to meet my gaze. I'm terribly sorry, she murmured, yet made no move to rise. I surrendered to the moment, lying back upon the earth. A sea breeze stirred the reeds. Two birds glided silently overhead. Wang Baozhen sat atop a boulder watching us. Shall I prepare your bridal chamber? We're merely resting. Exhausted, Hoshiki replied, still cradled against me. This feels exquisite. I confess, I long to sleep like this forever, I admitted. Sleep until time itself unravels, she whispered. Cannibals approaching, Wang Baozhen announced, vaulting down from his perch. I scrambled upright. Where? He grinned. Let's go. This isn't the hour for courtship. Go to hell, I retorted. Hoshiki smoothed her hair, checked her reflection in the tiny mirror, then resumed the climb. I cut a sturdy branch and extended it to her as a handrail. At last we breached the summit. and the entire island unfurled before us laid bare beneath the sky. This island is far smaller than I imagined, Wang Baozhen said, his expression grim. That changes everything. What do you mean? I understand, Huasiki said, lowering her binoculars. Survival is the question. Exactly. Too small to sustain life long term. Yet, there is good news. What is it? He stooped, picked up a stone, and hurled it down the slope. The good news is this: I can now state with certainty, there are no indigenous people here. No cannibals. No cannibals. Then what of the bones in the cave? Likely centuries old. On such a diminutive island, sustained human habitation is impossible, and wild goats. Unlikely. Xia Xiaorui will be sorely disappointed. He gestured across the terrain. Observe, only one side bears sand, the very beach where we landed. All else is sheer unbroken cliff. Huasiki lowered her binoculars. No signs of human habitation, no dwellings, no traces of settlement. Could fishing sustain us? Freshwater, Wang Baozhen replied gravely. That's the fatal flaw. This island almost certainly lacks potable water. The northern jungle, might it conceal springs or subterranean aquifers? Only if a freshwater lake lies hidden beneath those trees, or if veins of water run deep underground. But such odds are vanishingly slim. Could the cannibals have arrived from another island? The weather's poor today, visibility is low, he said. Within our line of sight, no landmass appears. I estimate no island lies within 30 to 40 nautical miles. 30 nautical miles. That means the nearest land is at least 55 kilometers, nearly 60, away. Precisely. Why would cannibals undertake such a voyage, to such a barren, inhospitable speck? I see no plausible motive. The descent was more arduous than the ascent, and just as we reached the halfway point, Huasiki suddenly fell. Wang Baozhen and I rushed over to check on her. Huasiki lay on the ground, eyes closed, her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Where did you hurt yourself? Are you all right? I asked. I twisted my ankle, she replied, pointing to her right foot. As I removed her shoe, I noticed her foot was swollen significantly. We'll have to carry her down, Wang Baozhen said. I'm sorry for the trouble, Huasiki said. It's fine, I'll carry you, I offered. Wang Baozhen glanced at me, doubt evident in his eyes. Are you sure? Should we take turns? I can manage, I insisted. On our way back, we spotted several women on the beach drawing something in the sand with sticks. They're writing a distress signal, SOS, Wang Baozhen remarked. If we have food, you can carry the lady to the water and let her foot soak in the sea. Su Jun approached. What's going on? Is someone hurt? Nothing serious, she just twisted her ankle, I replied. Did you find any cannibals? Su Jun inquired. Wang Baozhen called out to the others, everyone come here. I have good news to share. Curious, the group gathered around. Go on, they urged. The good news is there are no cannibals on this island, Wang Baozhen declared. Are you sure? Su Jun asked skeptically. I'm certain. This island is small, cannibals couldn't possibly survive here, Wang Baozhen assured. Wang Qian threw a stick into the air. That's wonderful. This can be our home now. Yes, sisters, Guan Hong added. We can fish without worry. Great. We can build houses, Su Jun said enthusiastically. Sea view houses, of course, Chen Xiaowei chimed in. Are we really planning to settle here? Yang Zhenya queried. We might not settle permanently, but this is our island. A vacation island, Lao Yin replied. We'll even need to build boats in the future. Right? Our island, our land. We can declare ourselves an island nation, Chen Xiaowei said proudly. Wait, I have a question, Ning Chengqing said. Someone just mentioned the island is too small for cannibals to survive. How can we live here? That's a valid concern, Wang Baozhen replied. Lao Yin, how many more days of food do we have? At most half a month, Lao Yin responded. Only half a month. That's impossible, Su Jun protested. Don't forget we have a freezer on the boat. I doubt half a month will be enough, Lao Yin remarked. What do we do then? Once we run out of food, we'll starve, Wang Qian said anxiously. We can catch fish and we have nets, right? Guan Hong suggested. Look at the beach, there are crabs. Yes, we can catch fish, Yang Zhenya agreed. Brother Youyang, have you seen any wild goats? Xia Xiaorui asked. I shook my head. No, unfortunately not. That's okay. Next time we come, we can bring some goats with us. Oh, and some chickens and ducks too, Xia Xiaorui added. Next time, Wang Qian laughed. We don't even know if we can go back. Sister Qian, of course we can go back. There are trees here to build a boat, Xia Xiaorui reassured. Besides, there must be ships passing by our little island. Didn't Robinson get back home? I don't want to return so soon, Huasiki called out. I want to enjoy a proper vacation here. Wang Baozhen raised a branch. I have a question. What if we can never go back? What do we do then? Uncle Zhen, that's impossible, Xia Xiaorui replied confidently. I'm just saying, what if we end up living here for 20 or 30 years? Have you thought about that? Wang Baozhen pressed on. That's a good question, Su Jun acknowledged. Then I would cry every day, Xia Xiaowei declared. And what good would that do? Yang Zhinya countered. Little girl, in a few years you'll be grown up. Aren't you going to find a husband here? Do I have to choose from these few men? Is that it, eh? Xia Xiaowei asked incredulously. Yes, and there's also a male monkey, Yang Zhinya joked. At this the women burst into laughter. And a sea iguana, Guanhong added. Xia Xiaowei pouted. All right, can I choose first? Sure, go ahead, Huasiki replied. You said it, so I'm choosing now, Xia Xiaowei said, placing her hands behind her back and inspecting the men like she was reviewing a troop. Sun Dahe raised his hand and smiled. I'm not suitable, we have too big of an age gap. Everyone laughed again. That's a dream. You're dark and ugly. Even if you were younger, I wouldn't choose you, Xia Xiaowei frowned. Am your uncle, shouldn't I be eliminated as well? Wang Baozhen said. That's a must. I'm picking brother Yuliang, Xia Xiaowei said, glancing at me before turning away. Hey, how embarrassing, Wang Qian remarked. You actually feel shy? Not at all. If he treats me poorly, I can always change partners, Xia Xiaowei stated. Okay, you've chosen. Who's next? Li Shishuang asked. Shouldn't the flight attendants choose? Ning Chengqing turned her face away, remaining silent. All right, let's get down to business, Su Jun said. We need to plant the breadfruit. Hey, Captain Su, did you bring this breadfruit because you knew we would be stranded on the island? Guanhong asked. Not at all. I just like this breadfruit and wanted to see if I could grow it back home, Su Jun explained. It can't survive here, it's a tropical plant, Guanhong said. How I wish we could plant some food, Wang Qian lamented. Dream on. Where would we find food seeds? Lao Yan replied. I know where to get grain seeds, Xia Xiaowei said confidently. Do tell, Wang Baozhen encouraged. I saw seabirds on the cliffs. They bring grains to build their nests, right? Xia Xiaowei suggested. That might be possible, Wang Baozhen conceded. But it depends on luck. That's easy. Next time let my dad bring a boatload of seeds and some fruit trees, Huasiki proposed. You all are quite optimistic, Su Jun said, raising an eyebrow. Sisters, let's go catch some fish, Guanhong shouted. The women grabbed their fishing nets and headed into the sea with Sun Dahe, Chen Xiaowei, Deng Jiaquan, and Lung Bo following suit. Li Shishuang clapped me on the shoulder. Yuliang, you're quite popular with the ladies. Come on, that girl was just joking. Don't take it seriously, I said. Su Jun, in reality, we can only last 10 days with our food. The vegetables will last only 5 days, Lao Yan stated. After 10 days we'll run out. What about catching fish? Li Shishuang asked. There aren't any fish along the beach, I would have to go to the reefs to fish, and we don't even know if there are many fish there. With over a dozen of us we'll need to eat every day, Lao Yan replied. That's a problem, Wang Baozhen said. For instance, the Essex whaling crew, when they reached Henderson Island. Guess what? Just over 10 people devoured all the seabirds in a week and had to abandon the island, drifting at sea. Henderson Island is probably similar in size to this one. So after half a month we'll be out of food. I asked. Very likely. With all of us we might last a month and a half, but by then the tree bark will probably be stripped bare, Wang Baozhen said. If we have to eat we might end up as cannibals. Speaking of which, those bones in the cave, could they be from Can? Su Jun, from today onward we must regulate our diet. Strict daily rations, said Lao Yan. That's essential. You handle the arrangements, Su Jun replied, picking up a small crab from the sand. This one's uncontaminated, I presume. Absolutely, Li Shishuang affirmed. Look how lively they are, Wang Baozhen exclaimed. Truly, men and women working side by side make fishing effortless. Yang Zhen and I sat astride Lung Bo's shoulders. Guanhong and Ning Chengqing splashed seawater while the group frolicked like carefree children. Youth is truly a blessing, murmured Lao Yan. Wait, where's one person? Su Jun asked suddenly. Wang Baozhen counted with his fingers. Indeed, we're missing someone. Who's gone? Lao Yan sat upright. Chen Xiaowei's vanished. Where could he be? I asked. Perhaps he's diving underwater. Wang Baozhen stood and scanned the sea. 2 or 3 minutes passed. The surface remained still, no sign of Chen Xiaowei. Something's wrong. Could he have drowned? Su Jun clenched a handful of sand. He won't drown. He knows how to swim, Lao Yan said calmly. Then where is he? Could an undertow have dragged him away? Su Jun's voice tightened. He broke into a sprint toward the shore. I and Wang Baozhen followed, hearts pounding. Sun Dahe, where's Chen Xiaowei? Su Jun demanded. Sun Dahe wiped salt water from his face. A sea monster dragged him off. Where is Chen Xiaowei? Wang Baozhen shouted. Lung Bo gently lifted Yang Zhan and I from his shoulders. He returned to the cave. He said he needed to fetch his fishing rod. Did you see him go back? Su Jun pressed. Yes, I spoke with him, then he left, Lung Bo confirmed. Relief washed over us. Back on the beach, Wang Baozhen collapsed onto his back, arms and legs splayed wide. I lay down beside him. A soft sea breeze brushed our cheeks, lulling us toward drowsiness. What is Sun Dahe doing now? Lao Yan pointed. I raised my head and saw Sun Dahe sprinting along the shore, cradling Huasiki in his arms. She shrieked and pounded his shoulders. Sun Dahe, what are you doing? Su Jun called out. After running more than 100 meters, Sun Dahe veered toward us and set Huasiki down. She thrust her thumb upward. Brilliant. Absolutely extraordinary. It's nothing. I used to carry calves while herding cattle. 100 meters with a young heifer wouldn't even wind me, Sun Dahe boasted. You're full of hot air, Lao Yin remarked dryly. No exaggeration. It was a heifer heavier than this radiant young lady, Sun Dahe insisted. Miss Hua, how's your foot? Wang Baozhen asked. It doesn't hurt anymore, she replied. Then thoughtfully, if we ever leave this island and return to the mainland, I'll ask my father to establish a company for me, and all of you will join as shareholders. How does that sound? An excellent idea. Truly splendid, Wang Baozhen said warmly. But most of us lack formal education or specialized skills, Lao Yin observed quietly. We'd likely be of little use in your enterprise. You're mistaken. In my eyes, each of you possesses rare ability, remarkable, accomplished individuals, Huasiki countered. Really? In what way? Wang Baozhen asked. I'll cite just one example. When pirates attacked, you acted with courage and intelligence, calm, composed, united, masterful in teamwork, utterly defeating them. I was deeply impressed. And when the whale struck our vessel, you showed no panic. Instead, you engaged it with wit and resolve, outmaneuvering and subduing it. You are heroes, everyone. Miss Hua, hearing you say that, I feel rather heroic myself, Sun Dahe grinned. You flatter us, Miss Hua. We were merely driven by necessity, Su Jun said modestly. Let's found a fisheries corporation, Huasiki continued, her tone brightening. Purchase several large trawlers and a few ocean-going freighters. You'll all serve as captains, but first you'll need to resign from your current fishing company. Now that's a fine notion, Wang Baozhen declared. We've long wished to quit. You have no idea how brutally we're exploited there, worse than under any capitalist regime. Is that so? Huasiki asked, leaning forward. Wang Baozhen launched into a vivid, embellished account of dual contracts, systemic wage theft, brutal treatment aboard ship, and cruel exploitation of crew. He wove two harrowing fictional episodes: one man executed by private torture, another hanged from the gunwale, 3 university graduates broken by despair leaping into the sea. Tears streamed down Huasiki's face. Sun Dahe, witnessing her sorrow, wept openly too. Even Wang Baozhen, overcome by his own storytelling, covered his face and sobbed. Huasiki wiped her eyes. They're devils, beasts, scoundrels, shameless monsters. We had no choice but to become wanderers, Su Jun sighed, gazing across the endless sea. Rest assured, you'll be shareholders, leaders, overseeing our fleet of over a dozen vessels, Huasiki vowed. Miss Hua, Lao Yin interjected, a single deep-sea trawler costs tens of millions. An ocean-going freighter, far more. Is your family truly so wealthy? And would your father consent to fund such an enterprise? My father often laments that I don't know how to spend money, Huasiki replied. I'm his only surviving daughter. My 2 elder brothers are both gone, one kidnapped and murdered, the other killed in a traffic accident. Consequently, the bulk of his fortune is destined for me. His company is mine. Launching a fisheries corporation with several 100 million yuan. A trivial matter. If he hears I'm founding one, he'll be delighted. Ah, truly heaven leaves no path unopened. Wang Baozhen breathed. We've met our benefactor. Please don't say that. You are my benefactors, Huasiki corrected earnestly. Had I not encountered you, I'd be dead. You saved my life. Each of you is my savior. She paused, then added brightly, from now on this island shall be our base, a sovereign territory. We'll build homes here. All of you shall be lords of the island. Su Jun. Lao Yin said, tonight calls for a bonfire feast. Let everyone eat freely. I'll go fishing shortly. Absolutely. As island lords, we deserve a proper celebration, Su Jun agreed. A great white seabird glided in from the horizon, descending within 2 meters of us before landing awkwardly, its wing clearly injured. It tumbled headfirst onto the sand, lying askew. Wang Baozhen sprang up. Ah, dinner has arrived. He seized the bird. It's wounded, I said. Lao Yin, how do we prepare this? Wang Baozhen asked. This is an albatross, Huasiki said firmly. It must not be eaten. Give it to me. Not edible. Poisonous. Sun Dahe asked. No, Huasiki whispered, stroking its feathers. Do you know what the albatross symbolizes? Sacred, pure love. Truly. Then certainly we mustn't eat it, Su Jun said. An albatross chooses one mate for life, raising their young together. Should one perish, the survivor never seeks another, it lives out its days in solitary fidelity. So it's a sacred bird, absolutely untouchable, Wang Baozhen murmured. Let's examine its injury and tend to it. Once healed, we'll release it. Huasiki nodded. Lao Yin rose, brushing sand from his clothes. Carry on. I'll join Deng Jiachuan to prepare provisions. Thank you, Lao Yin, Su Jun said. No thanks needed. We're family, Lao Yin smiled, then beckoned Deng Jiachuan back toward the cave. Ning Chengqing dashed onto the beach, clutching a gleaming fish, her soaked garments clinging to her mature, shapely form. Sunlight catching the glisten of water on her skin, her silhouette bold and unguarded. She reached the shore, and the fish slipped from her arms. As she bent to retrieve it, her rounded figure drew every eye. Clutching her prize, she hurried to Huasiki. Miss Hua, look how enormous it is. Chingching, go change, Huasiki advised gently. Ning Chengqing glanced down and gasped, hastily covering herself. Lao Yin approached with a bucket, leaned close to Su Jun and murmured something in his ear. Su Jun frowned, then gestured for me and Wang Baozhen to follow. Let's step inside. Something was clearly amiss. Inside the cave, Lao Yin and Su Jun inspected several crates, each holding fish, vegetables, or grain. One crate of frozen fish is missing, Lao Yin stated. Yes, exactly one crate is gone, Su Jun confirmed. Where did it go? Who entered the cave recently? Chen Xiaowei. He came back for his fishing rod, Wang Baozhen recalled. At that moment, Chen Xiaowei entered, rod in hand. There are fish below, but I couldn't catch any, he reported. Chen Xiaowei, Su Jun asked, voice low and steady. A crate of fish has vanished. Did you take it? A crate? Why would I take a whole crate? Chen Xiaowei retorted. If not you, then how did it disappear? Lao Yin pressed. How should I know? Chen Xiaowei shrugged. Did you hide it somewhere? Wang Baozhen asked sharply. Impossible. Chen Xiaowei dropped his rod. You think I stole it? If you didn't, if no one else did, then this is beyond reason, Lao Yin said, his gaze unwavering. I need a crate of fish for what? Can you people think at all? Have your IQs plummeted to zero? Chen Xiaowei said. Old Yin, could you be mistaken? I asked. How could I be? These provisions are our very lifeline. I tally them daily, Old Yin replied. A crate of fish vanished without explanation. Su Jun frowned. Could there be others on the island? Baozhen, didn't you survey it thoroughly? Li Shuang said. This island is so small, it feels utterly uninhabited, Wang Baozhen said. Feels. Is anyone here, or not? Su Jun pressed. Then we'll have to search the mountain, Wang Baozhen said. Chen Xiaowei, where are the fish you caught? Li Shuang asked. I told you already, fishing's been poor. But I did spot oysters beneath the rocks, and a peculiar bivalve, square, brown, and unfamiliar. I'm unsure whether it's edible, Chen Xiaowei said. Likely Cultellus attenuatus. I'll descend with you to take a look, Old Yin said, picking up his fishing rod from the ground. I'll come too, Li Shuang added. Wait, Old Yin, where's Deng Jiachuan? Su Jun asked. When I came to fetch you, he was still inside the cave, Old Yin replied. Chen Xiaowei, Su Jun called out. Did you see Deng Jiachuan down there? No, I didn't. Could he have been taken? Chen Xiaowei asked. What about the elephant tortoise? Upside down, it couldn't possibly right itself, and flee, Wang Baozhen said. And where's Old Yan's son? He's vanished too. The marine iguanas may have slipped into the sea, I said. It's strange. A crate of fish is heavy, the elephant tortoise is massive, and subduing and dragging away Deng Jiachuan would require considerable strength. This couldn't be the work of one or two people. There simply aren't that many on this island. Could it be a sea monster? Chen Xiaowei ventured. I recall a famous lake monster. Well, if lakes harbor such creatures, surely the ocean must hold far more formidable ones. You mean the Loch Ness monster? Unverified for centuries. It's pure myth, Wang Baozhen countered. Such things are phantoms born of imagination. I place no faith in ghosts or goblins. Yet perhaps they do exist. This island feels uncanny, perhaps even haunted, or home to some native beast, Li Shuang murmured. You're spiraling into superstition, Su Jun said. I'll go down and check for razor clams, and try catching a few more fish. We'll need dinner ready upon my return, Old Yin said. Go ahead, Su Jun replied. Old Yin descended, followed by Chen Xiaowei and Li Shuang. Baozhen, Yuliang, let's search for Deng Jiachuan, Su Jun said. Perhaps Yuliang should stay behind, just in case something else goes missing, Wang Baozhen suggested. Good idea. Yuliang remain here, Su Jun said. I nodded. Su Jun took up his rifle and left the cave with Wang Baozhen. I lit a cigarette. The island was eerie, uncannily so. Inside the cave lay mounds of dismembered white bones. On the shore, a woman's corpse had lain exposed, grotesque and unforgettable. Now a crate of fish had vanished without trace. Was there truly some monstrous presence? Then, footsteps echoed at the cave mouth. Instinctively, I gripped my knife. Deng Jiachuan entered, clutching a pair of black high heels. At the sight of me, he cried out and dropped them onto the ground. You nearly frightened me to death. He exclaimed. Where have you been? Everyone's been searching for you. Why are you holding these shoes? I asked. Searching for me. Ah, these shoes. I found them on the cliffside. These heels belong to Wang Qian, How did they end up on the cliffs? I thought so too. It struck me as odd. Perhaps someone stole them and abandoned them there. Deng Jiachuan said, I'm going to find old Yin and the others. I saw them fishing below. With that he turned and left. I approached the shoes and picked one up. Its leather damp, it scent faintly saline. Yuliang, what are you doing? Wang Baojun suddenly reappeared. Nothing, just sniffing them. Why are you back? I asked. How do they smell? He asked, then added, I've come for the binoculars. Don't misunderstand. I didn't take them. I understand. No harm done. Perfectly natural. For a man, I mean. I understand. These are Wang Qian's, aren't they? You understand. Understand what exactly? I snapped. Damn it, why curse me? What's gotten into you? Hell's bells. Do you think I enjoy sniffing women's stilettos? Am I deranged? Yuliang, I truly empathize. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word. Let me confess, I once sniffed a woman's high heels too. It was thrilling. My neighbor's back when I was a boy. I laughed. You're utterly depraved. Oh, you're one to talk, Wang Baojun retorted. Enough chatter. I've got Su Jun waiting. Baojun, Deng Jiachuan just returned. He walked in holding these shoes. I questioned him. He claimed he found them on the cliffs. His demeanor seemed unsettled. Then he left. I noticed one shoe was damp. I smelled it. Doesn't that strike you as odd? If he found them on the cliffs, why was one still wet? Why lie? Ah, so that's how it is. Could he have used Wang Qian's shoes for self-gratification? Wang Baojun mused. You remember, on the ship, Wang Qian lost one heel. You suspect Deng Jiachuan stole it. Unlikely. The lad seems so earnest. Earnest? You seem earnest too, yet you admitted sniffing your neighbor's shoes. Rest easy, I'll keep your secret. Yuliang brother, you're taking me too literally. I invented that story to tease you. I'd never stoop so low. Where are the binoculars? Deng Jiachuan's been found. We no longer need to search. That's not it. The leader's uneasy. He wants to confirm whether anyone else remains on the island. Fine, go quickly. I lifted the heel to my nose again and inhaled. Toss me one. I'll smell it too, Wang Baojun said. Get lost and stay lost. You're angry again. Your temper grows sharper by the day, Yuliang. Don't you feel our lives growing ever more vivid? The binoculars are beside the pillow, I said, gesturing. Hurry. There's still a monster awaiting your attention. I wiped Wang Qian's high heel with Wang Baojun's face towel and placed it gently beside her pillow. A bonfire crackled along the shore. Except for Lung Bo, who stood guard outside the cave, rifle in hand, the rest gathered on the beach. Oysters, razor clams, oysters, and several large fish sizzled on the grill. The men sat on the sand drinking beer. The women flushed and exuberant linked hands and danced in circles, howling with unrestrained joy. Yak chewed a twig between his teeth. An albatross reclined on the sand, watching the firelit revelry with quiet curiosity. Sun Dahe hoisted Huasiki onto his shoulders and began to dance. Suddenly he held her aloft like a soldier brandishing a rifle. His absurd mimicry sent everyone into helpless, breathless laughter. For that fleeting moment, we weren't stranded on a desolate island. We were vacationing on a sun-drenched idyllic isle. Sister Siki, sing us a song. Xia Xiaorui called out. Sing right here waiting. Of course, Huasiki agreed. Sun Dahe lifted her higher, seating her atop his shoulders. Deng Jiachuan strummed his guitar. Oceans apart day after day, and I slowly go insane. I hear your voice on the line, but it doesn't stop the pain. If I see you next to never, how can we say forever? Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. Her voice soared, melodic, tender, riding the crest of each wave, ascending higher, ever higher. Wang Baojun's eyes glistened. Su Jun approached and clapped me on the shoulder. Yuliang, relieve Lung Bo. Be vigilant. Understood. I rose and brushed sand from my trousers. I'll accompany you, Wang Baojun said. Cold Wave handed me the pistol and jumped off the rocks, stumbling on the sand and falling clumsily. Look at how eager this guy is, I remarked. Do you know who he likes the most? Wang Baojun inquired. Who? Ning Chengqing, she's his goddess. And you, who do you like? Let me think. Still not ready to say. Wang Baojun chuckled. Let me help you out. You like Wang Qian. That was in the past, but now Ning Chengqing is your lover. She's not the only one. Huasiki isn't bad either, I replied. That's an understatement. Among us men, who could possibly be worthy of her? Huasiki doesn't exhibit any of the spoiled rich girl tendencies. She even thinks of helping us, I said. Helping us? You're thinking too much, Wang Baojun retorted. Didn't she say she wanted us to join her company? And she would give us shares? Are you out of your mind? If we all ended up in her fishing company, we'd be staring at the firing squad soon enough, Wang Baojun warned. Are you saying the mainland police would catch us? Of course. We as murderers can't even show our faces in public, let alone return home in glory. I'm telling you, when Miss was said that, Su Jun smiled at me, and I smiled back, nodding my head. Wang Baozhen said as he pulled out a Chinese cigarette. What was Su Jun smiling about? He immediately realized that it was just a pipe dream. I smiled back and nodded, which meant I understood his meaning. Wang Baozhen explained. You two are quite something, I said. Old Yin might understand too. Wang Baozhen took a couple of puffs and offered me the cigarette. Want to try? Can you spare me one? Wang Baozhen looked into the cigarette pack. There's nothing left, just this one. You can take a couple of puffs. It seems like there's still one left. I glanced at it. Wang Baozhen stuffed the pack back into his pocket. It's really gone. Forget it, you're stingy. Anyway, I'll quit smoking sooner or later. Wang Baozhen tilted his head towards the cave. Still no movement. Could there really be monsters on this island? Living in caves for years. Is that possible? Guliang, did you even graduate high school? Of course. After graduating, I went straight into the army. If there were really monsters on this island, could 1 or 2 survive? Even 100 wouldn't be able to reproduce, Wang Baozhen remarked. If there were sea monsters, that'd be another story. Then does that mean the ones stealing our fish are humans? Probably. It doesn't seem like just 1 or 2 people. They eat fish, turtles, even marine iguanas. If it's not humans, what else could it be? Who's on guard tonight? I asked. Old Yin and Cold Wave. Then they need to be careful, I said. They should know that, he replied. The night was quiet, the moonlight streaming into the cave. The women were all asleep while Qin Xiaowei and Deng Jiaquan whispered to each other. Wang Baozhen was snoring softly, and Su Jun rolled over, giving Wang Baozhen a gentle slap on the cheek before blowing out the candle. This was the second night. In the morning, I woke up to see Cold Wave sitting at the cave entrance asleep with his gun in his arms. Old Yin was packing up inside the cave. During breakfast, the women were still asleep, and Su Jun urged everyone to eat outside. Boss, what's the plan for today? Wang Baozhen asked, sipping his thin porridge. We, Yu Guliang, and Li Shishuang, the 4 of us will go up the mountain, Su Jun replied, biting into some salted fish. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to take the initiative. Why is this fish so salty today? Yeah, it doesn't even taste like fish, Li Shishuang agreed. Just eat salty is better, eat less, Old Yin said. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Qin Xiaowei added. Old Li, eat quickly, we need to hit the road, Su Jun urged. All right, Li Shishuang replied. After finishing breakfast, we grabbed a long gun, with Li Shishuang carrying it on his back, and the 4 of us walked along the coast. I walked in front and spotted a large crab in the crevice of the rocks. I bent down to catch it, only to see Li Shishuang, who was last in line, jump off the rocks and into the water, letting out a loud shout. What's wrong with you? Be careful with my gun, Su Jun called back. Li Shishuang climbed back up the rocks, resting his hand on his right foot. Boss, I twisted my ankle. How could you be so careless? Wang Baozhen exclaimed. Can you still walk? Li Shishuang shook his head. Doesn't look like it. Su Jun waved to Qin Xiaowei and Deng Jiaquan, and the 2 of them helped carry Li Shishuang back. I felt a bit irritated. Li Shishuang had jumped in on purpose, claiming to twist his ankle when he just didn't want to come along. He should have just told the boss directly instead of putting on this act. Su Jun wiped the gun with his clothing and handed it to me to carry. After walking for about 500 meters, we hit a dead end. Boss, look, there's a hole down there, Wang Baozhen pointed out. I bent down and indeed saw a dark cave beneath the rocks. Let's go in and take a look, Su Jun suggested. The cave was damp with water trickling along the ground, a small stream flowing from the cave outwards. Wang Baozhen scooped some water in his palm and licked it. Is it fresh water? I asked. Salty seawater, Wang Baozhen replied. I understand now, if this dark cave only reveals itself at low tide. Su Jun shone his flashlight around. This cave feels eerie. Let's walk deeper in and see, Wang Baozhen proposed. After walking for a few dozen meters and turning a corner, we suddenly spotted the cave entrance. Stepping out of the cave, we found ourselves facing a large hillside. Baozhen, Guliang, come over here, Su Jun called. What did you find? Wang Baozhen asked. Su Jun crouched down. There are a few fish here, a look at their heads. On the ground lay the remains of 3 fish and a squid tentacle, the flesh already infested with maggots. Upon seeing the fish, I placed my finger on the trigger and glanced at the hillside. Damn, this is the fish from our box eaten raw like this. In front of us, tree branches swayed incessantly. We rushed over only to find that the tree was merely trembling with the breeze. This is truly bizarre, Su Jun exclaimed. Look, the grass ahead has been trampled, Wang Baozhen pointed out. Is it a person or a beast? I inquired. Following the trail of crushed grass, we searched ahead until we reached a pile of rocks, but found no further signs. About 30 meters away, a patch of grass stood taller than a person, with one area noticeably flattened. Let's check it out, Su Jun suggested. Wait, Wang Baozhen said, squatting on a rock deep in thought. I think we should avoid going there. The grass is too dense, and we are in the open. Besides, we are unfamiliar with the terrain. What if there are traps in the grass? That's quite possible. The swaying branches might have been meant to lure us, I remarked. So we're not pursuing it? Su Jun asked. Let's head back for now. It's getting late, and we'll search again tomorrow, Wang Baojun decided. All right, then let's gather some fruits on our way back, Su Jun replied. As we passed through the woods, we spotted a coconut tree. We took stones to knock down 2 coconuts, ensuring we wouldn't return empty-handed. Back on the beach, we found Wang Qian sitting beside a sand mound, a large leaf perched atop her head. Look over there, Wang Baojun pointed at the sea. A grounded fishing boat revealed most of its hull, with Lung Bo standing on its railing, arms raised high before diving into the water. Guan Hong and Huasiki waved to us from the bow. Wang Qian approached us. Are you all right? Su Jun asked. I'm fine, really. Look at them, they seem to be having fun, Wang Qian replied. Su Jun put his arm around Wang Qian's shoulders, showing her the fruits. Look what I brought you. There are wild fruits here too, Wang Qian noted. Wang Baojun tugged at my clothes. Let's go elsewhere, we shouldn't disturb the lovebirds. I tossed a coconut at their feet before following Wang Baojun away. I'm exhausted, Wang Baojun exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. I propped myself up on my elbows and saw Wang Qian nestled in Su Jun's embrace. Looking back at the fishing boat, I noticed 3 fewer people aboard: Lao, Yinli Shishuang, and Xiao Dia. Wang Baojun turned over. Ah, Su, the captain, living such a beautiful life. I wish I had a woman in my arms too. With food, imagine how lovely it would be to hold Ning Changqing. Stop dreaming. Overthinking will only bring sorrow and harm your health, I chided. How can I not think about it? Just look at Wang Qian and Su Jun. Damn, they're even kissing. With food, you must be out of your mind. Yang Jinny practically offered herself on a platter. Why not enjoy it? If you want to play, go ahead, I replied. Can this boat be repaired? After being submerged for 2 days, what do you think? Even a deity couldn't save this boat now. Then let's drag it over and use it as our dormitory, I suggested. That's tough. When the tide rises, water will fill the boat and it will sink. Baojun, are you still worried that Li Shishuang might act recklessly while we're away? It seems we've been overly cautious, I said. He's a bit duplicitous, we need to keep an eye on him. Let's return to the cave and check, Wang Baojun urged. When we entered the cave, only Xiao Dia was inside. Where did Lao Yin and Li Shishuang go? I asked. They went fishing down below, Xiao Dia replied. Brother Liang, Li Shishuang's foot isn't injured, he was just pretending. You noticed that? I asked. Xiao Dia nodded. Oh, this guy is quite cunning, Wang Baojun remarked. Xiao Dia, do you seem troubled? No, Xiao Dia said, covering her face with leaves. Do you like someone? I probed. No, not her, Xiao Dia said, removing the leaves. Brother Liang, come here, I need to tell you something. Go ahead, I yawned, lying down on the bedding. Never mind, Xiao Dia said, covering her face again. Brother Liang, I'm going to check on Lao Yin fishing, Wang Baojun said. He left. What is it? Speak up, Baojun isn't a stranger, I encouraged. Xiao Dia sat up. Brother Liang, that dog Li Shishuang, he raped Wang Qian today. Upon hearing this, the twilight deepened, the dying sun bleeding crimson across the horizon. Waves crashed ceaselessly against the black rocks, and a lone seabird soared over a beached fishing vessel. Everyone emerged from their shelters with bowls in hand, gathering for the evening meal. Old Yin, this is all the rice we've got. Sun Dahe wrapped his chopsticks against his bowl. It wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. There's food at all. That's already a blessing, Old Yin replied. Eat more fish. This rice diminishes with every grain consumed. No replenishment possible, Deng Jiachuan observed. Indeed, Li Shuang said, lowering his voice. From today onward, we must ration it strictly. Only 5 or 6 jin per day. At this rate, our supply will vanish before long. There are 15 of us. No, 16, counting the monkey. I'll give you my portion, Dahe, Huasiki offered, lifting her bowl. Thank you, Miss Hua, but no need, Sun Dahe declined. I'm not hungry. I prefer fish. She stepped forward, deftly transferring a generous mound of steamed rice into his bowl. Grateful, he murmured. Must you be so formal? She tapped his shoulder lightly. Go on, your frame demands far more than this. I sighed. The portions are meager, but having food at all is better than starvation. This rice, Wang Baojun declared, eyes gleaming, is a rare treasure. Savor each grain. Its fragrance lingers on the tongue, and one day this very taste shall bloom into a cherished memory. Brother Youyang, let me share some of mine. I can't finish it all, Deng Jiachuan said, proffering his bowl. I gently pushed it aside. No, thank you. Then give it to me, Wang Baojun interjected. Deng Jiachuan hesitated. No, I'll savor it slowly myself. Su Jun lifted his bowl, glanced first at me, then at Deng Jiachuan, and bit into a salted fish, chewing vigorously. Doesn't that taste overwhelmingly salty? Wang Qian tilted her head, watching him. Not at all. It's perfect, quenches thirst remarkably. He paused, then added, by the way, we must search the mountains at first light tomorrow. Su Jun old, Yin said gravely, our freshwater reserves are nearly exhausted. We must resolve this, urgently. Exactly, Su Jun affirmed. Tomorrow's priority is locating a water source. Yuliang Baojian, you and I will go. Add one more, Wang Baojian said. Let Oldly join us. His ankle appears healed. Healed? Su Jun asked. It bears weight fine, but walking still strains it, Li Shuang replied, fingers tracing the cloth-wrapped joint. Then he stays behind. Wang Baojian set down his bowl. Impossible. What if we lose our way? Oldly possesses invaluable wilderness experience. He once wandered alone for 2 years, surviving even in graveyards. Let me find him a sturdy branch for a walking staff. I believe his foot is sound, I said. A night's rest, and he'll walk unaided by dawn. I'm coming with you tomorrow, Guan Hong raised her hand. So am I, Xia Xiaorui declared. You two women, what business have you among us? Wang Baojian scoffed. We're hunting monsters. How splendid. We'll get to see them. Xia Xiaorui exclaimed. Monsters that devour people. Aren't you afraid? I asked. No, not while I'm with you, she replied, unwavering. Brother Zheng, Guan Hong pressed, are these monsters real? How large are they? I suspect. Yes, Wang Baojian admitted. Something vast dwells here. You suspect. You only frighten us with guesses. I'm joining you tomorrow. What's your verdict, Chief? Wang Baojian turned to Su Jun. Su Jun frowned slightly. You may come, if you obey orders without question. I understand perfectly, Guan Hong said. Ladies Huasiki called rising, shall we stroll along the shore? The women drifted toward the beach. When Bo and Sun Dahe, drawn by their presence, followed swiftly. In moments, only Wang Baojian and I remained. Old Yin reappeared, climbing over the jagged rocks with his fishing rod. Have either of you seen my marine iguana? Vanished without a trace. Where in blazes has it gone? Perhaps devoured by a monster, Wang Baojian mused. Old Yin retorted. Or perhaps your son abandoned you. Repelled by your face, I suggested. He shot me a glance, then turned and vanished back down the rocks. The sun sank lower, staining the sea in swathes of violet. The dark hull of the beached vessel lay motion. Baojian, I asked quietly, why did you say Wang Qian would be rude? You still don't grasp his nature. His pride is immense, his vanity unyielding. He craves dominance, and above all, obsesses over purity. I know of his fastidiousness. Think Yuliang learning Wang Qian had been he'd discard her instantly, and seek another among the women. He desires Ning Chengqing too. Who wouldn't? To possess her, to merge completely, would be transcendent. Don't profane my goddess. Even if he takes Ning Chengqing, Wang Qian remains unclaimed. Once Su Jun has used a woman who dares claim her after him, undoubtedly. And Li Shuang. Shall he escape consequence? Tomorrow's mountain sweep offers opportunity. Find a secluded precipice, lure him there, let gravity do the rest. That lacks honor. Yuliang, how naive you remain. To debate honor with vermin like him. Is a knife thrust less fatal than a fall? And if we stab him outright, Su Jun will demand answers. Why slay an otherwise harmless man? True. Very well, I'll do it. I clench my fist. You seem to loathe Deng Jiachuan deeply. I admired him once, until I learned he stole Wang Qian's shoe to masturbate. Now his very presence sickens me. Did you witness him using it? Wasn't it obvious? He dropped it the moment he saw me, and claimed he'd found it outside. That proves nothing. Perhaps he truly found it, then panicked, fearing your misjudgment. Nonsense. He claimed he found it on the mountain, yet the soul was damp. Then the matter remains unresolved, not yet provable. Yuliang, consider police work, logical deduction often diverges from truth. His words struck me. Then how would investigators reconstruct our murders aboard the ship? The vessel's been missing long enough. The company surely filed a report. They deduce hijacking. How? I slapped my forehead. Of course, we encountered their ship en route. We seized Wang Qian and Yang Zhini when they boarded. Their families would certainly report them missing. Precisely. Authorities know they joined our vessel. Search operations will follow. South Pacific Waters patrol vessels, Interpol helicopters, armed relentless. Wang Baojian slammed his thigh. Are we fortunate or cursed? If our boat drifted freely, would aerial surveillance have found us? You mean, our grounding on the reef saved us? Exactly. Gratitude belongs to that reef, and to Su Jun's earlier resolve to abandon ship. The Pitcairn Island precedent serves as grim instruction. The island we discussed sailing toward. What transpired there? Su Jun approaches, Wang Baojian murmured. Pitcairn's tale waits for another time. What are you two discussing? Su Jun asked. Freshwater. Hoping to find a stream tomorrow, Wang Baojian replied. The sky tonight foretells rain. You read skies now? Predicting tomorrow's weather is simple, especially observing last night's heavens. Then you stand watch tonight. Su Jun glanced toward the shore. Sun Dahe again, harassing the women. Unforgivable. Have complaints surfaced? Ning Chengqing reported his advances. Then warn him sternly. Still, he won't dare escalate. The problem is sheer numbers, Su Jun said. Fewer mouths mean greater survival odds, particularly when men idle instead of laboring. You propose eliminating someone. Wang Baozhen met his gaze. I said no such thing. Su Jun held his silence, long, deliberate, unblinking. Wang Baozhen chuckled, just joking, boss. There's strength in numbers. If we encounter the island's natives, cannibals, or monsters, we can't do without men. Indeed, people are the fundamental relationships of production, Su Jun replied. Right, people are the productive force, Wang Baozhen affirmed. Look over there, Su Jun pointed at the beach where Chen Xiaowei and Yang Zhinya had ventured into the woods. Their relationship is developing quite rapidly. Are they in love? I asked. Did you just find out? Su Jun teased. By the way, boss, I've got a question for you. When you and your wife, do you use protection? Wang Baozhen inquired. Where's the protection? Su Jun replied. I remember there were condoms on the boat in the captain's quarters, Wang Baozhen said. There aren't any, I've checked, Su Jun insisted. No condoms. Did that dog of a captain eat them? Wang Baozhen exclaimed. You and your wife are doing this every day, won't she get pregnant? Pregnancy would be good, it would leave a legacy, I remarked. Whether she's pregnant or not, I don't know. She's never mentioned it, Su Jun replied. Has she mentioned anything about her period? Wang Baozhen asked. We'll go ask her, Su Jun said. If she is pregnant, that would be great. Yes, that would be a joyous occasion, I replied. Su Jun sighed. If we have a son, he'll be born on this isolated island cut off from the world. Don't think too much about it. We will die sooner or later. Having a descendant left behind would be nice. Besides, we are guilty, but our children are innocent, Wang Baozhen said. You're right, Baozhen. He'll go ask Wang Qian, Su Jun said, patting his backside as he jumped off the rock. I pulled out a General brand cigarette and carefully extracted one. Lighting the cigarette, I exhaled slowly. I have money and food. Ooh, I want a son someday. I never thought much about it before, but now I really want a child. Coming soon, just a little patience, Wang Baozhen said. You smoke your own, I will smoke mine. I turned away. All right, so you want share with me, huh? Wang Baozhen said, pulling out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, breaking the seal, and grinning at me. How do you have Zhonghua? I asked. Old Yin gave them to me, Wang Baozhen said as he took one out. A cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. Wang Baozhen and I sat in silence smoking. With each cigarette, we burned one less, just like rice. Soon enough, we would run out. I was surprised by the budding romance between Yang Zhinya and Chen Xiaowei, but they were around the same age. Chen Xiaowei was cheerful and decent-looking, making them quite compatible. Guan Hong and Huasiki had harmonious relationships with the men, while Xia Xiaowei was lively and likable. However, Ning Chengqing seemed a bit out of place as she often sat alone in silence on the beach. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Baozhen tossed the butt aside. Let's go find some food and chat with the women. All right, I said, standing up and adjusting my pants. Walking onto the beach, I held my flip-flops in hand, feeling the waves wash over my feet. It was much more pleasant than life on the fishing boat. The women sat on the beach listening to Deng Jiaquan sing, Forgive me for a lifetime of unrestrained freedom. Today, I watched the snow float by in the cold night with a heart that has grown cold, drifting far away. That's a song by Huang Jiaju, Boundless Sea and Sky, Wang Baozhen said. I think that singer is dead, I remarked. Yes, he died many years ago. This song sounds beautiful now, as if it were written for us brothers, Wang Baozhen sang along. Forgive me for a lifetime of unrestrained freedom. I also fear that one day I might fall. Noticing Ning Chengqing sitting alone, I approached her. Why are you sitting here by yourself? I asked. Ning Chengqing glanced at me, then lowered her head, resting her face against her knees. I sat beside her. Is something bothering you? I want to go home, she said. Don't worry, you'll get home, I reassured. Ning Chengqing shook her head. You're lying, you won't let us go back. How could that be? There must be a boat passing by here, trust me. Ning Chengqing raised her head. I don't believe you. I don't trust the words of a murderer. I know what you all want. What do you think we want? I asked. You can't go back to the mainland. You plan to keep us women on the island. You kidnapped us, Ning Chengqing asserted. Who told you that? Yang Zhinya told me everything she knew. You kidnapped her and Wang Qian, and since you rescued us, we've lost our freedom. We became pitiful lambs. All this talk about traveling to Tahiti or Pitcairn Island and going home is just a deception, Ning Chengqing said. Also, you're a bunch of heartless thugs. Your original crew and captain have been killed by you. You have many crimes, so you can't go back home. You'll wander at sea forever. Don't listen to Yang Zhinya. She's lying to you, I said. Money and food, let me ask you once more, is what I said true? I looked into her eyes, then at the distant sea, and nodded. Tears streamed down Ning Chengqing's face. You are all liars. Did Yang Jinya only tell you this? Do Huasiki Guanhong and Xia Xiaorui know? They don't know yet. Ning Chengqing wiped her tears. Look at them singing, unaware that they've fallen into the hands of robbers. I really can't bear to tell them. Don't tell them for now. If they find out, they'll be very upset, I said. But they'll find out sooner or later. That's fate. Perhaps your plane crash into the sea was also your destiny. Fortunately, you met us, otherwise you might not have survived. If you hadn't saved us, another boat would have passed by. We are really unlucky. Ning Chengqing began to cry again. I patted her shoulder. Stop crying, it'll protect you. Protect me from what? Ning Chengqing looked at me. You thugs could assault us any time. Yang Jinya was assaulted by you. Did she tell you that? When are you planning to assault me? Ning Chengqing asked. No one dares to assault you here, you can be assured of that. Whoever touches you, I will kill them. Trust me. Why should I trust you? Ning Chengqing said. I can protect you anyway. Wang Baozhen approached. What's all this crying about? Have you upset the beauty Yuliang? It's nothing, is she just misses home, I explained. Missing home. I saw a huge monster, Chen Xiaowei said. Is there really a monster? Guanhong asked. Wait a second, Wang Baozhen pondered, lowering his head. Let me think. Taller than a person, with 2 large wings. If it has wings, then it's a bird. Exactly, wings mean it's a bird, Deng Jiachuan replied. How does this creature walk? Wang Baozhen inquired. It walks like a person, Yang Jinny stated. Its head looks like a gorilla, walks upright like a human, and it roars, Wang Baozhen mused, rubbing the back of his head. What kind of animal is this? A dinosaur. It couldn't be a pterosaur, they've been extinct for ages, Deng Jiachuan said. Could it be a species we've never encountered before? I suggested. After all, this small island is isolated from the world. Could the cannibals on the island be this monster? Guanhong asked. Wang Baozhen lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Does this creature live in the sea or in a cave? What does everyone think? It should be in a cave, Xia Xiaorui replied. If it lives in a cave, then it's not a sea monster, Li Shishuang said. Chen Xiaowei, didn't you see this monster clearly? It was too dark to see well, Chen Xiaowei answered. What were you two doing in the woods? Chen Xiaowei, why are you still naked? Sun Dahai asked. Nothing, Chen Xiaowei replied. Were you two? You know, rubbing bodies together. Wang Baozhen inquired. Rubbing bodies? What do you mean? Lung Bo asked. Lung Bo, don't interrupt. I want to ask for details, Wang Baozhen said. How did you spot the monster? I looked up and saw someone behind a tree not far away. At first I thought it might be Lung Bo or Sun Dahai peeking at us. Suddenly the monster jumped out roaring, and we got so scared we ran away, Chen Xiaowei explained. How did it roar? Wang Baozhen asked. It roared like a human, Chen Xiaowei said. No, it screamed, Yang Jinny corrected. Did that monster steal our box of fish? Old Yin asked. The tortoise and the sea iguana are also missing, they must have been eaten, Lung Bo added. If this monster ate them, then it's a carnivore, Wang Baozhen stated. How could large animals possibly survive on this island? With wings it can fly, and also swoop down to catch fish, Xia Xiaorui remarked. How tall is this monster? Su Jun asked. Taller than me by about 2 heads, Chen Xiaowei replied. 2 heads taller. That's not very tall. If it were a person, it would be around 1.9 meters, Wang Baozhen said. First thing tomorrow morning we'll go search the mountains and drive this monster out, Su Jun declared. Lung Bo's son, Dahai Baozhen, bring food. We'll search the mountains while the women stay in the cave. Don't go anywhere. What if the monster comes to the cave while all the men are out? Who will protect us women? Guanhong countered. Let's all go tomorrow. All right, then we'll all go, but leave someone to watch the cave, Su Jun said. Who will stay? I'll stay, Old Yin offered. Then it's settled. Everyone get some rest, Su Jun waved his hand. The candle went out, and silver moonlight spilled into the cave. Wang Baozhen went outside to smoke, and I couldn't sleep either, so I put on my clothes and stepped out. Su Jun and Sun Dahai followed me. Can't sleep? Wang Baozhen asked. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like that monster might come into the cave, Su Jun said. I wonder if a gun could kill it. Why would it come into our cave to steal food? Something feels off, Wang Baozhen said. Baozhen, didn't we see fish bones on the ground at the cave entrance after we came out of the dark cave? Couldn't it be this monster that ate them? Raw fish, I suggested. Raw fish and spit out the bones. Wang Baozhen replied. I have a bad feeling that we're likely to encounter this monster tomorrow. Hopefully I'll shoot it a few times, Su Jun said. Is the female corpse found below? After scouring the forest, they found nothing. They retraced their steps along the mountain path, searching inch by inch, and combed the route twice. Yet Ning Chengqing remained vanished without a trace. It was baffling. How could a living, breathing person simply evaporate into thin air? Xia Xiaorui burst into tears. What are you crying for? Could she have gone back alone? Wang Baozhen asked. That seems unlikely. Chengqing isn't bold enough for that, Guanhong replied. If she truly was seized by the beast, Huasiki murmured, her chances are grim. Did it devour her? No. It would never dare. She's far too beautiful for such a fate, Li Shuang said. Let's rest a moment and eat, Su Jun suggested. Lung Bo opened his sack and distributed steamed buns, one per person, along with portions of salted fish. Huasiki broke her bun in half and offered it to Sun Dahe. He waved it off. She shot him a sharp glance. He obediently accepted. After wiping her tears, Xia Xiaorui broke her bun in two and handed me half. I smiled. Little beauty, I'm not hungry. Be good. Be sweet. She insisted. Oh, just take it, Wang Baozhen interjected. Too weary to argue further, I accepted the bun. I'm barely fed myself. Why hasn't anyone offered me a bun? Li Shuang glanced at Wang Qian. I can't finish mine. Here, take half, Guan Hong said. No need. I was only joking. I ate well this morning, Li Shuang replied. Baozhen. Su Jun broke off a piece of bun and popped it into his mouth. As chief strategist, what do you make of Qing Qing's sudden disappearance? Wang Baozhen exhaled heavily. There is only one answer, she was taken by the beast. But we heard no commotion, Lung Bo countered. If she'd encountered it, surely she'd have cried out. Perhaps she fainted at the sight of it. Xia Xiaorui ventured. It's possible, Qin Xiaowei agreed. It appears our flight attendant faces grave peril. Could the beast be hiding on the opposite mountain? Yangzhen and I asked. We'll search that ridge next, Su Jun declared. Let's divide into 2 teams, Wang Baozhen proposed. Qian Yuliang Li Shuang and I will ascend from the west. The rest of you will climb from the east. We'll meet at the summit. That's too few for your team, Lung Bo remarked. Let's assign 2 ladies to you. I'll go. I'll join Brother Yuliang's group. Xia Xiaorui raised her hand. 3 is ideal. Lighter gear, greater mobility, Wang Baozhen said firmly. No need to reassign. Shall we lend you the long rifles? Su Jun asked. No, the handguns serve us well enough, I replied. Then we'll depart now. Your team may follow shortly, Wang Baozhen said. Watch your steps, Su Jun cautioned. Emerging from the woods, Wang Baozhen and I led the way while Li Shuang trailed behind. Wait up. What's the rush? Li Shuang called from afar. You're moving too slowly. Can't you pick up the pace? Wang Baozhen retorted. What's the point of hurrying? The beast has likely already devoured the flight attendant. After half an hour of arduous ascent, we reached the summit and gazed upon an endless expanse of sea stretching in every direction. No path ahead. Looks like a sheer cliff, Li Shuang said, striding toward the edge. We followed. I leaned over the precipice. Below lay jagged obsidian black rocks, but 2 meters down a broad ledge jutted outward. If one were to push Li Shuang over, he would land squarely upon it. Li Shuang turned away, walked 10 paces from the edge, and sat on a stone. From his pocket, he withdrew the half-bun he'd been hoarding, nibbling it slowly, a look of quiet contentment softening his face. Wang Baozhen drew his knife, using its tip to brush aside wind-tousled hair from his forehead, then flicked his eyes toward me, guiding the blade downward across his own throat. I understood instantly. He wanted me to slit Li Shuang's throat, then hurl him over the cliff, ideally breaking his neck upon impact, so we could tell Su Jun it was an accident. I stepped behind Li Shuang, watching him savor each bite, and hesitated. I remembered our first day aboard ship. Li Shuang had tossed me a full pack of cigarettes. Another time when I asked for a single smoke, he'd thrown me an entire box. Once he'd spoken of his homeland, a place so impoverished it defied belief, where only his aged mother remained, waiting daily for him to bring home a wife. His elder brother had died a decade earlier, crushed when the road construction vehicle he rode plunged over a cliff. His mother wept until she went blind. Before departing, Li Shuang had vowed to return with a bride. Wang Baozhen flicked his gaze at me again, urging haste. Suddenly, Li Shuang rose, turned, and broke off a piece of bun. Yuliang, try this. Smells divine. No, I've eaten, I said. Truly, then I'll savor it myself. He grinned. Back home, white flour buns like this appeared only during Lunar New Year. Your family must be desperately poor, Wang Baozhen observed. Yes. Even after all these decades of liberation, no one believes me, Li Shuang replied. Wang Baozhen strolled to the cliff's edge. Ah, look, a rabbit down there. Li Shuang, come see. A rabbit. Here. Li Shuang hurried forward. I followed. Where? He peered over. I raised the knife, gripped the hilt tight, and thought, Shuang, forgive me, brother. Who made you rape those women? Pity your mother. But if I ever return, I swear I'll care for her until her final breath. You've earned this end. 2 women violated, 1 life forfeit. Wang Baozhen shot me a sidelong glance. I clenched my jaw and drove the blade toward his back. At that instant, Li Shuang leapt. The knife struck empty air. I stumbled, nearly toppling over the edge. Wang Baozhen stamped his foot, his face dark with fury. I scrambled upright and turned to see Deng Jiaquan standing 10 meters away, frozen, staring at us. When did you arrive? Why no word? You startled us like a specter, Wang Baozhen snapped. I just got here, Deng Jiaquan stammered, stepping backward. We were playing, Wang Baozhen said. He jumped. Deng Jiaquan's hands trembled. No, There's no cliff below, I said. Baozhen, where's the rabbit? You lying dog, Li Shuang shouted from below. Wang Baozhen turned. It was a rabbit, wild, most likely scared off by you. Wild rabbits exist here? Deng Jiachuan asked. Yes, I saw one yesterday, Wang Baozhen replied. Soon Su Jun and the others arrived at the summit. Still no sign of Ning Chongqing. Su Jun's face fell. Could she be in that cave below? Yangzhen and I asked. Possibly, Sun Dahe murmured. You didn't search the cave? Wang Baozhen asked. We dared not enter. Without you three, I lack confidence, Su Jun admitted. Then let's search it now, Wang Baozhen said. Where's Li Shuang? Su Jun asked. He's hunting wild rabbits below, I said. Wild rabbits? Su Jun raised an eyebrow. Apparently, Wang Baozhen replied. Brother Jin, didn't you say you saw rabbits yesterday too? Deng Jiachuan added. Yesterday? I heard nothing of that, Su Jun said. Let's go. Cave first, Wang Baozhen urged. The cave nestled halfway up the mountainside. Torches lit, we entered, a cramped, rocky hollow. We combed every crevice, yet found nothing. We exited, pressed onward, and searched 2 more caves. Again, nothing. Dusk deepened, we had no choice but to retreat. Back at camp, Chengcheng remained absent. Lao Yin stood silent, gripping his cooking pot, brow furrowed. Perhaps he wondered, what chaos is this? A dozen souls set out at dawn to hunt a beast, and returned at dusk having seen neither beast nor woman, only emptiness. After dinner, I sat on the shore, heart heavy with Chingching's vanishing. Wang Baozhen approached and flung his sandal at me. It missed by inches. What's that for? I demanded. You wretched coward. You couldn't even kill one man. If you wouldn't do it, say so. I'd have done it myself. He snarled. I wanted to. You saw. I raised the blade, but who knew he'd leap 2 meters straight down? Damn it. Why dither behind him? Why delay? Were you thinking of the flight attendant? Hell, if you must dream, dream after the deed. Quiet. Someone's coming, I whispered. Deng Jiachuan and Lungbo approached, followed by Sun Dahe and Huasiki. Deng Jiachuan carried his guitar, still in the mood to play. Wang Baozhen sneered. Lungbo was summoned by Sun Dahe. Huasiki knelt near the waterline, captivated by crabs. Deng Jiachuan settled 30 meters away and began to play. He saw us, I said. I told him we were playing a game. Don't know if he believed me, Wang Baozhen muttered. Will he tell Li Shuang? Unlikely. Li Shuang torments him constantly. Waves crashed rhythmically onto the shore as Deng Jiachuan sang his voice, carrying across the salt-laced air. In the tide of humanity, you and I meet, recognize, ponder one another. In the tide of humanity, it is you, it is I, smiling politely, feigning virtue. No need for excess words. We know deep within what we truly seek. In the tide of humanity, I see you once more, equally enchanting, equally radiant. Slowly I loosen my guard. Slowly I cast it all aside, yet remain indifferent still. No need for excess words. We know deep within what we truly seek. Someday you'll understand me. No longer believing in reason. No longer recalling the past. For I am not who I once was. I've known loneliness, been scorned by others, yet never felt such utter shame. In the tide of humanity, I see you once more, equally enchanting, equally radiant. Slowly I loosen my guard. Slowly I cast it all aside, yet remain indifferent still. No need for excess words. We know deep within what we truly seek. No need to fret, no need to grieve. Someday you will leave me. Did you know? I pressed a smooth river stone into the sand. That's Black Panther's song. Someday you will leave me. Wang Baozhen inhaled deeply on his cigarette, eyes fixed on the fishing boat stranded upon the distant black rocks, and hummed softly. In the tide of humanity, I see you once more, equally enchanting, equally radiant. A wounded albatross strolled along the shoreline as Xia Xiaorui Xiaodia and the macaque yak played in the sand. Li Shuang carried a wooden plank toward the water, followed by Guan Hong Yangzhen and I and Qin Xiaowei. This Ning Chengcheng lies missing, perhaps even dead, yet they frolic as though nothing has happened, Wang Baozhen muttered. Utterly disgraceful. Is that his own bed plank? I asked. He truly knows how to amuse himself. He's fixated on Guan Hong now, another woman he means to claim. We must eliminate him soon, or otherwise every woman here will fall to his hands. I tell you plainly, he covets Ning Chengcheng too. We'll find another opportunity, some way to remove him. Another chance won't come so easily. Today was perfect, and you let it slip away. Wang Baozhen sighed. Killing isn't difficult. If need be, I'll hold him underwater until he drowns. Don't underestimate him, Yuliang. His swimming is no weaker than yours. In water, even the two of us might not overpower him. What else do you suggest? Tomorrow we search the mountains. Better yet, let the beast devour him. You mean we'd flee the moment the creature appears, leaving him behind? We'll improvise. If the beast seizes him, we vanish without trace. And if it takes me, then I suppose Li Shuang and I vanish too. Damn it, you're mocking me. The beast. Think again. Adding 2 more men only means 2 more corpses. Enough talk, I'm off. Look at Li Shuang. Damn old lecher. He's already hoisted Guan Hong onto that plank. Wang Baozhen brushed sand from his trousers and strode toward the sea. Since Qin Shaowei had openly taken Yang Zhen, tension had thickened among the men. All understood these few women were rarer than loaves of bread, more precious, more fiercely contested. Wang Qian belonged to Su Jun, Yang Zhen, to Qin Shaowei Xia Shuwei was tacitly promised to Xiao Dia. Only Guan Hong Huasiki and Ning Chengcheng remained unclaimed. Huasiki stood under the constant possessive vigil of Sun Dahe, a hulking wolfish man who circled her like a guard dog, forbidding any approach and monopolizing the privilege of massaging her feet. Ning Qingqing meanwhile held herself aloof, ethereal, untouchable, disdainful of mortal desire. Men like Sun Dahe and Li Shuang dared not speak to her. She recoiled from their very presence. Guan Hong, by contrast, was approachable, mature, warm, radiant with quiet confidence. She teased the men lightly. Even when Lao Yin told a ribald joke, she merely smiled. Lao Yin, for his part, lingered near her often, his intentions plain to all. Li Shuang moved like a sly fox, scenting opportunity. He knew Guan Hong was the one woman he could win, not by force, but by charm. In his estimation, his rivals posed little threat. To Guan Hong, Su Jun and Qin Shaowei had withdrawn, Xiao Duya was bound elsewhere. I myself pined for Ning Chengcheng, and thus recused myself. Sun Dahe devoted himself entirely to Huasiki. Ling Bo showed little interest in Guan Hong, his gaze drifting instead toward Ning Chengcheng and Xia Shuwei. Only Wang Baozhen and Lao Yin remained. But Lao Yin was elderly, unprepossessing, reeking of tobacco, fish, and sweat. Guan Hong would never look upon him. Wang Baozhen appeared refined, yet his manner was circuitous, his intellect laced with pedantic pride and sour pretension, unlikely to stir her heart. Li Shuang, however, was neither ugly nor frail. His body spoke of strength, his voice of candor. He carried the unmistakable aura of a man. Thus Wang Baozhen's odds were slim, and suddenly it struck me his fierce resolve to kill Li Shuang stemmed not from principle, but from desire. Remove Li Shuang, and Guan Hong would fall to him. Guan Hong reclined upon the plank. Li Shuang and Wang Baozhen stood at either end, slowly pushing her seaward. Wang Baozhen swam poorly. Should Li Shuang seize the moment, drag him beneath the waves, death would be silent, swift, absolute. I walked forward. Guan Hong waved. I swam over instantly. As I reached them, she said, Yuliang, join us. I grinned and climbed aboard, lying beside her. You two keep pushing, she said. Push well, and His Majesty shall reward you, I declared. Of course, push, push. Li Shuang exclaimed. Might His Majesty grant this humble servant one night with the lady? Damn you, old lecher. You even eye my empress. I glanced at Guan Hong. What say you, Your Majesty? Would you consent? She laughed, lifted her leg onto my abdomen, and tilted her head toward the 2 men. Work diligently, and spare us your chatter. I thought then how fiercely alluring she was, how given license she might entice every man, even Yak the macaque. She pulled my arm close and rested her head upon it. A shiver ran through me. What did this mean? Did she feel something for me? A sudden tender warmth bloomed in my chest. Then, the plank overturned. We plunged into the sea. I wiped salt water from my face and lifted Guan Hong above the surface. She coughed violently, choking on seawater. Who did this? I demanded. Li Shuang pointed at Wang Baozhen. He capsized it. It wasn't me. Come now, you deny it still. The plank overturned itself. How dull, Guan Hong said, and swam ashore. I staggered onto the sand, each step heavy, unsteady, as though an extra limb weighed me down. A strange attachment stirred within me, the memory of her head resting on my arm, the quiet heat of that intimacy. I collapsed onto the beach. Wang Baozhen flopped down beside me, limbs splayed. Yuliang, you lack constancy, he chided. That won't do. What do you mean? You claim to love Ning Chengcheng, yet flirt with others. One cannot sail 2 ships. And if the beast devours Ning Chengcheng, that won't happen. Trust me, Guan Hong is remarkably voluptuous, I mused. One can't help but imagine. Too many imaginings are dangerous. Li Shuang imagines too much. What? Are you implying you'd kill me too? Yuliang, don't speak so rashly. Brothers are limbs, women garments. He scooped a handful of sand. Fine, take Guan Hong. But what if she chooses me? What if she seeks me out, or begs me to take her? Then she is yours. She becomes my sister-in-law, so long as you don't pursue her first. And if Ning Chengcheng also chooses me, asks me to take her, then she is my elder brother's wife. Now it's confusing, sister-in-law and sister-in-law's sister. If both women choose you, chaos reigns. And chaos, my friend, is inevitable. As the saying goes, dumplings delight the palate, but sisters-in-law delight the soul. He winked. You're the true lecher, I said. I'd gladly embrace that title. Die beneath the skirt of a pomegranate, yet die gloriously. Tell me Youyang Su-jun is too gentle. Sometimes he seems a pillar of manhood, other times a fretful henpecked wife. What do you mean? What do I mean? Were I leader, I'd claim each woman in turn, then let the brothers follow. What say you? Speak carefully. I speak only to you. Tell me, what if you became leader? Why rush? Things are tolerable now. Women crave men. Just watch Guanhong today. If you don't pursue her, she'll pursue you. I see. If you lead, you'll take only Ning Changqing. Yes, only her. The rest mean nothing. So you are steadfast. Is it love? Yes, love. Baozhen, I find love weightier than freedom itself. Love heavier than freedom, that bears thought. He buried his feet in the sand, propping himself up on his elbows. Tomorrow's mountain search must be smaller. No women. Fewer men. Fewer feel safer. 4. Including Yak and Xiao Duya. I have a feeling the beast will strike again tomorrow. Let it take me. I want to see what manner of creature it is, and I'll drive my blade straight into its belly without hesitation. Xia Xiaorui ran over, waving a small shovel in her hand. Yulianggu, we have hope now. What hope, eh? Wang Baozhen sat up. Xia Xiaorui squatted beside me, extending her palm to reveal a single grain of wheat. Yulianggu, look, do you know what this is? She asked. What is it? I feigned ignorance. This is wheat, our wheat, Xia Xiaorui replied. Isn't this just a grain of wheat? How does it become a field of wheat? I inquired. Yes, if we plant this grain next year, it will grow into wheat ears, at least 5 or 6 of them, Xia Xiaorui explained. Where did you get the wheat ears? Wang Baozhen asked. Master Yin, who cooks for us, gave it to me. He said he found it in a seabird's nest in the crevices of the rocks, Xia Xiaorui said. Only 5 ears in a year, and it won't even give me a bite to eat, I remarked. Xia Xiaorui patted my shoulder. Yulianggu, let me tell you, 1 ear can yield 80 grains of wheat. 5 ears give us 400 grains. If we plant those 400 grains, we can harvest 320 grains of wheat. If we plant those again, I calculated we could harvest over 200 million grains. If we plant that 200 million, the whole island will be covered in wheat, and we can survive. From just this one grain, we can grow over 200 million. I said. Yuliang Xia Xiaorui is not mistaken, Wang Baozhen affirmed. Theoretically, it could be even more than 200 million, but the question remains whether the grain she holds can even sprout. It will definitely grow into wheat ears. Yulianggu, come plant it with me, Xia Xiaorui urged. All right, let's plant it next to the breadfruit tree, I said. After planting the grain beside the breadfruit tree and watering it a bit, Xia Xiaorui looked satisfied and radiant, as if she were that grain ready to break through the soil and thrive. Can you see the wheat field? I asked with a smile. Xia Xiaorui nodded. The island covered in wheat, a field of grain. Such a thought was almost unimaginable. The harvest depended on the weather, with dry conditions and poor soil coupled with the capricious climate at sea. Even if a single grain sprouted, investing everything to plant it the following year could still lead to total failure. In the latter half of the night, a torrential rainstorm struck with fierce winds sweeping in the rain. Luckily, it only lasted for a little over half an hour before it stopped. Ning Changqing's bed was empty. If she were alive, I couldn't help but wonder how she had spent the night. After the storm, Su Jun, Wang Baozhen's son Dahe, and Li Shuang, who had been sleeping near the cave entrance, got up, lit candles, and sat at the entrance smoking. Old Yin approached with a candle and lit the one in his hand. Old Yin lighting 2 candles is a waste, Li Shuang said. The candle issue is easily solved. Today I saw a seal, Old Yin replied. We can catch a few seals. Seal oil can be made into candles, Wang Baozhen said. I wonder if seal meat is tasty. Of course the meat is delicious, Old Yin said. Guanhong got dressed and sat down next to Su Jun. Captain Su, I want to smoke a cigarette, Guanhong said. Su Jun handed her a cigarette. What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Old Yin asked. Guanhong exhaled a long plume of smoke and sighed. I can't sleep when I'm thinking about my son. How old is your son? Wang Baozhen inquired. 4 years old, Guanhong replied, a faint smile on her lips. He's very naughty and very cute. He must miss his mom. He must be very handsome, Li Shuang said. Yes, I wonder when we can go back, Guanhong said. If we're lucky, a boat will come tomorrow, and we can leave, Old Yin replied. What about your husband? Sun Dahe asked. Don't you miss him? Forget him, Guanhong said. Sai, what about Ning Changqing? I wonder where she is now. After Guanhong mentioned Ning Changqing, silence fell over the cave. That girl seems clever, as she should be able to escape, Old Yin said. Finish your cigarettes, and everyone should sleep early. We must find Ning Changqing tomorrow, Su Jun said. In the morning, an albatross walked back and forth at the cave entrance, seemingly troubled or making some decision before suddenly spreading its wings and flying down, leaving behind a long spear for Old Yin, Wang Baozhen, Su Jun, Li Shuang, Xiao Dia, and Jacques stepped onto the dewy grass and set off. Jacques ran ahead, crossing a thicket to an open area where several large rocks stood. A macaw perched on one of the rocks squawked at us as if signaling to someone. A monkey climbed a fruit tree plucking wild fruits. Xiao Dia shouted at it to come down, but Jacques ignored it. We decided to disregard Jacques and continued walking forward. Upon reaching the mountain where Ning Chengcheng had disappeared, everyone became cautious. Li Shuang held a long stick and swept through the grass in front. Jacques is up there, Su Jun said. Looking up, I saw Jacques hopping rapidly on a tree halfway up the mountain, occasionally emitting cries as if startled. Soon Jacques ran back towards us, chattering and tugging at Xiao Dia's clothes. It seems Jacques has found something, Wang Baozhen remarked. Let's follow it. Leading the way, Jacques took us to the cave where the skeletal remains had been discovered. It chirped and hid behind Xiao Dia, looking terrified. What is it bringing us here for? Li Shuang asked. Is there a monster hiding in this cave? We've been here before and found nothing, Wang Baozhen replied. Judging by Jacques' fearful demeanor, there must be a monster in this cave, Su Jun said. Let's go in and take a look. Su Jun, armed with a pistol, entered first, and we followed closely behind. The cave was eerie, the walls pitch black, filled with the scent of death. Unlike our previous visit this time, there was a cloud of smoke and a strong stench. On the glittering gravel lay a torch that had nearly burned out. Su Jun walked behind a large rock and beckoned us over. Next to a pile of white bones, two fresh and complete human skeletons appeared, one large and one small. The skulls and skeletal remains were still smeared with flesh. From the looks, we burst out of the cave to find nothing unusual in the surrounding woods. Damn it! What the hell was that? Su Jun muttered. Look, over there in the trees. Wang Baozhen pointed ahead. Far off, a skull dangled from a branch, swaying rhythmically. Its jaw opened and shut with eerie precision, emitting a low, mournful wail. I told you, we'd seen a ghost. And here it is, Su Jun said, raising his rifle and firing a single shot. The skull vanished. After it, Su Jun commanded, waving us forward. The three of us dashed into the forest, but the skull had disappeared without a trace. Is this thing playing hide and seek with us? Li Shuang slammed his palm against a tree trunk. Is that skull some kind of monster? Su Jun asked. Wang Baozhen tilted his head upward, scanning the canopy. Can skulls climb trees? Hell's bells, this I've got to see. I'm asking you straight, is it a monster? Su Jun pressed. Hold on, I'm thinking. Maybe a creature climbed up, clutching the skull to frighten us. Wang Baozhen mused. Damn, its intelligence outstrips mine. Perhaps it's not a monster at all, just a cannibal tribe. Frightening us. Or afraid of us. Su Jun countered. Possibly. This island must conceal strange inhabitants, or some unknown beast, clearly terrified of our presence. If they fear us, then all the better. Let's split up and search thoroughly, leave no clue unexamined. Agreed. We'll fan out along this slope, toward the summit, Su Jun declared. Liang Baozhen, you two sweep eastward. Xiao Dia follows me upward from here. Lao Li ascends from the west. Keep 30 meters between each other, maintain visual contact, and rendezvous at the peak. Let's begin, Wang Baozhen affirmed. Stay vigilant. If you spot anything spectral, shout. I moved to the easternmost point, glancing over at Wang Baozhen 30 meters away. He raised a slender branch in silent salute. A sudden unease seized me. If the creature struck one of us, it would be fatal. When I looked again, Wang Baozhen had vanished. My concern for him sharpened. His physique was less robust than ours. Should he confront a towering, hulking being, his fate would rest entirely in the hands of chance. After 50 or 60 paces along the winding trail, I found myself descending into a secluded mountain hollow, tall, dense reeds swallowing the path. I called out, but silence answered. I had no idea where Wang Baozhen had gone. Then I noticed water trickling at my feet. Kneeling, I discovered a narrow rivulet. Cupping a handful, I tasted it, and felt a jolt of elation. Fresh water. Life itself. Just as I rose, a rustle sounded behind me. My pulse spiked. Too late. The world spun violently. I knew instantly I had been ambushed. Consciousness dissolved into haze. I felt myself lifted, weightless, suspended. Blood splattered across my forearm. Was I dead? Was that my blood? Am I dying? Have I already died? When I opened my eyes again, a blurred face filled my vision. So near, so intimate, its breath almost grazing my nose. A trickle of water slid from my lips down my throat, tickling my skin. The features sharpened, clear, unmistakable. Ning Chengqing. Was I in heaven, with her? You're awake at last, she murmured, spitting water from her mouth. Am I still alive? I glanced aside. A candle burned in the corner, its azure flame trembling faintly. Of course you are. A searing pain lanced through my temple. I tried to touch my head, only to find my wrists bound tightly with vine, my ankles likewise secured. Pressing the back of my hand to my forehead, I felt coarse cloth wound there. Ning Chengqing sat before me on a thick bed of dried grass, clad only in her brassiere, her wrists also bound. Where are we? I whispered. In a cave. Be silent, he's coming. Her voice dropped to a breath. Close your eyes. Now. I obeyed. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, growing louder, closer until breathing rasped just beside me. A cannibal. Would I be carved apart slice by slice? Terror coiled cold in my gut. My calves trembled uncontrollably. Bound and helpless, I was meat awaiting the knife. Then, a sharp grating scraped stone on stone. I cracked my eyelids open just enough to see Ning Chengqing gripping a smooth river stone, inscribing letters onto the earthen floor. Beside her crouched a towering, shaggy-haired man, wildeed, bare-chested, his loins barely veiled by a tattered rag. His feet were shod in crude sandals woven from vines and fur. In one hand he held a squid knife, my squid knife. This was the monster Qin Xiaowei and Yang Zheni had described. Where were the wings they'd spoken of? If this was the monster, then he was merely a savage. The skull he carried. Had he hung it at the bone cave entrance to terrify us? Had he struck me down, dragged me here? The giant untied Ning Chengqing's restraints, wrists first then ankles. She crawled to my side and gently slapped my cheeks. Liang, you may open your eyes now. I did, struggling upright, settling heavily onto the damp earth. The savage stared, his gaze raw, predatory. Ning Chengqing picked up the stone again and wrote something on the ground. He studied it, shook his head, then took the stone himself and scrawled a reply, pointing emphatically at me. She frowned, uncertain how to interpret it. He examined the squid knife, brought it to his lips, and ran his tongue slowly along the blade. Then, without warning, he dragged the edge across his own finger. Blood welled, glisten dripped. His expression lit with feral delight. No, you madman. Stop, you'll die. Ning Chengqing cried. He smiled at her. Madman. She called him mad. If he truly was, then our chances of escape had just multiplied. He snatched twigs from the cave wall, lit them with the candle, and soon a small, steady fire crackled to life. The cavern was larger than it first appeared, its walls studded with jagged, grotesque rock formations. A small pile of skulls lay nearby, two dark, yawning tunnels receded into shadow beyond. He plucked broad leaves from a branch, placed them into a chipped clay pot, preparing a meal. Then he skewered a fish on a stick and held it over the flames to roast. Chengqing, who is he? Has he harmed you? I don't know his name, but he's Caucasian. He hasn't hurt me. He's likely lived on this island for years. Ask him to untie me. Not yet. He still distrusts you. I'll speak to him. Liang, he's the monster who frightened Qin Xiaowei and Yang Zheni in the woods. But Qin Xiaowei said the monster had wings. They're real. Watch. She walked to a massive boulder and pulled forth two enormous fan-shaped leaves, like banana fronds. These are his wings. See the vines tied to their stems. They fasten to his arms, just like a bird's. So that's how I paused. You called him mad. Is he truly insane? Yes. His mind is broken. He's mad. Does he speak? What's his origin? He has no tongue, mute. Possibly French or Italian. Knows only fragments of English. Tell him to release us. He refuses. Why? He believes I am his girl. His baby. What? His girl. His lover. His infant. Then what am I? He says you're his dog. Like it very much, Dag. He won't let you go. I'm his dog. Seriously. And a favorite dog at that. Even dogs aren't bound like this. Unless he plans to cook you. She laughed, soft, luminous, utterly beguiling. Warmth flooded my chest. Lying beside her, I felt an unexpected, profound contentment. Then remembered vividly her mouth pressed to mine, sharing water breath life. She kicked me lightly. You're impossible, even now cracking jokes. He might slaughter you and feast on your flesh. Her words chilled me. A madman knows no bounds. Chengqing, help me undo these. She shook her head. No. If he catches us, he'll rage. Have you asked him how he arrived on this island? I asked. I did. He doesn't know. What's his name? I asked. But the moment I did, his expression twisted unnaturally. Then agony seized him. He writhed on the ground, babbling incoherently, wailing wah, wah, and scrawled words in the dirt. Jack, turkey, cow. And he pointed fiercely at his own chest, shouting, turkey, turkey. Ning Chengqing said. Last night, for no reason, he flew into a rage toward me. I cried out, turkey, turkey. And instantly he calmed, even seemed pleased. Turkey, that's the bird, isn't it? I said, yes, the common turkey. He doesn't seem malicious, just shattered in mind. He wasn't born mute. I examined his tongue. It had been brutally severed. I don't know who did it. Perhaps that trauma fractured his reason. A madman. Then why does he bind us and forbid our escape? I can't fathom it. Yet he behaves as though guarding me. When I slipped from the cave yesterday, he discovered me and panicked. Furious. As she spoke, she lifted her tattered blouse. Did he tear your clothes? No, I ripped them myself. You'd gashed your head, ooh, blood poured freely. I tore the fabric to bandage you. She picked up a long fishbone. With the scraps left, I meant to fashion him a loincloth. You're sewing garments for the very man who abducted you. You understand nothing. Then far off, a black stone stirred. What's that moving over there? A giant rat. Ah, no rat. That's Lao Yan's marine iguana, its legs bound. I wonder if it'll survive. So he's the one who stole our crate of fish. Does that candle look familiar? It's ours too, I said. He also took our lighter, cherishes it in fact. Played with it all night, refusing to set it down, lighting fires everywhere like a child delighted by flame. Here he comes now. The wild man approached, cradling a bowl carved from stone. His hair hung in matted tangles, his face was buried beneath a thicket of beard, his eyes glowed with a sickly emerald luminescence, ghostly spectral. He placed the bowl beside my feet. Steam rose from it, curling above floating leaves. With his knife, he cut the vines binding my wrists. After severing them, he inspected the blade closely, as if fearing it might dull or chip. He slid it behind his back, then lifted the bowl and held it out to me. I accepted it, glancing at Ning Chengsheng. Is this drinkable? Drink it. I've drunk it too. It's not unpleasant. I won't. I set the bowl aside. Give me fish. I want fish. Fish. Ning Chengsheng pointed first at me, then at the roasted fish skewered on a fork. He shook his head. Instead, he raised the bowl to my lips. I waved it away. In an instant, he clamped one hand atop my head, the other tilting the bowl sharply against my mouth. I strained to push him back, only to find his strength immense, unyielding. A bitter draft flooded my mouth, more acrid than any herbal decoction. At least the broth was lukewarm. He glared, deeply affronted by my resistance, and barked guttural, wordless cries. Wah, wah. You'd best drink more, Yuliang, Ning Chengsheng urged softly. Don't provoke him. This is soup. It's boiled leaves. You see them, don't you? Why must I drink this? She took the bowl from him. Drink it. Even if it were poison, you'd have no choice. He's mad. Don't enrage him. And it's not poison. I've drunk it myself. So everyone who comes here must swallow this leaf broth. Enough talk. Pinch your nose and drink. She pressed the bowl into my hands. Resigned, I took it, pinched my nostrils shut, and swallowed 2 mouthfuls. He watched me, his agitation subsiding just slightly. The moment he turned away, I spat the bitter liquid onto the cave floor. Yuliang, Ning Chengsheng murmured, the poultice on your wound. That's this same leaf, chewed fine and applied directly. I suspect the broth may heal your injury. The wild man retrieved the skewered fish and offered it to Ning Chengsheng. She bit into it, then glanced at me. She extended it toward me, only for him to snatch it back, swift and decisive. What's that supposed to mean? No help for it. No, carrying a skull. Sun Dahe buried her. Could he have dug her up and devoured her? What? Eaten her? He doesn't understand our speech, Yuliang. She edged closer to me. I only suspect. This morning, while searching the hills, we entered the ossuary cave and found 2 intact skeletons. Flesh still clung to their bones. One was unmistakably female, the other a child's. Did he consume them? Her fingers tightened around mine. Yuliang, I'm terrified. Will he eat us? He eats fish with evident relish. Tonight, perhaps not. Perhaps not, yet. Her hand trembled. Untie the vines from my ankles. He's watching. I'll wait until he looks away. What are you thinking? I keep wondering. The smaller skeleton in that ossuary cave, it doesn't resemble a fetus. Is that so? Are you certain? I gestured with my hands. That skeleton was this large. A fetus, even full term, is far smaller, tiny hands, delicate feet, soft as down. If eaten, one bite would swallow an entire palm, and thighs hold almost no meat. That's ghastly. Stop. So that small skeleton, surely not fetal. You're asking me. How would I know? The answer's simple enough. Exhumed the woman's body again. Damn it. Can't you ask him for fish? He refuses. Didn't you hear me earlier? Ask him now. Better not. If hunger overwhelms you, I'll gather leaves for you. Wait, you feed sheep. Raise rabbits. Yuliang, hush. If he's provoked, God knows what he'll do. He seems perfectly lucid, listening to us now even as he slices branches with your knife. Why does he keep cutting branches? He appears fascinated by your blade, playing with it like a child. Maybe he's not mad at all. Maybe he's feigning madness. He is mad. No doubt about it. The wild man dropped the knife and dropped to all fours, crawling toward us while emitting low guttural growls. Wah, wah. What's he doing? Ning Chengsheng ignored me and shouted instead, Turkey. Turkey. Huji. Huji. Instantly he erupted with frenzied energy, kicking off the ground like a frog leaping wildly. He's having a psychotic episode, she whispered, sinking to her knees. He bounded over to the marine iguana and snarled at it, teeth bared. His mind is clearly unhinged, I observed. He whirled, roaring at us. Oh, Ning Chengsheng sighed. He's calling me. Calling you. Do you share some psychic bond with this lunatic? Shut your mouth. She shot me a glare and crawled forward. She reached him, then joined his assault, snarling at the iguana in tandem. Two primal figures roaring in unison, attempting to terrorize the motionless reptile, which sat serene as a Buddha. Watching them, absurd, grotesque, I felt an unwelcome wry amusement rise within me. Was this humanity reverting step by brutal step to raw, untamed beasthood? After minutes of furious bellowing, they crawled back. He knelt before me, chewing leaves, eyes burning with predatory intensity, as though sizing me for consumption. Ning Chengcheng sensed the threat instantly. She seated herself squarely between us, blocking his line of sight. He retreated, plucked a twig, and kindled a flame, then stared entranced as the fire flickered and grew. He truly is deranged, I murmured. He did exactly this last night, roaring at the iguana for hours. I have no idea why. I can't endure it much longer, Yuliang. We must escape. At least he hasn't violated you yet. When he sleeps, free my bonds. He returned, carrying fresh vines. He seized my wrists and bound them tightly together. Then he dragged Ning Chengcheng beside me and bound her wrists to mine. No, no, she cried. Her protests vanished unheard. Once finished, he clapped his hands once, satisfied, and returned to the fire. We're trapped now. No escape tonight, she whispered. I tilted my head, gazing at the obsidian dark cave wall. A strange quiet thought surfaced, sharing this night bound thus to such a woman. Perhaps not the worst fate imaginable. What are you thinking? She murmured. I glanced upward. The stars tonight shine brilliantly. You're ill. Your mind's gone too. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Don't cry, please. Meeting you was the worst misfortune of my life. Survival matters most. And you are alive, aren't you? How can we sleep like this? Not even roll over. Rolling isn't difficult. If you wish, if lying like this feels unbearable, you may roll onto me. Stop being so shameless, please, Ning Chengcheng said. Oh, now you're insulting me. Didn't you say you wanted to turn your fortunes around? You're nothing but a witless pig. If you speak to me like that, this whole affair loses its charm, I replied. If I'm not a pig, then what am I? Out of all the people on this island, why did he single you out? Given your intellect, or lack thereof, weren't you also taken against your will? I chose to be taken. Let me tell you plainly, staying with him is far safer than remaining among murderers like you. Her voice bristled with fury. Meeting you lot was truly my misfortune. You mean, you intend to live with this wild man from now on? I glanced at him. He lay on a straw mat barely 3 meters away, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. A marine iguana crept along the cave wall, paused to observe us, then continued toward the entrance. Look, the marine iguana, I murmured. It freed itself from the rope around its leg. Remarkable, Ning Chengcheng exclaimed. Could it find Lao Yin and Su Jun outside and lead them back to rescue us? Unlikely. At that pace, it won't even reach our cave by tomorrow. Even if it somehow made it there, how would it convey where we are? Then it would have to crawl all the way back, 2 days' journey, just to guide them here. Preposterous. You're right, I conceded. Suddenly Ning Chengcheng seized my hand and tugged me closer. Come nearer. What's this for? The wild man appears to be sleeping. Never mind him for now. I'm itching terribly. Her voice dropped plaintive. My back, it's unbearable. Think of something. Scratch it for me. My back. How exactly do you propose I scratch it? That's no simple task. See, you are a pig. Here's an idea. Lean back against the cave wall and rub yourself. I'll assist. Dragging you around, this deadweight, is exhausting. Must this go on forever? Do you imagine I relish being bound to you? She pressed her back against the damp stone and scraped slowly. This works. Perhaps you're not entirely useless after all. Even a pig has its uses. I glanced over. The wild man, and the entire straw mat beneath him, had subtly drifted, now lying 2 meters away, his ears unmistakably tilted toward us. How curious. I wonder, is he feigning madness? Is he eavesdropping? He adores listening to human voices. Think about it, alone on this island for years. How profoundly lonely he must be. You've no idea how he looked at me when he first brought me into this cave. His gaze, his expression, as though I were some rare, wondrous creature. He grew positively elated whenever I spoke. Absurd, really. Fascinated by you. After binding you to me like this, he's mentally ill. His mind flickers between lucidity and delusion. Oh, so I was mistaken earlier. Yes, he is mad. Profoundly, irrevocably so. Congratulations, you've regained your senses at last. What? Listen, Miss Ning. I'll analyze this for you. Picture a healthy, virile man, living in absolute isolation for 8 or 10 years, then suddenly confronted with a stunning woman. 2 full days and nights pass, yet he merely binds her and stares, as if she were a painting, without making a single advance. Would any human male behave so? Not even a female castaway would remain so impassive. Therefore, his affliction isn't merely severe, it's catastrophic. You're suggesting he should have assaulted me. Is that even debatable? If you were the wild man, what would you do to me? I'd employ every limb, hands, feet, teeth, leaving you no moment's respite for 2 days straight. You're vile. A brute. Are you certain I'm a vile brute? Must I confirm the obvious? A murderer. A demon. I blinked slowly. So is this my chance? What chance? I leaned in until our faces nearly touched. I'm a demon. A murderer. A shameless brute. Come, let the master kiss you. Get away. Go as far as you possibly can. Darling, forgive me, but if I go, you go with me. Let the master taste those lovely lips. Please, don't sicken me further. Qian Yuliang, you were once a soldier, weren't you? A People's Liberation Army comrade. Even now, post-service, you're still one of them. Her tone softened, almost pleading. No, I'm precisely what I claimed, a shameless brute. A despicable wretch. I kill without blinking. So harassing a young woman. Child's play. Qian Yuliang, if you dare touch me, I'll take my own life. I'll bite off my tongue. She turned her head defiantly. Good heavens, you're Lu Hulin herself. Unbending to the end. Biting off your tongue. Fine, I won't kiss you. She turned back, her expression shifting. Comrade Yuliang, truthfully, I've always sensed your goodness. From the very first day I saw you, I felt it. Remember, when you saved me, I embraced you, didn't I? At that moment, you'd have clung to a boar if one stood before you. She burst into soft, silvery laughter. What's so amusing? I glanced at the wild man. His ear twitched sharply. Qian Yuliang, you grow more admirable by the hour. To be honest, I want to be a brute. Especially before you. And now with you so near, such an opportunity rarely arises. Qian Yuliang, we're still bound. Focus, think of escape. What if a cannibal tribe stumbles upon us? We'll be devoured alive. Right, you're absolutely right. Blast, it seems he's still pretending to sleep. Let me gnaw through your restraints first. Hurry, I need to relieve myself. That's impossible. Even if I free you, you can't wander off alone. Can't you move faster? She urged. If you can't hold it, just go here. That's unthinkable. Listen carefully, Miss Ning. I'll untie your wrists, but you must free me first. Promise. Agreed. Just hurry. Once her wrists were loose, she edged close, speaking loudly enough for the wild man to hear, while deftly untying my bonds. What about your ankles? Yuliang, I can't bear it any longer. I must go. No, you'll relieve yourself right here. Fine, but don't mock me. And never breathe a word of this to anyone. Enough chatter, hurry. Her lower body pressed against mine. Don't move. Sister, please don't urinate on me. Silence. If I don't, the noise will wake him. Then, a warm, steady flow soaked into my trousers. You're remarkably well hydrated, I observed. You're dreadful, she whispered, pinching my arm. Now untie my ankles. You do it yourself, you're drenched. Is he truly asleep? I asked. I know how to lull him deeper, she said. I'll sing him a lullaby. Go ahead, try it. No need to try. He will sleep. For heaven's sake, why delay? Sing sooner, and we'd be free already. You lack patience. When we leave, absolute silence. Remember that. Naturally. She began softly. Baby, baby, my dearest treasure. Sleep, now gentle measure. The melody was so soothing I nearly drifted off myself. She pointed silently to my ankles. I worked slowly, fingers trembling, until the vines fell away. She kept singing, took my hand, and we crept forward, step by silent step. 2 meters from the entrance, the wild man rolled over, abruptly lifted his head, and stared directly at the spot where we'd lain. In an instant, he sprang up, knife in hand, facing us. Then, flames erupted at the cave mouth. Su Jun, Wang Baojun, and others surged in, torches blazing. Seeing Su Jun, my heart soared. Light flooded my chest. Drop the blade. Lao Yan leveled his pistol. The wild man brandished his knife, shrieking guttural, wordless cries. Kill this flesh-eater. Su Jun commanded. Wait, don't kill him. He's no cannibal, Ning, Chengqing interjected. You oppose his execution. Su Jun frowned. He's feral, not savage. Restrain him first, I urged. Very well, seize him. Su Jun gestured sharply. Bring the fishing net. Sun Dahe and Lung Bo advanced, net unfurled. The wild man lunged, only to be instantly enveloped, dragged down, disarmed, and bound hand and foot. Leaves stuffed into his mouth, he was carried back into the cave. Inside, Huasiki Guanhong and Xia Xiaorui erupted in cheers, radiant with relief at our return. Ning Chengqing beamed, her smile luminous, intimate. How did you find us? I asked. Yak Su Jun replied. He spotted the marine iguana first, returned to alert us, and led us straight to this cave. The wild man lay sprawled on the floor, baring his teeth, glaring. This is the beast Jenny saw in the woods. The one who stole our fish. Xia Xiaorui asked. Precisely, Su Jun confirmed. Ning Qingqing, Qian Yuliang, tell us everything. She recounted her capture, his strange behavior, omitting deliberately the detail of our shared bindings. So he's truly insane. Su Jun mused. What shall we do with him? Just kill him, Sun Dahe grunted. Better to release him. He's endured solitude for years, alone on this island, Lao Yin countered. And if we set him free, will he not return to harm us? He's dangerously unstable. Guan Hong protested. Killing him is simpler, Sun Dahe insisted. No, he's innocent. We cannot take his life, Ning Chengcheng declared. Perhaps we should attempt communication first. Years of isolation would break anyone. With human contact, his condition may stabilize. Huasiki suggested. Agreed. Let's try, Wang Baozhen said, and pulled the leaves from the wild man's mouth. Instantly the man convulsed, shaking violently, head thrashing, screaming hoarse, incoherent cries. Then, without warning, he began slamming his forehead against the stone floor. I'll handle this. Ning Chengcheng knelt beside him, stroking his hair gently. Turkey, turkey, chicken, chicken, turkey, turkey. His body stilled. His eyes softened, warmth replacing frenzy. Turkey, chicken, that actually works. Wang Baozhen murmured. Everyone stepped back. He's terrified, Ning Chengcheng whispered, her palm still resting tenderly upon his brow. Dahe, give this wild man a pair of pants, Wang Baozhen said. I only have 2 pairs, Sun Dahe replied. Can he wear your pants? Su Jun interjected. Just give him one, no need for more talk. Fine, Sun Dahe grumbled. This is a big white guy, Huasiki remarked. Looking at his appearance, he must be in his 50s. He looks about 1.9 meters tall, Qin Xiaowei said. No, at most 1.88 meters, Lung Bo countered. Everyone, let's go to sleep, Old Yin said. I want the wild man to sleep beside me, Ning Chengcheng declared. Dahe, you and Lung Bo carry the wild man over here, Su Jun instructed. By the way, I forgot to mention something. I found a freshwater source, I said. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? That's great news, Old Yin exclaimed. All right, Dahe, you take everyone to collect water tomorrow, Su Jun directed. After a long night of fussing about, everyone was tired. As soon as my head touched the pillow, I fell asleep. In my dreams, I vaguely felt it was raining heavily outside with strong winds. Qin Xiaowei was sitting at the cave entrance with a gun in his arms. I hazily saw a marine iguana crawling on his shoulder. An albatross wandered around my pillow, harboring its thoughts. In the morning, a ray of sunlight almost pierced through to the cave's bottom. The albatross called out, Where's the wild man? Ning Chengcheng asked. I looked up and saw no wild man in the cave. Qin Xiaowei, sitting at the cave entrance, opened his eyes sluggishly, pointed outside, and said, He's down there. He rolled down by himself. Stepping out of the cave, I stretched and saw the wild man lying under the rocks. Old Yin distributed steamed buns, 1 for each person, and we received more pickles than the previous day, perhaps because Old Yin anticipated that we would have more freshwater today. Ning Chengcheng broke off a piece of bun under the rocks and fed it to the wild man bit by bit. The wild man, like a hungry chick, opened his mouth wide, full of eager anticipation. This food was an irresistible delicacy for him, and it was clear that 1 bun would not suffice. Once he finishes, let him go, Wang Baozhen said. We don't have that many buns to feed him. All right, let him go. Dahe, untie the ropes around him, Su Jun said, picking up his handgun. Be careful. I picked up the crumbs of bun that had fallen on my lap, put them in my mouth, and walked over to the wild man. The wild man watched me warily. I first untied the ropes around his feet, glancing at his face as I slowly loosened the ropes on his hands. Go, go, leave, Ning Chengcheng shouted at the wild man. Just go. Wait, give him 2 buns, Old Yin said, coming over with the buns. Ning Chengcheng took the buns and placed them in the wild man's hands. Go, go, Wang Baozhen urged. The wild man took a big bite of the bun, looking dazedly at me and Su Jun, then at Ning Chengcheng. Wait a minute, can we give him a lighter? He likes lighters, Ning Chengcheng suggested. Giving him a lighter might set the trees on fire and burn down the forest, Li Shuang said. I don't think he would, Ning Chengcheng replied. Deng Jiachuan took a lighter out of his pocket and handed it to Ning Chengcheng. Let's go. Su Jun aimed his gun at the wild man. The wild man jumped off the rock and headed toward the beach. Watching the wild man's back, Ning Chengcheng looked grave, wanting to cry, but holding back. This wild man has been on the island for quite some time, Old Yin remarked. Quite pitiful, his tongue has been cut off, Huasiki added. After all these years, he must be very lonely. We should keep him, or I think food won't be a problem for him. It's not about food, he's just a madman, Wang Baozhen replied. He seems normal now, but you never know when he might lose his mind. Let's hope he won't attack us again, Su Jun said. He shouldn't, he knows we mean him no harm now, Deng Jiachuan said. Dahe, take a few people with water buckets to fetch water, Old Yin instructed. Bring all our water buckets. I want to go, Xia Xiaorui said. I want to go too, Guan Hong added. Women can't go, Su Jun stated. Why can't we go? Xia Xiaorui pouted. Aren't there no monsters now? There are no monsters, but there are cannibals, which are even scarier, Wang Baozhen said. Dahe, grab the water buckets, and let's go. Baojun, don't go, I need to discuss something with you, Su Jun said. Except for Su Jun, Wang Baojun and Old Yin, all the other men followed me. Before leaving, Wang Baojun pulled me aside. What is it? I asked. Hey, your gun might misfire, Wang Baojun warned. I was taken aback. Don't you understand what I mean? A misfire could accidentally hit someone. I blinked, realizing he meant for me to take care of Li Shuang on the way. With so many people following, it won't be easy. Just act as the opportunity arises, Wang Baojun advised. All right, I understand. On the way, Li Shuang walked behind me with a water bucket. I glanced at him and he smiled at me. Hey, why do you keep looking at me? Looking at you? Well, if I can glance at you, I will, I replied. What do you mean? If one day I can't see you anymore, it would feel bad. Li Shuang slapped my butt. Damn it, what are you thinking all day? You shouldn't be hanging around with Wang Baojun, he's not a good person. By the way, hey, let me help you with the gun. No need, I can manage myself, I said. Stop talking nonsense, hand it over so I can play with it. I handed him the gun. Be careful, there are bullets in the chamber. Don't worry, I've handled guns before, Li Shuang said, raising the gun. I want to shoot down a big parrot. Don't waste bullets, they're worth more than birds, I cautioned. No sooner had I finished speaking than we heard a bang, and a bullet flew out. I hit it. Little Duya shouted from behind. Running past Li Shuang, I saw a magnificent macaw lying on the grass. Bro, your shooting skills are impressive, Lung Bo praised. Of course I used to shoot birds with a slingshot, or I could get over 100 a day, Li Shuang said, picking up the macaw. This bird is really beautiful. The macaw suddenly flapped its wings and began squawking loudly. Where did you hit it? Lung Bo inquired. Li Shuang examined its wings. It seems unhurt, I didn't hit it. Could it have fainted from the gunshot and fallen? Lung Bo suggested. That's possible, I said. Well, if it isn't hurt, it'll keep it, Li Shuang said. I want to teach this bird to talk. If you're keeping it the house will get lively, it'll be like a zoo, Lung Bo remarked. That's true, each person with a pet, Deng Jiachuan added. Old Yin has a marine iguana, little Dia has a jackal, Huasiki has an albatross, and now you have a parrot, so I need one too. Jiachuan, there's a big meaty worm in the tree. You should keep that, little Dia suggested. That looks disgusting, Deng Jiachuan replied. Disgusting? If we run out of food, that worm will be valuable, Li Shuang said. We're almost there, I announced. Arriving at the mountain hollow, everyone lay on the ground to drink water. After quenching our thirst, we filled our buckets under the rocks, and soon had them filled. Carrying the water back, everyone felt particularly cheerful. Back at the cave, Old Yin said we could use 2 buckets of water to wash the women's hair, and the women were naturally very pleased. After everyone was full and satisfied, we busied ourselves, and I took a nap. Little Duya burst into the cave. The wild man is back. Everyone rushed out of the cave. The wild man ran over, making strange sounds and gesturing with his hands, then pointed toward the rocks by the sea, making more sounds. He seems to mean there might be something over there, let's go check it out, Su Jun said. The wild man led the way with several of us men following behind. We walked down from the rocks for over 200 meters and saw a small boat capsized resting on the rocks. Everyone jumped down and gathered around the boat. This boat must have been washed ashore by last night's storm, Wang Baojun observed. Look at the shellfish and green algae on it. This boat must have been lying at the bottom of the sea for quite a while, Old Yin analyzed. The wild man pointed at the bottom of the boat, making sounds again. The underside of the boat was covered with strange marine organisms. A pile of white shells was growing on brown stalks. What is that at the bottom of the boat? It looks alive, quite frightening, I said. The wild man jumped onto the boat, tore off a stalk, and bit off the white shells, chewing on it. It looked rather disgusting. Old Yin approached and tugged at it. Wow, this is gooseneck barnacle, also known as sea chicken feet. It's a prized delicacy. Can we eat it? Su Jun asked. Absolutely delicious. It looks ugly, but it's called demon's foot from hell, yet this thing is sweet and nutritious, Old Yin explained. We've had these on our fishing boats, but not this big. Judging by the size of these gooseneck barnacles, this little boat has been at the bottom of the sea for at least 10 years. Great. Let's take them all, Su Jun said. The wild man is quite resourceful, finding food and thinking of us. We used knives to pry off all the gooseneck barnacles from the boat, returning with a full load. Huasiki recognized them at a glance. She said she used to eat them often. Such large gooseneck barnacles are not cheap, and they make for a particularly sweet and tasty soup. Why are they called gooseneck barnacles? Huasiki explained that in the Middle Ages there was a myth that once they grew up they would transform into swans and fly away. Everyone busied themselves cleaning the gooseneck barnacles, and when we looked up again, the wild man had vanished. Li Shuang found a rope to tie up the macaw. The monkey jack sat on a rock scratching itself. The beach stretched toward the sunset, the waves splashing white foam, and the marine iguana lay quietly at the edge of the rocks. Deng Jiachuan sat on a protruding rock, playing his guitar and singing Su Wai's song, his hoarse voice blending with the colors of the sunset. Hometown. The sunset at the horizon once more reflects upon my face, again illuminating my restless heart. Where is this place? Still so desolate. That endless journey seems so long. I am forever a wayward son wandering toward the distance. You are my woman amidst the vast sea of people. On every cold night in a foreign land, this longing cuts like a knife, causing me pain. Always in my dreams, I see your helpless eyes. My heart awakens once more. I stand here recalling the moment we parted. You stood alone in the crowd, so solitary. That was your broken heart, while my heart was wild and free. You will forever be my hometown and my heart. You always silently wait for me, keeping your vigil. On every cold night in a foreign land, this longing cuts like a knife, causing me pain. Always in my dreams, I see your helpless eyes. My heart awakens once more. I stand here recalling the moment we parted. You stood alone in the crowd, so solitary. That was your broken heart, while my heart was wild and free. In the following days, the wild man visited frequently, bringing crabs strung on a reed or several fish to trade with Old Yin for food. In exchange for 2 large fish, Old Yin broke off a small piece of steamed bun and handed it to him. One morning we discovered him sleeping beneath the rocky overhang outside the cave. Upon seeing us emerge, he silently gathered his hand-woven grass mat and departed. With nothing pressing to occupy my time, I often lay upon the sun-warmed sand watching the sea roll in, wave after wave swelling into towering walls of water cresting at their zenith before collapsing in thunderous surrender. Old Yin stood atop the blackened reef, fishing line taut in his calloused hands, while a marine iguana lounged placidly beside his bare feet. Xiao Dia and Deng Jiachuan shouldered a rickety ladder, crafted by Old Yin from freshly cut branches and lashed together with twisted vines, intent on harvesting wild fruit from the canopy above. Sun Dahe and Lung Bo played sack toss with the women. The 2 men stood at opposite ends of the beach, hurling the cloth pouch back and forth, while the women leapt and darted with unrestrained glee, their laughter ringing like that of children unburdened by time. Li Shuang lay 50 meters away on the shore, his face shaded by a broad leaf, one ankle tethered by a slender cord tied to the leg of Jin Gang Lu Li, the magnificent macaw whose raucous cries had grown hoarse and diminished its vitality, perhaps even less certain than Li Shuang's own. Su Jun and Wang Qian strolled hand in hand along the water's edge, collecting iridescent shells, while Huasiki and her albatross ambled side by side through the gentle surf. Chen Xiaowei sat motionless atop a jagged outcropping, cradling his long rifle across his knees. Today was his watch. Had it not been for the 2 fresh, horrifying skeletons discovered deep within the cave, no sentry would have been posted. This once a pristine, silent isle, so tranquil in its solitude, had become shadowed by dread, its beauty now eclipsed by the grim presence of human bones. Wang Baozhen approached, balancing a wash basin on his palm. He set it beside me with a grin. "Rise, take a look at this." I sat up. Inside the basin lay yellow clay, thick and damp, tangled with tufts of grass and fibrous bark. "What is this?" I asked. "Guess. Flower cultivation. Flowers." "Nonsense. Grain means shelter, real shelter. 1 room per person, windows included." "I don't follow. Do you know adobe? This soil has just the right cohesion. I've mixed in chopped grass and shredded bark. No one else thought of it." "You're brilliant," I said. "But we'll need wooden molds. Press the mixture and compact it firmly, then leave it to dry under the sun." "Exactly. I've already commissioned Old Yin to make them. Once packed and baked hard by the sun, the bricks will hold firm. Then build me a tubdrum, 1 living room house." "Done. There are plenty of boulders on the hill, perfect for foundations." "Excellent. Have you told Su Jun yet?" "He'll be thrilled." Huasiki approached just then. "Come, beautiful. Behold my creation," Wang Baozhen announced. She peered into the basin. "What is that?" He explained the process of adobe construction. She nodded appreciatively, murmuring praise. "And I'll build a tiny adobe cottage for your albatross," he added, eyes gleaming with quiet pride. "Brother Baozhen, when might a ship pass near our island?" she asked. "That depends on fortune." She swept a strand of long hair from her forehead. "If only we could return soon. I'd propose transforming this island into a private resort. No better, yet a secluded garden estate. Our corporate headquarters would rise here untouched by the world. A splendid vision. Truly splendid. Oh, and all this talk of cannibals. If they aren't on this island, where are they? I suspect another island lies within 30 nautical miles, larger than ours. That's likely their home. Then we're in danger." "Not necessarily. We can form a militia, hunt them down, eradicate them entirely." "Must we kill them?" "Perhaps they can be reformed, taught to abandon their gruesome rites." "Reform is unlikely. Their very biology may be corrupted, deep in their blood, their lineage. We'll discuss reform when we capture one. If many come for us, could we truly resist them now?" "A fair question. Su Jun says tomorrow he'll gather materials for bows and arrows." So building houses isn't exactly timely, she observed. Wang Baozhan slapped his forehead. Oh, Miss Hua, you've saved me. Our immediate task must be arms, not architecture. She smiled. Then go. Begin at once. She lifted the albatross and walked toward the sea. I admire that girl, sharp-minded, decisive. You playing in mud stand no chance beside her. Right. I'll consult old Yen about bow-making. He glanced toward Li Shuang, still reclining on the sand. Let the boy live a few days longer. Should the cannibals descend, every hand counts. I agree. And we ought to pile stones by the cave mouth. Projectiles for defense. Agreed. He emptied the clay onto the sand, balanced the basin atop his head, and strode off toward old Yen. Xia Xiaowei came running. Yuliang, why aren't you playing Saktos? I prefer solitude. Yuliang, they say you fancy Cheng Chenji. Is it true? Who said that? Ignore idle chatter. Then who do you fancy? Women older than yourself. Guan Hongjia, Wang Qianjia, all women older than you. You don't fancy me. You're too young. Still underage. Underage. Yuliang, I'm of age. Look, my chest. She tugged at her blouse. Hey. Stop. What are you doing? Nothing. Why so flustered? Just a glimpse. I'm quite developed. You're astonishingly precocious. Not precocious, naturally ripe. She pulled her blouse lower. I turned sharply away. No, this isn't proper. Someone might see. A glance won't harm. Or, shall I let you touch? I withdrew my hand. If you persist, I will be angry. How old are you? I am grown. Yuliang, you watch other women. Why not me? Watch whom? You spied on Guan Hongjia's bosom. On Wang Qianjia's. Even Cheng Chenji's. Nonsense. Don't fabricate. You deny it. I saw you. Your gaze lingers longest on women's chests. Mine is yours to behold. Enough. Wait 2 years, no 3. Then I'll look. Agreed. 3 years. By then I'll be old. Good heavens, I yield. Please fix your clothes. I surrender. They're fixed, she said. You may turn back now. I suspect you're teasing me. You're insufferable. I'm leaving. She rose and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, I wondered, had she truly fallen for me? Was this infatuation born of startling, unsettling maturity? I turned and met Li Shuang's steady gaze. That night the tide rose, swallowing the stranded fishing boat whole. My watch began at dusk. The moon drifted behind veils of cloud. I sat at the cave mouth, rifle across my lap, binoculars slung around my neck. Wang Baozhan appeared, clapped my shoulder. Brother, come smoke outside. We settled on a flat rock. He lit a cigarette, drew twice, then studied me. What is it? Why stare? You summoned me for smoke. True. He held up the crumpled pack. The night is lovely. No moon, yet lovely. If you meant to smoke alone, why call me out? I never promised you a cigarette. He extended the pack. Fine. Today I'm generous. Go ahead. I opened it, empty. Impressive, brother. Truly refined. I heard from Li Shuang today. Xia Xiaowei showed your chest. And more. That wretch spread slander. But yes, the girl is unervingly mature. Listen, Yuliang. I warn you, early ripened fruit must be plucked swiftly, or you'll rue your hesitation. She's underage. You overthink. We're fugitives, outcasts. Remember Pitcairn Island. An unwritten law there permits adult men to claim adolescent girls, freely without consequence. It's documented. Documented. Why? No one knows. Perhaps survival demands propagation. He suddenly pointed seaward. Look, they are a vessel. I raised the binoculars. A ship, cutting steadily toward our shore. Baozhan, alert Su Jun. It's heading straight for us. He sprang up and vanished into the cave. Moments later, Su Jun, old Yen, and Lung Bo emerged, tense and alert. The ship drew nearer. Su Jun snatched the binoculars. Many aboard, armed. Rifles. Submachine guns. Doomed. Are they police? Old Yen asked. 8, 11, 13, 16, 18 men. Su Jun counted, voice tight. More, 2 heavy machine guns. A flag, skull embroidered above, crossed swords. Pirates. Pirates indeed. They're lowering 2 skiffs from the mothership. Su Jun lowered the glasses. What do we do? Huasiki and Guan Hong emerged from the cave. Are pirates coming? Yes. Women, retreat inside. Now. Su Jun handed me the telescope. Everyone get inside, I'll stay here with Baozhan. We have provisions, just the 3 of us. 5 people boarded a small boat, 3 of whom were armed, while 1 carried a torch. Boxes were being hoisted from the large ship onto the small boat, with a total of 8 boxes loaded between the 2 small vessels. Are they transporting the boxes to the island? I asked. What's inside the boxes? Su Jun inquired. I can't tell, I replied. Could it be gold or jewels? Wang Baozhan suggested. Gold or jewels, bringing them to the island. Su Jun responded skeptically. There's a possibility. Pirates often stash their loot on uninhabited islands, Wang Baojun remarked. As long as they don't set foot on the island and the goods remain there, that's fine, Su Jun said. The two small boats drew closer to shore, heading directly into a rocky cave. After about 10 minutes, they emerged from the cave and returned alongside the large ship. A few minutes later, another box was hoisted onto one of the small boats, which then headed back toward the cave with 5 boxes aboard. After delivering the boxes, this small boat returned as well, and both were pulled back to the large ship. 20 minutes passed, but there was no sign of the large ship departing. Why isn't the ship leaving? Su Jun asked, peering through the telescope. Could they be waiting for dawn to disembark, staying on the ship overnight? I speculated. That's hard to say. Should we gather everyone to move? Wang Baojun suggested. While it's still dark, it'll be troublesome once morning comes. Where should we move to? Su Jun asked. We could find a cave in the mountains to hide, Wang Baojun replied. If they land on the island tomorrow, where will they come ashore? Su Jun inquired. When the tide recedes tomorrow, they'll likely land on the beach. There are many hidden reefs on our side, Wang Baojun explained. In that case, we shouldn't move blindly. It's easier to observe their movements from here, Su Jun concluded. It seems they could land from 2 places, one near the cave and the other on the beach. If they land from the cave, we can head directly to the mountaintop and then to the back mountain. If they land on the beach, we can also use the cave to reach the back mountain. True, if they do land on the island, I suspect they'll choose the beach, Wang Baojun added. We should stay here and watch them. As dawn approached, the sun clung to the horizon, casting a golden hue over the island and the pirate ship, while seabirds flitted about. I rubbed my eyes and raised the telescope to inspect the pirate ship, spotting 2 armed black men on deck, one of whom was wearing glasses. Baojun, are the pirates looking this way? Wang Baojun asked. No, they're leaning against the railing smoking, I replied. They better not turn around. If they do, we're done for, Wang Baojun warned. What? What do you mean? I inquired. Look towards the beach, Wang Baojun urged. I lowered the telescope to scan the beach and saw a lone figure approaching. Quickly, I raised the telescope again to focus on the figure, an indigenous man swaying as he walked, carrying a string of crabs. Oh no, I said hastily, turning the telescope back to the pirate ship. The 2 pirates remained leaning against the railing. That wild man is coming to find us so early. Damn it, Wang Baojun said. Give me the telescope, Su Jun demanded. I handed it over. If the pirates discover that someone's on the island, they'll definitely come ashore, Wang Baojun said. Not only that, they'll search the entire island. One of the pirates is almost done with his cigarette, Su Jun remarked, then adjusted the telescope to focus on the wild man. Hurry up and leave, you fool. Move faster. Should we wave to him? I asked. No, if you wave and he shouts we're finished, Wang Baojun replied. We can only hope that the pirates don't turn around to look at the beach. That bastard has stopped. He's spotted the pirate ship and is just standing there. Keeping him here is a disaster, Su Jun said. He won't shout out to the pirates, will he? Wang Baojun asked. I'll bring him over, I offered. All right, you hurry over, Su Jun urged. Wait, never mind. The wild man is running towards us. He knows how to run, Wang Baojun remarked. Run faster, come on. It's still over 100 meters, Su Jun said. Damn it, one pirate has finished his smoke. I feel like he's about to turn around. He turned, oh, we're done for. He's looking towards the beach. Did he see us? I asked. Damn it, the wild man has dropped to the ground, Wang Baojun said. Sure enough, the wild man lay flat on the beach, burying his head in the sand. Both pirates have turned around and are looking our way. Su Jun crouched down. Quick, keep your heads down. Hiding behind the rocks, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me, wondering if I had crouched down too slowly and whether we had been spotted. I peeked towards the beach, noticing the wild man remained motionless. Suddenly, he stood up and dashed towards us. Su Jun slowly stood, aiming the telescope at the pirate ship. The wild man finally reached the large rock. Boss, did the pirates see the wild man? Wang Baojun asked. Damn it, that scared me. They probably didn't see him, Su Jun replied. The wild man climbed up and started making strange sounds at us. Tell him to keep it down, Su Jun instructed. Wang Baojun gestured for silence. The wild man crouched behind the rock, pointing towards the sea, and then to his throat, mimicking a cutting gesture. The ship has raised anchor. It's about to leave, Su Jun said excitedly. Let's get out of here, Wang Baojun urged. 5 minutes later, the ship gradually drifted away. Su Jun dropped the telescope and sprawled on the ground. The pirate ship has left. Lao Yin emerged from the cave entrance. I didn't sleep a wink all night. Boss, let's go check out the pirate treasure, Wang Baojun said. All right, leave 2 men behind. Oh, everyone else follow me, Su Jun ordered. Let's leave Lung Bo and Qin Xiaowei behind, Wang Baojun suggested. I descended to the rocky beach and splashed water on my face, feeling much more alert. Wang Baojun also went to wash his face, nearly slipping in the process. Baojun, why don't you go back to sleep? Su Jun suggested. Wang Baozhun waved his hand dismissively. Entering the cave, the water rose above our ankles. We searched every chamber within the cave, but found no boxes. Upon exiting the cave, we faced steep mountains. Baozhun, is this the cave? Su Jun asked. This is the only cave nearby. I saw them enter this one, Wang Baozhun replied. But where are the boxes? With so many boxes, how could they be gone? It's not like they could have carried them up the mountain, Su Jun pondered. Weren't they rowed in? I suggested. Wang Baozhun smacked his forehead. Damn it, my brain is mush. You're right, they must have rowed in. Let's head back to the cave. The water level in this cave should be quite high, Lao Yin observed, glancing at the cave entrance. Wang Baozhun approached the entrance and examined the cave wall. Look, the water level is almost up to my chest. That means the entrance might be higher up, Su Jun concluded. Right, everyone raise your torches and shine them upwards, Wang Baozhun instructed. As we illuminated the way, we indeed discovered a dark opening 2 meters above the cave wall. This must be the entrance. Li Shishuang de He, you two go carry the ladder, Su Jun commanded. Open sesame, Wang Baozhun joked. 7 or 8 minutes later, Sun Dehei and Li Shishuang brought the ladder inside. We left Xiao Dia and Deng Jiachuan behind while the rest of us ascended. The entrance was small, but the inside was spacious, filled with dozens of boxes piled high. One box was already decaying, and gold coins, agate necklaces, silver platters, gold watches, gold rings, and golden incense burners were scattered across the ground. I knew it. This is the pirate treasure, Wang Baozhun exclaimed. Boss, take a look at this box, Li Shishuang said, shining a torch on a cracked box. It's filled with gold. We gathered around, peering into the box through the opening, revealing neatly stacked gold bars. Damn it, this is like the tale of Alibaba and the 40 thieves of fantasy come true, Wang Baozhun remarked. Boss, we're going to get rich, Sun Dehei said excitedly. We can't take any of this, Su Jun cautioned. What? We can't take it. This is a windfall, Li Shishuang protested, holding a gold watch. A windfall? More like a calamity, Wang Baozhun scoffed. This is the pirates' stash on the island. If they come back and find the gold bars missing, they'll hunt us down, Su Jun warned. Su Jun is right. We can't touch anything here, not even a single gold coin, Lao Yin added. Let's move these boxes and go to another island, Li Shishuang suggested. With your level of intelligence. Ugh, we're trapped on this island now, Wang Baozhun said. If we could leave this island, would the pirates leave the boxes behind? What about the dozen or so new boxes the pirates brought in? What could be inside? I asked. They're all locked. They must contain valuable items, Su Jun replied. We can't open these locks either. Damn it, with so much gold and jewels, we can only feast our eyes, Sun Dehei lamented. Let's head back and discuss our options, Lao Yin suggested. This little island is quite lively, Su Jun remarked. Indeed, not to mention the wild mani, this island is not only a treasure garden for pirates, but also a private dining hall for cannibals, Wang Baozhun said. And here we are, a band of desperate killers, I noted. We're not killers, we're revolutionaries. We are the island's rightful owners, the founders of this isle, Wang Baozhun declared. Damn it, you talk too much, Li Shishuang tossed the gold watch to the ground. Why don't we just become pirates? It's a good profession with a bright future. Upon returning, the group gathered on the beach to deliberate. This remote, uninhabited island, seemingly tranquil at first glance, concealed profound perils and imminent crises. Should they remain and hold their ground? Or should they build a vessel and flee? Not only Su Jun wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Wang Baozhun too sat frozen in uncertainty. Each face bore the weight of dread, as though the world itself had begun to crumble. Yet beneath my feet the solid earth felt infinitely more steadfast than the swaying deck of that fishing boat, let alone the vessel where I had witnessed a blood-soaked massacre. Chen Xiaowei once recounted to me how after departing Tahiti, he'd been seized by armed pirates who boarded his ship, an ordeal that left him trembling with terror. To me, however, those pirates posed little threat. They operated openly, always concealed. And they had no inkling they faced not ordinary sailors, but desperate men with nothing left to lose. The women frolicked in the surf, blissfully unaware, only knowing the pirates had departed and that calm had returned as if nothing had ever disturbed it. The wild man had vanished without trace, no sign of him anywhere. When the pirate vessel appeared, his face had contorted in raw panic. Perhaps he had been utterly undone by fear. I drove my squid knife deep into the sand and listened in silence as the others debated. Staying on this island is merely a temporary, reluctant measure, Wang Baozhun said. We must build boats, 3 of them. Where would 3 boats even go? Lao Yin frowned. Out there lies only boundless ocean. Drifting aimlessly, we'd scatter within hours. Drift for a week, a month. We'd starve long before then, Deng Jiachuan added. There must be other islands nearby. Otherwise, how did the cannibals arrive? Wang Baozhun countered. Our predicament is not their existence, but our ignorance of their location. You're mad. To sail toward the cannibals' island. Li Shishuang snapped. No, we stay right here. This is our island, Sun Dahye declared. If cannibals come, we drive them off. And if pirates return? Su Jun asked. We'll repel them too, Sun Dahye replied unflinching. Wang Baozhen shook his head. Pirates carry full armaments, light and heavy machine guns, possibly grenades, and hand-thrown explosives. How do we fight them? We possess only 2 firearms, one a mere pistol. This is suicide disguised as strategy. I've considered that, Sun Dahye said. From shore we can strike with bows and arrows. They're confined to their vessel. If we attack from land, they cannot disembark. Your logic is flawed, Deng Jiachuan retorted. Landing on this island poses no challenge for pirates. It's surrounded by sea on all sides and nightfall renders infiltration effortless. As for building a wooden boat, it's equally implausible. None of us know shipwriting. At best we might lash together a crude raft. Yet even that would capsize at the first swell, dumping our food and water into the abyss. Indeed, Li Shishuang agreed. I propose another course: borrow a vessel. Borrow? From whom? Lao Yan asked. Seize the cannibals' boat when they next land, Wang Baozhen suggested. That remains suboptimal. A better prospect would be a passing fishing trawler, or ideally a cargo ship or luxury yacht. Once they spot us, they'll rescue us. Then, well, you know what comes next. Li Shishuang paused meaningfully. Go on, Su Jun urged. We seize the vessel. Eliminate its crew. With a seaworthy ship in our possession, we may sail wherever we choose, perhaps to a gentler, richer island far superior to this barren rock, Li Shishuang continued. A sound plan, though slaughter isn't strictly necessary, Lao Yan observed. The women may be spared, Sun Dahye interjected. But no men. Our ranks are already overfull. Li Shishuang's idea, while imperfect, approaches brilliance, Wang Baozhen conceded. The true question remains when, if ever, will a ship pass within sight of this island? I trace slow lines in the sand with my knife. Abandoning this island feels like discarding something precious. It holds nothing worth keeping, not even grain, Su Jun replied. For now the pirates seem unlikely to return soon, but we have no notion when the cannibals will reappear. The cannibals appear easily intimidated, Wang Baozhen mused. The wild man placed a skull at the cave mouth, and they fled outright. Clearly they lack courage. Courage? Then why do they devour human flesh? Li Shishuang countered. Suddenly Guan Hong's cry pierced the air. Help! Someone, quickly! What's happened? Wang Baozhen demanded. A snake. Ning Chengcheng has been bitten. Guan Hong shouted. I snatched up my knife and sprinted toward the shore. Ning Chengcheng lay collapsed amid the white foam, her finger trembling as she pointed to her instep. 2 deep fang marks darkened her skin. In one motion, I unbuckled my belt and tightly constricted her calf. Then with swift precision, I incised a cross-shaped gash across the wound and dropped to my knees, drawing venom-laced blood from her flesh with my mouth, spitting each mouthful onto the sand. We carried her to the beach. Her face was ashen, eyes shut, her foot grotesquely swollen. Chengcheng, are you all right? Guan Hong whispered. Ning Chengcheng opened her eyes. I feel dizzy. Snake venom, Lao Yan murmured grimly. This is grave. Do we have any venom? Guan Hong asked. Lao Yan shook his head. We can only entrust her fate to heaven. Sea snakes bear lethal neurotoxins, yet rapid intervention saves lives. Had the venom not been extracted immediately, she would have perished within minutes. I drew out copious blood, I said. I pray it was enough. Youyang, I feel numbness creeping up my calf. Pinch me, Ning Chengcheng murmured. I pressed my thumb into her calf. Harder, she whispered. I squeezed again, firmly. Still nothing, she breathed. Press harder. Her words sent a chill through me. In the military, a comrade had suffered a sea snake bite, treated identically, tourniquet applied, venom suctioned. Yet sensation faded swiftly from his lower leg. The platoon commander acted without hesitation, ordered immediate amputation. The man survived, but lost his limb. I gripped her thigh instead, and she cried out. I beckoned Su Jun, Wang Baozhen, and Lao Yan aside. Is her life in danger? Su Jun asked. Yes, I replied. Then what do we do? Wang Baozhen groaned. The toxin has likely reached her calf. To save her, amputation is imperative. Amputation? Su Jun's brow furrowed. That's unthinkable. Youyang, I doubt it's so dire, Lao Yan countered. Sea snakes are venomous. But consider this: aboard a freighter years ago, a sailor was bitten while swimming. After venom extraction, he recovered fully. A leg severed whole. Unthinkable cruelty, Wang Baozhen argued. And if sensation remains in her thigh, the venom hasn't ascended that far. Lao Yan, was that sailor's case real? Su Jun pressed. Absolutely. I witnessed it myself, Lao Yan affirmed. At worst, the bitten leg may become permanently paralyzed, like polio, utterly devoid of feeling. So amputation isn't required? Su Jun asked. No, I oppose it entirely. We lacked surgical supplies. Excessive blood loss could kill her faster. Yuliang's first aid was prompt and precise. Let fate decide. Very well, Su Jun sighed. Carry her back to the cave and rinse the wound thoroughly with fresh water, I added. We grow ever less fortunate, Wang Baozhen muttered. Back inside the cave, Ning Qingqing's instep had turned pitch black. My heart sank. Without delay, I resumed suctioning the wound, then cleansed it repeatedly with fresh water. Her eyes remained closed, her lips were tinged violet. I pinched her thigh, no response. I tried the other leg. She stirred faintly, cracked open her eyes, turned her head aside, and whispered, Am I still alive? You're safe, Wang Baozhen announced loudly. Yuliang has drawn the venom from your foot. Yuliang, she murmured, voice threadbare. Come closer. I bent low, pressing my ear to her lips. I want to go home. Take me home. I miss mother. Father. I promise. I'll bring you home. Then let's go now, right now? Her eyes fluttered shut. Is she dead? Xiao Dia whispered. Silence. Foolish talk. Su Jun snapped. I checked her pulse. Faint, almost imperceptible. I shook my head. Xia Xiaorui burst into tears. Guan Hong and Huasiki followed, sobbing softly. She isn't dead. Why mourn prematurely? Wang Baozhen rebuked. Everyone outside, Lao Yin instructed. Leave only Yuliang. Too many people suffocate the air. Let her rest. Perhaps she'll awaken renewed. They filed out. Every soul, even the marine iguana, slithering from the cave mouth. Then, her hand seized my arm. Yuliang, is that you? Yes. Don't leave me. Promise me. I won't. I stroked her hair, gentle as falling ash. I want to lean against you, die in your arms. I lifted her, cradling her head against my chest. You'll recover. Rest now. You lie. I know I'm dying. Nonsense. The venom is gone. You lie. I heard the women weeping. She grasped my hand, guiding it to her chest. Yuliang, I know you love me. Touch me now. I let you. Because I regret so deeply. What do you regret? I ignored you. Yuliang, I'm so cold, so terribly cold. I pulled the blanket over her upper body and held her close. It feels beautiful, she whispered, and closed her eyes. Frantically, I pressed my fingers to her nostrils. No breath. I laid her flat, pressed my ear to her chest. No heartbeat. I hurriedly gave Ning Qingqing mouth to mouth, my hands pressing hard on her chest. A dizzy vertigo seized me, and I collapsed. When I opened my eyes, it was dark. The flame on a red candle shivered like a beckoning spirit. Ning Qingqing lay beside me. I tried to touch her breath, but my fingers would not obey my brain. I tried to call out, and no sound came. Am I dreaming? It did not feel like one. I stared at her face. She drew a faint breath. Beyond the cave mouth, waves thrummed against the rocks in relentless pulses. My eyelids grew leaden, as if a heavy coffin lid were sliding over my head, sealing shadow over shadow until darkness found no seam. I drifted in an abyss without bottom. Something crawled across my face, an itch that felt like an insect. Yuliang. Someone called my name. Light flooded in. The imaginary lid opened. A head peered down, and a big hand seized my neck and hauled me out of the coffin of sleep. Water splashed on my face with a staccato hiss. A pair of hoarse caws sounded. A great macaw cocked its head. Yuliang, you're finally awake, Wang Baozhen. She's all right. Baozhen slapped me. All right. He raised his hand and struck my cheek. Pain flared hot and immediate. Hey, go easy. You feel it now? You scared me to death, Wang Baozhen said. Where is Ning Qingqing? I asked. She's inside, lying down. She woke up last night. I thought she had no heartbeat. I gave her artificial respiration, and then I blacked out, I said. You tried to suck out the venom for her, and you got bitten too. They've both got luck on their side. You two are fine now, this morning. Why are you the only one here? The others went to work, cutting trees up the mountain to make bows. I stayed to watch over you two. I'll get you some rice gruel. Wang Baozhen brought the bowl. After one serving, warmth returned to my limbs, though I remained weak. Talk to each other, Wang Baozhen said, setting me down beside Ning Qingqing, and then stepping outside. She turned her head toward me. Her hand rested on my crown, and then stroked my cheek. I thought you were gone, I murmured. Yuliang, it's so good to be alive. Thank you for saving me. Don't say that. If you had died, I couldn't have gone on living, I replied. She gave me a coy, gentle smile, so alluring that it felt like warm sunlight finding its way into some dark, cold place in my chest. Let me sing you a song, Ning Qingqing said, placing her hand on my lips. I opened my mouth and bit down on her finger. Her voice flowed soft and tender, as if in a dream. We meet so briefly. You are like a spring breeze that gently slips into my heart. Her song lulled me. I fell asleep to that fragile melody. I do not know how long I slept. When I stirred, a shadow moved between us. Someone crouched there. I opened my eyes wide and saw Li Shishuang. He was staring at Ning Qingqing and unfastening the buttons of her blouse. What are you doing? I tried to wrench myself upright, but discovered I had no strength. Li Shishuang drew his hand back as he noticed me awaken. Yuliang, this beauty was struggling to breathe. I undid a couple of buttons to help. Don't get the wrong idea. See, she looks much better now. I muttered. Where's Baozhan? Baozhan's outside chatting with the beauty. He was holding a keen blade and was sharpening it against a stone. A cold shiver ran through me. If he wanted to harm me now, or to do something to Ning Qingqing, it would take hardly an effort. The blade flashed under his hand. Yet I remembered he had been amiable sometimes, offering me cigarettes without being asked. Generous as Su Jun was on the boat, unlike Wang Baozhan, who guarded his smokes as if they were bones to be gnawed. Ning Qingqing still slept, her cheeks flushed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Li Shishuang kept sharpening the knife while watching us with a look that betrayed his own private musings. What's with the knife? I asked. Yuliang, a blade is like the rifle you once had in the army. Guns need cleaning, knives need sharpening. We didn't clean our guns every day in the army, I said. I envy you for being a soldier. If I could have been one, I never would have transferred. I'd have stayed until I was a general, Li Shishuang said. I didn't transfer. You only say transferred when an officer retires. I was discharged. I almost made it into the military academy, missed by a few points. How many? 3. That's a shame. If it had been different, Yuliang, I can see you rising to be a general. Being a general isn't everything. I wouldn't have taken to the sea, wouldn't have fled like this, wouldn't be homeless with you. I smiled weakly. Don't be so gloomy. I like it here. Working on the ship, bowing to those leeches, what's the point? I felt trapped on the ship my whole life. Now my fate is my own. I control my life. He ground the blade harder, and sparks flew. You're something oldly, I flattered cautiously. Yuliang, what do you admire about me? He asked. You're bold and decisive. You've got vision, I lied. Li Shishuang grinned and went back to the stone without answering. Ning Qingqing rolled over. He glanced at her and grinned lecherously. You know where a woman is most beautiful? The waist. I ventured. The waist's fine, but the best is the buttocks. Look at those round, full buttocks, like little gold ingots, Li said. If you weren't my buddy's prize, I'd take her for myself. Old Li, don't even think about it. She's my brother's wife, Tobe now. Li chuckled. You're a lucky bastard. You saved her life, ooh, a beauty owes you her body. You've got to treat her right. There are 36 positions, each one must be tried. For technique. Kiss him. Kiss him. Wang Qian shouted. Ning Qingqing scooped up a handful of sand and flung it toward them. Shoo. All of you, go away. Fine, fine. We'll leave, Wang Baozhan said. Let's play cards, Sun Dahe suggested. The others agreed and drifted off to one side to begin their game. Xia Xiaorui and Xiao Duya played in the sand by the shore. They buried Monkey Jacques in the dunes, then coaxed a marine iguana to crawl atop the mound. A cool breeze stirred Ning Qingqing's silken hair. Gazing at her blushing face, I felt as though adrift in a dream. If I brought her home, my mother would beam with uncontainable joy, not to mention the sensation her presence would cause. A stunning flight attendant marrying into our humble family would stir talk across 10 villages and 8 hamlets. Yuliang, what are you thinking about? Ning Qingqing pinched my nose lightly. I was imagining how overjoyed my parents would be if I brought you home, I said. She smiled faintly. Are you an only child? No. I have an elder sister, a middle school teacher. And you? I'm an only daughter. Her voice softened then trembled. She buried her face against my chest and began to weep. My mother believes I'm dead. She'll be utterly shattered. She won't believe it, not without seeing your body. As long as there's no corpse, she'll hold on to hope. Do you really think so? Will she truly believe I'm still alive? I do. You two share a bond. Intuition, perhaps. She'll feel it in her heart. Then she won't grieve, I murmured. If we ever return home, she'll surely take to me. Will she? You're rather confident, Yuliang. A wry smile flickered across her lips. Given your circumstances, my mother would almost certainly object. But my father? That's harder to say. My circumstances may be modest, I replied, but I'll cherish you. Truly and unwaveringly. Men have always treated me well. Suitors far more privileged than you abound. Second-generation heirs, scions of revolutionary families. Even a rising young actor once pursued me. Yet none captured my heart. Strange, isn't it? That I should choose you. Does that feel like a sacrifice? No. It's simply choosing the strongest among the few available. Like selecting a general from a company of cripples. She smiled, gentle and knowing. It sounds resigned, I said softly. But you needn't settle. There's still time, perhaps even a way back, to seek those heirs and celebrities. I don't want them. I'm not the kind who trades affection for status. I leaned close, whispering near her ear, truly, don't force yourself. If your heart doesn't belong to me, it's all right. I swear it should opportunity arise, and as long as I draw breath, I will get you home. She lifted her head, her breath warm against my ear. Then let's go together. Back home, together. I doubt I'll ever return. I've committed crimes. How many lives did you take? 2. One a pirate, as you saw, aboard the ship. The other tried to kill me with a knife. I acted only in self-defense. Only those 2. You're certain? I swear it. The pirate deserved his fate. No guilt there. And the man who held you at knife point. His death falls under justifiable defense. At most excessive force. If you surrender upon returning to the mainland, confess fully, you'd likely serve only 1 or 2 years. I'll wait for you. So there's still hope. Great hope, Yuliang. But never kill again. What if someone tries to kill me? Then defend yourself, fully and without hesitation. If I turn myself in and am sentenced, will you truly wait? I'll wait and marry you. And yet with my meager prospects, no steady work, no standing, would you still stand by me? Of course. You saved my life. A woman has but one way to repay such grace with her whole self. She wound her arms around my neck. Unable to resist, I drew her waist close and kissed her, deeply, fiercely, without restraint. You two should retreat to the grove. That's a public space, Su Jun called out. Indeed, it's rather indecent, Lung Bo added. Ning Chengqing tightened her embrace and called back, laughing, go on. Play your cards. Yuliang, carry the beauty away. Huasiki pointed toward the grove. That's where the view is finest. We're staying, Ning Chengqing declared. Huasiki rose, refusing. Then I'll go with Yuliang. Oh, by all means. Go ahead, Ning Chengqing replied, eyes dancing. Really? You think I wouldn't dare? Huasiki stepped forward, seizing my hand. Brother Yuliang, let's go to the grove. Come on, just for fun. No, please don't. I glanced at Ning Chengqing. Huasiki purred, swaying slightly. Come, brother Yuliang. Let's go, shall we? Just a little stroll. Ning Chengqing laughed, her arms locked firmly around my waist. Huasiki tugged insistently. Ning Chengqing, let go. He's mine now. My goodness, Yuliang's quite the prize. How blessed he is. Wang Baozhen exclaimed. Huasiki turned sharply towards Sun Dahe. Dahe, hurry. Help me reclaim my brother Yuliang. At once, Miss Hua. I'll haul him off this instant. Sun Dahe boomed. Miss Hua, enough already. Let's play cards, Su Jun interjected. Fine. Tomorrow I'll finish playing with this pretty boy. Huasiki brushed sand from her clothes. Let me tell you a joke. Listen closely but don't laugh, Wang Baozhen announced. Go on, Wang Qian said, smoothing her hair. Wang Baozhen cleared his throat. One day God assigned a pig to plow the fields. The pig refused, it was too exhausting. God then asked it to water flowers. The pig balked, it craved freedom. Next he set it to guard the gate. The pig complained it had no rest. Enraged, God demanded, what do you wish to do? The pig replied, eat, drink, gamble, indulge, live without restraint. God nearly lost his mind and roared, so you want to become a government official? Not funny at all. I've heard it 800 times, Li Shuang said. Huasiki gazed silently at the sea. Cards, Miss Hua. What holds your attention so? Su Jun asked. She turned back slowly. It reminded me of something the Buddha taught. Fate is forged by the self, form arises from the mind. All things in the world are manifestations. When the mind is still, all things stand still. When the mind remains unchanged, all things remain unchanged. I don't understand, Lung Bo admitted. When the mind stirs, all things stir. When the mind shifts, all things shift, Huasiki clarified. One could also say all things stir first. Then the mind stirs, all things change first. Then the mind changes, Wang Baozhen countered. That inverts the truth and burdens the mind with externals, Huasiki replied. Miss Hua, my point echoes Darwin's theory of evolution. Environment shapes both body and soul. Trapped here on this island, we change with our circumstances. Mind follows matter. What nonsense. Mind follows matter. Only men devoid of virtue shift so easily, Li Shuang retorted. I stand with Miss Hua. Buddhism is profound, far beyond the grasp of a bespectacled pedant like you. And you lack virtue. Wang Baozhen shot back. Enough. Let's play cards, Su Jun said. Look, they're fighting. Sun Dahe pointed toward the shore. Chen Xiaowei and Deng Jiaquan stood face-to-face on the sand, fists raised, already locked in bare-knuckle combat. What sparked this brawl? Too much lunch. Wang Baozhen quipped. Let them fight. No one intervened, Su Jun ordered. Yang Zhenji rushed over and pulled them apart. Su Jun dusted sand from his palms. Sun Dahe, bring them here. Sun Dahe dragged them forward. They continued cursing each other under their breath. Stand straight now. I won't ask why you fought. Each of you gets one kick from me. Su Jun's face was ashen with fury. They froze pale and trembling. Su Jun stepped back several paces, clearly preparing to sprint, leap, and deliver a flying kick. He charged toward Chen Xiaowei, yet halted inches before him, hands gripping the young man's shoulders. Turning, he addressed Wang Baozhen, I've changed my mind. I have a new plan. What plan? We're stranded on this island, vulnerable to cannibals, pirates. We must train, build strength, master real combat. Not parade ground drills, real free fighting. We'll draw lots to assign opponents. Wait, so we're supposed to fight? Wang Baozhen asked. Exactly. Draw lots, Su Jun affirmed. Old Master Yin and Xiao Dia are excused, too old, too young. Yuliang remains exempt, he's still recovering. That leaves 7. 7 names, draw lots. But 7 is odd. One draws a by Su Jun said. The loser faces punishment. What penalty shall it be? Bark like a dog, Sun Dahye proposed. No. The loser becomes a dog, while the victor mounts him with a whip and circles the beach once. Final decision. He clapped. Gather round, palms up or down. I'd rather skip the draw, Chen Xiaowei said. I challenged Deng Jiachuan. Bring it on. I'll break you, Deng Jiachuan snarled. Then I'll choose too, Li Shuang said coldly. Wang Baozhen, I pick you. Chief, is this truly necessary? Wang Baozhen pleaded. Absolutely. And it must be fierce, Su Jun replied. No buys for you. You need training most. Li Shuang chose you. You two fight. Brother Baozhen, if you yield now you can bark daily, and let me ride you at Li Shuang taunted. You think I can't fight? Who rides whom remains undecided. Wang Baozhen removed his glasses. Agreed. Cold bow, and I will fight next. Sun Dahye, you're on by Su Jun declared. Su Jun, remember your brothers. Restrain yourselves, Wang Qian urged. Understood, restraint only. Remember that, Su Jun said. Chen Xiaowei, Deng Jiachuan, step onto the ring. They squared off. Chen Xiaowei clenched his fists, radiating aggression. Deng Jiachuan settled into a horse stance, one palm forward, one back. Begin. Like sworn enemies they lunged, fists flying, feet striking. Within a minute, Deng Jiachuan lay sprawled. He scrambled up, launched a flying kick. Chen Xiaowei dropped low, swept his legs out, and sent him crashing down again. Then Chen mounted him, raining blows upon his face. When Su Jun hauled Chen off, Deng Jiachuan's face was streaked with blood. The women gasped. Su Jun, this is too brutal. He's bleeding. Wang Qian cried. A man's blood is nothing, Sun Dahye said. Deng Jiachuan loses. He's to be ridden, Li Shuang announced. Rule amendment: if blood is drawn, riding is waived, Su Jun decreed. Next pair, Li Shuang and Wang Baozhen. To the ring. Come on. Li Shuang beckoned. Wang Baozhen strode forward and kicked hard into Li Shuang's abdomen. Li Shuang crumpled with a cry. I win. I win. Wang Baozhen thrust his arms skyward. Hey, Chief hadn't even called begin. That was a cheap shot. Li Shuang clutched his stomach. Don't you know? This is real combat. When cannibals descend, do you think they'll announce the match first? Wang Baozhen retorted. You've lost. Lost to you. Don't make me laugh. Li Shuang sprang up and rushed him. A flurry of punches followed. Wang Baozhen collapsed, bruised and bloodied, staggering upright, unsteady on his feet. Wang Baozhen loses, Su Jun declared. Get down, on your knees. I'll ride you round the beach, Li Shuang commanded. Brotherly, enough. You've hurt him badly, I intervened. No, no mercy. Blood hasn't flowed yet. Chief laid down the rule, lose. Baozhen's bleeding. Look at his lip. Wang Qian said. No blood. Let him ride. He sank to his knees. After one full circuit, Su Jun called a halt. Chief, that was tomorrow, let's continue. I'd love to spar with Brother Baozhen, Li Shuang grinned. We'll see tomorrow. Cold bow, your turn. I'll lie down now. Ride me 8 laps if you wish, Cold bow chuckled. Nonsense, you will fight. Fine, just go easy. He lay sprawled, groaning. Looks serious, Sun Dahye observed. 5 chief. 5 ribs shattered, Cold bow wheezed. The women burst into laughter. Up, continue fighting, Su Jun ordered. Cold bow staggered upright, assumed his stance. Palm forward, palm back. Brother, I'm going all out now. Prepare for the 18 dragon subduing palm. Better find your head afterward. Laughter rippled through the group. Su Jun threw a punch. Cold bow staggered back. 3 for communism. For our great party. He collapsed, eyes rolling, tongue lolling. Bury this fool, Sun Dahye joked. Marine iguanas crept toward the sea. For 2 days no one had dared swim in the ocean. Fear of sea snakes kept them ashore. After a full day and night's rest, my strength had largely returned. Lao Yin sat perched on a jagged reef, fishing in silence. His words grew fewer each day. Perhaps thoughts of his wife and children weighed upon him. Beyond casting his line and cooking meals, he smoked steadily, exhaling slow, pensive plumes indifferent to all around. Deng Jiachuan strummed his guitar on the sun-warmed sand, his voice rough and resonant. The sunset once more gilds my face. Once more it stirs my restless heart. Where's this place? Still so desolate. This endless journey stretching far. I am a lone wanderer bound for distant horizons. You are the woman I cherish amid the vast, nameless crowd. On foreign roads, through every cold, lonely night. 2 seabirds tilted their heads, watching him with quiet curiosity. You are the woman I cherish amid the vast, nameless crowd. I glanced at Ning Chengcheng. She was coaxing a crab up and down a mound of sand, her eyes crinkled with childlike delight. Chen Xiaowei, Yang Jining, Su Jun, and Wang Qian were building a pyramid of sand, absorbed and gleeful. Li Shuang lay beneath the dappled shade of a casuarina tree, teasing a magnificent scarlet-tan gold macaw with a slender branch. Xiao Dia and Yak played high among the branches. Guanhong, Huasiki, Xia Xiaowei, Sun Dahye, and Lung Bo sat in a loose circle playing cards. Ning Chengcheng abandoned her crab and wandered over to watch. Su Jun beckoned her to join the sand play. She laughed, gave her rounded hips a playful pat, and trotted off. Had Su Jun truly assaulted Yang Zhini that night? I held Lao Yan's claim in uneasy suspension, half believing, half doubting. Was he deliberately framing Su Jun? Clearly he'd spoken it for my ears alone. There was intent behind it, a test of my allegiance, perhaps even an ambition to supplant Su Jun as leader. If Li Shuang fell, Wang Qian would be his. And what of the others? Would they live in fear? In truth, Su Jun's survival felt safer, for now. Wang Baozhen approached from afar, a knife glinting coldly in his hand. Sunlight fractured across its blade, blindingly sharp. He stopped before me, kicked up a spray of sand. The wind caught it, scattering grit across my clothes. What the hell is wrong with you? I snapped. He touched the bruise on his cheek. Damn it, scarred for life. It's already subsiding. 2 days and it'll vanish. I told you, he's poison. And look how right I was. He tried to kill me. He drove the knife deep into the sand. You provoked him. You sought the fight. Whose fault is that? In front of all those women. Refusing would have been humiliating. He can't stay. I've scouted the cliffs. Perfect. A single nudge, and it's over. You still mean to kill him, don't you? Shall we keep a rapist among us? Wang Baozhen retorted. I think the timing's unwise. The cannibals and pirates could land any day. Li Shuang is capable. His strength serves us. When will they come? Months may pass. And what stops him from committing another atrocity in the meantime? Wang Baozhen pressed. If you won't act, I will. Fine, I won't object. Good. I'll lure him to the cliffs under pretense of collecting bird eggs. You'll accompany us and distract him while I push. This time he won't walk away. Very well, but consider it again, Baozhen. If the cannibals arrive and we've lost a fighter, our position weakens. He's clever, not strong. Don't count on him. Wang Baozhen said. Wait here. I'll fetch him. Hold on, what of Su Jun? Won't he suspect us? Even if I pushed Li Shuang before his eyes, he'd say nothing. Wang Baozhen turned away. Enough talk. I'm going. He went. Wang Baozhen gestured sharply toward me. I dug my own blade from the sand and slid it into the waistband of my trousers. Su Jun approached. Where are you three headed? Cliffs. To gather eggs, Wang Baozhen replied. I'll come too. Too many hands for such a simple task, Chief. Go enjoy the ladies' company, Wang Baozhen said. I'm done with games. I need air. Su Jun turned. Wang Qian, hand me the binoculars. She reached for them, then tossed them lightly. Hey, my dear. That's a treasure, not a ball. Su Jun broke into a sprint. He retrieved the binoculars, then paused, remembering something, and turned back. Baozhen, weren't we gathering eggs yesterday? Li Shuang stroked the iridescent feathers of the macaw, perched on his shoulder. You've emptied every nest. Why would birds return to lay? 1 egg left per clutch. That's enough. Wang Baozhen answered. The macaw squawked twice, sharp metallic cries. Does it speak? I asked. It knows one phrase. Li Shuang said. What is it? Make it say something. Li Shuang leaned close and commanded beauty. Beauty, I said. Li Shuang grinned. Soon when I'm with a woman, deep in passion, I'll have it cry, beauty, hold tight. You're utterly depraved, Wang Baozhen muttered. Can't you teach it something refined? Refined? What is refinement? To me, intimacy is the highest art. Nothing surpasses it in sanctity or elegance. Without it, none of us would exist. The Chinese are the most hypocritical, the most nauseating people alive. And aren't you Chinese yourself? Wang Baozhen shot back. Do you think you're cultured? I've met professors, experts, dozens. I guarded a prestigious university for 2 years. One philosophy professor told me explicitly intimacy is noble. It deserves discourse, even public live streaming. China's laws must evolve. That man's a rogue scholar, Wang Baozhen scoffed. Such things belong in private. You're the rogue, praising secrecy. Your parents coupled to conceive you. To me, that act is sacred, exquisite. Some preach, rising above base pleasures. But tell me, is intimacy base? Those who utter such phrases wear masks of virtue, yet in private they outpace all in lechery. Li Shuang rubbed his cheek against the macaw's glossy plumage. Even interspecies bonding, well, why not? Listen to this, Yuliang. He's not merely twisted, Wang Baozhen said, turning to me. Oldly, did you mate with this macaw? With that beak? It's like steel jaws. If you insert anything, it snaps clean in two. Li Shuang laughed. I chuckled. Old Li's intellect clearly outstrips Baozhen's. No dispute there. He's just a bookish fool, Li Shuang said, clapping Wang Baozhen's shoulder, studying his face. Brother, you're healing well. Honestly, your jawline looks better now than before. Go to hell. It still hurts, Wang Baozhen grumbled. My fault. I shouldn't strike faces. Next time I'll aim for your backside. Li Shuang winked. Fine, I yield. I can't best you. Wang Baozhen admitted. Yuliang, you see, Baozhen's reasoning is flawed. He actually believed he could fight me. His mind's flooded, and he even attempted a sneak attack. Brother Baozhen, I assure you, even granting Li Shuang one arm, you'd still lose, I said. No problem. I'll stand unarmed, Li Shuang declared. Fists are doors. Real power lies in the feet. I trained in Sanda. Chief, will he ever stop jabbering? Is he coming or not? Wang Baozhen demanded. Damn, just kissed her goodbye, Li Shuang muttered. Su Jun arrived, eyes bright. Let's see if we can catch a couple of birds. Birds are elusive, I remarked. What birds? Want meat? Just stew this macaw. Wang Baozhen grinned. You dare? Touch my wife, and I'll tear you apart. Li Shuang roared. Your wife? Su Jun blinked. Yes, last night we wed beneath the stars. Li Shuang bowed mock formally. Let's go. Time grows short, Wang Baozhen urged. We climbed the cliff path. Several seabirds strolled along the precipice, unstartled by our approach. Fine spot, isn't it? Wang Baozhen winked at me. Exquisite, truly breathtaking. I peered downward, and a chill gust rose from the abyss. Ah, look, there's a giant macaw below. A macaw. Li Shuang stepped forward. Wang Baozhen moved silently behind him. Careful, everyone. Don't slip, Su Jun murmured, raising his binoculars toward the sea. At that instant, Wang Baozhen raised both hands, poised near Li Shuang's spine. Then Su Jun tapped Wang Baozhen's shoulder. Wang Baozhen flinched, jolted. Hell, I barely brushed you. Baozhen, look, ship's approaching, Su Jun said, thrusting the binoculars forward. A yacht, large, sleek. Really? Fortune smiles. Li Shuang tore off his shirt. I'll signal them. Strip down, wave your shirts, call out. Su Jun ordered. The yacht's crew had seen us. It pivoted, gliding swiftly toward shore. Did anyone bring blades? Su Jun asked. I've one, Li Shuang said. I carry two, Wang Baozhen added. Shall we fetch rifles? Call Sun Dahe and Lung Bo. No time, we're four. Too many men invite suspicion. Su Jun's gaze sharpened. And yes, there are women aboard. Our fortunes have turned. Chief, 8 beauties. White golden-haired splashing in the pool. 3 decks. Black crew in uniforms. 2 lifeboats hang starboard. Let's descend. We quickly ran down, and the magnificent parrot flapped its wings and soared into the trees. Did it fly away, eh? I asked. Li Shuang glanced up. Let it go. We stood on the rocks waving our clothes at the yacht. The yacht stopped less than 100 meters away from us, and after 10 minutes, there was still no sign of anyone lowering the lifeboat. What does this mean? Can't they see us? Su Jun said. They must have seen us. Could they be suspecting we're bad people and are afraid to rescue us? Wang Baozhen replied. That's possible, Li Shuang added. Should we swim over? Wang Baozhen suggested. If they don't want to rescue us, swimming over would be pointless, Su Jun said. Rich people are always cautious in emergencies, especially those who can afford yachts. Could it be that they know there are cannibals on this island and think we are cannibals? Li Shuang pondered. Wang Baozhen slapped his forehead. How can we make them feel safe enough to rescue us? Yeah, this is a great opportunity, a yacht, beautiful women. If they just let us on board, we could take everything. Just thinking about it is thrilling, Li Shuang said. The problem is we can't get on right now, I remarked. These bastards, do they really think we're the bad guys? Su Jun exclaimed. We are bad guys, Wang Baozhen retorted. Not just any bad guys, why don't we kneel and shout? Why should we kneel? Li Shuang asked. We might as well swim over, waiting here is foolish, Wang Baozhen insisted. Su Jun, looking through his binoculars, suddenly said, Wait, someone is lowering the lifeboat. Really? That's great. God is helping us again, Li Shuang exclaimed. The lifeboat was lowered and a young African man in a dark blue uniform approached us with an expressionless face. Once he reached the shore, he threw over a rope. I grabbed the line from the lifeboat, and we all quickly boarded. Thank you. What should I call you, dear sir? Wang Baozhen asked the African. The man remained expressionless, seemingly unaware. Thank you. What should I call you, dear sir? Wang Baozhen asked again. The African still did not respond. He doesn't understand you, Su Jun said. It seems he didn't hear you, I added. The man turned the boat towards the yacht. Wang Baozhen, unwilling to give up, pressed on. What do you call your boss? The African stared straight ahead, silent. Soon we arrived at the side of the yacht where a ladder descended from above, and we climbed up. The yacht was even larger than our fishing boat, its off-white hull adorned with silver trims. The African made a gesture for us to go up, leading the way as we followed him to the top level. The sofas were also white, and in the emerald swimming pool, only 2 blonde women remained leisurely gliding through the water with graceful movements. 2 other uniformed African men glanced at us before returning their attention to the 2 beauties in the pool. After we settled onto the sofas, the African who brought us over left. Rich people sure know how to enjoy themselves, Li Shuang said, shifting in his seat. This sofa is amazing, it feels so comfortable. Wang Baozhen frowned. Why does the staff on this yacht not understand English? The owner might be from another country, Su Jun suggested. Or maybe he just can't be bothered to pay attention to you, Li Shishuang replied. Logically, we are guests. He should understand basic etiquette. Besides, Wang Baojun continued, an owner who can afford such a large yacht wouldn't hire a staff member who doesn't understand English. Just wait until the owner arrives and we can ask him, I suggested. What is the relationship of those two beauties in the pool to the owner? With their looks and figures, they must be models, Li Shishuang commented. A wealthy man wouldn't lack for attractive women around him, Wang Baojun added. I've got my eye on the Kuvya beauty, Li Shishuang said. Boss, when do we make our move? Do you even know how many people are on this yacht? There's no way such a large yacht wouldn't have security, Su Jun replied. Exactly, I think there are not only guards, but probably plenty of weapons and ammunition as well, Wang Baojun said. Think about it, there are pirates at sea. If this beautiful yacht had no defenses, it would be an easy target. Right, we need to assess their strength, how many people, how many guns, Su Jun said. How about I check it out alone first? Okay, boss, stay safe, Li Shishuang replied. Su Jun got up and left. After a while, the African who had welcomed us returned with a tray laden with ice cream and fruits. He placed the tray on our coffee table and silently departed. Li Shishuang leaned down like a dog licking the ice cream. Do you even know how to eat? Is this how you eat ice cream? Wang Baojun asked. Why do you care? He'll eat it however I want, Li Shishuang replied defiantly. I took a small spoon, scooped up a piece and tasted it. It was refreshingly sweet. This is really good. A life doesn't get better than this. Rich people have it good. This owner treats us well and even gives us ice cream. Li Shishuang crossed his legs, licking the ice cream off his fingers. I think a person shouldn't lack conscience. I'll let the owner live, but the others. Any man should be killed, and any woman. Well, you know what I mean. Has the door closed? Li Shishuang asked. Su Jun rushed over to pull the door, but it wouldn't budge. He struck it several times with his fists, yet there was no response. We've boarded a pirate ship, Wang Baojun declared. We can't get out. What do we do? I said. We shouldn't have come to this kitchen, Su Jun lamented. It's not so bad. There's food here, Wang Baojun said, picking up a knife from the cutting board and running his finger along the blade. Could it be a misunderstanding? Perhaps the yacht owner thinks we're the bad guys. That's possible. If they really wanted to restrict our freedom, they wouldn't lock us in the kitchen, would they? Su Jun glanced at the freezer. Look over there, one door is open. Li Shishuang pointed at a shelf nearby. Let's go take a look, Su Jun suggested. Entering through that door, we found a spacious room. In the center stood a high-backed chair illuminated by a spotlight from the ceiling with a white light shining in front of it. This looks like a secret chamber, Li Shishuang remarked. We can't stay here long and we need to get out, Su Jun insisted. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the door slammed shut. Wang Baojun rushed to pull the door, but it didn't move. Damn it, we're trapped here, Li Shishuang said. This door should be able to open from the inside. It has to, Wang Baojun said, his hands frantically feeling the walls, his tone anxious. Everyone, don't panic. There must be a way out. Why would the owner treat us this way? He saved us. We should be grateful. What's the meaning of locking us in here? I questioned. It's definitely because we were acting suspiciously. He thinks we're the bad guys, Li Shishuang replied. Do you feel it? It's much colder here than in that kitchen, Su Jun noted. It is cold. Could we have stumbled into a cold storage? I wondered. Maybe we're overreacting. It doesn't seem like cold storage, Wang Baojun said. There's a sound of water flowing. Oh, listen. Listening intently, we could hear a bubbling noise mixed with a rhythmic splashing sound. We're below deck. It must be the sound of waves, Li Shishuang said. The sound of waves doesn't match. It sounds like water boiling, Su Jun corrected. Boss, it looks like there's a layer of fabric on that wall behind you, Wang Baojun pointed out. Turning around, I saw a shimmering green light on the wall, slowly pulsating. Su Jun approached, slid his hand along the wall, and the room lit up. The wall turned out to be a large glass tank within which lay a naked woman. Our gaze fixed on her feet. She was missing one. In the corners of the tank, water shot up in jets, and as the water cascaded, the woman slowly turned over, revealing her face to us. Her eyes were open, expressionless, her hair disheveled. It became clear that the flowing sound originated from this tank. Is she alive or dead? Li Shishuang asked. Dead, Wang Baojun replied. This is worse than I imagined, Su Jun said. This owner is much worse than we are, Li Shishuang said. Others keep fish in tanks. He puts a corpse in here. What does that mean? Wouldn't it be better to keep her alive? She could swim around like a mermaid. How lovely. We're dealing with a pervert, Wang Baojun said, touching the side of the tank. The curtain feels like real silk, very thin and smooth. Another wall. It can't be another fish tank, right? Su Jun walked over, sliding his hand along the wall again, revealing a circular window through which we could see the waves outside. We all hurriedly pressed our faces against it. In the distance, we could see a beach, that beach on our island. Hua Siki, Ning Qingqing, and Wang Qian were on the shore excitedly waving their arms as a speedboat approached them. A sudden gloom settled over me as if I had been thrust into hell by a devil. Damn, it's to pick them up, Wang Baozhen exclaimed. They must not get on. They absolutely cannot. Su Jun urged. They're going to get on, there's no stopping that, Li Shishuang said. They think they're being rescued. What about the others? Have they all been taken onto the boat? Wang Baozhen wondered. Very likely, Su Jun replied. With such a big yacht coming here, the people on the island must have seen it. The three women boarded the speedboat, which quickly sped towards the yacht. Su Jun grabbed a pistol and took 3 steps back. We hurried to avoid him as he pulled the trigger only to hear a click. The bullet had jammed. He swiftly removed the magazine, realizing it was empty. In a fit of rage, Su Jun slammed the pistol against the glass window, but it showed no signs of damage. He picked up the knife and struck the glass repeatedly, yet the woman didn't glance our way. One by one, they boarded the yacht. The yacht gradually sailed away from the island. What do we do, boss? I asked. Su Jun threw the pistol against the door. Let's fight them. Calm down, boss. We need to think of a way out first. That's our only chance, Wang Baozhen urged. Calm down. How can I calm down? Damn it. Su Jun stabbed the tank with the knife. It's useless. They're probably watching our every move on the surveillance, Wang Baozhen said. Yes, panicking won't help. We can only wait here, Li Shishuang agreed. Don't provoke them. If they want us dead, it would be too easy. Su Jun dropped the knife and squatted on the floor holding his head. The woman in the tank was facing us now, her mouth slightly parted as if she. The second time in my life I've seen a female corpse up close, Wang Baozhen said. Every detail is unnervingly sharp. Even the fine hairs are visible. The first time was back in university when a female classmate jumped from a building. I arrived too late. All I saw was a white sheet draped over her from head to toe. Hell, does that even count as seeing a corpse? Regrettable, isn't it? I said. This one's completely unclothed. Leaning closer, take a good look. Oh, right, you're nearsighted. Silence fell over the room. Only the gurgling, bubbling sounds of water broke the stillness. The boat lurched violently. The woman inside the tank slammed headfirst against its glass wall, her long hair coiled around her face and throat like spectral tendrils. Struck by a whale? Li Shuang asked. If only it were that simple, Su Jun replied. She has an exquisite figure. Can't be more than 20, Li Shuang observed. Even in death, she stirs desire. One shudders to imagine her alive. What a terrible waste. You'd bet a corpse. Wang Baozhen said. No, I wouldn't. It's inhumane, Li Shuang answered. You wouldn't. You truly wouldn't. Wang Baozhen countered, and then paused as if struck by memory. I recall something from before liberation. The Red Army sent propagandists among the peasantry urging revolution. The peasants frowned in confusion. What's in it for us? Seize the landlord's grain, came the reply. Divide their land. And, well, take their concubines. Wasn't that a potent lure? Take their concubines. Surely they never said that outright, I interjected. Of course not. Such words were never shouted from rooftops. But the first 2 promises were proclaimed with fervor, and the landlords naturally were painted as blood-sucking tyrants. Only then could plunder be sanctified as righteous service to the people. The destitute masses caught fire at once, seized grain, claimed land. And once the landlord had neither, how long could he possibly retain his concubine? No one's a fool, are they? A blessing beyond measure. Say that today, and the army would turn you into a sieve, I remarked. But where there's hunger, there's daring, even among death row convicts. Or among us, for that matter. If capture means certain death, why not save her life first? What do you say, Oldly? Brother Baozhen, Li Shuang declared, I wholeheartedly endorse your thinking. You voiced precisely what's been festering in my heart. Once we've seized the landlord's concubine, I'll let you go first, 2 full days. Let your vigor wear your flesh raw. Then when you're spent, I'll have my turn. I've heard of men who did just that, Wang Baozhen continued. Lu Bang. Yes, that Lu Bang. He and his band escorted convicts to forced labor. Torrential rain stranded them en route. Under imperial law, any delay meant execution. So Lu Bang reasoned, we're doomed anyway. Why not rebel? And so he chose glorious defiance, ushering in the Han dynasty's centuries-long reign. When tyranny leaves no path, but revolt becomes inevitable, Su Jun said. Indeed, doesn't an ancient verse declare since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Li Shuang added. We 4 are heroes, no doubt, Wang Baozhen mused. Trapped here, our valor lies untapped, like swords sheathed in silence. Could the yacht's owner mistake us for pirates? Li Shuang wondered. Let's hope it's a misunderstanding, and that they release us, I said. My greatest fear now is for Wang Qian and the others, Su Jun murmured, dragging the tip of a knife across the floor. If they've been violated, I'll slit that yacht owner open, rib by rib. If he dares grant us the chance, we'll slaughter him utterly. Not one man left standing, Li Shuang vowed. No mercy. Immediate execution, Wang Baozhen affirmed. Inside the tank, the woman floated motionless. Her bare buttocks turned toward us, arms drifting slowly, eerily lifelike. Damn it, she's taunting us. I can't bear it. Li Shuang cried. A ghost, Wang Baozhen muttered. I'll bet a ghost. If she steps forth willingly, Li Shuang shot back. She'll strangle you the moment she emerges, I said. Then let her, he replied. I accept that fate. You're ravenous, Su Jun observed. Brother, you have women aplenty, while my own flesh burns with unspent fire grinding ceaselessly against the whetstone until sparks fly, Li Shuang retorted. Human beings possess animal instincts, Wang Baozhen reflected. It reminds me of Freud, a foreign scholar who devoted his life to studying primal desire. He claimed armies prize soldiers like oldly most men whose instinctual drives are channeled, harnessed, into martial aggression. Thus young men brimming with libido are recruited, yet their sexual expression is rigorously suppressed. That pent-up tension accumulates, intensifying within the body, until the military redirects it like steam in a sealed boiler. Pressure builds, then bursts through a valve, propelling the engine forward, driving the train onward. Baozhen speaks wisely, I said. All humans bear pressure, it must be released. Deny it, and the weight becomes unbearable, then chaos erupts. Isn't this fishing vessel just such a sealed vessel? Pressure mounts, until control shatters. I never intended murder, Su Jun admitted. It began with a single unforeseen death. I thought I could contain it. Instead, the killing multiplied. The first crewman's death was no accident, Wang Baozhen concluded. It was the inevitable rupture of unbearable strain. This is our fate. None of us escapes it. A fragrance, do you smell it? I asked. I do. Sweet, like osmanthus, Wang Baozhen said. To me it smells of toasted sesame oil, Su Jun countered. No, it's a woman's perfume, Li Shuang insisted. Impossible. Not perfume, Wang Baozhen replied. My vision blurred. The woman in the tank turned, raised her arm, and tapped gently on the glass. She beckoned. I drifted forward. Her hand seized mine, and pulled me inexorably into the water. I saw Su Jun, Li Shuang, and Wang Baozhen follow me in. Wang Baozhen clutched one of her legs, smiling faintly. Su Jun examined her severed limbs as if pondering reattachment. Li Shuang held her waist, pointing at me. See? I told you. The scent of a woman. You doubted me. Darkness swallowed the tank, absolute suffocating. No light. No touch. I sank into deep slumber. Then, coolness on my cheek. A sharp slap against my buttocks. I opened my eyes, to find my face pressed against cold cement. Wake up. A voice called. I blinked, stared, then recognized Wang Baozhen, cuffed hands resting on his lap. Where am I? I rolled onto my back, my own wrists bound in steel. Su Jun sat hunched in a corner. Li Shuang lay sprawled on the floor, still unconscious. The cell measured barely 6 square meters, iron door, no windows. All of us were only gray boxer shorts, torsos bare. Am I still alive? I asked. Apparently, Wang Baozhen replied. Where is this place? I don't know. Day or night? I don't know. How did I end up imprisoned? I woke only moments ago. No clearer than you, he said. Why am I cuffed? I stared at my bound wrists. What's happened? Wang Baozhen blinked, slowly straining to recall. My head aches. Do yours? Su Jun shook his head. Li Shuang stirred awake, gazed at his cuffs, then at us, with dazed bewilderment. Did I commit a crime? Wang Baozhen whispered. If you hadn't, you wouldn't be cuffed, Su Jun said flatly. What crime? Li Shuang asked. What crime? Su Jun echoed, voice hollow. A grave one, terribly grave. Hush, don't speak. Something's returning, Wang Baozhen murmured. 2 minutes passed. Then, crack. He slapped his own face, wincing in pain. We knew each other, before this. But how did we come together? He pointed at Su Jun. You're Su Jun. Yes, I'm Su Jun. And you're Wang Baozhen, Su Jun confirmed. I remember you. How strange, that none of us recalls what occurred. Why are we 4 locked in this cell? Wang Baozhen asked. Su Jun turned his wrists, examining the cuffs with a faint smile. These are new. High quality. Our memories have failed us, Wang Baozhen said. Think, where were we before this cell? I was crafting a slingshot at home, I said. What for? Wang Baozhen asked. To shoot birds, I replied. And, yes, my mother called me for dinner. I found it irritating. And you, Su Jun, what were you doing? I was watching television. A naval documentary. Our warships sailing abroad, the 5-star red flag billowing, the national anthem swelling. My blood surged. Blood surged. Didn't your mother call you for dinner? Li Shuang asked. I'd already eaten, by 10 p.m. The evening news broadcast, Su Jun said. And you, Li Shuang? I was at an internet cafe, browsing images of beautiful women. The connection kept freezing, infuriating really. I'd bought ice cream, settled into a sofa, utter comfort. A stunning girl sat nearby, long pale legs. Exquisite. Wang Baozhen rubbed his scalp with the handcuffs. I met a female net friend, I booked a hotel room with her. We made love first in the bathroom, then on the floor against the floor-to-ceiling windows, and finally on the bed. Her online name was Kongke Dongnan Fei, Peacocks Fly Southeast. A fine name, isn't it? Her technique was remarkably skilled. I suspected she was a married woman. When we'd exhausted ourselves, I left the hotel, took a bus to borrow 800 yuan from an old university classmate, felt elated, and then bought a knife. It was razor sharp. After that, I blacked out. How did I end up here? Li Shuang said. I remember being at an internet cafe. What crime did I commit? Why have the police brought me here? Where's my phone? Su Jun demanded. It's brand new. Did those damn cops confiscate it? This feels like a dream. Are all four of us dreaming? Li Shuang murmured. Ah, now I recall. Wang Baozhan exclaimed, suddenly animated. After buying the knife, I stabbed someone. The court sentenced me to 3 years imprisonment. I'm here because of that. What about you? What landed you behind bars? What landed me here? I can't remember, I said. I think I snatched a man's motorcycle, Li Shuang stammered, and maybe groped his wife's buttocks. I was deep in a game at the internet cafe, having a grand time, when 7 or 8 officers stormed and wrestled me down. That's how I got here. No doubt about it. I seem to recall being at a police station, Su Jun used, squinting. But why? I can't recall. I rented a room, saw a female officer inside. She was quite striking, wore a skirt and silk stockings. I locked the door, clamped my hand over her mouth. Yes, she wore a jade bracelet on her wrist. She writhed, struggled, hips twisting, but eventually surrendered. I still held the knife. Damn, you've got guts, Wang Baozhan said. Got caught though, right? Right. I remember now, someone called me, I said. He asked, are you afraid of hardship aboard ship? Why would he ask that? Ship. Someone called me too. To board a vessel, Li Shuang said. The captain's name is Meng Deshui. That name rings a bell, Wang Baozhan murmured. Meng Deshui. Yu Kai? Lao Yen. Lu Yong. Su Jun blinked slowly. The captain is Meng Deshui. Yu Kai is the chief officer, Lao Yen the chief engineer, and third engineer Lu Yong is dead, Wang Baozhan declared. We were aboard a squid fishing vessel, that's certain. Lu Yong was stabbed to death by us. Sun Dahe struck the first blow, Long Bo delivered the second. Then we dumped him overboard, Li Shuang said. Su Jun stared blankly at me, then at Wang Baozhan, and shook his head. You seized Captain Meng Deshui and stabbed him, Su Jun, Wang Baozhan stated. Chief engineer Zhao Bingwei. Second engineer Zhou Chenglong. Mechanic Ho Daliang. Second officer Jiang Weidong. Messman. And Wang Lisin. We killed them all, Li Shuang continued. And Zheng Haiyang, Wang Baozhan added. Zheng Haiyang ambushed me with a knife, but Yuliang killed him, Su Jun said. The most despicable was Li Chong. He'd been plotting my death all along. If Lu Yang hadn't died unexpectedly, we'd have seized the captain and sailed straight home, Li Shuang said. But the outcome? Rebels go to prison. Especially you, Su Jun, Wang Baozhan said. Tell me, Su Jun, do you regret seizing the captain? No, Su Jun replied. Every day aboard that ship was a desperate, hopeless scramble, like living as a hollow shell, a walking corpse. 2 women joined us aboard, Wang Qian and Yang Zhini. We sailed to Easter Island, Wang Baozhan recalled. En route to Tahiti, we encountered Ning Chengcheng and her party. Their plane crashed into the sea. We rescued them. Leaving Tahiti, we encountered whales and pirates. Then our fishing vessel ran aground, stranding us on a remote island. So, that's how we arrived here. Wang Baozhan asked. Were we arrested by mainland police? We boarded a yacht, Su Jun said. A police yacht. Yet this cell feels eerily familiar, just like the one I served time in years ago, Li Shuang observed. We've been arrested again, facing execution, Su Jun said. Look, Chinese characters carved into the wall as if etched with a blade, Wang Baozhan said. What do they say? I asked. Wang Baozhan leaned close and read aloud. Time flows ceaselessly, yet I stand paralyzed. What does it mean? Li Shuang asked. It means time slips away like water, swift, unrelenting, while I remain trapped, helpless, unable to move forward, Wang Baozhan explained. Beside it, there's an English word, beautiful. What does beautiful mean? Su Jun asked. Beautiful, lovely, exquisite, Wang Baozhan replied. The police will interrogate us soon. Have the others been arrested too? Li Shuang asked. Undoubtedly, Wang Baozhan said. We must coordinate our statements, immediately. Strange, they've locked all 4 of us together. Don't they fear collusion? Su Jun mused. Indeed, it defies logic, Li Shuang agreed. We've murdered so many people. Even perfect collusion won't save us, Wang Baozhan said. I believe Yuliang stands the best chance of survival. He doesn't deserve death, Li Shuang said. I doubt it. Even if he escapes execution, life imprisonment seems inevitable, Wang Baozhan countered. We swore brotherhood. If we die together, I said. Su Jun gazed at me expressionless. Brother, if you ever walk free from this prison, never mind. I won't finish that thought. They say when a bullet pierces the skull, a rainbow flashes before your eyes, Wang Baozhan murmured. A metallic clang resounded. The The door swung open. First came the barrel of an assault rifle, then a black man stepped into view. He gestured for us to emerge. We exited the cell and walked down the corridor into a courtyard. Across the yard stood a group of white men clad in identical gray trousers. Several armed blackguards stood watch nearby. At once clarity flooded my mind. Su Jun and the others widened their eyes. Hope flickered faint, but unmistakable. Damn, Su Jun breathed. I don't think death will come easily to us. I recall the woman's corpse in the yacht's water tank, Wang Baozhen said. This must be a small island. Barbed wire enclosed the courtyard. An albatross settled onto the grass. A uniformed yacht steward passed before us, carrying a bucket of water. The white men watched us intently. Wang Qian, Ning Chengcheng, were they brought here too? Su Jun asked. This appears to be a private prison, likely owned by the yacht's proprietor. Wang Baozhen said, smiling faintly at me. Yuliang, I believe our fortunes are about to change. Give us the chance, and we'll slaughter them clean, Li Shuang said. Absolutely, Su Jun declared, raising both arms and twisting his torso. From behind, several fully armed black men approached. One stepped forward, kicked Su Jun hard to the ground, then felled Li Shuang with equal force. Before he could strike Wang Baozhen, Wang dropped flat. Instinctively, I followed. The guard slammed his rifle, but into Su Jun's skull. Blood welled instantly. Then he struck Li Shuang and Wang Baozhen. I cradled my head, the butt cracked against my forearm. I screamed raw and shrill. The guards rained blows upon us. Kicks, punches, until exhaustion stilled their fury. Their faces were streaked with blood. My ears roared, deafened, perhaps ruptured. Moments later, hands seized our ankles. We were dragged limp and bleeding into a chamber. A showerhead overhead released a torrent. Icy, stinging water lashed our bodies, burning like fire. Wang Baozhen lay motionless, cheek pressed to the floor, still as a cadaver. Li Shuang lay, eyes closed, mouth agape, hands clutching his abdomen, face contorted in pain. Su Jun's left eye swelled grotesquely, blood seeped from its corner. He lifted his head and smiled at me, serene, almost satisfied, as though this suffering were precisely what he'd expected. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted outside. Wang Baozhen scrambled to his feet. Are they executing someone? Panic tightened every face. The door swung open and a short, slender East Asian man entered, yellow-skinned, clad in gray shorts and a white short-sleeved shirt. One hand held a cigar, the other jingled a set of keys. His eyes were narrow, his age hovering near 30. He crouched, appraising us with cool detachment, drew deeply on the cigar, then, still holding it between his lips, unlocked our handcuffs with practiced ease. A stocky black man followed, bearing several sets of gray uniforms. He handed them to the East Asian man, who distributed one to each of us. I noticed the number stitched over the left breast of my shirt, 361. Su Jun wore 362, Wang Baozhen 363, Li Shuang 364. You're all Chinese. From mainland China. The man's voice carried a mocking lilt. Yes, yes. Never imagined meeting a fellow countryman. Wang Baozhen exclaimed, relief flooding his tone. What luck? What luck? The man's expression darkened. A chance encounter with an old friend in a foreign land, Li Shuang offered. I am Watanabe Kawanoya. He cast a sidelong glance at me. Follow me. You're Japanese. Wang Baozhen blurted. Your Mandarin is fluent, and yet you speak with an accent. Watanabe gave him a silent, unreadable look. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he strode ahead. We stumbled after him, unsteady and disoriented. He led us into a chamber where an elderly indigenous man sat at a table, broad-shouldered, bare-chested, his thick, tightly coiled black hair framing a broad face. His lower lip bore 2 small iron rings, a larger one pierced his nose, a seashell dangled from one ear. His deep brown skin and striking features marked him unmistakably as a native of this land. Watanabe bowed deeply. Then came a rapid exchange, guttural, rhythmic, like 2 roosters squaring off mid-path, each strutting through a language the other barely grasped. The elder waved a dismissive hand. Guagalu. Watanabe snapped to attention, bowed again, lower, longer, then turned to us. Come with me. What does Guagalu mean? Wang Baozhen murmured behind me. Watanabe guided us down a corridor into a vast dining hall where dozens sat eating. All the diners were brown or yellow-skinned, dressed identically in white cotton short-sleeved shirts and loose gray shorts, each bearing a number on the chest. Only 3 Caucasians were present. 2 stood behind serving counters ladling food. The third sat apart, observing silently. We fell into line behind Watanabe, collected our rations, and sat at a long table. Each tray held 2 dense black loaves, 2 boiled potatoes, a single tomato, a hard-boiled egg, and a glass of milk. An unexpectedly generous repast. We devoured it ravenously, savoring every bite, already forgetting the savage beating we'd endured just hours before. Su Jun peeled his egg while scanning the room. The food's surprisingly good. This doesn't feel like a prison, Li Shuang mused. My mind can't keep up. No black people, Su Jun murmured. Wang Baojun pointed upward. Cameras, everywhere. Watanabe sat across the hall eating with deliberate, unhurried grace. Brother Watanabe, Wang Baojun ventured, where exactly are we? Sonar Island. And that elder? Who is he? Why were we brought here? Watanabe yawned, his narrow eyes slitting shut for a moment. Damn it, will you ever stop talking? Forgive me, I'm merely curious. I'll be silent now. Just one last question, brother. When will you release us? Watanabe tapped his egg against the table. This is your hell, and your paradise. You will never leave. Why not? Su Jun asked. Because you are now slaves of Colonel Francis. Who is Colonel Francis? Li Shuang pressed. Colonel Francis is your god. Here you do only 3 things each day: eat, labor, sleep. Watanabe's voice hardened. Understood. And know this chatterboxes are silenced, permanently. Their tongues are cut out. Brother Watanabe, you studied in Hunan or Anhui, didn't you? You even speak the native tongue. Impressive. Hunan. Anhui. He shook his head. I graduated from Waseda University, in Japan. So we're slaves. And what are you? Watanabe's face clouded. His dull fish-like eyes locked onto Wang Baojun. Then slowly he bit into his potato and held the gaze. A sharp bell rang. Instantly, everyone rose and filed into a narrow passage. Watanabe slammed his palm on the table. To work. We trailed him out of the passage into another hall, then through a doorway, and stepped into the open air. Before us loomed a colossal mountain, its base ringed by a broad clearing. A massive excavator and a freight truck stood idle. At the foot of the slope gaped a yawning cavern. One by one, workers vanished into the cave. Inside, electric lights glinted off damp walls. Men wheeled out barrows piled high with jet-black stone. A hydraulic excavator gnawed steadily at the cavern wall, sending fresh rubble cascading onto the growing heap. This is your task, Watanabe said. Load the stones into the carts and push them out. Simple enough. Fine, Su Jun replied. We can manage that. We began hauling rocks into the carts. Watanabe did nothing, only watched perched atop a boulder like a silent overseer. How long we labored, none could say. When the shift ended, the sky was studded with stars. We returned, not through the earlier passage, but down another corridor 50 or 60 meters long, ending at a heavy iron gate. Beyond lay a vast dormitory, 2 rows of small cells lined either side their iron-barred doors, sliding open one by one as inmates filed inside. Watanabe led us deeper still, to the farthest cell. Its gate retracted automatically as we entered, then sealed shut behind us. Inside stood a porcelain toilet and a metal bunk bed stacked double. A proper prison, Wang Baojun sighed. More advanced than any I've ever seen. Even better than the ones I served time in. I'd hoped at least for a midnight snack after work. It feels like a dream, I murmured. Shall I slap you awake? Li Shuang offered. Quiet, Su Jun said, frowning. Damn it. We've drawn the worst possible lot. Let's think, how do we escape? It won't be easy, but the first step is seizing a weapon. Taking a gun is simple. Getting out, that's the problem. And don't forget, every corridor, every corner, every inch of that cave is watched. Wang Baojun tilted his head, eyes fixed on the ceiling. See those lenses? Cameras. Up there and down in the cavern too. And every passageway, I added. We're observed constantly, as if under their very eyelids. Who is this Colonel Francis? Su Jun asked. Likely the owner of that luxury yacht, Wang Baojun said. A madman, most probably. Why dig that cavern at all? I wondered. Is it meant for habitation? No, Wang Baojun shook his head. Our dormitory is reinforced concrete, walls thick as fortress ramparts. How large is this island? Li Shuang asked. Look at that mountain, I said. It's immense. Are they trying to bore straight through it? Is the far end opening onto the sea? No, Wang Baojun corrected. Observe carefully. The excavation runs downward. They're tunneling beneath the mountain itself. It feels as though a third of the mountain has already been hollowed out, Su Jun observed. This project has been underway for years, perhaps decades. For 3 consecutive days they rose at dawn, ate their meager meals, labored in the mountain cave, and returned beneath a canopy of stars long after midnight. Patience had worn thin. Su Jun paced restlessly. Damn it. This is worse than working aboard a squid fishing vessel. Wang Baojun, think hard, how do we escape? Wang Baojun heaved a massive boulder into a handcart. I've pondered it for 2 days, dreamt of it even, and still found no way out. Resistance means certain death. Then let's unite the other laborers and revolt, Li Shuang said. Wang Baojun gestured dismissively. Look into their eyes. Anyone truly yearning for freedom? I spoke with an elderly man from mainland China. He's labored here 8 years. He told me several others once tried to flee, even fought back, but all were captured and executed by firing squad. This place, he said, is a fortress from which even birds cannot fly. Are we to rot here forever? What century is this? Still slavery. Su Jun demanded. Wait, what if we turn that Japanese guard? He knows more than we do. Perhaps he holds the key to escape. If he possessed such a key, he'd have used it long ago, Li Shuang replied. There are 22 guards, black ghosts as we call them. In this black prison, Su Jun continued. 2 more aboard the helicopter, already counted, and perhaps another few black and white alike stationed in the surveillance room. No more than 30 in total. If we eliminate one and seize his weapon, opportunity may arise. Here in the cave, not outside where escape is impossible. But 4 guards stand at the cave mouth, I interjected. How could we disarm any of them? The helicopter is our greatest threat, Wang Baozhen countered. Even if we seized a rifle, we'd be trapped inside the cave the moment they sealed its entrance. Then we must disable the helicopter first, I said. No, it's equally futile to attempt a seizure within the tunnel, Wang Baozhen insisted. I have a suspicion, I said quietly. I believe those submachine guns may be unloaded. No ammunition. Su Jun asked sharply. How can you know that? Submachine guns possess safety mechanisms, I explained. Every guard escorting us keeps his weapon's safety disengaged. That means a single trigger pull would discharge a round. So what? That's standard procedure, Li Shuang said. It is not. An exposed safety invites accidental discharge, I countered. During my military service, weapons and ammunition were stored separately, except during combat or live-fire drills. Even on the range, once rounds were loaded into the magazine, the safety remained firmly engaged. You're suggesting we might seize rifles without live rounds, Su Jun murmured. A gun without bullets is nothing but a club. If all their firearms are unloaded, then our path clears considerably, Li Shuang observed. But their bodies are no weaker than ours, Wang Baozhen cautioned. In hand-to-hand combat, on your own, I doubt we'd prevail. This is unbearable, Su Jun groaned. I cannot endure another day. Wang Baozhen sighed. There's an American film, The Shawshank Redemption. A prisoner hollowed out a wall over decades and escaped. I've seen it, Su Jun said. But our cell walls are reinforced concrete, 2 meters thick. That man spent 20 years chiseling through stone. Brother, impatience will only cost lives, Wang Baozhen urged. We must wait for the right moment. What of my wife? Su Jun whispered. I don't even know if she lives. I too am desperate, I admitted. We must secure a weapon, Li Shuang insisted. At least 1 rifle must be loaded. With it we could seize the helicopter. Useless, Wang Baozhen retorted. Who among us can pilot a helicopter? Do you imagine it's like driving a tractor? The shift ends soon, I said. That night we emerged from the cave like phantoms. The sky held no stars, only absolute blackness. A few flashlight beams cut narrow paths across the ground. Unlike previous nights, when 8 guards escorted us, tonight only 4 stood watch. One walked directly behind us, rifle in hand, less than 3 meters away. Li Shuang glanced back and slowed his pace. Shall we take a chance? Su Jun murmured to me. Bet on whether his rifle is loaded. Yet even if it were, one weapon could not overcome 3 armed men ahead. And here on open ground there was no cover whatsoever. Let's do it, Li Shuang urged. No, we must not, I replied. What if we strike inside the tunnel? Su Jun pressed. Then abruptly he exhaled. No, forget it. Back in the cell, iron bars slid shut with a heavy final clang. The light died instantly. Su Jun sighed deeply. Think again. Is there any other way? We wait, Wang Baozhen repeated. Rashness invites death. Wait. For a month. A year. 2. Su Jun snapped. Tonight, we must devise an escape. Damn it. No ammunition in those submachine guns. Empty magazines. It defies belief. If it were true, I wouldn't believe it either, Li Shuang said. How could they carry unloaded rifles? We need someone to test it, Wang Baozhen mused. You test it, Wang Baozhen, Su Jun said. Tomorrow night, on the return path, run straight up the mountain. Let's see whether they fire. That sound, Li Shuang agreed. Once you bolt, guards will give chase, and chaos will grant us our opening. And if they do fire? Wang Baozhen asked. Then better still, we seize their weapons and fight back, Su Jun declared. Excellent idea, Li Shuang added. Baozhen should run in a zigzag pattern, greatly reducing the odds of being hit. 1 burst of fire, 12 rounds chasing you, and you expect shaped evasion. Wang Baozhen scoffed. Oldly, you've got experience. You run faster. You're born in the year of the rabbit. Yuliang runs fastest, Li Shuang affirmed. He claimed top honors in 5-kilometer cross-country drills during his service. And if they don't fire, because their rifles are empty, Su Jun pressed. Then even better, Li Shuang said. The moment we move, the 30-odd enslaved laborers will rise with us. That is revolt. Escape is impossible from the cave or this cell, but along this stretch of night road. That is our sole window. A fine plan, Su Jun concurred. 1 man flees, they pursue or shoot. Either way, distraction becomes our ally. Let's settle it fairly, draw lots. I agree, Li Shuang said. Brother Wang Baozhen hesitated. Are we underestimating the peril? This won't be easy. Then name something easier, Su Jun shot back. We proceed as decided. If anyone objects, he runs. If you and Yuliang refuse, both of you run, together. Better yet, let Yuliang and Wang Baozhen flee in opposite directions, someone suggested. That divides their forces further. An excellent notion, Su Jun approved. Very well. Draw lots for 2 men, Wang Baozhen said. In this pitch darkness. How? I asked. No, we act tonight, Su Jun insisted. Delay is fatal. How shall we draw? We can't see a thing. Not even rock, paper, scissors, Wang Baozhen muttered. Then, suddenly, the lights flared on. What? Why did the lights come on? Li Shuang exclaimed. Perfect, Su Jun said, smiling grimly. Now we draw lots. The room has surveillance cameras. Let's wait until tomorrow, said Wang Baozhen. Su Jun glanced up at the corner of the ceiling. Fine then, let's sleep. 5 minutes later the lights went out. I lay awake on my cot, thoughts drifting to Ning Changcheng, wondering how she was faring now. Yuliang, something feels off, whispered Wang Baozhen. What is it? I asked. I can't quite place it. Let's discuss it tomorrow. He fell silent, eyes closed. Breakfast in the mess hall was our daily solace, the one bright interlude in an otherwise monotonous existence. After collecting our rations, Wang Baozhen cast furtive glances around the dining area. This food is the only thing here I truly approve of, not to mention the milk, said Li Shuang. With so many mouths to feed, such quality must cost a fortune, Su Jun mused, biting into a boiled egg. This is an island after all. Every vegetable arrives fresh from the mainland, shipped across vast distances. The logistics alone would be staggering. It is strange, Wang Baozhen murmured, breaking his bread between his fingers. Even the vegetables aren't frozen. And yet we spend our days tunneling into the mountain. What sense does that make? One thing is certain, whoever funds this operation is no pauper. They haul stone out of the tunnels only to dump it into the sea, Li Shuang said, voice edged with bitterness. It makes no sense. One day I'll press a rifle barrel against the boss's skull and demand to know why. Why dig endlessly into the mountain? Is he mad? Are we digging toward the mountain's base? Wang Baozhen mused. Could there be treasure buried beneath? Look at these laborers. Their eyes are dull as dead fish, glazed with resignation. Could it be the food itself that's pacifying them? I asked. We need someone to raise the banner, to ignite rebellion, Wang Baozhen replied. Like Chen Sheng and Wu Guang in ancient times, men who dared to defy tyranny. So then we are Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, Su Jun declared. We step forward and awaken the rest. Tonight. Brother, what's the escape route? Wang Baozhen countered. Up the mountain. Surely barbed wire fences line the slopes, or worse, electrified grids. Escape isn't enough, Su Jun said firmly. We must break free, then return, to purge this place entirely. Can just the 4 of us manage that? I asked. We rally the masses, Su Jun said. We shout the call, and they rise with us. But what if they refuse to answer? Li Shuang scratched his head. Idle speculation solves nothing, Su Jun said, voice low but resolute. We must act, and trust fortune favors the bold. Truth be told, even this fine fare sits like lead upon my tongue. Our women still await deliverance. Hush, Watanabe approaches, Wang Baozhen warned. Watanabe Kawano entered, tray in hand, having crossed from another table. He sat without a word, lowered his head, and ate in silence. Later, back in the tunnel, a handcart stood half filled with stones. Ah, we never settled the draw, Li Shuang said. Let's guess whether the number of stones is odd or even. Agreed, Su Jun said. 2 of us pick odd, 2 pick even. Whoever guesses wrong runs. He turned to Wang Baozhen and me. Begin. Odd, I said. Wang Baozhen studied me a moment. Even. I choose odd, Li Shuang declared. Then I'm even, Su Jun concluded. Baozhen, you and your brother chose opposite numbers. If one dies, the other should too. Li Shuang chided. Someone must bury the bodies, Wang Baozhen replied dryly. You overthink, Su Jun said. The 4 of us live, or die, together. Li Shuang emptied the card onto the ground and began counting. When he reached the final tally, he paused. Odd, he announced. Yuliang and I run. 1 runner is sufficient, Su Jun countered. A second pair of hands increases our chances of seizing weapons. Yuliang stays. He served in the military, he knows firearms. Very well, I'll go, Li Shuang said. I have experience. Once police and armed police chased me with rifles. You've done this before. Wang Baozhen exclaimed. Truly, brother, you astonish me. I'll outrun the guards first, then double back to support you, Li Shuang said. As dusk descended, Su Jun kept glancing toward the tunnel mouth. Brother leader, patience, Wang Baozhen urged. Let's first count how many black guards escort us tonight. If more than 4, the plan is void, Su Jun said. Then may God grant us mercy. Tonight only 3, Li Shuang murmured. May God instead ensure every submachine gun is fully loaded, Su Jun muttered, rubbing his palms together. Armed, we fear nothing. We have precisely 3 minutes on the path. I'll count to 108. Listen closely loudly. At 108 you sprint, without hesitation, and let you draw away one guard first. Only then do we strike. Fine, I'll play the hare this time, Li Shuang said. Wang Baozhen gave me a long searching look. A cold suspicion flickered within me. Was this his design? Let Li Shuang bolt while the rest of us stood idle, leaving him to be cut down in a hail of bullets. Yet something felt amiss about that notion too. The work detail streamed toward the exit, shift's end. We lingered behind, walking slowly. Emerging from the tunnel, we counted exactly 3 black guards. Yet tonight differed from last. One carried his rifle slung across his chest at the front. The other 2 followed behind us, also armed, their muzzles tilted skyward. The moon hung full and luminous, stars burned with unusual clarity. The column began its march. A meteor streaked across the horizon, an omen perhaps. I calculated the precise moment to seize a weapon, swift, silent, decisive. Wang Baozhen lifted his gaze to the heavens and tugged gently at my sleeve. Yuliang, I feel uneasy. I met his eyes. Uneasy or not, there was no turning back. The arrow was already loosed. The string had snapped. Su Jun's count had already reached 98. 99, 100, 102, 106. Then, suddenly, a figure broke from the ranks and bolted, fast, desperate, vanishing into the night. The column froze. Su Jun stiffened, stunned. Brother leader, do we still run? Li Shuang asked. Wait, Wang Baozhen said, gripping Li Shuang's arm. A minute passed. The 3 armed guards remained motionless. Only their rifles pointed steadily at the halted procession. In the silver moonlight, we watched the fleeing man scramble halfway up the mountainside. Then, blinding white flares erupted. A deafening fusillade followed. Gunfire cracked behind us. The 2 rear guards had opened fire into the air, burst sharp and rhythmic tat-a-tat-a-tat. Silently, the column resumed its march, entering the passageway, then the cell block. Yet the iron bars did not descend, suspended as if awaiting some unseen signal. Damn it, the bastards were lying in ambush on the mountain, Wang Baozhen hissed. I knew something was wrong. Li Shuang's lips trembled. If I'd run, just now, I'd be dead. Utterly, irrevocably dead. Who was that runner? I asked. His flight saved our lives. Yuliang, were the rifles unloaded? Su Jun demanded. Was the safety even engaged? That near miss nearly ended us all. I admitted quietly. And yet, it feels as though those guards expected tonight's escape, Wang Baozhen mused. It makes no sense. The man reached the mountainside, and still they made no move to pursue. They knew, Su Jun said grimly. They knew in advance. Why else would they lie in wait on the mountain at midnight? There, Wang Baozhen said, voice hollow. 2 guards dragged a corpse into the corridor. They paused at each cell door, holding the body aloft for all to see. The dead man was in his 20s, his brown skin slack, his neck nearly severed. Only a strip of flesh tethering head to shoulders. His face was obliterated, a gaping wound 10 centimeters wide gaped in his chest, pierced clean through by heavy machine gun fire. His entire frame was riddled, perforated like a sieve. The body was hauled away. The iron bars clanged shut. Silence descended, thick, suffocating, absolute. The lights died. Somewhere a man coughed violently. Elsewhere a quiet, broken sob rose, then faded into the dark. 5 more days passed. Each day identical to the last, drilling, eating, sleeping, then drilling again, orderly, mechanical, unrelenting. Su Jun grew increasingly despondent, his spirit fraying like worn rope. Tears hovered just beneath his eyelids. Li Shuang constantly muttered under his breath, brows knotted in frustration, pleading for some rational explanation. What is the point of this monotonous drilling? What possible meaning could it hold? Brother, tell me. Wang Baozhen, however, insisted there was profound intrigue hidden within the absurdity. Perhaps even now that deranged yacht owner sat behind a vast monitor, legs crossed, cigar smoldering, watching us dig like ants in a glass terrarium. Yes, it defies reason. But have you heard of that eccentric European magnate who paid fortunes to stream live footage of trains plunging into mountain tunnels? Such pleasures remain inaccessible to ordinary minds. I suspected Wang Baozhen's intellect occasionally flooded with seawater. Lately, I'd caught him tracing the sign of the cross over his chest while murmuring amen, followed immediately by an exasperated damn it all. During those 5 days, a Vietnamese man snapped in the dining hall, shattering his tray before being dragged outside and executed by machine gun fire. The fusillade erupted in relentless bursts, its staccato rhythm eerily reminiscent of New Year's Eve fireworks. His slight frame was riddled, pulped, reduced to a grotesque mound of crimson pulp at the corridor entrance, so thoroughly disintegrated that only the severed hand embedded in the gore confirmed its human origin. Su Jun speculated a massive munitions depot must lie nearby. Even wealth has limits. This isn't playtime. If you've got money to burn, why not crash a helicopter daily? He ground his teeth. Executions followed instantly upon provocation. No one dared raise their voice in the dining hall. Every breath was measured, every movement calculated. Lest an ill-timed cough or clatter summoned black-clad guards to drag you away for summary execution. Smuggling stones concealed in one's groin proved impossible. The corridor scanners detected all objects below the head. Only by balancing a stone atop the skull might concealment succeed. Yet killing with stone was impractical. Then Su Jun discovered a discarded electrical wire, less than half a meter long, deep inside the cavern. His eyes lit up. I already knew its purpose: efficient silent strangulation. While laboring underground, he began plotting murder, not as vengeance, but as strategy, and settled on the dining hall as the optimal site, meticulously analyzing timing, positioning, and sequence. The two guards at the cave entrance. We'll leave them for later, Su Jun declared. First, eliminate the pair stationed at the dining hall entrance. Seize their weapons. Once Yu Liang and I secure firearms, we storm the second-floor dining area, barricade the doorway, and mow down everyone inside. Then ascend to the rooftop and destroy the helicopter. Crucially, Wang Baozhen interjected, we must neutralize those two guards without alerting the others. The surveillance team won't watch every screen every second. Timing and luck will decide our fate, Su Jun replied. We need to lure them inside. That's simple, Wang Baozhen said. We provoke a brawl, shout, shove, feign violence. They'll intervene. Exactly. The moment they enter, one is silenced instantly by the wire. How do you smuggle the wire into the dining hall? Li Shuang asked. I'll hold it in my mouth. We'll need others to rise with us, I said. For now, don't count on it. Our sole priority is seizing arms, immediately without hesitation, and surging upward to the second floor. Delay is fatal. If diners upstairs sense danger, we're doomed. And once we escape the building, beyond the corridor, we may encounter the two gate sentinels. Neutralize them, then sprint for the main gate and the dock. Boats are certain to be moored there. Commandeer one. How does that sound? Any objections? How do we destroy the helicopter? Simple. Spray the instrument panel with automatic fire, Wang Baozhen answered. What if the guards upstairs rush down upon hearing gunfire? Then we fight to the death. Better still, if other diners join our breakout, chaos works in our favor. This is no longer a gamble, Su Jun said, voice low and resolute. It is burnt boats. Success hinges on speed, precision, silence. Yu Liang, you and I, whoever secures a weapon first, ignore the hallway guards entirely. Straight to the second floor. That is absolute. Remember it. I nodded. Let fortune favor us, Wang Baozhen murmured. Su Jun slipped the wire into his mouth and passed effortlessly through the scanner. I gripped my tray, palms slick with sweat. Life and death balanced on a razor's edge mere minutes away. Su Jun flicked a glance toward Wang Baozhen. Wang Baozhen hurled his tray onto the floor and bellowed at Li Shuang. You dropped it yourself, not me. I retorted. It was you, damn it. Wang Baozhen roared. One guard entered, rifle raised, the other lingered at the threshold, peering in. The guard barked unintelligible commands, then seized Wang Baozhen's arm. Whereupon Wang Baozhen lunged forward, locking his arms around the man's waist. Get in. Su Jun hissed at the guard hovering in the doorway. The sentry stiffened, rifle lifting, aiming squarely at us. Now, Li Shuang struck, wire biting deep into the guard's throat. The second guard charged inward. Su Jun swept his leg. Down he crashed, weapon skittering across the floor. Su Jun snatched the fallen rifle and bolted. I seized the second, sprinting after him. On the second floor landing, Su Jun stood trembling at the dining hall entrance, rifle leveled. I rushed forward, peered inside. The room froze, stunned, silent. I tightened my grip and opened fire. My trigger won't depress. Su Jun shouted. Disengage the safety. His rifle cracked. Then another and another. Black figures crumpled. Yu Liang, rooftop. Now. I tore up the final flight. A guard emerged from a side passage. Kneeling, I fired a single precise shot. He fell. I seized his weapon, burst onto the roof, wrenched open the helicopter door, and emptied my magazine into the cockpit. Discarding the spent submachine gun, I grabbed another and descended to the ground floor. Panic had erupted. Crowd stampeded toward the corridor. Then came the thunder, dense, brutal volleys from within the passage. Dozens fell. Two guards blocked the exit, firing relentlessly. Wang Baozhen and Su Jun pressed close. Yu Liang, what now? Two options: draw their fire until they exhaust their ammunition, or scale the roof and strike from behind. I'll take the roof. 5 minutes passed. Silence. I risked a glance. Su Jun stood alone in the doorway. We stepped over the fallen, bodies stacked like timber, and fled the corridor. Through the main gate, gunfire erupted behind us. We returned fire, then sprinted downward with desperate animal urgency. 500 meters, then a leap from jagged rock to shore. There unmistakably lay the dock, and moored beside it a small vessel. We scrambled across the reef, vaulted aboard, and realized it was a speedboat. Engines roared to life. Two guards reached the water's edge, firing wildly. We flung ourselves flat inside the hull, hugging the deck until distance granted safety, and finally dared lift our heads. The island of death receded, diminishing, dissolving, vanishing into the horizon. Su Jun threw back his head and laughed, short, sharp, raw. I'm free. Damn right, I'm free. Free. Li Shuang brandished his submachine gun, voice guttural, stand before me, and die. Die. You will die? Boss, where now? Wang Baozhen asked. Wherever the sea carries us. Later, I'll dive in. Su Jun paused. Wait, why only 2 rifles left? Ran dry. Threw them. I ejected the magazine, empty. Held it up for Su Jun to see. He handed me his own submachine gun. Check mine. I slid out the magazine. 4 rounds remained. Not bad. 4 bullets, Wang Baozhen observed. Damn it. Let's each take one, and end it, Su Jun said. End it. Boss, are you unwell? I find myself strangely drawn to one particular manner of dying. He reloaded the magazine with deliberate, unhurried care. The temple, clean through? Wang Baozhen asked. Yes. Cool. Deep. Exhilarating. Each word fell like a stone into still water. Wang Baozhen rose, squinting seaward. Boss, looks like a great white's trailing us. Su Jun raised his rifle, sighting along the waves. Come on, brother. Let me give you that same cool, deep, exhilarating ride. Boss, don't shoot, yet save some bullets, Wang Baozhen said. Let's speed up the boat and shake it off. The boat isn't going fast, Li Shuang replied. Why is the boat slowing down? I asked. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out. Did you hit anything? I inquired. I hit it. Every shot landed. Damn, it feels good, Su Jun exclaimed. My tense heart immediately relaxed as I lay by the side of the boat. You scared me. Boss, you're amazing. Li Shuang turned back and gave him a thumbs up. This is what I call those who block me will die, those who follow me will perish, Su Jun said proudly. Boss, it's actually those who follow me will prosper, I corrected. Look. Wang Baozhen stood up, pointing at the sea. Oh no, a pack of sharks is coming. Oh, hurry and start the boat quick, they're swimming closer. Su Jun urged. The boat won't start, it seems we're out of fuel, Li Shuang said. We're doomed, oh, we're going to be eaten by sharks. Wang Baozhen knelt down. A swarm of sharks gathered, seemingly discussing how to feast on us. Su Jun threw his gun at the sharks and then plopped down onto the boat. There's nowhere to escape. God help us, Li Shuang's face turned pale. No, we won't die, Wang Baozhen stuttered, his teeth chattering. Su Jun covered his face with his hands and fell silent. We could only sit and wait for our fate. Dying in a shark's belly might not be such a bad way to go. I remembered a fairy tale from my childhood about a little boy who was swallowed by a shark. Inside the shark's belly, he lit a candle and quietly read a book. The boat rocked in the waves. Hadn't these fearsome predators decided how to consume us yet? 2 minutes passed, and the tension in the air seemed to lessen. Oh, sharks, as long as you don't eat me, Wang Baozhen murmured. I swear, I promise I will never eat dinner again. I thought you wouldn't eat sharks anymore, Li Shuang retorted. Wang Baozhen looked at me. Do we have any food? Wait, why is it so quiet? Should I peek out? Li Shuang suggested. Wait, Su Jun said. Wait for what? Li Shuang asked. I feel like as soon as you stick your head out, the sharks will start eating, Su Jun warned. I have the same feeling. These sharks are after live prey. They can't see us now and are waiting, Wang Baozhen said. They definitely won't eat the boat. That makes sense, I agreed. More than 10 minutes passed with nothing but the sound of waves and our heartbeats. How about I take a quick look? Wang Baozhen proposed. Su Jun waved him off. Let me look. Su Jun stood up and stretched his neck, then slowly rose. What do you see, boss? Li Shuang asked. It feels like a dream, our fleeting encounter. Su Jun began to sway his arms and hips, unexpectedly breaking into song. You are like a gentle spring breeze wafting into my heart. Where is your smile from the past? I stood up, the sharks had vanished. The endless ocean stretched before us, and the small boat swayed like a leaf on the waves. Why did the sharks just disappear? Li Shuang wondered. Yeah, it's strange, I replied. Not strange at all. I told you sharks can't see people, so they naturally left, Su Jun said. We were just lucky, we always turn disasters into fortune. Wang Baozhen leaned over the side of the boat. I get it now. That's why the sharks left. Why did they leave? Li Shuang asked. Come and see, Wang Baozhen said. A layer of oil floated around the speedboat. The fuel tank is leaking, Su Jun guessed. Yes, the fuel tank is leaking. I suspect it was shot by a black man, Wang Baozhen replied. No wonder the boat stopped but ran out of fuel, Li Shuang said. Those sharks must have smelled the oil and left, Wang Baozhen concluded. We really were lucky this time. I'm hungry, who brought food? Su Jun asked. Oh no, how did we forget to bring food? Wang Baozhen lamented. This is going to be a problem. Damn it, I didn't eat anything in the restaurant, Li Shuang said. We all didn't eat, I said. We were all too focused on how to kill people who thought about eating. The boat can't move, we don't have paddles, and there's no. Li Shishuang crouched low, prying apart the seat with methodical precision. What are you doing, old Li? Looking for something? I asked. Are you dismantling the boat? Wang Baozhen said. Li Shishuang held up a small knife. Look, found it beneath this seat. What good is a little knife? I thought you'd uncovered biscuits, Su Jun remarked. I need water, Wang Baozhen said. Su Jun handed him an aluminum basin still half filled with water. Conserve it, Li Shishuang cautioned. There's still water in the raincoat, and rain will surely fall tonight, Wang Baozhen replied. How many days can a person survive without food? Only water? Su Jun asked. Do we count these leather shoes? Wang Baozhen asked, glancing at his footwear. Of course they count, Li Shishuang affirmed. 10 to 15 days, though the physiological limit hovers near 10. Beyond that, survival depends entirely on individual constitution. The overweight generally endure longer than the lean thanks to adipose reserves the body can metabolize. And if we exclude the shoes? I asked. Wang Baozhen studied the shoes again. 8 to 13 days. And without water? Su Jun pressed. Wang Baozhen raised 3 fingers. 3 days, or 5 at most. By the 3rd day, most people exhaust their bodily fluids, metabolic processes collapse, electrolyte imbalances cripple organ function, and unconsciousness follows. Dehydration also reduces blood volume, lowers blood pressure, thickens the blood, impedes circulation, and weakens the heartbeat progressively. By the 5th or 7th day, death looms. Pale, inevitable, like the grim reaper swinging his scythe before your eyes. He took a slow sip of water, then lifted his gaze toward the sky. Under this relentless sun, surviving past the 4th day would be nothing short of miraculous. Let me tell you plainly, dying of dehydration leaves the flesh desiccated, dried to leathery rigidity like beef jerky, though even jerky retains more substance than a corpse reduced to skin and bone. I'm parched, let me have a sip, Li Shishuang said. The small basin emptied swiftly among us. It's been over a day since we last ate. I feel I'm nearing my end, Wang Baozhen murmured, eyeing the shoes. We cannot eat the shoes yet, Li Shishuang insisted. Are there insoles inside? Wang Baozhen asked. Li Shishuang turned the shoe over, peering into its interior. Well, fortune smiles upon us. We do have insoles. Old Li, take the knife and dive down. See if you can catch a couple of fish, Su Jun suggested. Right, I'll go now, Li Shishuang replied. He plunged into the sea. The water lay perfectly still, windless, waveless mirrors. This is what clarity so absolute that no fish dwell within truly means, Wang Baozhen observed. That rifle shouldn't have been discarded. It could have served as an oar. And if we go 10 or 15 days without food? Su Jun asked. Then we kill one of us and eat him, Wang Baozhen said, gesturing toward Li Shishuang, who swam silently beneath the surface. Him, for instance. Dispatch him, consume him, and we buy ourselves another fortnight. Killing him feels unjust, Su Jun countered. Let's draw lots instead. Draw lots? Chief, think carefully, you 2 might draw the fatal slip. I mean, you 3 draw lots. I'll abstain entirely, Su Jun declared. Besides, I detest lot drawing, gambling, chance-based decisions. I've never indulged in such unhealthy practices. Wang Baozhen glanced at me. The chief speaks with uncommon wisdom. No flaw in that reasoning, I agreed. Li Shishuang clambered back aboard, collapsing weakly beside the gunwale. Old Li, you swam just 1 circuit and already collapsed like this? Wang Baozhen asked. My limbs feel leaden. I fear I'm failing, Li Shishuang whispered. I'm ravenous. I doubt I'll see dawn. Truly. Hold on a little longer, Wang Baozhen urged. You want me dead sooner, don't you? Sooner is better. If I wait too long, your flesh will waste away, leaving only sinew and bone. Tasteless, fibrous, unpalatable. Rest easy, Brother Baozhen. You'll certainly die before me. Should you linger past your prime, your bones can still be cracked open, your marrow drawn and drunk. Hey, what in blazes are you 2 saying? Have we devolved into cannibals? Su Jun's face darkened. Think, how do we find food? Old Li, any gooseneck barnacles clinging to the hull? I asked. He shook his head. None. Su Jun inspected the raincoat. Freshwater is dwindling. May rain fall today, and abundantly, Wang Baozhen murmured. Night fell slowly. We lay listless, tongues, heavy speech scarce. The evening air cooled slightly, a wind brushed our cheeks. Yet thirst burned, and I dared not ask for water. Su Jun had decreed, until rain came, none would touch the raincoat's reserve. 2 seabirds winged past. Wang Baozhen flailed an arm skyward, then sighed deeply. This is the rhythm of starvation, Su Jun observed. Suddenly, I recalled the little match girl, Wang Baozhen mused. The little match girl? Yes, the beautiful child who in her final delirium beheld a plump naked goose waddling toward her, its skin redolent of roasted meat, a fork and knife protruding from its rump. He smacked his lips. Chief, he's breached discipline. Li Shishuang protested. Not only did he conjure roast goose, he added a girl. Don't interrupt. Let him speak, Su Jun said, tilting his head to peer over the gunwale. Wang Baozhen coughed twice. The girl told the goose, go to Uncle Baozhen. And it waddled forth, slow, ungainly legs splayed, until it stood before me. I wasted no time. I pulled the cutlery from its rump and paused, wondering where shall I begin. Start with the feet, Li Shishuang suggested. Outrageous. Those are webbed feet. Goose feet, Wang Baozhen snapped. Must you be so vulgar? If you won't listen, leave us. Ah, goose feet. Plump, succulent goose feet, Li Shishuang amended. Go on. I cast aside the utensils. After all, do Chinese diners use forks and knives? No, we use our hands. So I seized its broad white thighs, pinned them down. His breath grew ragged. I held them fast, held them tight. I was about to bite in. Bite where? Li Shishuang teased. Get out of here. Wang Baozhen retorted. When you eat roast duck, do you lick it first? It's not duck, it's goose, Su Jun corrected. Baozhen, now I'm starving worse. Chief, if hunger gnaws, shall I carve off a strip of shoe leather for you? Li Shishuang lifted one shoe. No, absolutely not yet. Wait 2 more days, Su Jun said. Shall we divide the insoles then? Li Shishuang offered. No need to divide. Only you may eat them alone, Wang Baozhen said. You said that yourself. Everyone agrees I may eat them now. Li Shishuang drew out the insole, inspecting it. What material is it made of? Wang Baozhen asked. Looks like double-layered pigskin, Li Shishuang replied. Ah, no, you cannot eat it alone. Wang Baozhen sat up abruptly. But you just said I could. Li Shishuang tucked the insole into his underpants. Who the hell said that? Su Jun demanded, hand outstretched. Li Shishuang retrieved it from his waistband and handed it over. Where else would you stash delicacies? In your crotch. Wang Baozhen exclaimed. A ripple of laughter passed among us. Su Jun rubbed the insole between his fingers. Indeed, genuine leather with a sponge core. We'll save it for last, after the shoes themselves. How far we've fallen, Li Shishuang murmured. I suddenly sensed Wang Baozhen's words had lost their levity. They now rang hollow-edged with hallucination. Perhaps some vital organ was faltering. Night deepened. Stars swelled, one by one, vast and round as meatballs. None slept. We waited, hearts clenched, for clouds to gather and veil the sky. Midnight brought wind, but no rain. Dawn broke, crimson, bathing our faces in fire, yet not a single drop fell. No rain, only disappointment. Su Jun examined the raincoat. His expression hardened further. How much water remains? Wang Baozhen asked. Less each hour, Su Jun replied. Chief, drink now. Once the sun climbs high, what's left will vanish into vapor. Very well, let us drink, Su Jun conceded. The moment water touched lips, restraint dissolved. Soon the raincoat stood empty. By noon the sun scorched us raw. We huddled, clothes curled together, draping the raincoat over our bodies like a shroud. I occasionally lifted my head to glance at the sun, hoping it would sink westward sooner and bring cooler air. A few seabirds glided overhead. Oh, a cool breeze rippled across the water's surface. Wang Baozhen shrugged off his raincoat and sat up. Rise, no more sleeping like this. If we do, we'll sleep right into death. Su Jun rubbed his eyes. What hour is it? Judging by the sun's position, it must be around 4, Wang Baozhen replied. Time for dinner then, Li Shuang asked. Dinner? Hell no. I'm starving. I can't bear it any longer, Wang Baozhen snapped. I'm not hungry, just parched, Su Jun said. A little rain would be welcome now. Not a cloud in sight. If we get rain tonight, we'll count ourselves blessed. I drink seawater, Li Shuang murmured. Go ahead, drink your fill. Wang Baozhen tossed him the aluminum tray. Old Li, don't. The salt will only deepen your thirst, Su Jun warned. Let him drink. One corpse means meat for the rest of us, Wang Baozhen retorted. Li Shuang hurled the tray at Wang Baozhen's head. Wang Baozhen didn't flinch. The metal struck his forehead with a hollow clang. You mad bastard! Wang Baozhen roared. I ran my tongue over cracked lips. So much water, and none of it drinkable. How cruel the Creator is. Though come to think of it, humanity itself crawled from the sea. Clever. You know that too. Wang Baozhen said. Think we could catch squid tonight. Wish we'd brought a flashlight from that island. We could have fished in the dark. I used to tire of squid, but now 10 gene of it wouldn't be enough, Su Jun admitted. Wouldn't it have been better if we were still aboard the squid vessel? Li Shuang mused. Free meals, wages, even if modest. And a tiny television, I added. A cold beer skewers grilled over open flame, sea wind in our hair, stories spun under starlight. I imagine heaven offers no greater bliss, Li Shuang sighed. Yes, after a few months' work we'd sail home. Wang Baozhen exhaled long and heavy. Su Jun stared down, tracing idle lines into the seat with his knife. Meng Des Wei wasn't all bad, just ill-tempered, Li Shuang observed. Still, hot-tempered men speak plainly. Few harbor hidden malice. I disagree. He deserved death. If we hadn't ended him, someone else surely would have. His temper was poison. But knowing his nature, shouldn't we have negotiated, not seized the ship? So, you regret the mutiny. Not regret, merely recognize our lack of restraint. We failed to weigh consequences, or consider unforeseen turns. How could we foresee Lu Yong rushing in, knife drawn, to defend the captain? We shouldn't have killed him. Alone, armed with nothing but a blade, he posed no real threat to all of us. That blunder belongs to Sun Dahe and Lung Bo, fools whose minds drowned in impulse. They stabbed Lu Yong without thought. Had he lived, the mutiny might already have carried us home. Had Lu Yong lived, the officers would have risen against us. Perhaps none of us would have survived. Enough. Su Jun drove his knife hard into the seat. One more word, and I'll kill you, then eat you. Li Shuangyan stretched out and closed his eyes. Wang Baojun leaned against the gunwale, staring blankly at his own fingers. I gazed into the distance, straining for any sign of a passing vessel. The sun sank, gilding the horizon. A solitary skiff drifted adrift upon the boundless sea. Darkness fell swiftly. No rain came that night. At dawn, my throat burned like smoldering ash, and my mouth felt dust-dreary, my body leaden. Rising demanded effort. A vast bank of cloud loomed overhead. We tilted our faces skyward, mouths agape. Wang Baojun's gaze, vacant lips parted, waiting for rain. The cloud passed, swift, indifferent, drifting onward into deeper distance. Damn it. Tease us, will you? Then stay away entirely. Li Shuang rasped, voice raw. Water, water, water. Wang Baojun whispered, slumped against the hull. Old Li, dinner, Su Jun said, tossing him the knife. Li Shuang took his leather shoe, rinsed it in seawater, then scraped vigorously with the blade. Enough. You're washing away every trace of nourishment, Wang Baojun muttered. Can you just shut up? Enough. It's ready, Su Jun affirmed. Li Shuang shook the shoe dry, then carved off a small strip. First, he offered it to Su Jun. Su Jun chewed slowly. Not bad, authentic cowhide. Give me some. Li Shuang glanced at him, popped a piece into his own mouth. Wait your turn. He cut another sliver and handed it to me. I chewed, and instantly clarity surged through my limbs. Wang Baojun held the strip to his nose. This came from the rump of a female bovine. Shut your mouth and eat, Li Shuang snapped. This hide must be rationed, Su Jun declared, measuring a precise portion between thumb and forefinger. No more than this, per day, and absolutely no secret snacking, Wang Baojun added. The shoes should be entrusted to the leader. You think I'd steal? I never said you would, Wang Baojun replied. Right now, a cup of yogurt would make me a god. Stop dreaming. Cowhide is a luxury, Su Jun grumbled. Yet even that meager bite sharpened our hunger. Each of us felt it gnawing, insistent. Let's talk of something else, distract ourselves. Otherwise, hunger consumes all thought. Very well, I'll tell the tale of the little match girl. No, that conjures roasted duck. Roast goose, Su Jun corrected. Not just geese, also women's long pale legs. Li Shuang grinned. Let's speak of women instead. Excellent idea. Let's each describe how we've loved them. Wang Baojun turned to Su Jun. Leader first. Fine. My first love was in 5th grade. A girl 2 years older next door, lovely, graceful. Her body had the same springy resilience as squid flesh, by which I mean her suppleness, her elasticity. Please, no mention of squid. Too slow, leader. Tell us how you took Wang Qian. That's what interests me. Yes, tell us about Wang Qian. I glanced at Li Shuang, and found myself strangely envious. Before the end, he'd known her too. Didn't you all peer through the cracks when Wang Qian and I entered the bridal chamber? Peering changes nothing. It quenches no thirst. Speak clearly, leader. We demand detail. Will we die on this skiff? Su Jun asked suddenly. At most 3 days remain. Perhaps only until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Sleep then, and waking may never come. Most slip into coma. Unless one stays awake, but by then the mind surrenders control. Enough of this. Back to Wang Qian. Describe her. Precisely. Wang Qian was the finest woman I've ever known. In what way? Exquisite. Her beauty needs no elaboration. But when she smiled, there a delicate dimple, hypnotic. Her voice too was lovely. I cherished every syllable she spoke. What of what lies beneath her clothes? Her breasts, how did they feel? Undoubtedly exquisite. You've never touched them. How can you claim that? If we live, if we see Wang Qian again, I'll let each of you touch her once. Li Shuang smiled faintly. Anywhere. Su Jun blinked, hesitated, as though weighing an irrevocable vow. Anywhere. Once only. Leader, you swear this. No regrets. Regret. Never. My word is iron. What if Wang Qian refuses? She obeys me, trust that. Should she defy me, I'll slit my throat before you all. Wang Baojun raised a thumb. Leader, you are unshakable. A man of rare metal. Go on. What happened after you entered her? Her reaction. ecstatic, like a train vanishing into a deep, dark mountain tunnel. Do you grasp the image? A train in a tunnel. From what I know, such tunnels are cavernous, easily accommodating 2 or 3 trains abreast. We both laughed. Wang Baoxian, you foul-mouthed wretch, I won't continue. Oldly, you take over. Gladly. Unlike our leader, I spare no detail. Li Shuang settled the shoe beneath him. Once I fell for a woman, my friend's wife. Voluptuous. Radiant. Those long pale legs. They could inspire a man's devotion for 3 full months, without weariness. Now that's compelling. A sudden chill ran through me. I realized with dread he was speaking of Wang Qian. One day we went to the shore. She came too along with 2 other women. My friend received an urgent call and left. The others boarded the boat. Left alone, I seized her. She resisted at first, then yielded. That's it. That's it. Later we repeated it. Again she fought, until I entered her. Then, surrender. Remarkable, isn't it? Dull. I'm done. I'll sleep. One slept, and the rest followed, drifting into silence. When I opened my eyes again, dusk bled across the sea. A breeze stirred my hair. I closed them, then heard it in an unfamiliar voice. Arthur. Arthur. I sat up dazed. Beside our skiff floated a small sloop. 2 white men stood aboard, one young, the other middle-aged, thick-bearded. Wang Baoxian rose blinking. God, we're saved. The older man shouted across the water, is there anything to eat? Baoxian, he's offering food. I don't hear it that way. Do you have anything to eat? The man called again. Hell, he's asking if we have food. Shoes, Su Jun murmured weakly. Don't give them the shoes. An elderly man wearing a crimson headscarf reclined at the bow of a sailboat sheltering beneath a floral parasol. Beside him lounged an elephant turtle. No, no. Wang Baoxian waved dismissively at them. The old man shouted, let them jump. I understood that much. He wants us to jump. Suddenly a young man aboard the sailboat drew a knife from his waistband and brandished it, shouting, jump. Jump. Boss, he's telling us to jump, Wang Baoxian reported. Preposterous. Su Jun scoffed. 3 of them, 4 of us, expecting us to leap into the sea. Do they take us for fools? No, this is our chance. They must not escape. We'll board their vessel. I saw the elephant turtle. Jump. Jump. The youth continued bellowing. Baoxian, tell them we're friends, intimate friends, and beg passage onto their boat, Su Jun commanded. At that moment, a bearded, middle-aged man emerged from the deck and produced a submachine gun, leveling it squarely at us. Damn it, jump now, Li Shuang shouted. We plunged into the sea. The sailboat edged alongside our dinghy. The youth leapt aboard, flinging our life jackets, raincoats, and even a pair of half-eaten leather shoes onto his vessel. Then he produced a long rope fitted with a grappling hook, lashed it onto our dinghy's steering wheel, and drew the 2 craft together. The bearded man, Arthur, stood with rifle raised, its muzzle trained upon us. One squeeze of the trigger, and we would be dead. As the sailboat began to pull away, the youth whistled shrilly. God damn it, Su Jun cursed. We've truly run out of luck. Wang Baoxian frantically waved after the receding vessel. Come. 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 The youth only whistled again. We're finished, Li Shuang murmured. Su Jun lay supine upon the swells, his face ashen. At least we'll die together, brothers, Wang Baoxian said. I refuse to die, Li Shuang replied. It seems certain now. Our end had come. I swallowed a mouthful of seawater, and strangely my body felt lighter, calmer. Seeing me drink, Wang Baoxian followed suit. 2 deep gulps. Then roared, I fear nothing now, not even death. Su Jun glanced at me. Then drink your fill. Let us depart together. The waves swelled higher. A towering crest crashed over me. I felt myself slipping. Look there. The boat's returning. I knew it. They'd come back. Wang Baoxian cried. The sailboat drew near once more. Su Jun surged upward, seized the gunwale, and hauled himself aboard, then reached down to pull us up one by one. We collapsed onto the deck of the dinghy, hearts still hammering. The old man sat cross-legged on the sailboat's bow, floral parasol poised above him, watching us in silence. He beckoned to Wang Baoxian. Come here. Wang Baoxian climbed aboard. Are we still alive? Su Jun asked. We are, I answered. Leave none behind, Su Jun snarled, grinding his teeth. Kill them all. Strangle them. Strangle them, first, Li Shuang added, then devour them slowly. Don't give me the chance, Su Jun murmured, a faint chilling smile curling his lips. Minutes later, Wang Baoxian returned to the dinghy. What's the situation? Su Jun demanded. They're merchant sailors, Wang Baoxian explained. Their ship sank. They've drifted at sea for over 2 months aboard this small sloop. And how did you present us? Su Jun pressed. I told them we were squid fishers caught in a storm. Their vessel foundered, everyone perished except us 4 who clung to this dinghy. The old man under the parasol is Paul, the Chinese transliteration of Paul, the captain of the merchant vessel. The limping, bearded man with the rifle is Arthur. The youth is Mike. Why did they order us to jump? Li Shuang asked. Perhaps they mistook us for pirates, Wang Baojun ventured. No. Tell them again we are their closest, dearest friends, Su Jun insisted. I already did, Wang Baojun replied. They understood me clearly. Arthur approached, limping, rifle still aimed at us. What does this mean? Li Shuang snapped. Still pointing that thing at us. No, friend. Friend. Close friend. Dear friend. Wang Baojun shouted. Arthur kept the barrel steady. Tell him we're his sons, Su Jun ordered. His sons. Wang Baojun stared at Su Jun. You bastard, translate now? He's aiming at us. No, say we're his loyal slaves. Good slaves. Arthur gestured for Wang Baojun to board. He obeyed, whereupon Mike bound his wrists with rope. Arthur then summoned Li Shuang, who likewise boarded and was restrained. Next, I and finally Su Jun were bound in turn. Arthur then motioned for us to return to the dinghy. You son of a bitch. Su Jun spat at Wang Baojun. This is intimate friendship. This is what you meant when you said they understood. Wang Baojun stood silent, face pale and rigid. Boss, don't lose your temper. It's surely a misunderstanding, I interjected. Where's the knife? Su Jun asked. Didn't you have it? Li Shuang replied. What? Me? I never touched it. Su Jun retorted. Did you misplace it? I swear I didn't take it. You held it the whole time. Li Shuang insisted. You cut the shoes. How can you claim I kept the knife? Su Jun frowned. Quiet, boss. Keep your voice low, I urged. It might still be aboard the dinghy. We'll search later, Wang Baojun said. Oldly. If we can't find the knife, gnaw through these ropes with your teeth, Su Jun said. Don't worry, boss. That's my specialty, Li Shuang declared. Baojun, ask them for water. I'm parched, Su Jun said. Wang Baojun rose and called across the water. Water. The three aboard the sailboat turned their backs, never glancing our way. Boss, we should be grateful. We're still breathing. Had they not returned, we'd be corpses, I observed. So they're our saviors then. Su Jun mused. In truth, Yu Liang spoke wisely, Li Shuang remarked. Baojun, did you tell them they saved our lives? Of course I did. How could I omit such a thing? Yet why won't they believe us? Wang Baojun wondered aloud. Do we look like villains? A bit perhaps, Li Shuang admitted. Boss's gaze isn't ordinary. It carries a certain sharpness. I'm handsome. How could I resemble a villain? Honestly, you look untrustworthy. Your eyes dart like a thief's, always scheming about something. Exactly. Either someone's wallet or someone else's wife, Wang Baojun added. Go to hell, Li Shuang growled. Can we stop quarreling? Do we really have the energy for this now? I pleaded. A strange, unsettling smile flickered across Su Jun's face. Tonight I'll feast on human flesh. We could start with the elephant turtle, Wang Baojun suggested. No, I'll eat men first. The turtle shall be my final course, Su Jun replied. Boss, Wang Baojun said quietly, I suspect those brigands aboard the sloop may share precisely that sentiment. Captain Paul hobbled towards us, one hand leaning on a cane and the other gripping a 2-foot-long wooden stick. An unsettling tension coiled within me. Was he intent on using that stick to harm us? He reached the edge of the boat, let out a grunt, and sat cross-legged, tapping the side of the vessel rhythmically with the stick. The sound was crisp and melodious, echoing eerily across the vast expanse of the ocean. Another grunt escaped his lips before he began to murmur in a chant-like manner. Woolala woolala alala hahe banahon hama. So walalalaya. What is he saying? Su Jun asked, glancing at Baojun. Translate for us. I can't make sense of it. It sounds like some sort of incantation, Wang Baojun replied. It doesn't sound like a chant to me. It feels more like he's summoning souls, Li Shuang interjected. Summoning what souls? I questioned. How would I know? He looks rather serious, Li Shuang responded. Arthur approached, carrying a bucket one leg higher than the other. He placed the bucket at the boat's edge, leaned over to pull the speedboat closer to the sailboat, then scooped a ladleful of clear water from the bucket. He carefully extended the ladle towards us, and we crowded around, mouths agape, clamoring for a drink. Each of us received a ladleful of water before Arthur departed with the bucket. It feels like we're being fed like pigs, I remarked. This little bit of water isn't enough. My throat is still parched, Li Shuang said. Stop complaining. Having any water is better than nothing, Wang Baojun replied. They don't seem eager to kill us just yet, I noted. No sooner had I spoken than the sound of knife sharpening filled the air. Mike was on the other side of the boat, honing his blade while glancing at us. A chill gripped my heart, filling me with unease. It seems Captain Paul is indeed summoning souls. They still intend to kill us, Li Shuang said. Summoning what souls? Aren't our souls right here with us? Su Jun countered. Don't mind old Li, he doesn't understand what soul summoning is, Wang Baojun interjected. What is soul summoning? I inquired. Soul summoning is for the deceased, not for us living folks. If we die here, our families can perform a soul summoning for us, Wang Baojun explained. Why would they do that for us? I pressed on. Because we are strangers who died far from home. After death our souls cling to our bodies, suffering as solitary spirits unable to reincarnate. Therefore our families would hold a soul-summoning ceremony by the sea, setting up a grand offering table laden with pig's head, pig trotters, grilled lamb skewers, braised beef, braised carp, and fish heads with chopped chili, along with sweet treats and bread, all your favorites, Wang Baozhen elaborated. I love dumplings, Li Shishuang added. What filling? Wang Baozhen asked. Chive and egg filling or chive and pork filling. I love them all, Li Shishuang replied. All right, the offering table will have a pound of chive and egg dumplings. No, you can eat, let's make it 2 pounds, Wang Baozhen said. Is 2 pounds enough? Then let's add half a pound of 3-flavor dumplings, Li Shishuang chuckled. By the way, why would there be nuns summoning our souls? Don't like nuns. Then let's invite monks, Su Jun chimed in. Of course I like nuns. Let's have 2 pretty ones, Li Shishuang said. Baozhen, I'm still not clear on this soul summoning thing, I said. Fine, let me continue. The offering table has been set up right. Wang Baozhen shook his shoulders. 3 monks. No, let's skip the monks. We'll have 4 beautiful nuns instead, and they will start their chanting. Listen carefully, perk up your ears, thus have I heard. At one time the Buddha was in the city of Sravasthi, in the Jita Grove at the garden of Anathapindika, together with a great assembly of bhiksus numbering 1,250. At that time the world-honored one, when it was time for eating, dressed, and took his bowl, entered the great city of Sravasthi to beg for food. In the city he went to each house in succession and returned to his place. After the meal he put away his robe and bowl, washed his feet, and sat down on his seat. Are you getting choked by a fishbone? I asked. That old man is listening to Baozhen chant. Even the wooden stick has stopped, Su Jun said, nodding towards Captain Paul. Compared to him, we should chant spells to finish him off, Li Shishuang suggested. Don't interrupt, let me continue. Our souls drifting on the vast sea hear the summons, discern the direction of the sound, then catch a whiff of the pig trotter's aroma, and rush towards it riding the wind to report back home. That is what soul summoning truly means, Wang Baozhen concluded. Impressive, my little brother. I commended him. So our souls won't die? Su Jun asked. In principle, yes. It's best to inform our families to bury our bodies together. On the grave they can place a roast chicken and a bottle of good wine, and the 4 of us can enjoy a feast, boasting and reminiscing. That wouldn't be too bad, Wang Baozhen said. Not too bad. You'll just end up cremated, leaving nothing but bones, I retorted. Exactly, we all end up in the crematorium. If the souls can't find their bodies, won't they also be lonely spirits? Li Shishuang rolled his eyes. So we won't be going back. Well, just rest eternally in the sea, Su Jun declared. Then let's agree right now we won't return. Well, die in the ocean, Li Shishuang said. The hobbled figure of Arthur approached, one hand grasping a gun, the other under his arm, holding a piece of cloth. He laid the oilcloth on the ground and sat cross-legged in front of it, resting the gun on his knee as he watched us. Another one chanting. Li Shishuang remarked. Be quiet, he's watching us, Su Jun cautioned. With a sharp click, Arthur disassembled the stock of the gun, followed by more clicks, as he methodically took apart the weapon, laying each piece carefully on the oilcloth. It was clear he was well practiced in handling firearms. He wrapped a piece of cloth around a wire and inserted it into the dark barrel, pulling it back and forth. This guy is quite the expert at cleaning guns, Su Jun noted. Yes, these 3 don't seem like merchants at all, I observed. Suddenly the sound of tapping resumed as Paul continued to strike the side of the boat. Mike, holding a spear, leapt into the water, slowly making his way towards the side of Captain Paul's vessel. A glimmer appeared on the water's surface. It seems like a fish is swimming over, Wang Baozhen remarked. Mike raised his spear and thrust it into the water, striking a sizable fish about half a meter long. At that moment Captain Paul ceased his tapping and bent down to accept the spear. So he was using the stick to attract fish. They are drawn to light, but I didn't realize fish are also attracted to sound, Su Jun said. Impressive, this truly is soul summoning. The old man has summoned the fish's spirit, Wang Baozhen exclaimed. The 3 men on the sailboat began to bustle about, the clatter of pots and pans mingling with the crackling of burning wood, and soon the delicious aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. It smells wonderful. I wonder if we'll get any fish to eat, Li Shishuang said eagerly. Even a fish bone would be a blessing, Su Jun replied. They won't be able to finish such a large fish, Wang Baozhen added. Baozhen asked them for some fish, Su Jun suggested. Fish. Wang Baozhen called out. We want fish. We want. A spear whistled past Wang Baozhen's head and plunged into the water. Wang Baozhen paled, then slumped onto the deck. Don't sit. Get up, Su Jun said. If he throws another, you won't even have time to dodge. Mike dove into the sea, retrieved the spear, and climbed back aboard, then ignored us entirely. The 3 of them roasted fish over a small fire while conversing. Baozhen, what are they saying? I asked. Wang Baozhen leaned against the gunwale, straining to listen. After a moment, his face contorted with dread. He glanced at me, then at Su Jun. What did they say? Su Jun demanded. They're discussing how to eat us, Wang Baojun whispered. They're debating who to devour first. With fish already roasting, why would they want to eat us? Are you certain you heard correctly? Li Shuang said. Who exactly did they name? I couldn't make out the name, Wang Baojun replied. Arthur and Mike rose and approached the gunwale. Arthur gestured for Wang Baojun to come closer. Wang Baojun shook his head violently. No, no. Mike leapt down and dragged him forward. Wang Baojun screamed no. No, let's talk. Let's talk. They hauled him before Paul forced him to kneel, and Arthur pressed a knife to his throat. It's over. Baojun is finished, Su Jun murmured. If sacrificing him secures our survival, it is no tragedy, Li Shuang said. They're truly going to kill him. Chief, what do we do? I asked. Su Jun lowered his head and shook it slowly. There's nothing we can do. They hold the guns. Alas, every life is written in fate. Whomever destiny has chosen to fall must fall. Paul spoke with Wang Baojun at length. Their exchange seemed almost cordial. Moments later, Arthur cut the ropes, binding Wang Baojun's wrists. They're not killing him, Li Shuang exclaimed. That makes no sense. Do you secretly hope he dies sooner? Su Jun asked. He doesn't seem threatened, not with them still conversing so calmly, I observed. 10 minutes passed. Wang Baojun returned, his face ashen. He crouched by the gunwale and stared down at us. What happened? What did you discuss? Su Jun asked. They've spared me, he said, voice hollow. But one of you three must die, immediately. Decide among yourselves who goes first. Decide? What nonsense. What exactly did you tell that old man? Why did he change his mind? You must have slandered us. Li Shuang snapped. I said nothing, Wang Baojun replied flatly. Perhaps he values my English fluency, deems me too useful to waste. You decide. One death means food for all, skin stripped, flesh roasted. Baojun, can you leap over and untie me? Su Jun asked. Impossible, chief. The moment I jump, bullets will follow. Now that your hands are free, can't you seize the old man? Take him hostage. Li Shuang urged. I lack such skill. Choose quickly. They're waiting. One life buys us time. Wang Baojun added, or draw lots. Hell no, I despise gambling of any kind. It's unhealthy, Su Jun retorted. Very well. Chief stays. You and Old Li. Choose who dies. I hate drawing lots too. Unhealthy, Li Shuang muttered. Yu Liang, what's your verdict? Wang Baojun pressed. How can I draw lots alone? I said. It's Yu Liang. I'm sorry. His voice softened, almost tender. We were brothers. Next year on this day, we'll honor your memory. Is this real? I asked, incredulous. It doesn't sound convincing. Wang Baojun suddenly laughed. Yu Liang, you always understood me. How could I ever let you die? What's happening, Baojun? Su Jun asked. Chief, he began from the start. Something felt wrong. That man, Paul, is no merchant captain. All three are pirates. Pirates. Sailing this rickety sailboat. Su Jun scoffed. Explain. Calm down, Chief. I'll tell you plainly. They're fugitives. Paul is their captain, their sovereign. His own Lieutenant Buster staged a mutiny, seized Paul, and planned to execute him at dawn. But Arthur and Mike freed him secretly that night and fled aboard this very vessel. Wang Baojun paused. They'll spare us, feed us, but only if we swear allegiance to join their crew. Chief, what is your decision? Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So long as they release us and provide sustenance, Su Jun declared. This is miraculous fortune, Li Shuang breathed. But Captain Paul demands an oath. Unwavering loyalty, no duplicity, Wang Baojun added. That is non-negotiable, Su Jun affirmed. Does he require us to eliminate that mutineer, Buster? Yes, Buster. I've already pledged. One condition, however, Paul must first sail to the island and rescue Wang Qian and Ning Qingqing, Su Jun said. I haven't broached that yet, Chief. It can wait. We're barely surviving aboard this wreck. Wang Baojun turned and beckoned to Arthur. Arthur handed him the knife. Wang Baojun jumped down and severed each of our bonds. Chief, why become pirates? Why not just kill the three of them? Li Shuang muttered. Su Jun frowned, glancing sharply at him. A man keeps his word. I gave my vow. Yet you once said don't give me opportunity, because when it comes I'll take it. Well, opportunity stands before you. Why not kill Paul now? Seize his vessel. Can you chant sutras? Will fish leap into your lap if you strike a wooden clapper? Su Jun clapped Li Shuang's shoulder, his tone laced with weary scorn. You think like a pig. With only 4 of us, how do we slay that deranged yacht owner? How do we reclaim our women? We walked forward together. Su Jun dropped to his knees before Paul and bowed deeply 3 times. We followed suit, kneeling behind him. Paul smiled warmly, gestured for us to rise, and raised a thumb, uttering one word, China. Su Jun froze. You speak Chinese? A little, Paul replied. Arthur arrived with a bucket of water. Using a bowl, he served each of us a measure. That single cup of cool, clear water, followed by the smoky richness of roasted fish, felt like paradise incarnate. Wang Baozhen ate while conversing with Paul. Though fluent, he resorted to gestures to bridge gaps in meaning. Paul sprinkled in English terms Wang Baozhen failed to grasp, prompting him to turn to me. My English far weaker than his yielded only wild guesses. A quiet shame settled upon me. I'd neglected my studies. Su Jun and Li Shuang beamed radiant with relief. After 3 days of gnawing hunger, this feast dissolved every care we'd borne. Captain Pirate, Su Jun had just learned the phrase, and now brandished it proudly, thrusting up his thumb toward Paul. Captain Pirate. Paul took the pistol from Arthur's hand and offered it to Su Jun. As Su Jun held it, his finger resting lightly on the trigger, my pulse quickened. Would he renege? After repeated humiliations, might he pull the trigger? I glanced at Wang Baozhen. His jaw was clenched, eyes taut with apprehension. A sharp click. Su Jun ejected the magazine. It was empty. The moonlight shone brightly, casting shimmering reflections on the water. Su Jun was carving wood with a knife, preparing to create a sculpture, a pastime he cherished. Li Shuang lay on the deck, gazing at the sea. Arthur and Mike were already asleep. Wang Baozhen and Paul were chatting at the bow, and I listened intently to their conversation. Wang Baozhen recounted our harrowing experience of being captured by the yacht owner and forced to dig holes on the island. When he spoke of killing the blackguard and successfully escaping, Paul gave him a thumbs up. When Wang Baozhen mentioned Colonel Francis, Paul's brow furrowed in concern. The waves crashed against the hull, and I soon fell asleep. When I awoke in the night, Wang Baozhen and Paul were still deep in conversation. Paul kept repeating a word, bat. I recalled that this word referred to a type of bird. Wang Baozhen then mentioned vampire, the term for a bloodsucker. As dawn broke, the sea lay calm, and a flock of seabirds flew overhead. One bird landed on the bow of the ship, seemingly heralding the presence of an island nearby. Paul stood at the bow, peering through binoculars into the distance, then moved to the stern to observe further. Wang Baozhen stretched lazily. The weather is quite pleasant today. What did you and Captain Paul talk about last night? Su Jun asked. We discussed many things. This old man knows Colonel Francis and claims the yacht owner is that very Francis. He described him as a demon, a vampire. I told him our women were taken by the yacht owner, and he promised that if we helped him kill the traitorous bastard, he would assist us in rescuing our women. He even knows where the island of the yacht owner is located. Are you kidding? He wants us to kill pirates. Li Shuang exclaimed. We only have one gun, and it's out of bullets. Isn't that just asking for death? Could we perhaps have him rescue the women first before we help him kill that rebellious pirate? I suggested. Yes, you're right, Su Jun agreed. Baozhen, you should negotiate further with Captain Paul. Our women were taken by that demon, we cannot delay. Wang Baozhen approached Paul to communicate Su Jun's intent, and we followed him. Wang Baozhen conveyed Su Jun's message to Paul. Paul scanned us with his gaze, then picked up his cane and tapped the back of a tortoise, listening intently to the vibration. Su Jun knelt before Paul, pleading, Captain, please go rescue our women first. Vampire, Paul declared. He says Francis is a vampire, Wang Baozhen translated. Bat, Paul added. Wang Baozhen continued. Bat refers to a bat. He says the island is filled with blood-sucking bats, and the island is called Bat Island. He mentioned that the island we dug holes on is not far from Bat Island, about 20 nautical miles away. Cannibal, cannibal, Paul shouted, tapping his cane on the deck. I don't know what that word means, Wang Baozhen admitted. Cannibal. Paul opened his mouth wide and spread his arms, his expression fierce as he roared at us. What does that mean? He mentioned this word last night, but I didn't understand, Wang Baozhen said. Guliang, do you know what cannibal means? Cannibal. It sounds like a name. Is there someone named Cannibal on the island who is frightening? I speculated. Ask Paul how we can reach that island. Tell him we must get on the island, Su Jun instructed. Wang Baozhen turned to Paul and asked, how do we get to that island? Paul shook his head. Arthur limped over and whispered something to Paul. Paul nodded in understanding. Arthur took a piece of charcoal and drew an oval shape on the deck, followed by a triangle, several lines, and a small dot while explaining. Wang Baozhen translated. Arthur says the island is surrounded by sheer cliffs with one dock and 2 beaches. These 3 points are impassable, heavily guarded. However, there is a hidden cave at the southern end, a rocky hollow beneath the cliff. During high tide at night, this cave will be submerged, but there might be a gap of about a foot or perhaps less. If we want to reach the island, we should enter through here. But there's a problem. The exit of the cave might be blocked by rocks. If it is, we'll have to find a way to remove the stones blocking the entrance. Baozhen, tell him we will enter through this hidden cave. We need to go to the island to rescue the women, Su Jun urged. Wang Baozhen translated Su Jun's words to Paul. Paul closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Okay, save women, he finally said. Okay, Su Jun exclaimed excitedly. How do I say long live the pirate captain to Paul? Hooray Lajamani. Wang Baojun responded. Hooray Lajamani. Su Jun echoed. I joined in hooray Lajamani. Captain Paul smiled slightly, raising his cane and pointing towards the horizon. That direction. Baojun asked Arthur and Paul how many guards are on the island. How many weapons do they have? Do they have a map of the terrain? Be more detailed, Su Jun instructed. Wang Baojun translated Su Jun's inquiries. Arthur responded that there were many people on the island, about several hundred. So many? Su Jun asked. Boss, the island where we dug holes was guarded by dozens of blacks. It's possible that France's stronghold has hundreds, Li Shuang remarked. No matter how many people are on the island, we must get on. Without guns we can seize what we need, Su Jun asserted. Arthur said that the gap in the cave is a foot wide. How much space is that? Li Shuang inquired. A foot is over 30 centimeters, Wang Baojun replied. Arthur said it's less than a foot, Li Shuang pointed out. Just enough for us to breathe. Stop complaining, Su Jun snapped impatiently. The sailboat had been sailing for 4 hours when at sunset it landed on an uninhabited island. From this small island, we could see the rolling hills of Bat Island, estimating the distance to be around 10 nautical miles. Paul and Arthur decided to leave the sailboat on the deserted island and take the speedboat rowing over. As night fell, the small boat made it to the southernmost part of the island where the waves crashed violently against the rocks. Upon reaching the island, Paul decided to capsize the speedboat, letting it sink between the rocks. Just as the small boat was not yet fully submerged, it was swept away by the waves, leaving us without a way back. Climbing from one rock to another drained much of our energy. Looking for the cave entrance proved troublesome. The wind and waves were too fierce, making it nearly impossible to stand atop the rocks. Even if one managed to find their footing, a wave could easily wash them back into the sea, potentially leaving them lost forever. I silently lamented the dire situation. If we could not find the hidden cave that night, with the small boat sunk and no way to return, we would be exposed to the enemy's gaze at dawn. Arthur decided to look for the cave alone while we rested on the rocks. The bright moon illuminated the cliffs, and I vaguely saw shadows moving above. As Arthur scaled the rocks, suddenly a wave towering over him swept him away. We rushed to search for him. The tumultuous waters beneath the rocks had already concealed him from view. Paul let out a sigh, filled with frustration. The dark rocks emerged from the sea like monstrous beasts, appearing and disappearing as the waves splashed high, sending white foam surging. Paul, with water droplets clinging to his grizzled beard, struck the rocks with his cane, glaring at the restless waters. Li Shuang shivered as he clutched his long spear. It's a bit cold here, let's find a place to hide, he suggested, but no one paid him any mind. Mike attempted to leap from the rocks to search for Arthur, only to be stopped by Paul. It seemed that the four of us had reached a dead end in life again, yet our spirits were not as bleak as before. Having survived the life and death struggle aboard the ship, being trapped on a small island, and the chaos of murder and escape, we suddenly found that being stuck here tonight was not so terrible after all. Su Jun sat on a large ochre rock, gazing contemplatively at the cliffs. A wrong step could lead to countless missteps. Perhaps he regretted having taken Meng Deshui hostage on the ship. Maybe he was thinking of Wang Qian, the woman who had given him a taste of tenderness, now occupying his thoughts day and night. Or perhaps he reflected on the notion that without his earlier mistakes, he would never have met Wang Qian, and I would not have encountered Ning Chongqing. With this in mind, Su Jun might feel that fate had been somewhat fair to him. After all, I had traversed mountains and rivers to meet Ning Chongqing, and the thought filled me with unexpected joy. Paul studied the cliffs, stroking his beard deep in thought. On the speedboat to Bat Island, Wang Baojun had told me that Paul became a pirate at the age of 17. His grandfather had been a pirate too, while his father was a respectable tailor. This generational legacy was evident. Paul appeared to be over 60, and surviving in this line of work for so long suggested he had weathered many storms in life. Perhaps being trapped here tonight was merely a trifle for him. Half an hour passed, and Paul remained on the rocks watching the vast expanse of white foam where Arthur had plunged into the sea. A figure emerged on the rocks, and Arthur climbed up, wiping the water from his face as he struggled to swim towards Paul. Wang Baojun approached to listen in on their conversation. Did you find it? Su Jun inquired. Yes, not far from here, Wang Baojun indicated towards the cliffs, just under that cliff. We followed Arthur into the water and swam towards it. The dark cave indeed matched Arthur's description. It had only about a foot of space above, allowing a person to enter with just their head above water. I couldn't help but worry. If the tide rose, the entrance would be completely filled, sealing our fates. Arthur bit down on the flashlight as he led the way. Suddenly the water surged, nearly forcing my head against the rocks. The water lapped at my ears, yet I could only swim forward, craning my neck. Paul, Arthur, Su Jun, and Mike swam ahead of me, while Li Shuang and Wang Baojun trailed behind. The seawater churned within the cave. I swallowed several mouthfuls of salt water, its briny taste making me feel nauseous, but I could not vomit. After swimming for over 50 meters, my strength began to wane. I can't hold on much longer, Wang Baozhen coughed. I'm going to die. Among us four, Wang Baozhen was the weakest swimmer, lacking the stamina of the rest. Concern washed over me. You can do it, I encouraged him. Li Shishuang nudged him from behind. After swimming for over 30 meters, the water level began to drop. I quickened my pace. Su Jun turned back. Where's Baozhen? I looked back and saw only Li Shishuang behind me. Had Wang Baozhen sunk? A wave of fear gripped me. After all, he had weathered many storms. It would be tragic if he drowned in this cave. I think he's up ahead, Li Shishuang said. I counted the heads in front of me. Excluding Su Jun, there were 4. Damn it, you scared me. When did that bastard swim past? I didn't even see him, Su Jun exclaimed. Looks like this guy can dive now, Li Shishuang remarked. As the water level continued to decline, we soon found ourselves stepping onto a gravel path, arriving at a dry area where the cave's entrance was indeed blocked. Arthur wedged his knife into a crack in the rocks and began to pry them apart. Before long, a stone the size of a palm fell away. Mike wielded his axe against a large stone, and with effort he chipped away at it. After 2 to 3 hours, a hole about half a meter wide was finally created, and one by one we crawled out. As we emerged, dawn had broken. At the foot of the slope, a few eucalyptus trees stood, while the slope above was adorned with vibrant red and yellow flowers blooming in perfect harmony, as though the gardener had intentionally arranged them. Lush grass spread across the ground, and a gentle stream gurgled nearby. Crossing a stone bridge, we spotted fish swimming in the creek, and the air was filled with the sounds of chirping birds and the fragrance of flowers. Upon entering the woods, 2 macaws squawked cheerfully, seemingly welcoming us, while a monkey climbed to the treetops, shaking the branches. Exiting the forest, we were surprised to see a few deer grazing on the slope. As we approached, they remained undisturbed, continuing to munch on the grass. Wang Baozhen reached down to offer some grass to a deer, but it shook its head and wandered away. Walking along the slope, Li Shishuang turned back and said, "Have we entered a peach blossom spring?" "Perhaps," Wang Baozhen replied. "It feels like a dream." "There are people ahead," Su Jun said, crouching down on the slope. We quickly ducked down. From the grass, we spotted an old farmer plowing with a cow. We got up and continued forward, only to find a pebble-paved path ahead, the colorful stones beneath our feet resembling a ribbon stretching into the distance. A wild pheasant leisurely approached us from the opposite side, strutting like a proud aristocrat. We made way for it to pass. The pheasant swayed its colorful tail as it walked by. "Why not catch this game for a meal? It's chicken after all," Li Shishuang suggested. "We must not act rashly, it might be a domesticated bird," Wang Baozhen cautioned. At that moment, Arthur stealthily approached the pheasant, swinging his knife. The bird's head fell away from its body. Arthur tossed the head into the bushes, grabbed the wings, and tucked them into his waist. A cart sped. Birds rose and settled intermittently over the tranquil fields. A quiet hush enveloped the land. Following the earthen ridge, we descended the slope to a 2-story stone cottage nestled beneath, its front yard enclosed by a rustic wooden fence. Arthur pushed open the gate and stepped inside. His entrance was brusque, unannounced, a breach of courtesy. Only then did it occur to me that Arthur was after all a pirate. Knocking or greeting before seizing what he desired was not in his nature. Mac and Paul entered the yard without hesitation, and we naturally followed. The door stood unlatched. Arthur pushed it inward, and we all stepped into the house. The living room held a plush, deep-seated sofa beside an upright piano. The dining area flowed seamlessly into the sitting space, a modest table set with exquisite porcelain fine cutlery and 4 elegantly carved wooden chairs. Every detail, from the refined stonework to the tasteful furnishings, spoke of affluence and cultivated taste. A white woman emerged from the kitchen, ladle in hand. Her expression froze at the sight of us, startled yet composed. Mac leveled his long rifle at her. She met his gaze with calm scrutiny, her eyes sweeping slowly across each of us. Arthur approached, knife in hand, and tapped the ladle lightly with its blade. "We are pirates," he declared. "We shall take possession of everything." She blinked, once slowly, as if weighing the absurdity of the moment. Her gaze lingered on Arthur, then drifted toward me. Paul gestured upward. Mac ascended the stairs, rifle ready, and motioned for us to follow. Su Jun and I trailed behind Mac. Upstairs, 3 rooms awaited, one a cluttered storeroom, the other 2 bedrooms, empty. Mac and I entered one bedroom and opened a wardrobe. Inside hung tailored suits, woolen overcoats, crisp shirts, all of superior fabric. Drawers held neatly folded undergarments, socks, silk ties. Oh, another drawer contained a pocket watch, a lighter, a fountain pen, cufflinks, and mother-of-pearl buttons. Beneath lay several pairs of polished leather shoes gleaming like obsidian. Mac selected a shirt and dressed. Su Jun and I did the same, donning trousers, jackets, shoes. Mine felt slightly too large. Su Jun slipped the lighter and pocket watch into his coat pockets. Mac descended first. Su Jun and I remained upstairs still selecting garments, then crossed to the second bedroom. Its wardrobe overflowed with women's dresses whose drawers brimmed with delicate jewelry. Su Jun scooped a handful into his trousers, then pressed another into my coat. Back downstairs we found Paul Arthur Wang Baoxian and Li Shuang seated on the sofa. The woman sat opposite them upright and unruffled while Max stood behind her, rifle resting against his shoulder, their interrogation underway. Paul gestured toward the kitchen. She rose without protest, gliding past us as we descended the stairs, her expression serene, lips curved in a faint, unsettling smile. Clad in a flowing white dress, her figure graceful and poised, I could not help but glance twice. Mac followed her in rifle slung across his back. The upstairs contains a man's bedroom, Su Jun murmured. Be wary, what if her husband returns? Our leader has already questioned her, Wang Baoxian replied. She is a widow. Her husband died 2 years ago. I looked down at my borrowed clothes. Damn it, these were the dead man's garments. Yet even as the thought surfaced, another followed, colder and sharper. If I can kill a man, why should I flinch at wearing his clothes? And yet, my conscience stirred. This was no mere trespass. It was home invasion. Theft, robbery, brazen and unrepentant. Arthur rummaged through a cabinet and produced a box of cigars, then uncorked a bottle of rum. Wang Baoxian identified it as such. I knew nothing of connoisseurship. Settling onto the sofa, I lit a cigar, sipped the amber liquor, and felt an unnerving ease settle over me. Piracy, brigandage, banditry was not so ill-fitting a vocation after all. A wry smile tugged at my lips. How far I have fallen. From the kitchen came the bright rhythmic clatter of pots and spoons, a domestic melody, both soothing and strange. In that moment, domesticity beckoned, warm, ordinary, tender. I imagined myself seated just so on my own sofa while Ning Chengcheng moved about the kitchen preparing dinner. Everyone lounging, legs crossed, waiting for the hostess to serve. Seeing Mac and me, newly attired Wang Baoxian, Li Shuang and Paul hurried upstairs to change as well. 10 minutes later, Paul descended, dressed in a charcoal gray waistcoat, a cowboy hat tilted rakishly over his brow, and yellow riding boots that lent him a startling youthfulness. Wang Baoxian wore a white shirt and black trousers, his bearing refined, almost scholarly. Paul and Arthur exchanged remarks about cigars and Bastard the Rebel. Meanwhile, our group conversed more lightly, more freely. This house is splendid, Su Jun observed, already eyeing real estate. I wonder how much it would cost to buy one like this. My brother, why buy? Li Shuang scoffed. We're pirates now. If we like it, we seize it. It is lawful requisition and administrative assumption. Ah, how eloquently the educated speak. Li Shuang laughed. Tell me, does this widow entertain gentlemen callers? Oldly, have you taken a fancy to her? Planning to settle down? Su Jun teased. Leader Li Shuang said earnestly, if this foreign lady agrees to marry me, I'll stay forever. Truly, I'm vigorous, skilled. I'd satisfy her completely. She's comely, yes, Wang Baoxian retorted. Earlier she glanced at me, twice. I suspect she finds me intriguing. Bah. With your spindly frame and toothpick physique, you'd snap inside her before you even began, Li Shuang shot back. My little toothpick. Fine, let's settle this. Drop your trousers, Oldly, we'll compare. Wang Baoxian reached for his belt. Must we descend to such vulgarity, Baoxian? Su Jun interjected. You're a scholar. You ought to know better than to strip in mixed company. Scholar. We're pirates now, Wang Baoxian countered, smoke curling from his cigar. And what are pirates? Lawless, ruthless, plundering, burning, slaughtering, beyond morality. Perhaps after all it is better to be wicked. Dinner is served, Li Shuang announced. She swayed into the room, hips gentle, smile luminous, placing a dish upon the table. Her brows lifted, her eyes shimmered, and she cast 2 slow, knowing glances toward the sofa before gliding back into the kitchen. A creak echoed upstairs, soft, rhythmic, like floorboards yielding, or perhaps the staircase groaning beneath unseen weight. Yet no one stood upon the stairs. I asked Wang Baoxian whether he'd heard it. He shook his head. Nothing. The curtains fluttered, just once, twice. My pulse skipped. All windows and doors were tightly shut. Where had that breeze come from? This was a solitary house perched in wilderness. No neighbors, no nearby dwellings. The room sprawled wide, silent, dimming with twilight, and yet she showed no fear. A chill seeped into the air, not of cold, but of something older, quieter, deeper. She served Western fare, a crisp vegetable salad, black pepper steak, rich and savory. To us, starved of refinement, it was a feast fit for kings. Sated content, we resumed our seats, cigars glowing softly in the dusk. Li Shuang leaned close and whispered, add 2 beautiful women and a pair of loyal dogs, and this would be paradise. Paul and Wang Baoxian discussed next steps. After deliberation, it was decided Mac and Li Shuang would remain behind. The rest of us would venture forth to scout. We set out along a winding path, unsteady, breathless. passed through a dense thicket, and at last beheld beyond the trees a small town unfolding before us like a forgotten dream. In a quaint European town, houses adorned with triangular spires stood with walls in their earthy hues, thatched roofs of straw, and white walls complemented by black tiles. Towering Gothic structures loomed alongside buildings featuring thick walls, semicircular arches, and sturdy buttresses crowned by grand domes, exuding an air of magnificence and solemnity. The cobblestone streets were impeccably clean, almost spotless, flanked by shops, including barbers, clothing stores, taverns, grocery shops, and jewelry boutiques. A clothing store displayed a wind chime at its entrance, its tinkling sound mingling with the whisper of the breeze, enhancing the town's serene ambience. Pedestrians were scarce, with two women crossing the street, baskets in hand. The sun cast a slanted glow on the houses, creating intricate geometric shadows on the ground, while a bird flitted into an arched corridor supported by white columns. The rhythmic clattering of a horse-drawn carriage interrupted the stillness as an elderly driver with a mane of silver hair, accompanied by two young white women inside, turned to gaze at us. Paul led us into a bar, its decor strikingly old-fashioned, yet luxurious. The blackened wooden bar counter and round wooden tables were filled with historical charm. The walls bore a row of photographs featuring young, alluring women, some solo, others in groups. Inside, numerous women were present. Some appeared to be in their late teens, while others were older. The flickering candlelight illuminated their faces, which glowed with a radiant fairness. Only two elderly patrons were in sight. One slumped over, head down, while the other was inebriated beyond measure. Upon our entrance, the women's attention shifted towards us. Some, as if intoxicated by desire, blushed deeply, their gazes smoldering with a fiery intensity capable of igniting a man's soul. Clad in revealing attire with low-cut bodices and skirts that rose high enough to hint at the pink of their undergarments, they were a vision of temptation. The bar's shelves were stocked with an array of exotic spirits, and a thin, frail old man with hands resembling gnarled tree bark shakily poured us drinks, half of the liquid spilling over the counter as he gasped for breath. Arthur seized the bottle from the elderly man's grasp, filling each of our glasses. "I like this place," Wang Baojun declared, taking a small sip. "The wine is quite good." "Baojun, can you find out where Francis is?" Su Jun inquired. "Boss, let's not rush." "Let's drink first," Wang Baojun replied. A few women approached, encircling Su Jun, Wang Baojun, and me, a wave of fragrance enveloping us. One woman dressed in a tight black skirt leaned against my shoulder, clinking her glass with mine. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she took a sip, her lips of vivid crimson. Others too bore similarly lush mouths. The woman draped her arm over my shoulder, pulling my head close to her bosom, igniting a fire in my throat, urging me to bury myself in that voluptuous softness. I glanced at Wang Baojun, who quickly succumbed. The woman's hand ventured into his territory, causing him to tremble like a marionette. Su Jun remained composed, observing as the woman's hands roamed across his body. It seemed these women were hungrier than we were, as if the men of this town had all perished. The woman's lips brushed against my fingers, trailing upwards to my shoulder, where she playfully nipped at me. My heart raced. Arthur sprinted ahead of me, and Wang Baojun then shoved the woman to the ground. She collapsed stunned. Arthur roared, "Where is he? Where is he?" Carrots grew in the field. She had been digging them up. "There he is," Wang Baojun said, pointing. Mike and Li Shuang descended the hillside, beaming. Mike dragged a fishing net. A fish leapt and flapped within it. Paul approached, hauled the woman upright, and dragged her into the house. We followed. Paul and Arthur conferred in low tones. Arthur nodded, disappeared into the kitchen, and returned holding 2 lengths of rope and a long strip of cloth. He bound the woman to the chair. She writhed and struggled, uttering pitiful cries. Arthur silenced her with a folded towel stuffed into her mouth. Bewildered and wounded, she gazed at us with an expression of grievous innocence. Arthur hoisted the chair, with her still strapped to it, and carried her into the kitchen. "What's wrong with it?" Mike shrugged, spreading his hands wide. Paul recounted the events at the hotel. Mike paled. Wang Baojun craned his neck to display his wound, raw torn flesh on his throat, part of the skin and muscle gone. "A vampire," Li Shuang murmured. "Are vampires real? How uncanny." "Yes, I never imagined those creatures from films could actually exist. I always thought they were pure fiction," Wang Baojun mused. "Could she belong to the same species?" "Impossible. Film vampires crawl out of graves, ghosts, not living beings." "Surely no spectral entity truly drinks blood," Li Shuang countered. "Do ghosts truly walk the earth?" "I refuse to believe it. Vampires are corpses, dead bodies that rise at night from their tombs, sustained only by the blood of the living," I said. "Yet that logic falters. A corpse has no life to sustain." "You think Katie is a blood-drinking female specter?" Li Shuang glanced toward the kitchen. "This woman's name is Katie." I asked. Yes, Katie Wang Baojian confirmed. She cannot be a ghost. I brushed against her once. Her skin was warm, perfectly human. Gentle-natured, always smiling. No specter behaves so. You brushed against her. Or did you deliberately grope her? Wang Baojian teased. I swear upon heaven, I committed no impropriety. Her smile disarmed me. I felt too shy to act. In truth, foreign women smile more radiantly than Chinese ones, and their figures are exquisite, flawless in every way. I'd even considered marrying this widow. Damn it. You all step out for a moment, and suddenly my fiancé turns into a vampire. I too doubt she is a ghost, but she may well crave men's blood, Wang Baojian replied. If Katie thirsts for your blood, would you still marry her? Thirst for blood? Would she drink that blood too? If she truly feeds on human blood, I'd be a ghost myself within 3 days. Li Shuang frowned. Still, her eyes hold something uncanny. In what way? Su Jun asked. Their irises sometimes glow blue, sometimes emerald, sometimes violet. Unsettling, inexplicable, Li Shuang said. Good lord, she's a Caucasian woman. Blue eyes naturally reflect blue light, Wang Baojian chuckled. Where are Mike and Arthur? Su Jun asked. In the kitchen, probably preparing dinner, Wang Baojian replied. Paul sat on the sofa smoking a cigar. His gaze kept drifting upward, to the chandelier overhead, its crystal pendants swaying faintly. At its center hung a large glass orb, distorting and reflecting our silhouettes upon its curved surface. Dinner, prepared by Mike and Arthur, consisted of fish soup, steamed vegetables, and dense, stubbornly hard bread that resisted the knife. Outside, a fierce wind rose. The rustling leaves sounded unlike any ordinary gale. Beneath the susurrus, one could almost discern a woman's shrill, piercing cry. No one felt at ease. Even Paul, seasoned by decades of violence and peril, sat rigid, pausing repeatedly between bites, listening intently to the storm beyond the walls. We drank heavily, clinking glasses with deliberate force, as if fortifying ourselves against unseen dread. Paul rose, drew a dagger, and picked up a white porcelain plate. He approached Katie, removed the towel from her mouth, and stood before her as she gasped, wide-eyed with terror. Was he about to kill her? If she were innocent, if she were no blood drinker, then slaying her would be nothing short of murder. Instead, Paul slashed his own index finger with the blade. A crimson droplet fell into the plate. Katie stared, first at the dagger, then at the blood, perplexed, uncomprehending. Paul held the plate to her lips. She shook her head, refusing. My suspended breath eased, slowly settling. Clearly, she felt no hunger for human blood, not the behavior of a vampire. Paul coughed violently, clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain. After several ragged breaths, he stilled, only to turn back and reveal an expression of profound disappointment, of hollow despair. Without a word, he hurled the blood-stained plate to the floor. That night, Paul, Mike, and Arthur retired to the bedroom where the woman slept. Su Jun and Li Shuang took the other room upstairs. I volunteered to remain downstairs in the sitting room, repelled by the thought of sleeping in the late master's chamber. Wang Baojian chose to keep me company on the sofa. He reclined, cigar in hand, feet propped on the armrest. You know, she doesn't seem like a vampire at all. Tying her to a chair is one thing, but why starve her? Perhaps to test her hunger, to see whether she'll drink blood when desperate, I replied. Or you could go try for yourself. If I offer her my throat, she might sever it clean in one bite, Wang Baojian said. You've already injured your finger. Why don't you hold it to her lips and test her? No test is needed. I'm certain Katie is no vampire. You won't even dare try, and yet you claim certainty. Fine. You've challenged me. I'll do it. I walked over and removed the towel from her mouth. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. She bowed her head, her hair falling across half her face like a veil. Go on, offer your hand, Wang Baojian urged. With trembling fingers, I placed my palm against her forehead and gently pressed her head back against the chair, securing it, bracing against the possibility she might seize my entire finger. Then I extended my index finger, slowly, steadily, until it hovered just before her lips. Her eyes gleamed with an eerie phosphorescent green. A subtle, unsettling smile flickered across her lips. Her mouth parted, and her tongue, soft and rose-pink, emerged. My heart hammered against my ribs. Just as her tongue neared my skin, she withdrew. She moistened her lips, her gaze turning sorrowful, pleading, so tenderly vulnerable it stirred compassion deep within me. I turned to Wang Baojian. Bring her something to eat. Of course, there's bread on the table. Go feed her yourself. I broke off a piece and offered it bite by careful bite. Her expression softened, gentle, ravenous, like a devoted, hungry hound. From the refrigerator, I poured milk into a glass and held it to her lips. She drank half, then licked her lips with quiet contentment. As I tended to her, Wang Baojian drifted into sleep on the sofa. Katie twisted against her bonds, futile but persistent. Then she lifted her eyes to mine, wide, glistening, full of mute entreaty. Help me, help me. She parted her crimson lips, eyes burning with hunger. She stretched her neck, pressing her cheek against my lower abdomen, rubbing slowly. A surge of heat flooded my veins, restless, urgent blood pulsing as if seeking an outlet. One hand cradled her silken hair, the other, drawn by some unseen force, drifted toward her mouth. She kissed my palm, then traced my fingers with her tongue, fervent, ravenous, like a starving pup. In moments, she drew my injured middle finger deep into her mouth. A jolt of unprecedented pleasure shot straight to my skull. My body trembled, a low, involuntary moan escaped my throat. Blood roared through me, not like a river, but like a roller coaster hurtling down a precipice. Katie sucked, her tongue and teeth locking onto my finger with fierce, unrelenting grip. Her chest rose and fell in ragged breaths. Her gaze, fever-bright, seemed to devour me whole. As I bent my head, I fancied I saw my own heart, vivid, pulsing crimson, hammering like a piston, pumping lifeblood not only through my veins but straight into her mouth. I stripped off my shirt, baring my shoulder, and pressed it gently against her lips. I heard the soft, sharp crunch of her teeth breaking skin, a sound both exquisite and intoxicating. Ecstasy crashed over me like a tidal wave. I felt myself soaring on the edge of dissolution, eyes closed, bathed in radiant light that lifted me weightless from the earth. My limbs floated and my breath dissolved into air. Slap, slap. Stinging pain flared across my cheeks. I snapped my eyes open to confront Li Shuang's grotesque face. Still sleeping? You're skipping breakfast, he sneered. I rubbed my eyes and sat up. Everyone was already eating. Behind Paul, Katie sat slumped in her chair, bound and silent. Liang, come eat, Wang Baozhen called. Katie lifted her gaze to the crystal chandelier above a faint. Suddenly last night rushed back, the raw hunger in her mouth. Had it been a dream? I glanced down, my shirt was still on. The plates and glasses swam before me. You all right? Wang Baozhen clapped my shoulder. Paul glanced at me, then slid a slice of bread across the table. Arthur dabbed his mouth with a napkin, rose and approached Katie. With quiet efficiency, he untied her bonds and guided her. She said nothing. Watching her lips part and close, I felt a sudden sharp thrill and the irrational, visceral urge to press my finger between them once more. Paul and Wang Baozhen murmured in low conference. The rest sat in silence. After a pause, Wang Baozhen tapped his spoon against the rim of his bowl. Paul says we must remain cautious with this woman. She may be a vampire. We already tested her with blood. She refused it, Li Shuang retorted. Paul believes vampires can disguise themselves, Wang Baozhen replied. Their intellect may far surpass that of ordinary women. So what if she drinks a little blood? There are blood donation vans in the city. Does that mean a person becomes a vampire after being bitten? That's cinema fantasy. You three are perfectly fine. Paul suspects those elderly victims were drained, Wang Baozhen countered. They became hollow shells, walking corpses desiccated as mummies. He paused. I even wonder if some of those old men were not so old at all, merely aged overnight by the loss of their vital essence. Men wither after too much sex with women, Li Shuang quipped. So vampirism is just faster. Oldly, be careful, Su Jun interjected quietly. In the bar she bit my wrist, and I felt no pain. My mind, my body, they were hers. I had no will to resist. How terrifying, Li Shuang muttered, glancing at Katie. Such beauty. If she truly is a vampire, it's a tragedy. Paul stepped outside, cigar in hand. Arthur and Mac followed. Su Jun and Li Shuang ascended the stairs. Wang Baozhen wiped his mouth and left the room. Katie watched me, her gaze molten. Slowly she extended her tongue and moistened her lips. My pulse leapt. Blood stirred fiercely in my veins. I undid 2 buttons of my shirt, rolled up my sleeve, and there on my shoulder a small fresh wound. A shiver racked me. Hastily I fastened the buttons again. Her foot slid forward, resting atop mine, rubbing softly. Without thought, I reached out, my finger hovering near her mouth. She took it, sucked hard twice, then released it. A creak echoed from the staircase behind me. I turned, Su Jun descending. He pulled out a chair and sat directly before me. Liang, you seem strange today. In what way? Your eyes, they don't move right. Like glass. Like dead fish. Katie's foot still rested on mine, warm and insistent. I stretched lazily. No way. Look at my fingers. Su Jun held up his hand, shifting it sideways. Damn, it's true. One eye tracks, the other stays fixed. Strange. Katie pushed her plate aside, rose, and climbed the stairs. Li Shuang descended just as she reached the landing. He turned and brushed his hand across her buttocks. She whirled, glaring. Sorry, accidental contact, he said. She ignored him and continued upward. Rage flared in my chest, white-hot, murderous. I wanted to strangle Li Shuang where he stood. You see, Li Shuang announced to the room. Now you understand. No vampire. Just a woman. A very normal woman. She clearly dislikes you, Su Jun observed. This one's trouble, Li Shuang muttered. You dog-forsaken bastard. Never a decent word passes your lips. I snapped. Hey, what's with the cursing, Liang? Li Shuang blinked. What's wrong with cursing? I surged to my feet, hands flying to his throat. I'd kill you right now. Su Jun lunged, wrenching me back. What's gotten into you? Why such fury? I've loathed him for days. Next time he dares flirt with a woman, I'll end him. Li Shuang waved dismissively. Fine, fine. I won't touch her again. Christ, Liang's possessed or something. Paul and the others re-entered. Wang Baozhen and Paul settled onto the sofa, conferring in hushed tones. Su Jun and Li Shuang dragged chairs over. I remained at the table, unwilling, uninterested. Their talk meant nothing to me. My thoughts lingered on the stairs, and on Katie. What was she doing upstairs now? Liang Wang Baozhen called, go check on her. I climbed the stairs, entered the bedroom. The door closed softly behind me. Katie stood waiting just inside. She took my hand, led me gently to the bed, and lowered herself upon me, slow and supple. Her fingers unbuttoned my shirt. Her cheek pressed to my throat. Katie's tongue traced my skin, and my taut muscles gradually softened as my body spread wide upon the bed. I strained to meet her rhythm. A weightless euphoria enveloped me, her breaths filled my ears, gentle, rhythmic, like waves lapping a moonlit shore. Why are you sleeping here? I opened my eyes. Wang Baozhen stood beside the bed. Where am I? I asked. Where else could it be? He retorted. Have you lost your wits? Then I remembered Katie. Where is she? You mean Katie? She's downstairs, Wang Baozhen replied. We're holding a meeting down there, while you're up here dozing. You told me to come up. I glanced out the window. The sun had already dipped below the horizon. There's an operation tonight. Will you join us? What kind of operation? We're capturing several vampires for interrogation. I'd rather not go. Then come down for dinner, he said, clapping my shoulder. You seem unusually listless today. I didn't sleep well last night. I dreamed of my mother. That's not so bad. Let's go. At dinner, my appetite was robust. I devoured several dishes, 3 loaves of bread, and drank 3 glasses of milk. Li Shuang wiped his mouth and stared at me. Eating like this, you'll outpace even Captain Paul. Oldly spare us your chatter, Wang Baozhen interjected. Working aboard a pirate ship, and you fret over rations. Who stays behind tonight? Su Jun asked. Liang and Mike, Wang Baozhen answered. As dusk deepened, Captain Paul paused before departing to issue one final instruction. If Katie disobeys, you bind her immediately. I nodded. Moments later, they vanished into the velvet dark, and only then did I realize Mike had not remained behind. He too had gone. After closing the door, Katie slid her arms around my waist. Impatient, I tore off my shirt and pressed my fingertip to her lips. She shook her head. I offered her my shoulder. Still she refused. Why? I whispered. She placed 2 fingers gently against my lips, then led me wordlessly to the sofa. Her composure unsettled me. My pulse quickened. I longed for her mouth to draw from me, but instead her palms settled upon my throat, stroking with tender, maddening slowness. She leaned in, her brow brushing mine, our foreheads touching like supplicants in silent prayer. After a while she rose, pulled me upright, opened the door, and drew me outside. Hand in hand, I followed her blindly, as though drifting through a dream. We crossed meadows and brooks, entered a grove of slender trees, and emerged onto a quiet lane lined with houses. Blue-tinged lamplight flickered along the street. She guided me between buildings, and glancing back I glimpsed 2 or 3 pale figures trailing us like ghosts. Before a modest house, the front door yielded at the slightest push. We stepped into the courtyard. The inner door, too, stood unlocked. Inside, darkness swallowed all. Katie switched on a lamp and locked the door behind us, then took my hand and led me upstairs. In the bedroom, she lit the candlestick atop a chest of drawers. Then she pushed me onto the bed and left the room. She returned soon after. Climbing onto the mattress, she closed her lips around my finger, drawing slowly, deeply, as her hands unfastened my clothes until I lay bare before her. Her mouth traveled upward, found my shoulder, and in that instant I surrendered, utterly trembling, intoxicated, suspended beyond thought. Then, without warning, a face appeared before me, ancient, wrinkled, flesh slack and sallow. Her desiccated chest pressed against my arm. I tried to thrust her away, but my limbs would not obey. She straddled me, her mouth sealing over the wound on my shoulder. My body convulsed twice. I felt my blood surge hot and urgent toward her waiting lips. With every ragged breath, she drew. My veins pulsed, throbbed, danced a frenzied, feverish jig. A thunderous crash erupted downstairs. She rose from me. Clarity flooded my mind. I fumbled into my trousers just as 2 women in white robes appeared in the doorway, knives gleaming in their hands. Katie blocked them, shouting, "Go! Go!" The old woman wrenched open the window. I leapt, heard Katie's cry pierce the air, and turned in time to see the blade pierce her chest. The 2 women shoved her aside and lunged at me. I dropped from the sill, rolled twice upon landing, then fled blindly down the road, until a carriage thundered into view. I dodged too late, struck down hard upon the cobbles. I struggled to rise, but my limbs were leaden numb. Yet my mind burned sharp. Why had Katie brought me here? Who was that crone? Were those women sent to kill me? Why run? Was this all a dream? A finger touched my nostrils, testing for breath. I forced my eyes open, straining to discern the face above me, but it blurred, indistinct. Rough hands seized my wrists and ankles. I was dragged limp and unresisting into the carriage. It jolted forward, swaying like a cradle. Gradually, strength returned. I turned my head and saw the woman seated beside me, her face entirely veiled beneath a black mesh, her crimson gown rich and severe. The driver, too, was a woman, though her face remained uncovered. Who were they? Where were they taking me? Again, Katie's face flashed before me, her slow turn, her gaze locking with mine, her collapse. Katie was dead. The thought plunged me into an abyss without bottom. My body went slack. I slumped sideways against her shoulder. She did not recoil. Her warmth seeped into me, steady, solid, and my eyelids fell shut. I slept. When I awoke, I lay in a chamber of I wore only white cotton undergarments. Beyond the window stretched a vast lawn dotted with towering, deciduous trees, and beside a fountain where water arced high, 2 fawns stood motionless at the water's edge. Where was this place? Fragments of the previous night, a rustle behind me. I turned. It was her, the veiled woman from the carriage. The black mesh still masked her face. Her fingers ascended slowly, stopping at the wound on my shoulder, where she exhaled, soft and sorrowful. Who are you? I asked. The door opened. A middle-aged woman entered bearing a tray, milk, bread, and apple. She set it upon the table. She stole a glance at me, her expression bright with quiet. From behind her gait and bearing suggested, the veiled woman gestured toward the tray. I sat and ate. As she extended her hand to indicate the food, I noticed her skin, rough, weathered, gnarled like an elder's. A chill prickled my spine. When she turned to leave, however, the line of her waist betrayed no sign of age. Starving, I consumed everything. Afterward, I tried the door, locked from the outside. For 3 days I remained confined. Each meal grew more sumptuous, especially the single glass of water served with every course, crystal clear, sweet as mountain spring, invigorating as life itself. The veiled woman visited only once. When I demanded why I was imprisoned, she replied coldly, her meaning unmistakable: step beyond this threshold, and you will die. Her voice, gravelly, aged, hollow, raised gooseflesh along my arms. At sunset, 2 pigeons alighted upon the windowsill. And again the memory surged, that house, that second-floor bedroom, my naked body upon the bed, the crone astride me, drinking deeply from my wound, her satisfied gaze lifting. Then Katie's scream, my leap, her turning face. It was Ning Chungcheng. Ning Chungcheng. The name tore from my throat. I whirled, and there she sat, silent and spectral behind me, the veiled woman, so close I nearly recoiled in terror. Who are you? I asked. I'm Chinese, she replied. Chinese. You are Chinese, I said. The woman shook her head. My name is Amelia. Amelia, do you speak Chinese? A little, not much, Amelia said as she walked to the window and pulled down a thin white curtain. The window can be opened, but it cannot be pulled. Her Mandarin was halting, the meaning often reversed. I scratched my head. I want to ask you something. Is there someone named Francis on this island? He's the owner of a yacht, a very wealthy man. Francis, what do you want to ask him? Amelia inquired. He exists. He's dangerous. Dangerous? Where is he? I asked. Amelia pointed to a distant white house outside the window. There. Is it there? I said. Do you know Francis? He's my father, Amelia stated. Ah, this demon is your father, I exclaimed. Demon? You say it, I don't understand, Amelia replied. I love China. Can you teach me Chinese? Of course, I said. Thank you very much, Amelia added. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Amelia clapped her hands. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman with a black mole at the corner of her mouth entered, carrying 2 glasses of milk. Amelia took 1 glass and handed it to me. Noticing her rough bark-like hands, I thought to myself how old she must be, and behind that black veil was surely a face covered in wrinkles. She looked at least 70 years old. If Francis was her father, he must be over 90. Since Amelia was Francis' daughter, cultivating a good relationship with her might help me persuade her father to release Ning Chungcheng and Wang Qian. Isabella, Amelia introduced the mole-faced woman, then turned back to me. What's your name? Qian Yuliang, I replied. My name is Qian Yuliang. Qian Yuliang, Amelia echoed. Very beautiful. Shall I speak Chinese? Also, I'll ask Isabella to speak Chinese. I nodded. Amelia retrieved paper and a pen from a drawer, and I began teaching her the simplest daily phrases. To my amazement, Amelia had an extraordinary memory. She learned exceptionally quickly. As soon as I explained a phrase, she could remember it, and her pronunciation was accurate. Within a few hours, she had learned over 300 Chinese characters and more than 100 sentences. At this rate, she would soon be able to converse with me fluently. Isabella standing behind us would soon be able to say many sentences as well. After a day of learning, they showed no signs of fatigue. Amelia was very excited as she had already begun to call me dear. As night fell, they continued to learn with great interest while I felt utterly exhausted and drowsy. Waking in the middle of the night, the room was silent and empty. I recalled the scene of Amelia and Isabella learning English, and suddenly I felt that these two women were far more intelligent than I was. I got out of bed and pushed the door, which surprisingly opened. The long hallway was lit with rooms on either side, resembling a five-star luxury hotel. I tiptoed forward and noticed a door slightly ajar with sounds coming from within. Peeking through the crack, I saw a kitchen. Isabella had her back to me drinking something. She slowly turned around, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and the liquid in her cup was red. I smelled the metallic scent of blood and realized that the liquid was indeed blood. Isabella was a vampire. My heart raced at this thought. I turned to leave, heading towards the staircase, my heart still pounding. If Isabella was a vampire, then Amelia must be one too. Suddenly, I remembered the house Katie had taken me to, where that old woman had been sucking my blood. My heart filled with dread. Had those two white-clad women not barged in, I might have been completely drained. Captain Paul had said Francis was a vampire, so his daughter Amelia must be one too. How had I forgotten this? Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, causing my body to shudder. Where are you going so late? Amelia asked, her pronunciation of Mandarin very precise. I just wanted to take a walk, I said without turning around. She gently turned me to face her face still covered by the veil. Dear Qian Youyong, walking at night is prohibited here. Two just wanted to take a stroll, I stammered. Is there a problem? Amelia asked. No problem, I replied. No problem. What does that mean? It means there is no issue, everything is fine, I explained. Okay, you'll continue learning Chinese from you, Amelia said. She took my hand and led me back to the room, sitting directly across from me, her back straight. Let's begin, Amelia said. I looked at her lips, feeling anxious. Would she suddenly pounce and bite my neck? Surely she wouldn't let me die so soon. Besides teaching her characters, perhaps I had other uses. Please speak, Amelia prompted. What should I say? I asked. What should I say? The weather is nice today. I glanced at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The weather is nice today. The sun is shining brightly with not a cloud in the sky. Suddenly a gust of wind arrived, dark clouds rolled in, and a torrential downpour began. I said. Amelia repeated after me. The sun is shining brightly with not a cloud in the sky. After finishing, she gave me a thumbs up. Chinese is very beautiful. I like it. After a night of learning, she remained enthusiastic. Daylight broke, and I was parched, exhausted, and sleepy. Seeing she had no intention of biting me, I decided to stop thinking about vampires, wishing only that she wouldn't drain. A knock resounded from outside. Come in, Amelia said. Isabella entered, smiling at me. It's time to eat. She placed a tray on the table and turned to leave. Go eat, Amelia urged. I took a few bites of bread when the door swung open again and Isabella rushed and flustered. Cindy. Amelia pulled me toward the wardrobe. Get in, Cindy is here. Who is Cindy? My father's steward, Amelia replied. I stepped into the wardrobe, quietly nudging the door open just enough to peek outside. Isabella was spraying perfume around the room when another knock echoed. Amelia removed the black mesh veil from her face, deliberately turning away from me to shield her features. Isabella opened the door, and in walked a woman with brown skin, dressed in a black outfit. Cindy. Amelia greeted her warmly. So Francis's steward was a woman. Cindy covered her mouth and nose with her hand, frowning as she coughed twice, evidently choked by the thick scent of perfume lingering in the room. Amelia flung open the window, and Cindy sat down beside her on the bed, the two women whispering softly. After about 20 minutes, Cindy departed, and Isabella accompanied her out. As I emerged from the wardrobe, I saw Amelia had put the black veil back on, standing by the window, gazing down below. Why the perfume in the room? I asked. She can smell the scent of men. If she discovers you, it would be troublesome, Amelia explained. Impressive, she can even detect the scent of men. I want to ask, what kind of person is your father? I don't want to talk about him, Amelia replied. You once told me your father is a very dangerous man. Yes, he kills without a second thought. Would he kill me? I inquired. Of course. By the way, why don't you take off the veil so I can see your face? I suggested. No way, I look terrible, Amelia said. I'm not afraid of ugly. People grow old and naturally can't compare to their younger selves. Just take it off, I insisted. No. Amelia shook her head. How ugly could you be? If Cindy can see your face, it means you're not that hideous, not to the point of being frightening, I argued. Still, I prefer not to, Amelia resolutely shook her head. You have some psychological issues. I have no issues. If you have no issues, then let me see, I pressed. No, just no. Amelia's voice grew hoarse, her tone icy. Her words irked me, and I said, I want to leave here. No, you can't go anywhere. This old woman wanted to restrict my freedom to let me feast and enjoy only to suck my blood at night. How could I escape? If I suddenly dashed out, she certainly wouldn't be able to stop me, but how many guards were there at the door? I hesitated, indecision clouding my mind. If I took her as a hostage, could I escape successfully? With that thought, I moved closer to her. What are you doing? Emilia seemed to sense danger. Nothing. I just want to see your face. I told you can't look, Emilia insisted. What if I insist on seeing? I said, grabbing her arms. Will I take off your veil, or will you do it yourself? Emilia lifted her arms. Look at these hands, they are what my face is like. Better not look. I'm just curious to see how ugly you are. All right, Emilia said, I'll take it off myself. Once I released her arms, I felt a surge of pride. After all, women are inherently weaker, and she yielded to me so quickly. She must be clever. Emilia placed her hands on the veil, but suddenly paused. I want to play you a piece. Perhaps you'll change your mind. Play a piece. What trick? Why are you touching my hand? Emilia asked. Give me your hand. No unnecessary words, I replied. Emilia's eyes welled with tears. Oh, what on earth is this about? I said. Your hands are as rough as tree bark, yet you begrudge a mere touch. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Fine. I won't touch them. This is absurd. Do you know something? Emilia wiped her eyes. 12 years. It's been 12 years, and you're the only man who has ever held my hand. So you're weeping from sheer exhilaration. You're wicked, she repeated softly. Qian Yuliang, you're truly wicked. I laughed, not without irony. A vampire calling me wicked. What an exquisite paradox. By the way, Francis, your father, did he never hold your hand? She shook her head. You're only the third person who has ever seen my face. The other two being Isabella and Cindy. Wait, you mean even your father has never seen you? He has, she said quietly. I haven't laid eyes on him in 12 years, and I have no desire to. Come, let's go to your bedroom. I took her by the arm and led her inside, then locked the door behind us. Gently but firmly, I guided her to the edge of the bed. Don't you find your conduct rather foolish? She asked. I don't. It feels quite natural. You are wicked, she murmured, sitting still at the bedside. She kept repeating that single word, wicked, until I nearly laughed again, half amused, half ashamed. Had I failed as her Chinese tutor? There were so many richer, sharper synonyms. Scoundrel, reprobate, cad. Yet here she sat, earnestly wielding the most rudimentary term, like a child brandishing her first sword. Mr. Qian Yuliang, she said, voice calm and measured. Perhaps there's no need to wait until nightfall. Consider this, even if you manage to escape after dark, where would you go? Where would you eat? Sleep. Francis will scour the island relentlessly. This is an isolated landmass. Unless you can fly, there is nowhere to hide. And Francis will learn of your presence. You didn't arrive under his watch. You came of your own volition, but that changes nothing. No one slips onto this island unseen. Even if you entered through the hidden cavern, someone witnessed your emergence that night. They'll have alerted Francis immediately. By now, he's certainly discovered the entrance. Your path is closed. Moreover, I assure you, Francis is the most brilliant mind in the world. Staying here is your safest choice. Her logic struck me with quiet force, and with it a sudden cold pang for Wang Baozhen and Su Jun. Were they safe? Had they escaped? Don't you realize, she continued gently, that I saved you? You, the one who rescued me. Yes. Then tell me this, when Cindy, Francis's steward, arrived, why didn't you let her take me? I've long been fascinated by Chinese culture, she said. I wish to master your language, to understand your country. I've heard China is vast, home to more people than any nation on earth. I am deeply curious. You could travel there. I cannot leave. No one has left this island in centuries. So this truly is a sealed world. It is. We lack for nothing: food, shelter, comfort. Francis believes the outside world is corrupt, dangerous, though I disagree. Still, isolation persists. And yet you choose not to kill me. I've never taken a life. Believe me. She paused, then added almost shyly, I've heard Chinese go is unparalleled in depth and elegance. Would you play a game with me? The suggestion startled me, yet fate had already shaped my hand. In the army, our political instructor was a Go master, multiple provincial champion. He taught me. At first, I lost every match. Later, I won 1 in 3. Emilia retrieved the set from a lacquered cabinet. The stones gleamed with quiet opulence, white ones carved from nephrite jade, black ones from polished agate. She took black and opened with the star point, the celestial center. That move belongs to only 2 kinds of players: consummate masters or absolute novices. I responded with a classic corner invasion. An old maxim says gold in the corners, silver along the edges, straw in the center. My move claimed gold, her straw. I suppressed a smile. She continued building around the center. I methodically fortified the periphery, securing territory, reinforcing boundaries. Soon the armies clashed. She launched pincer attacks, squeezed cuts around it. I countered with sharp invasions, tactical sacrifices, ladder traps, net enclosures. Relentless, precise, leaving no breathing room. Qian Yuliang, she observed quietly, your fighting spirit is fierce. I smiled. Your position is untenable. Surrender gracefully. She returned a faint, knowing smile and placed a single black stone deep within my territory. Instantly, every line, every liberty, every potential, I collapsed into seamless connection. I stared stunned. I'd calculated this formation for minutes, had envisioned victory as certain, inevitable. Yet one delicate touch unraveled everything. I exhaled slowly, tipped my stones into the bowl. The second game began with her securing the corners. By mid-game, the outcome was clear. I resigned without resistance. The third opened identically, star point again. I played with extreme caution. Yet within a single exchange, clean, economical, merciless, she dismantled my formation utterly. I surrendered once more. Undeterred, I demanded a fourth. She offered no quarter. My resistance crumbled before it began. I realized with quiet awe that her skill eclipsed even my instructors. She wasn't merely strong. She anticipated my intentions, reading my patterns as though they were written in light. She knew where I would fall, and when. A knock sounded at the door. Emilia donned her veil and opened it. Isabella stood there bearing a tray of food. Her gaze flickered with surprise at the go board. Then she withdrew silently. Emilia removed the veil. She smiled. Qian Yuliang, what do you think of my go? Her quiet pride stirred a mischievous impulse. I grinned. Princess, you're a Shabi. Is that praise? Absolutely. Shabi, a sincere, heartfelt compliment. How is it written? She asked. I fetched paper and brush, inscribing the characters neatly. You are a diligent student. She frowned, studying the page intently. Then she looked up, eyes sharp. Qian Yuliang, you're insulting me again. How do you know? The character Sha means foolish, slow-witted. As for B, it's radical as ko mouth and Tian field, suggesting abundance, wealth. Its phonetic component Zhou, the walking radical, originally depicted pursuit, chasing, pressing, compelling. To seize another's wealth by force. This is not a word of honor. The walking radical signifies compulsion. It's pictographic, originally meaning to pursue relentlessly. Over time, its forms simplified, acquiring connotations of motion, walking, running, but its root remains urgent, coercive. Good heavens, I muttered. You know this. Consider related terms: bipo, coercion, biren, to compel, bigong, forced confession, xiangbi, duress, bijian, rape, baihan, forced marriage, being compelled, debauchery. None bear benevolent meaning. So tell me, esteemed Mr. Qian, how does Shabi constitute sincere praise? I had no reply. Her intellect, her linguistic acuity, cultural fluency, analytical rigor, stood leagues beyond mine. Shabi. She dissected ideographs like a philologist, I stammered like a schoolboy. Shame flooded me hot and heavy. I lowered my eyes, throat dry, spirit wilted, like a frost-burnt eggplant. She brought me a cup of water. I drank, and felt faintly life return. Alas, this woman was a vampire. Perhaps vampires are simply smarter. Mr. Qian Yuliang, would you care to try Chinese chess? I waved a dismissive hand. No, I'm no match for that. What are you good at? She asked, arching one elegant brow. I rolled my eyes. Was she trying to bury me alive, with wit? Night fell. After preparing dinner, Isabella departed, and I locked the door behind her. Having finished my meal, I sat by the window, gazing out into the darkness. Emilia sat on the edge of the bed, quietly adjusting the folds of her gown. Its fit seemed awkward, ill-suited to her frame. Should I keep her confined within this room, or release her? If I let her go, might she summon others to seize me? And if we shared the same chamber through the night, would she drink my blood? After careful deliberation, I concluded that binding her to a chair before sleep was the wisest course. I searched the room for rope or cloth strips. From the wardrobe, I retrieved 2 silk sashes. Qian Yuliang, Emilia asked, do you truly believe it necessary to bind me? Utterly necessary. Only then will I feel safe. I disagree. You should be bound, for I would feel safe only then. I am a woman, you are a strong man. Why should such strength fear such fragility? Because every woman on this island is terrifying. I see. She smiled faintly. Then bind me by all means. I had not expected her consent to come so readily. Perhaps she had sensed beneath my firm tone an unyielding resolve. She extended her hands. At the sight of them, gnarled claw-like, I felt a quiet unease. Why are your hands like this? Is your skin elsewhere the same? My feet and calves are, yes, but not the rest. Are you ill? Yes. I have but a few years left. In 2 more my face and body will wither as these limbs have. Then I shall die. A sigh escaped her lips. Is there no cure? Your father is wealthy. A terminal illness. Beyond remedy. Her gaze drifted downward toward the rope coiled around her wrists. This knot won't hold. I could loosen it in moments. Thank you for the warning. Perhaps I should secure you to the chair. Why not tie me to the bedpost instead? Then while you sleep I may watch you. Watch me sleep. Why? I wish to observe a man sleeping. It fascinates me. I have not seen a young man in many years. To behold you now feels like divine grace granted in my final days. It sounds rather wicked, binding you, or choosing not to. No, hold fast to your conviction. Follow your heart. Tying you to the bedpost is rather elegant. I guided her gently to the headboard. Reach out your hands. Darling, she murmured, might I lie down first? Then bind my wrists. I'd still be able to sleep. Darling, that word carries weight. It belongs only to lovers. I paused. Yet your suggestion is sound. Though it means we must share one bed. You have no objection. None whatsoever. I secured her wrists, then lay beside her. She turned toward me smiling. Suddenly something felt profoundly wrong. Damn it. Asleep I'd be helpless. Her mouth poised just inches from my throat. I scratched my head, baffled. I'd meant to bind her to the chair, yet with only a few soft words, she had reshaped my intentions entirely. Mr. Qian Yuliang, my back itches. You'd like me to scratch it? If my hands were free, I wouldn't trouble you. I stretched my arm across and gently rubbed her spine. Then, she pressed her face against my chest. What are you doing? You smell wonderful. I shifted away, uneasy. Don't you think you're overstepping? Her expression darkened. Do you find me repulsive? You are not. I confess, I have never met a woman so brilliant. Your intellect has utterly captivated me. Truly, truly. Come closer, please. My hands are bound. What danger could I pose? I edged nearer. I want to hear your heartbeat. Please. I long to hear a man's pulse. It must be exquisite. Her vulnerability disarmed me. This sharp, luminous mind, deprived of human warmth for years, confined to this hollow house facing death's near horizon, was profoundly sorrowful. My resistance softened. I drew nearer. Her cheek rested fully against my chest, her face gliding softly over my skin. Without thought, my arms encircled her. Qian Yuliang, this warmth, it is perfect. Her voice trembled. If I were to die tonight nestled in your arms like this, my life would be complete. You won't die, not like this. She drew her leg across mine, her body warm and supple settled heavily upon me. Her lips brushed my chest. A strange heat rose within me, a visceral, undeniable response. My conscience warned, she is a vampire, an ancient woman. She will drain you dry. Yet I did not pull away. Her mouth traveled upward, neck, cheek, nose, then lingered at my lips. Her tongue was warm, fragrant, honey sweet, and I was lost. Untie me. Her voice had changed, light, silken, irresistible. I loosened the knots at her wrists. Her arms wound tightly around my head. I lowered myself over her, slipped off her gown, and discovered, skin pale and flawless, her figure taut and youthful, wholly unlike that of an aging woman. Slowly, reverently, I entered her. Her body quivered, sides surged, rising and falling like waves under a stormlit sky. Gazing upon her face, I felt as though I rode the crest of endless dunes with a girl untouched by time. Each climax a soaring flight, each descent a breathless glide. After a shattering release, I sank into deep slumber. When I awoke, Emilia lay naked beside me, breathing softly. Her cheeks glowed, a tender smile curved her lips. To my astonishment, her face appeared years younger than the night before. Her hands, too, now shimmered with vitality. I examined my own body, no wounds, no marks, not even a single puncture. Emilia opened her eyes. That enchanting smile returned. Her arms rose, cradling my neck. Her tongue, pink, delicate, impossibly fresh, slipped forth. I closed my eyes. Then came the tide, roaring, all-consuming. Consciousness dissolved. The world vanished. No boundaries, no horizons, no meaning beyond raw, sacred frenzy, the right of gods. And she, like a hunter who had subdued a wild beast. We remained entwined until noon, when Isabella arrived with food. She entered without expression, placed the tray, and left in silence. After eating, I relocked the door. Emilia pulled me back to bed without hesitation. You know, she whispered, I wandered the desert for years. Endless sands, no water, no end in sight. I was dying of thirst, when suddenly a green oasis appeared, close, so close. I ran toward it faster than I ever had. And then you fell into the river. I asked. Her fingers curled around me. Yes, darling, let me die? After the storm of passion subsided, I drifted into slumber. I awoke to find Isabella standing by my window. Startled, I snatched the bedsheet to cover myself. She walked to the door and beckoned me with a slight gesture. I dressed quickly and followed her out. She led the way, oh, I trailed behind. She entered the kitchen, and as I stepped inside, she closed the door behind us. What is it? I asked, my pulse quickening at the quiet click of the latch. Qian Yuliang, she said, her voice smooth and uncannily precise. Her mimicry of my cadence and timbre even more refined than Emilia's. You look remarkably well rested. Let me show you something. She strode to the cabinet and slid open a drawer. From within she withdrew a handgun and leveled it at me. My breath caught. What are you doing? No. Are you going to kill me? Qian Yuliang, she replied calm as still water. I'd like something from you. Will you give it willingly? Anything you want. Just don't fire. Good. If you consent, I won't harm you. She reached back into the drawer and produced a slender syringe. I need a sample of your blood. Don't worry, it's a fine needle. I'll take only a little. Fine, absolutely fine. As long as I live, draw as much as you like. Then come closer. I took 2 hesitant steps forward. Please, don't shoot. Take as much as you wish. Come now, I can hardly wait. The blood of a young man. Just thinking of it makes my pulse race. Can you understand how I feel? I murmured, stepping nearer. Mine is fresh. Drink freely. Lovely. With one hand holding the pistol steady, the other cradling the syringe, she smiled. Darling, relax. Tension clouds the blood. A little is all I need. I nodded. I'll cooperate fully. There's no need to aim that at me. She pressed the cold barrel lightly against my chest, tracing its path, her tongue flicking across her lower lip. I can already sense how rich it is, how deep and warm beneath your skin. I ache to drink my fill. No, if you drain me completely, I'll die. Keep me alive. I'll give you fresh blood every day. That's not a bad idea, she mused, her gaze gleaming. I'll cook for you, care for you, and draw just a little from you each time. Fair, isn't it? Entirely fair. Reasonable and tender. But I'm not greedy. How about another vial in 2 days? Agreed. She guided the needle toward my forearm. Just a moment, darling. Breathe deeply. Think of lovely Amelia. She drew only half a vial. That's all. I asked. You could take more. It's enough. She lowered the gun. In one swift motion, I seized it from her hand and turned the muzzle on her. Qian Yuliang, she said, unruffled, that's unkind. Do you intend to kill me? Why drink my blood? Don't you have others to feed on? I simply wish to taste something fresh. Her voice was light, almost playful. And you've already promised me more in 2 days' time. Then this weapon is mine now. A pistol without bullets. What use is it to you? I never meant to kill you. I ejected the magazine. Empty. I handed the gun back to her. I like you, she murmured, her palm gliding over my chest. Young men are exquisite. To make love while slowly drinking your blood, that would be pure rapture. You're a vampire. And Amelia, does she drink blood too? All the women on this island are vampires, including Amelia. She's waiting for you. Waiting. For what? Go now. If she wakes and finds you gone, she'll fret. And remember, never speak of tonight to Amelia. One more thing. I'm searching for a woman named Ning Changqi. Francis brought her here. Could you help me find her? Of course, if you continue to share your blood with me. Agreed. A solemn pact. She brushed her fingers along my arm, then squeezed gently. Such beautiful muscle. Back in the bedroom, Amelia still slept. Eager to learn more about Bad Island, I returned to the kitchen. Isabella stood sipping from a glass. Deep crimson, steaming faintly. A coppery tang rose sharply into the air and nausea surged in my throat. Why return? She asked, swirling the liquid idly. It's still warm. I added a drop of water. The hue remains perfect. I covered my nose. Why do you drink human blood? Blood is the finest delicacy on earth, especially human blood. An animal's blood. Do you drink that too? Yes, but deer, cattle, fish, their blood pales beside ours. Especially the blood of someone you cherish. A single sip, it thrills beyond words. And Francis, whose blood does he prefer? Women's, particularly the pure, untainted blood of young girls. She tilted her head. Amelia is calling you. Calling me. I heard nothing. She's calling from the bedroom. I hear it clearly. Her smile held quiet pride. We are not like you. Our hearing is acute. Our sight piercing. Our minds, sharper still. How extraordinary. I glanced toward the bedroom door, and there she stood, Amelia framed in the threshold. Go to her, Isabella said softly. My little princess cannot bear to be parted from you. I crossed the room. She met me halfway, arms sliding around my waist, her expression soft and luminous. When I woke and found you gone, I nearly died of fright. I stroked her hair and drew her gently back into the bedroom. She pulled me onto the bed, then settled atop me, her cheek resting against my chest. She was a vampire, yet showed no hunger for my blood. Isabella had said Amelia was waiting for me. Waiting for what? My heart hammered. Was she about to pierce the skin? To draw my blood? Her tongue curled warm and insistent, drawing slowly, sucking as though my finger were a frozen confection. After a long, languid moment, she released me. Qian Yuliang, she whispered, I want to leave this island. Leave? Why? To stand before the great. You'll think it over, Amelia said. However, I still need to rescue a few women. A few women. They traveled with me. Your father Francis captured them, and I wanted. So you came to the island to save people. Yes, but unexpectedly, instead of saving them, I ended up being saved by you. Let's make sure you rest well today. Amelia kissed my cheek. Thank God for bringing you to me. How wonderful it would be to be together like this forever. Yes, it would be lovely, but there is no freedom here. We can't even go for a walk, I said. Right, we must find a way to leave this place. They'll go answer it, Emilia said. Thank you, Isabella, Emilia said, picking up both glasses. I was just thirsty. Emilia handed me one glass. No, that one is yours, Isabella insisted, wanting me to swap the glass in my hand with Emilia's. Aren't these two glasses different? Emilia asked. Yes, this one has sugarcane juice specially for restoring men's vitality, Isabella explained. It was the first time I had heard that sugarcane juice could rejuvenate men. Emilia switched glasses with me and drank half of her juice in one go. I took a sip. It was sweet, but the taste didn't resemble sugarcane juice. As Emilia drank her juice, I noticed a hint of tension in Isabella's expression. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Was Isabella trying to poison Emilia? I wanted to stop her from drinking, but by the time I opened my mouth, she had already finished her drink. This juice tastes a bit strange, Emilia remarked. Isabella remained silent, staring intently at Emilia. Is something wrong? Emilia asked. Nothing, I just wanted to ask what you both would like for dinner tonight, Isabella said. How about a pigeon and red date soup? Sounds good, Emilia replied. I steamed some golden corn. Have you ever tried it? Golden corn? I've never heard of it, I said. Isabella asked. This juice is exceptionally good. Really, I'm done, thank you, I insisted. All right, then I'll be leaving, Isabella said. Emilia nodded at her. By the way, Mr. Qian Yuliang, is there anything special you want to eat tonight? Isabella asked. I shook my head. Isabella reluctantly left the room. What's wrong with her today? She seems a bit strange, Emilia commented. Did you feel anything unusual after finishing your juice? I asked. I feel fine. Why do you ask? That's good as long as you feel fine, I replied. Another knock echoed at the door. Emilia went to open it. Isabella walked in. I forgot the tray. She picked up the tray and left. I leaned against the headboard, pondering why Isabella had brought 2 different glasses of juice and why she seemed anxious as Emilia drank hers. My dear, what are you thinking about? Emilia asked, sitting beside me. Oh, right, about saving people. I should tell Isabella to check with Francis. Sure. Emilia's hand brushed my face, then slid down, resting on a rather sensitive area. My dear, I can't take it anymore, Emilia said. But you just told me to rest. Emilia shed her dress, eagerly seating herself on me, leaning forward to kiss me. I wondered if there was something wrong with that glass of juice. Had it been laced with some sort of aphrodisiac? Emilia, behaving unusually, was like a she-wolf, provocatively dominating my body, and I found. Emilia opened her eyes and gazed at her arms, then looked at her hands, which she tenderly stroked against her face. Is there a mirror for her to see her face? I whispered to Isabella. There's no mirror, this house has none, she replied. Isabella, you come and look at my hand, Emilia called out. Isabella approached, sitting on the edge of the bed, taking Emilia's hand in hers. Your skin is smooth, she remarked. I'm not dreaming, am I? Emilia asked. You're not dreaming. You're getting younger now, Isabella assured her. Isabella, bring me the mirror, Emilia insisted. Isabella shook her head. No mirrors. We'll find one for you. She gestured toward me. It's he who makes you young. Emilia got off the bed and walked toward me. Thank you very much. No need to thank me, I replied, suddenly feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Qian Yuliang, what's wrong with you? Emilia inquired. He seems to be sick, Isabella noted. They helped me back onto the bed. I lay down, utterly exhausted, as if I had been wearied since the day I boarded the squid fishing vessel. The thundering engine room, the cold storage, the massive squid, the anchor, the glimmer of knives and shadows. The fishing boat felt almost unbearable. When the women boarded the boat, grew heavier and eventually settled upon the reef. I seemed to see Wang Qian swaying before me, followed by a man who was not Su Jun, but Li Shishuang. He lifted Wang Qian and pressed her against the rocks, and the waves splashed against her feet. I felt an overwhelming thirst and cried out for water. Captain Paul came over holding an enamel cup to feed me. At that moment, Wang Baozhen slapped my face, calling me to wake up. I was too tired. I wished to sleep on indefinitely and never wake again. My feet began to hurt, as if someone were pricking the soles with needles. I opened my eyes to see Isabella by my feet. You finally woke up, she exclaimed. Where is Emilia? I asked. You've really slept a lot. You've been out for a whole day, Isabella said as she helped me sit up. Emilia is playing the piano. I brought you some pigeon soup. I drank the soup in one go and nibbled on some food, feeling my strength return. I'll take you to see Emilia, Isabella offered. I nodded. The sound of the piano could be heard in the corridor, and just as we reached the door, the music abruptly ceased. She heard your voice, Isabella said. As the door opened, Emilia rushed into my arms, and I stroked her hair. Emilia pushed me against the wall, kissing me passionately, her hands wandering. Emilia, cannot do this. Isabella pulled Emilia back, insisting. Cannot do this. Why, oi? Emilia retorted. He belongs with me. No. If you go on like this, he'll die, Isabella shouted. Will he die? Emilia asked, alarmed. He's going to die, Isabella affirmed. He'll get you something to eat. Emilia shook her head. You haven't eaten for a day, Isabella reminded her. I don't feel like eating, Emilia replied. Emilia, go and play the piano, Isabella encouraged. Emilia nodded and sat at the piano. As she played the notes of Fur Elise, filled the room, ringing joyfully. Suddenly the tempo changed, growing frantic until she struck the keys with both hands in a wild frenzy. What's happening to her? I asked. She's having a mental breakdown, as she hasn't eaten and is extremely agitated, Isabella explained. I moved closer to Emilia. She looked at me, gasping, her chest heaving, her eyes fixed on mine. What's wrong? I asked. Emilia grasped my arm, stood, and pushed me onto the piano keys, embracing me, kissing my lips. I tried to push her away but found myself too weak to resist. She bit my lip and I felt it break as she sucked fervently. I was pushed to the ground, too drained to fight back. Emilia began to suck the wound on my shoulder, and I felt as if my blood were being drained away. Isabella squatted beside us, watching. Qian Youyang, are you okay? I smiled weakly. I'm not dead yet. This is madness, Isabella said, pushing Emilia's head away. Emilia lifted her head, looking at me, wiping the blood from her mouth, and then sat up, holding me tightly in her embrace. I noticed Emilia had grown younger and more beautiful once again, but suddenly I felt dizzy and closed my eyes. Qian Youyang, wake up. Are you all right? Emilia asked. I'm fine, I said. I'm so tired. I want to sleep for a while. Open your eyes and look at me, Qian Youyang. I promise I won't suck your blood anymore. This is the last time, I swear, Emilia said. It's okay. I opened my eyes. After a short rest, I regained some strength. Isabella served me a meal. The evening breeze played with Emilia's long hair, her face adorned with a smile as she watched me eat. After finishing my meal, I felt significantly revitalized. Emilia informed Isabella about my plan to rescue Ning Chengsheng and my intention to leave Bat Island, inquiring if Francis would allow her to leave. Isabella shook her head, stating that Francis would never consent to her departure. If she were to leave, it must be done in secrecy. Why is this place called Bat Island? I asked. Because there are many bats here, Emilia replied. Why haven't I seen any bats? I questioned. Isabella, I'd like to see the bats when we have the means, Emilia said. Isabella nodded in agreement. Emilia, dressed in a crimson gown, sat beside me in the carriage, while Isabella, clad in a pink dress, held the reins at the front. As the carriage exited, the door opened automatically, and I noticed no one guarding the entrance. The carriage sped along, Emilia nestled beside me, our shoulders brushing against each other, the sea breeze caressing my face. I felt as though I were in a dream, as if I had already perished on a fishing boat, my spirit arriving on this island where everything seemed illusory. I touched the wound on my shoulder, only to feel no pain. I took Emilia's hand and observed that it had regained flesh and elasticity. Your blood flows within me, it feels wonderful, Emilia whispered in my ear. I kissed the back of her hand, then glanced outside the carriage, discovering we were racing along the edge of a cliff, the cold wind sending a shiver down my spine. After about 10 minutes, the carriage came to a halt before a massive cave. Isabella lit a torch and Emilia and I disembarked, following her closely. A swarm of bats swooped down, circling above us, their shrill cries sounding almost like a protest. Isabella extended her arm and dozens of bats alighted on her. At that moment, I felt as if I were again in a dream. As we approached the cave, its ceiling was darkened by a multitude of bats. Inside, 2 cows lay on the ground, their bodies covered in bats. Are these vampire bats? I inquired. Yes, they are. These bats are the guardians of the Austenandra family, Isabella explained. Colonel Francis hails from the Austenandra family in England, which arrived on Bat Island a century ago. Is that so? Then the bloodthirsty individuals on the island also belong to this family? I asked. Indeed. This family once possessed 10% of the world's wealth, but had to flee England after their vampiric tendencies were discovered, Isabella replied. These 2 cows are offerings to those guardians. The 2 cows lay lifeless, their blood drained by the bats. Let's head back, Emilia suggested. The carriage wound its way through a small town before coming to a gentle stop. Isabella turned and asked, Emilia, shall we get down for a drink? Do you want a drink? Emilia asked me. Sure, a drink sounds good, I replied. Emilia donned a black veil. As we stepped out, I realized this was the same small town Captain Paul had brought us to, and Isabella was leading us into the tavern I had visited previously. Soft music wafted through the tavern as we entered, and patrons of all kinds turned their gazes toward us. The same old man, resembling a mummy, served us drinks with great reverence. Emilia picked up a glass, inhaled its aroma, then set it back down. Aren't you drinking? Isabella asked. The scent makes me uneasy, Emilia replied. I gazed at my glass, the wine pure and transparent, its rich fragrance inviting. I took a sip, savoring its smooth and sweet flavor. Is there a charge for drinks here? I inquired. Others pay for drinks, we do not, Isabella responded. Does the tavern owner know you? I asked. Seeing the gowns we wear, the woman in red is the one closest to Francis by blood. No one dares to charge her, Isabella explained. Oh no, Cindy has arrived. What should we do? Emilia cast a glance at me. 3 women entered with Cindy leading the way, approaching us directly. Money Yuliang, don't say anything, Isabella whispered as she leaned closer to me, pressing against my side. Emilia raised her glass, gesturing toward Cindy. Isabella wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed my cheek. Cindy settled beside Emilia, and the old man brought a drink to her. She took a sip, declaring, Emilia, cheers, cheers. Your voice has changed, Cindy remarked. Emilia remained silent, taking a sip of her drink. Cindy turned her attention to me, saying, young man. Isabella. Cindy, this is my young man, Isabella said, taking my finger and placing it in her mouth. Where did he come from? Cindy asked. He was found by the roadside, Isabella said, pulling my finger from her mouth and holding it in her palm. Would you like to have a bite? No, Cindy frowned, downing her drink. Emilia, I must leave. Emilia nodded in agreement. Once Cindy exited, Emilia clutched her chest and spat out the drink. After watching Cindy's carriage disappear into the distance, we finally boarded our soon arriving at Emilia's villa. I entered the bedroom, feeling exhausted as I laid down on the bed. Emilia, this could be troublesome, as Cindy will certainly investigate, Isabella remarked. What will she investigate? I asked. The appearance of a young man at the tavern is uncommon. Only on days of gratitude are a few young men sent to the town, Isabella explained. Normally, only older men are dispatched here. What should we do? I asked. Do you think Cindy will come here? Emilia pondered. Tonight or tomorrow she may very well come to inquire about Money Yuliang's origins, Isabella said. If she discovers that Money Yuliang came to the island without permission, will she take him away? You can only plead with Cindy to let him stay, Isabella advised. Listening to their conversation, I quickly felt drowsy. When I awoke in the morning, I found Emilia was no longer beside me. Isabella entered with a cup of milk and some bread. Where's Emilia? I asked. She's in the room next door. Was she not in bed last night? I inquired. No, Isabella replied as she exited the room. After finishing the bread, I suddenly heard a thud from the next room. I opened the door and entered the adjacent room, discovering Emilia, what happened to you? I asked. I hurriedly removed the towel from her mouth. You need to leave, you must get out, Emilia pleaded. What happened? Who tied you up here? Was it Isabella? You don't need to worry, you just go quickly, Emilia insisted. What on earth happened? If you don't tell me, I won't leave. Isabella entered holding a loaf of bread. How is she bound? I asked. She asked me to tie her up, Isabella replied. If I hadn't, she would have drunk your blood. Look how much she's suffering. Let her have just a little, I said, fumbling with my shirt buttons. A sudden memory flashed of a mother unfastening her blouse by the roadside to nurse her child, and the gesture struck me absurdly as faintly comical. No, I won't drink it. I'll eat the bread, Emilia insisted. Isabella broke off small pieces and fed them to her. Emilia swallowed each morsel, then abruptly thrust her hand into her mouth and spat the bread back out. Isabella handed her a glass of clear water. Emilia drank it all, and gradually her breathing steadied, her agitation subsiding. Untie me now, Emilia murmured. I feel much better. Isabella loosened the ropes. In an instant, Emilia flung her arms around me, pressed her face to my throat, and inhaled deeply. I ran my fingers gently through her long hair. I smell your blood, she whispered. It is the most exquisite fragrance in the world. I brought my fingertip to her lips. No, I can do it, she whispered, closing her eyes. Her body softened against mine, yielding like warm silk. Isabella, what if she refuses to eat? I asked. Let her endure, Isabella replied. 2 days, 3, or longer, this is best. Emilia had already drifted into sleep. I lifted her and laid her down on the bed. For 3 days she drank only water, refusing both food and my blood. By the 4th day her strength waned visibly. Her skin grew pallid, her limbs listless, her breath shallow. Isabella drew approximately 300 milliliters of blood from me, then poured a portion into a small porcelain dish. The moment Emilia caught sight of the crimson liquid, her eyes snapped open, vivid, ravenous. She rose from the bed, seated herself at the table, and first inhaled its scent, then extended her tongue, delicate feline, licking the surface with slow, reverent strokes until the dish was empty. Her gaze then fixed, pleading, upon the syringe still filled with blood. Isabella allowed her to drink over 100 milliliters. Emilia licked her lips, flushed, alert, radiant with renewed vitality. She wound her arms tightly around me, pressed her lips to my throat, then traced my cheek with her tongue, warm, insistent, tender as a hound's devotion. Emilia, release him. He has just given you blood. He needs rest, Isabella said firmly. Her words struck me like a physical weight. I was exhausted. As soon as my head touched the pillow, I sank into unconsciousness. When I awoke, unfamiliar female voices echoed through the room. I sat up to see Cindy speaking with Emilia and Isabella. He's awake, Emilia said. All right, let's go, Cindy declared. Where? I asked. You'll see, Isabella replied. Cindy led the way. We followed, through the rear courtyard into a vast garden where fawns darted across our path, toward a white cottage whose doors parted silently as we approached. Inside the grand hall stood a transparent glass elevator, not ascending, but descending. The elevator glided downward. Through the crystal walls black rock loomed, raw, ancient, immense, some monoliths soaring dozens of meters high. After 15 seconds the doors opened onto a long hushed corridor. Delicate sconces lined both walls casting soft light. Emilia held my arm as we walked, over 100 meters, until the air grew colder, damper, heavier with the scent of deep earth. This was clearly an underground passage, yet where was Cindy taking me? To meet someone, perhaps Colonel Francis, Emilia's father. Was he truly a vampire? Would he kill me? And if he did, would Emilia perish with me? 10 minutes later we halted before a steel-gray door. A beam of light swept across us, 2 sharp beeps sounded, and the door slid open. Beyond lay a vast luminous chamber, hundreds of square meters, lined with laboratories. White-coated men and women moved briskly among humming instruments. This was no mere facility. It was a subterranean citadel of science. A palm-sized mechanical bat whirred overhead, its metallic wings gleaming, circled once above us then vanished into a side chamber. I glanced after it. Inside, another immense hall stretched beyond sight. I had not imagined such scale hidden beneath the island. Cindy guided us past the laboratory, stopping beside another elevator. It descended from above, silent, seamless. We stepped in and ascended. After 10 seconds the doors opened onto a spacious lounge, white leather sofas, floor-to-ceiling windows. I approached one and looked out, stunned. Below sprawled the open sea, vast and undulating. Yet I gazed down upon it from dizzying height, as though perched atop a skyscraper hundreds of meters tall. Did this island harbor such a tower? I moved to another window, observed the rocky cliffs flanking it, saw 2 birds alighting on scrubby bushes. Then I understood the entire structure was carved into a mountain, hollowed, engineered, a marvel of audacious architecture. Emilia, Cindy, and Isabella entered a side room. Without beckoning me, I settled onto the white sofa waiting. Then, on the opposite wall, a screen flickered to life. The image, ocean waves crashing against black cliffs. I thought, how thoughtful. The host provides distraction for a guest awaiting audience. The screen shifted, revealing a small island. 2 seabirds spiraled downward. Then darkness swallowed the image. 5 seconds passed. Then it reappeared. June, Su, Baojin, Wang, Shuang, Li, and I, crowded in a cell, whispering urgently. Wang glanced upward repeatedly, the image so sharp I could trace every furrow on his brow. This was the island where we dug our tunnel. As he lifted his eyes, he muttered, "Damn it all." The screen went dark again, then showed the tunnel interior. Su dropped his shovel, gathered us close, and spoke low. 2 black men guard the tunnel entrance. Ignore them for now. First eliminate the 2 guarding the dining hall. Seize their rifles. Once I and Yuliang have weapons, we storm the second-floor dining room. Barricade the door, sweep the room clean. Then ascend to the rooftop, destroy the helicopter. Wang interjected, "The key is killing those 2 without alerting the others." Su continued, "During meals the surveillance team won't watch every monitor constantly. That's our chance. We must lure them inside." Wang nodded. "Simple. Start a fight. Shout, strike each other, draw them in." My skin prickled with cold sweat. Surveillance had been embedded inside the tunnel, undetected. Every scheme, every whispered conspiracy had unfolded under unseen eyes. Our plotting in the cell, our assault in the dining hall, all observed, all known to Colonel Francis. Why had he not intervened? Was the island truly isolated, cut off from all communication? The screen then showed our bloody flight from the dining hall, our desperate escape. Abruptly the image vanished, leaving the wall blank, featureless. I turned, no projector visible. Had I imagined it? Uneasy I waited, minutes stretching, still no sign of Emilia or the others. Then, the door opened. A man in his 40s, fair-skinned, walked in, sat beside me on the sofa, and lit a cigar, saying nothing. "Colonel Francis, is he in this room?" I asked, my English stiff halting. He glanced out the window. "Lovely weather today." He spoke in fluent, unaccented Chinese, but evaded my question entirely, his tone oddly detached. Chapter 123, Boarding. The man toyed with a metallic object no larger than a matchbox. Then the wall screen reignited. First Captain Paul and Arthur emerging from the island's hidden cavern. Then, Su, Wang, Mike, Li, and I, crossing a sunlit field, entering a cottage, the vampire woman Katie's home. Next, Mike and I in a village tavern, surrounded by women, Su and Wang laughing nearby. Paul and Arthur rescuing us, returning us to Katie's house. Then Katie leading me into the night, my frantic flight from another house, my collision with Emilia's carriage, her lifting me inside, carrying me away. The final sequence unsettled me. Most every room in Amelia's villa concealed cameras, my every movement recorded. Cindy's arrival, my hiding in the wardrobe, my nights with Amelia, passionate, unrestrained, her drinking from my veins, my surrender into slumber, every intimate, vulnerable moment captured without mercy. You, Qian Yuliang, the man, said, his voice flat, dispassionate. Anything else to say? His tone suggested my words would merely precede my removal and execution. Nervously I asked, may I ask your name? Albert. Mr. Albert. This must be a misunderstanding. Please believe me. A misunderstanding. He shook his head. Come with me. He strode toward the elevator. I rose and followed. Down we descended, into a sterile white-walled chamber. 2 men in lab coats seized me, strapped me to a tilting gurney. My head lowered, blood rushing to my temples. What are you doing? I demanded, just as a black man approached bearing a tray with 2 syringes. No need to fear, Albert said calmly. A routine medical examination. The man inserted the first needle into my arm. My blood flowed steadily into the tube. Then he drove a second needle deep into my knee. Numbness spread, my foot twitching uncontrollably. A milky fluid filled the syringe, bone marrow. When finished, the gurney leveled. A white-coat woman handed me a cup of yellow liquid, bitter acrid. Drink it. Your strength will return swiftly, Albert instructed. Resistance was futile. I pinched my nose and swallowed. After resting briefly, Albert escorted me from the lab into another elevator. 7 seconds later, the doors opened. Onto a mountainside ledge. 2 armored jeeps idled nearby, black armed guards seated within. Albert gestured for me to board the front vehicle. He climbed into the rear. The convoy wound downward along a serpentine road. Where were they taking me? 10 minutes later, dockside. Several vessels bobbed at anchor, including the yacht we'd seen earlier. Our jeep halted beside a large freighter. Albert's vehicle did not follow. Was I being exiled? What of Amelia? Could she survive without me? Then, 2 figures waved from the deck. Recognition struck like lightning: Sue and Wang. Behind them stood Lee, wearing sunglasses. I boarded. Immediately the anchor was raised. Paul, Mike, Arthur, and Lee stood waiting. Mike and Arthur carried submachine guns. Comrade Yuliang, we meet again, Wang said, gripping my hand. Is this real? Am I dreaming? I asked. No dream, Sue replied. We're safe, and we've waited for you many days. But how? How are we all here, leaving the island just like this? You weren't told anything, Lee said, removing his glasses. You've lost weight, Yuliang. Told what? Is this ship ours? This vessel belongs to Colonel Francis, Wang said. So do the weapons. You've met him. No, only his emissary Albert. He delivered the colonel's terms. Where are Ning Qingqing, Wang Qian, and Huasiki? They did not board. Sue's expression darkened. Are they unharmed? They live. Wang drew me aside. Let me explain. That night, you stayed behind in the cottage. We went to town, hadn't even entered the tavern, when Albert and his men seized us. They locked us in cells, certain we'd be executed or drained dry. After 3 days, interrogation began. They strapped me into an electric chair, attached electrodes to my skull, my limbs. Under their influence, I confessed everything, even the murders aboard the fishing boat. The next day, Albert arrived. He announced Colonel Francis's proposal, an alliance with Captain Paul and with us. His objective: eliminate Basto, the traitorous pirate who betrayed Paul and his crew. Francis would supply ships, arms, intelligence. Naturally, we accepted gladly. Once aboard, Albert told us to await one more person, though he named no one. But Sue and I suspected it was you. How were you taken? I kept silent about Amelia. Such strangeness would sound like delusion. I hid in that house for days, yet they found me. Now brothers were reunited. I'm overjoyed. As am I, Wang said. All these days without word, I feared the vampires had claimed you. Where do we hunt the pirates? And are Ning Qingqing and the others alive? Alive. Francis promised their release upon Basto's capture. So they're hostages. You said 3. Only Ning Qingqing, Yang Zhen, and I, and Chen Xiaowei were taken. Sun Dahe and the others remain on the island. Then let's return, immediately. And the pirates' treasure, still buried there. Yes, Wang said. We sail for the island at once. This vessel dwarfed our fishing boats. 2-storied, yet visibly aged, its hatches and railings corroded with rust, resembling a decommissioned passenger liner. Su Jun ushered Wang Baozhen and me into the crew's quarters. The doorway stood low, forcing us to duck, but the interior was spacious. 6 bunks lined the walls alongside 2 sleeping bags nestled beside a pair of lockers. Su Jun produced a pack of American Camel cigarettes and broke open 2 cartons, handing them to me. Such fine tobacco. Did they give it to you? I asked. Yes, he replied. We're now mercenaries under Colonel Francis. This is part of our stipend. Not bad. Food, drink, and now even premium smoke, I remarked. There's more than just sustenance, said Wang Baojun, opening one of the lockers. Inside lay 3 AK-47 assault rifles, 2 Type 56 submachine guns, over a dozen magazines, and nearly as many hand grenades. We've got heavier ordnance too, Su Jun said, lighting a cigarette. Wang Baojun slid open another large locker, and there nestled in padded cradles rested 2 rocket-propelled grenade launchers and 8 rounds of ammunition. I feel like I've been reinstated in the army, I murmured. Tell us how these launchers work, Yu Liang. We'll need your guidance, Su Jun urged. It's straightforward: load, aim, fire. A direct hit can pierce armored vehicles, even tanks. Truly. Did you handle these during your service? Li Shishuang asked. No, I answered. Our unit was equipped only with Type 56 submachine guns. Su Jun, I have something to report, Wang Baojun said gravely. Captain Paul has ordered us to surrender all firearms and ammunition to him. What does that mean? Su Jun demanded. He likely distrusts our keeping weapons aboard, Wang Baojun replied. If we hand over our arms, we'll distrust them just as deeply, Li Shishuang countered. Tell Paul this plainly, Su Jun said, voice hardening. If we relinquish our weapons and pirates strike at midnight, who do we wake? Who do we beg for arms? That delay could cost us our lives. I voiced the same objection, Wang Baojun said. But Captain Paul remains adamant. He insists the armaments be placed under his custody. So we pledge allegiance and still earn no trust. Su Jun muttered. He's been unmoored by betrayal, his own lieutenant turned traitor. Now he suspects everyone, Wang Baojun observed. I've a proposal, Li Shishuang said coolly. Let's eliminate Paul and his 2 lieutenants, abandon the pirate hunt entirely, and sail away. And what of our women? Su Jun retorted. They remain in Colonel Francis's grasp. Everyone, be silent, I interjected. Is there any hidden surveillance in this room? None, Wang Baojun assured me. We've searched thoroughly. Chief Li Shishuang began lowering his voice. I fear Ning Qingqing, Wang Qian, and Huasiki may already be dead. That island teems with vampires. Would they spare captives? Even if alive, those 3 may well have been turned. And suppose we defeat the pirates, deliver Bastard's head to Colonel Francis. Do you truly believe we'd walk away unscathed? I don't understand why Colonel Francis assigned us this mission, or why he aligns himself with Paul, Wang Baojun mused. Perhaps those pirates previously raided Francis's fleet, I suggested. Plausible, Su Jun agreed. I believe Francis is a man of his word, and that to him we retain strategic value. We will rescue them, I said firmly. All 3 are alive. This feels like a trap. A calculated deception, Li Shishuang insisted. Enough speculation, Wang Baojun cut in. The question remains, do we surrender our weapons, or refuse? If we disarm, Li Shishuang countered, what stops Paul from executing us outright? It's possible, Su Jun admitted. Without arms in hand, I feel exposed, unanchored. If Paul intended our deaths, he'd have done so already. On his decrepit sailing vessel, Wang Baojun reasoned. The memory still stokes my fury, Su Jun said, crushing his cigarette, but on that sailboat their submachine guns were unloaded, yet they bound us, nearly suffocating us in the process. Precisely, Li Shishuang said. These pirates are unreliable. Chief, why not eliminate Paul and his men first? Then pursue the pirates and save your women. But where are the pirates? Wang Baojun countered. And more critically, if we kill Paul now, how will we ever locate the island where Sun Dehe and Yang Jinni are held? You're right, I said. Paul has no rational motive to kill us. Not while he needs our aid against the pirates. Motive? Simple, Li Shishuang replied. Eliminate us, and he recruits anew with ease. Wang Baojun, Su Jun commanded, convey our position clearly to Paul. We refuse to surrender our arms. Tell him that mutual trust is the sole condition for shared survival aboard this vessel. Then return with his response. Understood. I'll speak with him immediately, Wang Baojun said, and stepped out. Li Shishuang offered me a cigarette. That Colonel Francis. He's no officer, he's a demon. A master vampire. And what arrogance, refusing even to meet us face-to-face. You requested an audience. I asked. We did, Su Jun confirmed. He declined. Likely sees us as mere fishermen, illiterate, reckless, disposable. Ah, Yu Liang, Li Shishuang added. Albert instructed us to await you aboard ship for 2 days. What exactly occupied you those 48 hours? What could I possibly do? I replied. Physical examinations. Blood draws. Nothing more. Blood draws. Li Shishuang raised an eyebrow. They drew yours, but none of ours. Is it because you look fresher, more appetizing? It's possible, I conceded. Enough talk, Su Jun said, picking up a Type 56 submachine gun. Arm yourselves. Chamber around. I'll take the AK-47, Li Shishuang declared. Never imagined I'd hold such a legendary weapon. Wang Baojun re-entered smiling. Well, did Paul relent? I asked. He did, Wang Baojun said. His sole stipulation, keep your weapons clean, no accidental discharges. Su Jun exhaled slowly, shoulders easing. Clean them. They're practically new, Li Shishuang scoffed. Of course they require cleaning and frequent maintenance, I said. Disassemble, wipe each component, reassemble with precision. If I disassemble it, I'll never reassemble it, Li Shishuang grumbled. Better I stick to the RPG launcher. Spot someone I dislike. One round settles the matter. Ah, if only I had a camera. I'd pose with the launcher, mail the photo home. Wonder if the police are still staking out my front door? They'd be there on Chinese New Year's Eve, scanning every shadow, checking whether you'd returned, Su Jun quipped. Even better, Li Shishuang grinned. I'll send them a photograph, me draped in 3 submachine guns and 2 rocket launchers. Let them come and arrest me. I miss my mother, Su Jun murmured. I long to bring her here. Bring her here, aboard a pirate ship. Li Shishuang laughed. Wang Baozhen and I joined in. What's so funny? Su Jun protested. It would be good for her. The sea teems with fish, she'd savor them. Back home, poverty was so severe that a single fish on New Year's Eve was cause for celebration. Your family must have been destitute, perhaps poorer than peasants before liberation, Wang Baozhen remarked. Our mountain village was barren, Su Jun said. Some couples owned only 1 pair of trousers, taking turns wearing them when stepping outside. We laughed again, longer this time. Bringing your mother here wouldn't be so strange, I said. She'd see you married to such a radiant woman, and I too dream of bringing my mother aboard. Wang Baozhen suddenly burst into laughter again. Why now? Su Jun demanded. Have you ever heard of pirates who bring their mothers to sea? Wang Baozhen grinned. At dusk, the setting sun gilded the sea's surface in molten gold. A silver-scaled fish leapt across the water, while 2 seals glided alongside the vessel. We leaned against the rail, watching the sun sink slowly into the horizon. If only Wang Qian, Ning Qingqing, Huasiki, Guanhong Yangjin, and I, and Sun Dahe were all aboard this ship with us, Wang Baozhen murmured. How splendid that would be. Yes, may the day come when every one of us stands together here. Then it would truly be lively, I said. That day will come, Li Shuang said quietly. Su Jun drew a slow, silent drag from his cigarette. Look, something large is moving beneath the surface, Wang Baozhen observed. Li Shuang braced one hand on my shoulder and vaulted lightly onto the railing. Damn, it's 2 great white sharks. Su Jun flicked the stub of his cigarette into the sea and retreated below deck. Moments later, he reappeared, cradling 2 Type 56 submachine guns, one of which he handed to Li Shuang. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat. They raked the water with blistering fire. Crimson bloomed instantly across the waves, wide, thick, and dark. I turned and saw Captain Paul and Arthur watching from the upper deck, their faces grim. Bloody hell, that was exhilarating, Su Jun exclaimed, thrusting the weapon toward me. You're up, Yu Yang. Take a turn. I'll pass. Let's conserve ammunition, I replied. Baozhen, tell Paul to halt the ship. We'll haul the sharks aboard, Su Jun ordered. Right. I'll go inform the bridge, Wang Baozhen said, and disappeared below. 5 or 6 minutes passed. He did not return. Instead, the vessel accelerated, swiftly, unervingly. Su Jun returned both submachine guns to the crew quarters. A short while later, the ship came to a stop. Wang Baozhen approached us. Captain Paul has summoned us to a meeting. He's furious about the gunfire. That old codger is insufferable, Li Shuang muttered. Let's go, Wang Baozhen urged. If he scolds us, bear it, for now. As the saying goes, a moment's forbearance preserves the greater design. The 4 of us ascended to the 2nd deck. Captain Paul paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Arthur stood nearby, methodically cleaning his rifle. We've all arrived, Captain. Shall we begin? Wang Baozhen said. Who fired the gun? Paul demanded. Paul asks, who pulled the trigger? Wang Baozhen translated. I did, Su Jun replied, raising his right hand. Who else? Li Shuang lifted his hand. Who authorized the shooting? Paul barked. Who gave you permission to open fire? Wang Baozhen interpreted. Tell that fool this firing was our sovereign right. If he nags further, we drop all 3 of them where they stand, Su Jun snapped. Brother, calm yourself. This is no time for confrontation, Wang Baozhen cautioned. They must be punished, Paul declared. Paul says, you will be punished, Wang Baozhen relayed. 20 lashes. Each, Paul announced, slashing the air with his arm. 20 lashes apiece, Wang Baozhen translated. We refuse, Su Jun stated flatly. Paul fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare, then gestured sharply to Arthur. Arthur rose, leveled his rifle at us. Let's talk. Please, no rash actions, Wang Baozhen interjected, voice steady. 20 lashes. Each, Paul repeated louder. At his command, Arthur raised his rifle skyward and fired a single sharp burst into the air. Brother, endure it, Wang Baozhen urged. Fine. We endure, Su Jun conceded. Wang Baozhen turned to Paul. Agreed. 20 lashes, each. Paul retrieved a coiled whip from the rail and placed it in Wang Baozhen's hands. You two, face forward, Wang Baozhen instructed Su Jun and Li Shuang. Just bear it. He administered 20 precise measured strokes, then handed the whip to Paul. You may not do this again. Return to your quarters, Paul commanded. Captain Paul says, this must never happen again. Let's go, Wang Baojun translated. We descended the stairs and returned to our quarters. Is Paul out of his mind? We merely killed a pair of fish, and he subjects us to this. Li Shuang fumed. The man is excessively stern. At least the sharks are edible, I remarked. Then let's just eliminate them, once and for all. You'd be captain, then Li Shuang suggested. Brotherly, Patience, Su Jun said quietly. Fine. We'll endure. For now, Li Shuang relented, then glared at Wang Baojun. Why the hell did you strike me so hard? My skin's raw. If I'd struck lightly, I feared Paul might lose his temper and execute us all, Wang Baojun replied. You've got an answer for everything, don't you? I'll blast you with a rocket launcher. Li Shuang retorted and wrenched open his locker. It was empty. He flung open the adjacent locker, also bare. No rifles remained. Where the hell did the guns go? Su Jun asked. Paul must have had Mac remove them secretly, Wang Baojun sighed. Honestly, why provoke him by shooting fish in the first place? You handed him the perfect pretext. Shut your mouth, Li Shuang snapped. One thing is certain, Paul does not intend to kill us, I said. Oh, my rocket launcher. Li Shuang groaned. The ship sailed on, through night and day. Salt wind whispered over the decks, lulling me toward sleep. Su Jun stood motionless, eyes fixed on the distant horizon, smoke curling from his cigarette. Li Shuang cast a net repeatedly, yet caught nothing. Where's Wang Baojun? Su Jun asked. He's in the bridge, Li Shuang replied. You've been casting that net for hours. Still not a single fish, Su Jun observed. Suddenly, a fish arced onto the deck. Then another. Then 3 more, leaping wildly as if fleeing some unseen terror. Behold, my triumph, Li Shuang declared. These fish, terrified of my net, chose to leap aboard rather than face capture. You're so grotesque, even fish commit suicide upon seeing you, Su Jun retorted. Wang Baojun descended from the upper deck. Have you spotted the island yet? The island? Have we reached our island? Su Jun asked. Yes, there in the distance, Wang Baojun said, pointing. See that dark smudge on the horizon? Which smudge? Li Shuang squinted. I see nothing. What kind of eyes do you have? Wang Baojun scoffed. It's as dark as your sister-in-law's, Li Shuang began. My sister-in-law is Su Jun's wife, Wang Baojun interjected. Brother, he's insulting you. Will you two ever cease bickering? Or shall we settle this with fists? Su Jun said, exasperated. His pink-knuckled little fists. Li Shuang smirked, flashing a sly, knowing grin. Baojun, will you die a slow, agonizing death? That day will come, Wang Baojun growled. Baojun, is that truly our island? Su Jun pressed. Paul confirmed it. He wouldn't misremember. The island holds their treasure, Wang Baojun replied. So that pirate vessel we glimpsed that night, it belonged to Paul, Su Jun realized. Yes, the ship is his. But the crew, they rebelled. All of them, Wang Baojun said. When we land, Sun Dahe and Deng Jiachuan will be stunned to see us return, I said. But what if they're no longer there? Su Jun wondered. Where else could they possibly be? I countered. It is strange. Only Ning Qingqing Huasiki and Guanhong boarded that day. Where are the others? Wang Baojun mused. Perhaps they hid. Li Shuang offered. No, they wouldn't flee from a yacht. That defies reason. More likely they weren't with the women when the vessel appeared, and by the time they saw it, it was already vanishing over the horizon, Wang Baojun reasoned. After all these days, what have they been eating? Su Jun asked. God forbid they've starved, I murmured. Yu Liang, speak no ill omens, Su Jun warned. I pray they're all alive. This ship carries enough provisions to feed an army, Wang Baojun said. The boat came to a halt. Only Mike remained aboard as the others had boarded the lifeboats. We stepped onto the beach where an unsettling silence enveloped the island, a stillness that stirred anxiety within us. Wang Baojun called out the names of Sun Dahe and Deng Jiachuan, but received no response. Upon entering the cave where we had once resided, we found only a dilapidated white plastic box rotting away. The beds, pots, and utensils are all gone. We are left with nothing but this broken box, Wang Baojun remarked. It appears they have relocated, Li Sherdong suggested. Where could they have gone? Su Jun queried. What about Paul and Arthur? They must have ventured to the cave where they hid the treasure, Wang Baojun replied. Strange. Why would old Yen and the others abandon this cave? I wondered aloud. Could it be that they felt this place was no longer safe? Su Jun hypothesized. If this place is unsafe, then where is? The island is so small, or perhaps they have left it altogether. Li Sherdong mused, pinching his temples. Even if they left the island, they wouldn't have taken the bedboards with them, would they? I contended. Or perhaps there was no food left on the island, and old Yen and the others fashioned a boat from the bedboards and departed together. Wang Baojun speculated. Building a boat from bedboards. That's a recipe for disaster. It wouldn't be a wise choice, Su Jun said. I doubt Old Yin would take such a huge risk. I saw coconuts on the trees, which means there is food on the island, so they have no reason to leave, Li Sherdong countered. Could it be that they saw the four of us leave, and when Ning Chengcheng and her friends also departed, the remaining people could no longer bear it, and decided to build a boat to escape? Wang Baozhen suggested. Let's search the island starting with the cannibal cave, Su Jun proposed. Baozhen, you go look for Paul, and tell them to wait for us. All right, but be careful and stay safe, Wang Baozhen instructed. The three of us traversed through the thicket. A bird flew low overhead, almost brushing the ground. Suddenly branches shook on the opposite hillside. Could it be Yang Zhini and the others? Li Sherdong speculated. It would be great if it were them. But if we encounter the cannibals, we're in trouble, Su Jun replied. Damn it, Paul, we don't even have a knife for protection. Indeed, if we encounter cannibals armed with bows and arrows, and we are unarmed, what can we do? Li Sherdong questioned. If they have bows, arrows, or knives, that would be one thing, but what if they have guns? Submachine guns. Can we survive that? Yes, we should collect stones, Li Sherdong said, looking down for suitable ones. Why do I feel like we've returned to a primitive? With stones in hand, we ascended the slope and entered the forest, which was eerily silent. That's strange. This was the spot where the branches were shaking just now, Li Sherdong said. Let's keep moving forward, Su Jun. We hurriedly concealed ourselves behind a tree. Did you see anything? Li Sherdong asked. I shook my head. We bent low and took a few steps before. Thus we cautiously navigated through the woods, yet saw no. This is truly eerie, Li Sherdong said. After climbing halfway up the mountain, we entered the cave. Inside we discovered 2 fresh skeletons, their bones. Could these people have been eaten by the cannibals? Li Sherdong speculated. There are only 2 bodies, I replied. That's simple. They could have eaten 2 and taken the others away to be consumed later, Li Sherdong said. One is a male skeleton and the other appears to be female. The sea surged rhythmically onto the shore, scattering glistening seashells across the pale sand. A few crabs scuttled sideways like disciplined soldiers on parade. From the boat offshore, Mike waved. Is he signaling us to board? I asked. Most likely, Su Jun replied. Have Paul and Wang Baozhen already boarded? No, they're over there. Li Shuang pointed toward a distant sea cave. 2 figures stood near the cave. One of them raised an arm in greeting. How many of us are there in total? Li Shuang asked. 7. Why? And we're 4, right? There are 4 people over there. So 1 too many, Li Shuang observed. What on earth are you thinking? Didn't Wang Baozhen just join Paul's group? That makes exactly 4, Su Jun countered. Wait, we're only 3 here, I interjected. Exactly. Now that Wang Baozhen has crossed over, only 3 remain with us, Li Shuang admitted. My mind's gone foggy. Where's Mike then? I gestured toward the figure waving aboard the vessel. No, there is an extra person. 7 total, Mike, on the boat, 3 of us here. That's 4. So only 3 should be at the cave. But didn't Wang Baozhen go over? Li Shuang insisted. Good Lord. Did you even finish elementary school? I retorted. It does. They're walking this way now. The one in front looks like Sun Dahe. It is Sun Dahe. That accursed bastard's still alive. Li Shuang exclaimed. Only didn't you announce he was dead? If Sun Dahe lives, the others must too, Su Jun declared, his face brightening. We hurried forward to meet them. Sun Dahe collapsed to his knees 30 meters from us. What's wrong? Is he overcome with emotion? Is he bowing to us? Li Shuang asked. Sun Dahe threw himself onto the sand and wailed, a raw, shuddering sob that tore through the salt-laced air. What's all this bawling about? Su Jun demanded. What happened? Where are Yang Zhen and I, and Xia Xiaorui? Boss, they're gone. All gone, Sun Dahe choked out, shaking his head violently. Get up, and speak clearly. Who is gone? Boss, Wang Baozhen interjected. Sun Dahe says the others were taken by cannibals. Cannibals? How? Sun Dahe wiped his eyes with a trembling hand. 3 nights ago, dozens descended upon the island under cover of darkness. They ambushed us. I escaped by sheer luck, but everyone else was seized. Boss, I swear I didn't desert. They carried firearms. Firearms? Li Shuang snapped. What kind? Submachine guns, several of them. 2 were folding models, Sun Dahe answered. If only you'd arrived a few days sooner, boss. Hurry, we must rescue them before the cannibals flay them alive. Where are these cannibals? Which island? Captain Paul knows, Wang Baozhen said. Then let's board and sail there at once, Su Jun commanded. No, no. Paul shook his head. What does that mean? He refuses to go. Boss, Wang Baozhen explained, I told him earlier. He says the cannibals are dangerous, beyond our capacity to confront, and urges us to seek bastard first. What? Go find pirates first. We'll return as nothing but bones. They're dead. Cannibals prefer fresh meat, Paul said flatly. What did he say? Su Jun asked. He means, they're already dead. Cannibals feast on the freshly killed, Wang Baozhen translated. That contemptible cur. If he won't go, I'll kill him myself, Su Jun snarled. Boss, don't act rashly. Wang Baozhen pleaded. Damn it, Wang Baozhen. Translate exactly what I say. Not a single word omitted. You'd better hear me out first. That's not easy to translate. Paul signaled to Arthur, and the two turned toward the lifeboat. Su Jun followed. Boss, let's talk reasonably. I'll negotiate with Paul again, Wang Baozhen urged. Su Jun broke into a sprint, seized Paul by the throat, and pressed a cuttlefish knife against his jugular. Arthur stepped back 2 paces and leveled his submachine gun at Su Jun. Drop the gun, or I slit his throat. Su Jun roared. Drop the gun, Paul ordered sharply. Arthur lowered his weapon. Li Shuang strode forward and relieved him of it. Baozhen, tell Paul we go to the cannibals' island to rescue our people. Paul, take us to the cannibals, Wang Baozhen relayed. All right. Su Jun shoved Paul aside. Tell him, we need weapons. Paul, we need guns. Okay. Then let's board. Let's go then. Aboard the vessel, Wang Baozhen retrieved 4 rifles from Paul's cabin, enough for each of us. Sun Dahei cradled his weapon, grinning ear to ear. Baozhen, what do you know of the cannibals? Su Jun asked. Paul shared everything he knew. The odds of success are grim, Wang Baozhen replied. Explain. What makes it so difficult? Their island lies 40 to 50 nautical miles from here. Its inhabitants are mostly Rapa Nui, descendants of Polynesians who migrated from Easter Island 2 centuries ago. 4 to 500 live there, ruled by a chieftain named Taboo, ruthless, bloodthirsty, infamous for devouring captives. Rumor has it they trade with Bad Island, receiving grain, medicine, crops, even firearms from Francis. So Francis colludes with them, Li Shuang muttered. But why supply food to cannibals? Don't they eat people? They consume only outsiders, never their own, Wang Baozhen clarified. The island is vast, mountainous, forested with lakes and primeval wilderness. As for Francis's alliance with Taboo, perhaps it stems from a shared inheritance, a hunger for blood. Paul warned us, few who land there ever leave. He respects our choice, but he and his men will remain aboard while we go ashore. This is suicide, Li Shuang muttered. Boss, you must weigh this carefully. 400 or 500 armed cannibals. Unfamiliar terrain. And we must extract living hostages. The risk is catastrophic. Then shall we simply stand by and watch them devoured? Could we negotiate? Offer terms, freedom for cooperation. Negotiation is possible, but what leverage do we hold? It's like bargaining with a lion for the flesh between its teeth, Wang Baozhen said. And unlike Francis, we possess no stores to barter. What if we claim to be emissaries of Colonel Francis? Tell Taboo those captives belong to Francis and demand their immediate release. No one speaks their tongue, not even Paul. How would we communicate? No need for words. Just bullets. Bullets for language, Sun Dahei growled. Wipe out these bastards. Seize the island. And since we lack shelter, well, the island becomes ours. Permanently. A sound plan, Su Jun said. In truth, complexity is unnecessary. Baozhen, you won't even get a word out before they shoot you down. Strike first. Annihilate them. It's justice and liberation. I agree. Sun Dahei raised his hand. We must still consider the risk, Li Shuang cautioned. Capture means flaying and being eaten. Damn it, Li Shuang. Since when have you grown so timid? Wasn't every venture perilous? Remember the fishing boat. Had we weighed risks, then none of us would be standing here today. I say we killed well. Killed our way into freedom. Boss, I only mean thorough preparation, Li Shuang replied. Baozhen, have you secured the 2 rocket launchers? Did you speak with Paul? He agreed, but warned they're ill-suited. Designed for tanks and vessels, he says. 1 round per man is wasteful. That old fool knows nothing of war, Li Shuang scoffed. 1 blast sends skulls soaring skyward. Terror itself is our weapon. Old Li's right. The launchers are our greatest advantage. This battle can be won, Su Jun affirmed. Liang, you've been quiet. What's your view? Should we invite Captain Paul to join us? What if we land on the island and he sails away? I suggested. I agree with Liang. We can't communicate with the natives, and even if we wanted to negotiate, we wouldn't be able to, Li Shuang replied. I don't believe Paul understands their language. By the way, Dahei, what did those cannibals look like when you saw them? Su Jun asked. Tall, muscular, not black, with feathers in their hair and tattoos, Sun Dahei described. How tall? Are they taller than you? Li Shuang inquired. Most of them are taller than me, Sun Dahei admitted. How tall are you, Dahei? Wang Baozhen asked. Without shoes, I'm 181 centimeters. Dahei, you're 181 centimeters, and the cannibals are taller than you. I asked, surprised. Yes, some are even more robust with thick arms and large chests, like they've been working out. There's one who resembles a Chinese person a bit, Sun Dahei said. Are all cannibals like this? Is there a mistake? Su Jun questioned. Wang Baozhen shook his head. Dahei is not wrong. They could very well be cannibals. Paul said they descend from Polynesians. Do you know where the Polynesians come from? Who knows besides you? I said. They come from China. Yes, they have Chinese ancestry, Wang Baozhen explained. Are you kidding? The cannibals are all Chinese. Have you lost your mind? Su Jun retorted. Hey, do you know the Dawenko culture and the Longshan culture? Wang Baozhen continued. They also have Japanese ancestry. Now it's Chinese and Japanese. Are you out of your mind? Li Shishuang said. Japanese people originated from Chinese people, and Polynesians are a mix of Chinese and Australians along with Southeast Asians and Native Americans, Wang Baozhen elaborated. Are all Polynesians this tall? I asked. Yes, they are among the tallest ethnic groups in the world, averaging around 180 centimeters, Wang Baozhen said. You can imagine they have a huge appetite. Without food, they must resort to cannibalism. Wow, you really know everything. By the way, Chinese people aren't that tall, Li Shishuang remarked. Chinese people were originally the same height as Polynesians, but after wars and intermarriages with various ethnic minorities, including Southeast Asians, they ended up like this, lacking distinct characteristics. It's a failure, Wang Baozhen lamented. Do the women of this Polynesian ethnicity also share that height? Li Shishuang asked. The women are also tall and well-endowed. You should have seen Polynesians on Tahiti and Easter Island, Wang Baozhen said. So those tall, voluptuous women with some Asian features on Tahiti are cannibals? Li Shishuang speculated. Wrong, only a very few are cannibals, Wang Baozhen clarified. Stop talking about races. Baozhen, why don't you talk to Paul and have him come with us to rescue the people? Su Jun suggested. All right, I'll go have a serious talk with Paul, Wang Baozhen agreed. Go on, Li Shishuang said, giving Wang Baozhen a light pat on the back. Watch your hands, Wang Baozhen grumbled as he left the room. When we get to the island, I want to capture a cannibal woman, Li Shishuang declared. Be careful she doesn't eat you, I warned. I'm not afraid. They'll pin her down and suck her breasts. Boss, what do you think about killing all the cannibal men on this island and keeping the women alive? You know what I mean. Sure, every morning we can have our breakfast that way, Sun Dahe chimed in. Old Li and I will take turns. You two are such rascals, utterly shameless, Su Jun remarked. Sun Dahe and Li Shishuang laughed heartily. 10 minutes later, Wang Baozhen returned. How did it go? Is Paul coming? I asked. Yes, he agreed. I used a bit of reverse psychology, calling him a coward, and the old man took the bait, Wang Baozhen said. He said he could only bring one rocket launcher and told us to get some rest. The boat will reach the cannibal island at night, and then we can go ashore to rescue people. Good, as long as he goes, bringing a rocket launcher is fine, Su Jun replied. Is Arthur going too? Arthur is coming, while Mike will stay on the boat, Wang Baozhen confirmed. All right, lights out, and sleep, Su Jun ordered. Boss, it's so early for lights out. Sun Dahe protested. If you can't sleep, count sheep, Su Jun replied. Can I count women instead? Sun Dahe asked. Sure. After lying down, Sun Dahe actually started counting women: 1 woman, 2 women, 3 women. How can anyone sleep with this? Li Shishuang remarked. Just thinking about women makes me think of their breasts. Sun Dahe continued. 1 breast, 2 breasts, 3 breasts. You all sleep, I'm going outside for a bit, Li Shishuang said. The world is too chaotic. In the middle of the night, the boat stopped and Paul and Arthur came in, both carrying AK-47 assault rifles. Get the hell up, Su Jun shouted. We got up, grabbing our guns and loading the magazines. Li Shishuang took the rocket launcher. We lowered the lifeboat and all boarded. 10 minutes later, the lifeboat reached shore. Paul shone a flashlight to guide the way. Fortunately, the moon was bright, making it easy to land on the island. After climbing over some rocks, we found a small path in the grass. We walked along the path for a few minutes, climbed a slope, and soon saw a thatched hut in the distance. Su Jun approached the door, gently pushed it open, and shone the flashlight inside before stepping in. It was an empty house. Paul waved for us to keep moving forward. We quickly entered the woods, walking for a few minutes before realizing the path ahead was becoming increasingly uneven. After 7 or 8 minutes, we inexplicably returned to the empty house. We tried another direction, but 5 minutes later we found ourselves back in front of the empty house again. I've figured it out. We're in a maze, Wang Baozhen said. If we change directions again, we might come back here. None of the directions work. I asked. There are 3 directions that are blocked, and 1 direction leads us back to the lifeboat, Wang Baozhen explained. It seems the woods are problematic. That small path led us in a circle back to where we started. Then let's avoid the paths, I suggested. Right, let's move forward, and after a few minutes we'll avoid the paths, Wang Baozhen called out to Paul, and then led the way. Upon entering the woods, Wang Baozhen used his knife to clear a path, pushing directly into the brush. A few minutes later we emerged from the woods and reached a ridge. Across the ridge was another thatched hut. We pushed the door open and found it empty, but there were tables, chairs, and some fruit. Paul beckoned everyone to come in and sit. What's the next step? Paul asked. Paul wants to know what our next move is, Wang Baozhen translated. We need to capture someone for interrogation, Su Jun suggested. Hey, do you smell that? There's a delicious fragrance in this house, Li Shishuang said. It seems to be coming from the fruit on the table, I replied. Not good. Wang Baozhen slapped the table, urging everyone to leave the house quickly. The thatched hut began to spin, then swayed violently like a pendulum. Yet my body remained utterly still. I tried to flee, but my feet refused to move as though time itself had frozen. Wang Baozhen crouched mid-stride, frozen in the absurd posture of a man about to bolt. Then, without warning, my legs turned boneless. My entire body collapsed onto the floor like limp noodles, yet my mind remained startlingly lucid. The scent permeating the hut was poisonous. It had clearly hijacked my nervous system, severing the harmony between thought and motion. We had walked straight into a trap. Were we to die here? Li Shishuang twisted his neck awkwardly, eyes locked on the rocket launcher, perhaps calculating how much earlier he might have obliterated this wretched hut with it. Paul's gaze burned with raw fury. The old man seemed unbearably indignant at his predicament. Then came footsteps, and torchlight flooded the interior. 8 figures entered, armed with 2 appeared to be women, tall, statuesque, clad in short skirts, their hair adorned with feathers. One stepped barefoot directly before me. Her ankles bore a tattoo, an elephant rendered with uncanny precision. Their broad-shouldered men and lithe, voluptuous women bore little resemblance to the grisly archetype of cannibals, so jarringly civilized did they seem. In moments our limbs were bound. A long sapling was threaded through our wrists and ankles. 2 captors hoisted each of us aloft with effortless ease, like piglets slung across poles, carrying us out of the hut. Their bare feet trod the raised earthen ridges of the fields. The pole trembled beneath us. Were we being borne toward a slaughterhouse? 10 minutes later, they dumped us unceremoniously into a vast thatched. The door groaned shut. A single white candle, thick as a wrist, burned steadily in silence. Su Jun's face pressed against Wang Baozhen's. Wang Baozhen's bare foot rested atop Li Shishuang's head. Only Arthur had closed his eyes. The rest stared wide. Half the candle had melted when light seeped through the crack beneath. Outside, animal cries echoed. Kukakukuk. My lips stirred. My tongue slid free. I willed my arm upward, and slowly, agonizingly, it rose past my head. Bones cracked audibly, a dry, brittle percussion. Li Shishuang shoved Wang Baozhen's foot aside. One by one we sat up. Everyone except Wang Baozhen gnawed at their restraints. Su Jun's bonds gave way first. He swiftly untied his ankles, then freed Wang Baozhen's hands and feet. Soon all of us stood unshackled, free once more. Su Jun crept to the door and peered through the narrow gap. What do you see? Wang Baozhen asked. 5 men, each holding a rifle. Will they eat us? Sun Dahe stammered. If they're cannibals and don't eat people, what precisely are they? Wang Baozhen retorted. Steamed. Or braised. Sun Dahe whispered. I'd recommend frying you whole, Li Shishuang said coolly. You'd crisp up nicely. Listen carefully, Wang Baozhen declared. Cannibals do not ordinarily consume. They only do so in times of famine, or after tribal warfare when captives are taken. Paul shook his head. His expression suggested he understood perfectly. The pirate captain disagrees with your assessment, Li Shishuang murmured. Cannibals eat us. Wang Baozhen asked Paul, who sat silent and bowed. Yes, of course, Paul replied. They exchanged further words. Long, grim deliberations centered entirely upon consumption. What did he say? Li Shishuang pressed. Paul witnessed it firsthand. Wang Baozhen coughed twice, hand over his mouth. They prefer men like us. Deem women and children too lean, too tender. Captives deemed too frail are fattened first, kept alive, fed well, until plump enough for the pot. They crave meaty flesh. I'm thin, not fat. You're fat. Eat you first, Sun Dahe insisted. Paul added they remove the male genitalia before fattening. Wang Baozhen continued. It accelerates weight gain. So eunuchs grow stout then? I asked. Possibly. I've never studied the matter, Wang Baozhen admitted. And why do they find women's and children's flesh unpalatable? Li Shishuang inquired. Simple, Su Jun interjected. Men possess dense muscle and minimal fat, ideal texture. Women carry excess adipose tissue. Their flesh would be greasy, cloying, ruinous to the palate. I'd savor a woman's thigh, Li Shishuang mused. Or her breasts, tender, succulent. Are you even human? Su Jun snapped. You're growing monstrous. Calm down, boss. I'm joking, Li Shishuang said lightly. We're already condemned. Might as well jest before the cauldron boils. If they truly intend to cook us, Wang Baozhen said, voice low and venomous, I'll petition their chieftain to begin with you. I'll watch you slide into the pot myself. Fine by me. I'll go first, Li Shishuang grinned. Consider it a hot spring soak. There's an ancient Chinese saying, since time immemorial none escape death, but let one's loyal heart illuminate the annals of history. Lu Chu Dan Xian Zhaohan Qing, I corrected softly. Wang Baozhen, what else did Paul tell you? Their method is ritualized, Wang Baozhen replied. A sacred rite, Ancestral veneration. What right? Sun Dahye blurted. Not right, ritual. They honor their forebears before feasting, Wang Baozhen clarified. They announced to 18 generations of ancestors we feast, and we remember you. Paul also said the firewood must be lit by the victim himself. I don't follow, I said. Before boiling begins, you yourself ignite the pyre with a torch, symbolically kindling the cauldron. Once flames roar, you lie down upon the earth. Next comes flaying. You are stripped of your skin. Why flay? Wouldn't roasting us whole, skin and all, yield richer flavor? Sun Dahye asked. They abhor skin, Wang Baozhen snapped. Then, the door swung open. Two bare-chested men stood, their rifles leveled at us, shouting unintelligibly. Paul addressed them in rapid guttural syllables. The armed men gestured for him to step outside. As Paul reached the threshold, he beckoned Wang Baozhen forward. The door shut behind them. Through the narrow crack, we watched as Paul and Wang Baozhen followed the armed men into the distance. I told you. Paul speaks the native tongue, Li Shuang said. What does this mean? Why are they taking them? I asked. Could it be the cannibal chieftain wishes to negotiate with us? Su Jun ventured. Negotiation would be ideal. So long as they don't eat us, we'll do anything they ask, Li Shuang replied. I'm starving. When will they bring us food? Sun Dahye demanded. You still think about eating? Fatten you up first, then slaughter you whole, Su Jun retorted. I'd rather be back aboard the fishing vessel, Sun Dahye muttered. Stop your whining. It's grating on everyone's nerves, Li Shuang said, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Su Jun peered through the crack. Only two of them are guarding us, and neither carries a firearm. Then lure them inside, and kill them both, Sun Dahye suggested. Paul's returning, Su Jun announced. He's back too soon. That bodes ill. The door opened again. Wang Baozhen stepped in alone, no captor behind him. Did their chieftain summon you for negotiations? Su Jun asked. Wang Baozhen's expression was grave. Yes, we spoke. The chieftain proved surprisingly cordial. Yet he declared that our unauthorized landing upon his island constituted a grave affront to his sovereignty, and thus two of us must be sacrificed, consumed by his people. In return, the rest of us would be released, unharmed. 2 people to be eaten, and cordial. Li Shuang scoffed. Well, if they insist on devouring 2, let it be Paul and Arthur. The chieftain has already chosen his victims, Wang Baozhen said flatly. Sun Dahye, and you, Li Shuang. He says your physiques are robust, your musculature dense. Ideal for the palate. Has the chieftain even seen them? Su Jun asked. Our leader is equally well built. Why wasn't he selected? Are you fabricating this? Li Shuang challenged. Because you two look least like men of virtue, Wang Baozhen replied. I refuse to be eaten. Sun Dahye stammered. Baozhen, are you telling the... I pressed. Or is all this sheer fabrication? Wang Baozhen burst into laughter. Let me deliver some welcome news. We are free. Free. They won't devour us after all. What in heaven's name is happening? Su Jun exclaimed. We landed on the wrong island, Wang Baozhen said, glancing at Paul. Paul misread the charts. This is not the cannibals' domain. It is Sosa'a Island, home to a Polynesian tribe led by Chief Gigi, a man of remarkable kindness and hospitality. Ah, so that's it. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Sun Dahye breathed. Li Shuang peered toward the doorway. It seems true. The guards have vanished. Let's visit their village, Wang Baozhen said. Chief Gigi promised us a surprise. What kind of surprise? You'll discover it soon enough, he replied with a knowing smile. Don't tell me. He's planning to assign each of us a voluptuous island woman. Li Shuang quipped. By heavens, you've guessed it. Chief Gigi did express precisely that intention. The lecherous grin on your face tells me it's pure fantasy, Li Shuang shot back. Paul and Arthur are already gone. We hurried outside and caught up with Paul. Climbing the hillside, figures waved to us from the edge of the distant dwellings. It's Yang Jin and I, and Lao Yin. Li Shuang cried. Su Jun scolded. But weren't they abducted by cannibals? No, they were brought here willingly by... Sun Dahye sprinted ahead. There stood Yang Jin, Ni Guanhong Lao, Yin Xiao Duya Xia Xiaowei, Qin Xiaowei Deng Jiachuan, and even the marine iguana. Not one was missing. Reunions unfolded in jubilant embrace. Inside a thatched hut, Lao Yin busied himself carving thick slices of meat with his knife. Lao Yin, what kind of meat is this? I asked. Venison, he answered. Xia Xiaowei settled beside me. Brother Yuliang, I feared I'd never see you again. Su Jun, where did you 3 go? And where is Wang Qian? Where are the other 2? Lao Yin asked. Baozhen, you explain it, Su Jun said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Wang Baozhen recounted the sequence: boarding the yacht, falling unconscious under mysterious sedation, encountering Paul, landing on Bat Island, where Wang Qian, Ning Qingqing, and Huasiki had been taken hostage. The island's ruler demanded proof of our loyalty, the severed heads of pirates, before releasing the 3 women. Lao Yin and the others listened in grim silence, hearts tightening with dread for the captives. Rest assured, Su Jun declared, once the pirates are eradicated, we'll bring them home. Su Jun, this island is splendid, Lao Yan said. Chief Gigi has invited us to settle here permanently. Then let's stay, Sun Dahe declared. I love this place. Wang Baojun carved another slice of venison. Yet peace here is fragile. 40 nautical miles east lies the cannibals' island. Their raids are frequent. Gigi welcomes us not out of mere generosity, but because every new pair of hands strengthens his defense. What then? Can we repel them, if they come? Yangjin and I asked. Or should we seek refuge elsewhere? We need not fear them, Li Shuang said, gripping his rifle. We possess firearms and artillery. Let them dare approach. A complication arises, Wang Baojun interjected. Su Jun, Yuliang, Paul, Arthur, Sun Dahe. We must sail to confront the pirates. If we remain, the cannibals pose no threat. But once we depart, our absence leaves this island perilously exposed. This island is naturally defensible, hard to assault, easy to hold, Chen Xiaowei observed. If we stand guard until your return, victory is ours. How many inhabitants dwell here? I asked. Fewer than 200, including elders and children, Guanhong estimated. But how many dwell on the cannibals' island? 500 or 600, Wang Baojun replied. And firearms? How many weapons does the tribe possess? I saw only 3 men carrying rifles. Old battered things, Deng Jiachuan said. 3 rifles. Scarcely enough, Li Shuang remarked. Still better than none, Wang Baojun countered. We may leave 2 behind when we depart. Best to eradicate those inhuman beasts entirely, Guanhong said coldly. Indeed, wipe them clean from the earth. Then no shadow remains, Chen Xiaowei added. When we return, Su Jun said, voice low and resolute, we march upon their island, and in them. The moment you return will likely have been devoured by cannibals, Guanhong said. Then why not attack the cannibals now? No, we can't. Wang Qianing, Chengcheng, and Huasiki are still waiting for us, Su Jun replied. Chief Gigi has arrived, Yang Zhen and I announced. An elderly man entered leaning on a gnarled cane. His head bore a crown of iridescent feathers, his skin was deeply bronzed. 2 broad-shouldered warriors followed him, their own heads likewise adorned with plumes. Once inside, Chief Gigi spoke in rapid guttural syllables. Paul translated his words into English, Wang Baojun, then rendered them into Mandarin. The chief welcomes us, the Chinese people, to this island, Wang Baojun reported. He says China is a formidable nation. He also pledges to help us build dwellings so we may settle here in peace and safety. He's a chief, not an old man, Yangjin and I corrected. Ask him what's happening with the cannibals, Guanhong urged. Wang Baojun conveyed the question. Upon hearing it, the chief trembled visibly, his voice rising with agitation. He says there are over 200 cannibals, Wang Baojun relayed. Among them are several dozen white men, vile parasites who refuse to labor, raid our fishing vessels for catch, and sometimes abduct our people, murdering them, devouring them. He paused. So it seems the cannibal force is far smaller than Captain Paul claimed. 500 or 600. Do those white men also partake in cannibalism? Yangjin and I asked. They do, Wang Baojun confirmed. These savages are utterly intolerable, Li Shuang declared. They are not merely oppressive. They are demons incarnate, Chen Xiaowei retorted. With only 200 strong, they're ripe for annihilation. Let us strike now. Eradicate them utterly before they fester further. Precisely, Guanhong added. Let's act while Su Jun and the others remain. Once he sets sail, who knows when he'll return? Chief Wang Baojun said, turning to Su Jun, I believe we should proceed. We possess over a dozen rifles, hand grenades, and even rocket launchers. A decisive assault may not exterminate them entirely, but it will cripple them gravely, deterring future incursions. Exactly, Deng Jiachuan affirmed. I'll consult Captain Paul first. He must consent, Wang Baojun said, and promptly conveyed the group's resolve to the captain. Paul shook his head emphatically. He refused outright, insisting they had already lost too much time. Only after subduing the pirate baster would they turn their attention to the cannibals. Just then a young Polynesian man burst into the hut, breathless and wide-eyed, clearly bearing dire news. Wang Baojun translated Paul's summary. 5 cannibals have landed on the island and abducted a young woman. Then let's fight them. Kill these wretched dogs. Sun Dahe roared. Agreed, Su Jun said. Chief Gigi returned our firearms. Captain Paul, the chief himself, and the women remained behind to guard the settlement. Several young Polynesians led us toward the cannibals' position. After sprinting several hundred meters, we spotted them atop a distant ridge, 5 figures dragging a woman between them. Open fire. They're about to vanish into the woods. Li Shuang urged. No, we risk hitting her, Su Jun countered. We plunged into the forest, emerging moments later, only to find the cannibals gone without trace. They're crouched behind that boulder, Chen Xiaowei observed. A gunshot cracked, then another from behind the stone. Down now, Wang Baojun shouted. We dropped flat, hearts hammering. Su Jun crawled beside me. You Yu Liang, you served in the military. How do we fight this? Give me a moment. I'm thinking, I said. Yes, we need flanking maneuver. Someone must circle behind them. Encircle them completely. Excellent. Explain it to the natives. They'll know the terrain, Su Jun said. I summoned 2 Polynesian youths sketching swiftly with pebbles and twigs on the damp earth. They grasped the plan instantly. I'll go with you, Yu Liang, Li Shishuang volunteered. So will I, Su Jun added. And me, Sun Dahe declared. Crouching low, we followed the Polynesians over a low rise. Within 2 minutes, we'd circled behind the cannibals, no more than 100 meters away. I'll take the shot, Li Shishuang whispered, eyes alight. 3 down. I'll leave the rest to you. No, I'll take 3, Sun Dahe insisted. Silence, both of you, I commanded. Only I will fire. Your aim is reckless. You might strike the girl. You're right, Su Jun affirmed. Only Yu Liang shoots. I braced my Type 56 submachine gun against a granite outcrop, sighting carefully on the rear heart of the outermost cannibal. Headshot him, Yu Liang. Li Shishuang urged. Aim for the leg. Sun Dahe countered. I turned stern. Enough chatter. I'm lining up the shot. All right. All right. We're quiet, Li Shishuang relented. I drew a slow, deep breath, held it, aligned sight front post and target in perfect triangulation, and squeezed the trigger. The report echoed sharply. The cannibal crumpled backward off the boulder, tumbling lifeless down the slope. Brilliant. 1 shot, 1 kill. The remaining 4 whirled in panic, scanning the tree behind them. Yu Liang, fire again, Su Jun ordered. I tapped the trigger once more. A second round struck the next man squarely in the upper back. The remaining 3 sensed doom. They abandoned the woman and scattered, vanishing into the undergrowth. Our chance, now? Li Shishuang cried. Charge. Not one shall escape, Su Jun vowed. Su Jun and Wang Baojun gave chase to one. Sun Dahe bolted after another. I, with the 2 Polynesian youths, pursued the third. 50 meters and I fired, and hit his thigh. I closed in. He lay curled, clutching his wound, groaning in agony. Gunfire erupted elsewhere. Li Shishuang rifle raised, unleashed controlled bursts. 1 cannibal fell. Li rushed forward and delivered finishing shots at point-blank range. When I reached him, the man's skull was shattered beyond recognition. Li, conserve your ammunition. Su Jun snapped. It wasn't satisfying at all, Li Shishuang shrugged. Hardly got to shoot, just dropped dead. Keep your muzzle elevated, not pointed at anyone, I said, glancing around. What of the last? He fled into the woods. Sun Dahe's on his heels, Su Jun replied. We'll support him, I said. We plunged into the thicket, tracking the sporadic reports of gunfire, then scrambled up the slope once more. Dahe's at the summit, Su Jun panted. We crested the ridge, lungs burning, only to find Sun Dahe standing atop a boulder, cursing bitterly, rifle slung across his back. Where is he? I asked. That beast tumbled down. Over the edge, he growled. I peered over. There below, the cannibal leapt from jagged reef onto a speedboat bobbing offshore. Why didn't you fire? Su Jun demanded. My magazine was empty, Sun Dahe admitted. You couldn't have hit him anyway, Li Shishuang muttered. I leapt down, repositioned my weapon, and aimed steadily at the fleeing figure aboard the boat. Yu Liang, don't let him escape, Su Jun urged. I pulled the trigger, but the round struck water. Frustrated, I depressed the trigger, fully unleashing a torrent of fire. I had underestimated him. He veered the craft in sharp serpentine arcs, dodging every bullet. When my magazine emptied, both man and vessel remained unscathed. I cast the spent weapon aside and seized Su Jun's rifle. Fire quickly, he pressed. I aimed again, but the boat was receding, shrinking into the distance. My subsequent burst struck only the sea. I rose slowly, shook my head, and exhaled a long, weary sigh. The devil got away. We had not yet emerged from the forest when the thunderous beat of drums echoed ahead. Word of our arrival had already reached Chief Gigi. 2 Polynesian men carried the wounded cannibal on a wooden pole. Behind them, we marched forward resolutely, rifles slung across our shoulders. Li Shuang shouted cadences with military precision. Left, right, left, left, right, left. 1, 2, 3, 4. You there? Yes, you Dahe, your stride is off. Suddenly, I felt the familiar surge of discipline, the ghost of my days in uniform, lacking only the rousing chorus of a marching song. You're the one giving commands back there, Li Shuang called out. Why aren't you shouting louder? Enough is enough, I replied. Women clad in vibrant kaleidoscopic garments danced along both sides of the path to welcome us. Chief Gigi himself presented each of us with a bowl of fermented palm wine and a plump roasted chicken leg. Amidst laughter and song, feasting on tender meat and sipping rich wine, while watching the women's hypnotic dance, every face glowed with unrestrained joy. Li Shuang took a hearty bite of his chicken leg. Yu Liang, I swear, I've lived 30-odd years, but today for the first time, I truly feel human. It's absolutely exhilarating. So you weren't human before, I said, raising my bowl in a quiet toast. Before, I was nothing but a mangy stray dog begging scraps. People shunned me, and even I couldn't stand myself. Now I'm Li Shuang, the man that forced the talent. Xia Xiaorui dashed over, eyes sparkling. Big brother Yuliang, you're incredible. I heard you killed 2 cannibals. Li Shuang draped an arm over my shoulder. Little beauty, guess how many I dropped? You killed 1, she said, then added, you're impressive too, but De Xiong's aim is by far the worst. Sun Dabiai staggered up, swaying unsteadily. I heard someone badmouthing me. He pointed accusingly at Xia Xiaorui. Let me tell you, cannibals flee at the sight of me faster than rabbits. Faster even than my own bullets, so naturally I missed. You're just boasting, she retorted. Wang Baozhen approached and tugged gently at my sleeve. Yuliang, come with me for a moment. Baozhen, what new scheme are you hatching? Li Shuang warned. Yuliang, keep your distance from this schemer. Go play elsewhere, Wang Baozhen said dismissively. He led me beneath a broadleaf tree. Yuliang, tonight holds a special performance. What kind of performance? The chief has arranged companions for us. Several widows, all strikingly beautiful, he murmured. What do you mean? Does Deng Jiachuan actually understand the chief's language? He's clever. He found himself a widow who became his confidant, and she told him everything. Why so many widows? Many men have been devoured by cannibals. These women endure profound sorrow. On this island, women outnumber men drastically. Some men even share domestic life with 2 wives. That sounds like good fortune for Sun Dabiai and Li Shuang at least. As for me, I'll pass. You're still thinking of Ning Changqing. Damn, you're devoted. Yes, I wonder where she is now. I worry constantly. Life or death, it's fate. Worry changes nothing. By the way, Su Jun mentioned that we killed several cannibals, and 1 escaped. Once word spreads across the island, won't they retaliate en masse? They almost certainly will, I said. Could they strike tonight? We can't be sure. Look at Chief Gigi and his people, laughing, dancing, drinking, without a trace of anxiety. I'll speak with Paul later. They're all half drunk already. If the cannibals land under cover of night, we'll be caught utterly unprepared. A sudden commotion broke out, sharp, rhythmic cracks of a whip slicing the air. I turned to see a crowd gathered beneath the towering banyan. Wang Baozhen and I pushed through. There, bound to the trunk, hung the captured cannibal, a compact, powerfully built man with deep ebony skin glaring defiantly at his tormentor. The woman wielding the whip struck again and again until her arms grew weary. Then another stepped forward, taking up the lash. Soon his torso was a tapestry of raw, bleeding welts. An elderly woman seized a smooth river stone and began hammering his teeth. Blood gushed from his mouth as molars shattered and fell. It's brutal, I whispered. Brutal? No, you misunderstand entirely, Yuliang. These are flesh-eating beasts, not men. This treatment is restraint itself, civilized even. A Polynesian man strode forward, knife gleaming. With a single tremor of his wrist, he drove the blade 2 inches into the captive's abdomen, then dragged it downward in one fluid, ghastly motion. The belly split open, a viscera spilled onto the earth. The cannibal stared down at his own entrails, howling, writhing, voice raw with agony. A woman seized the steaming coils, flung them onto the dirt, and ground them underfoot. Then the knife wielder raised his blade once more, stabbing repeatedly into the captive's chest until flesh and bone dissolved into ruin. See that? Wang Baozhen murmured. That's not cruelty. That's vengeance carved in blood. I begin to comprehend it, I said quietly. To lose kin, to watch them torn apart, consumed. What kind of soul could do such a thing? Were they driven by starvation? No, they're not starving, they're addicted. Like vampires, like opium addicts, human flesh isn't sustenance. It's obsession. Withdrawal leaves them feverish, trembling, desperate. The entire island may well be addicted. Then I remembered Bad Island. Emilia and Isabella, lips stained crimson, faces alight with transcendent ecstasy as they drank. My own skin prickled with goose flesh. Night fell softly. Firelight bathed the revelers' faces in amber and gold. The island remained lost in its ecstatic trance. Xia Xiaorui seized my hand and pulled me into the circle. Men and women formed a whirling ring around us, chanting low, resonant cries of joy. Seizing a fleeting opening, I slipped free. Drums pulsed anew. Chief Gigi advanced, flanked by 8 statuesque women, bare-breasted, draped in woven grass skirts, 2 taller than I. They lined up before us and began to dance. Sun Dabiai's jaw hung slack. Listen carefully, Wang Baozhen announced. Choose the woman who moves you. Step forward and invite her to dance. If the spark catches, she'll lead you home, and you'll spend the night beneath her roof. Damn, this is real, Li Shuang exclaimed. Dance well. Grace wins hearts, Wang Baozhen urged. Yuliang, don't hesitate. Go. Hesitating only a breath, I felt a firm, warm hand seize mine, pulling me into the rhythm. Over my shoulder, I glimpsed Su Jun patting his backside and sauntering away. It's only dancing, I thought. As long as I don't follow her home, no harm done. Sun Dabi gyrated wildly, his movements absurdly comical. Li Shuang's hands rested boldly on his partner's waist, grinning ear to ear. The woman before me swayed with hypnotic grace, her full breasts rising and falling, her gaze deep and melancholy, yet flickering with sudden incandescent heat, igniting my nerves, setting my blood aflame. She drew me nearer, not pulling me roughly, but guiding me with subtle, irresistible intent. I meant to resist, until I met her eyes, clear, profound, untouched by guile, and in that instant my resolve crumbled. Her gaze reminded me achingly of Ning Qingqing's, so pure, so piercing. Yet before the memory fully surfaced, she had already become her, and I was lost in the present. Dancers rotated partners fluidly. The woman facing me stood a head taller, her smile, dazzling, her charm undeniable, yet I turned my face aside. The woman who danced with me moments before now swirled before Wang Baozhen, radiant, uninhibited, ablaze with life. The drumming ceased. Sun Dahe and Li Shuangshi departed with several women, and even Xiao Duya took one away. A tall woman reached for my hand, while I waved her off. She left disappointed. My gaze searched for the woman who had danced earlier. I spotted her entering the woods with two others, and pursued them. But once inside, they vanished without a trace. Back in the thatched hut, only Su Jun remained carving wood with a small knife. "You're back already, Yuliang?" he asked, not looking up. "Hell, how did you know it was me?" I was startled. He hadn't lifted his head since I'd entered. He raised his eyes, placing the carving on his thigh. "Your footsteps, and your breath, are unlike anyone else's." "How so?" "You recognized me just by sound. Do you have some kind of supernatural gift?" "If I did, would I still be out at sea hauling fish?" "I guessed it was you, because I know your step." He held the carving up to the candlelight. "After living together long enough, each man develops a distinct presence, his scent, his rhythm." Sun Dahe's tread is heavy. He pushes the door harder than you do. "Tell me, Yuliang, can you guess someone else's movements just from listening?" "Go on. Just now, suppose it wasn't you. Suppose it was another man arriving at this very hour. You hear light footsteps approaching, then silence at the threshold. He doesn't rush to open the door. A pause passes. Then, creak, the door groans open just a crack. He peers inside first, then enters fully. Who is it? Li Shuangshi. You think so? It feels like him. If you think it's him, then it must be, Su Jun said. From the way you say that, it isn't. Pay closer attention next time. He turned the carving in his hands. What do you think of this? You carved a sheep. Look again. A bird. What kind of bird? A seagull? No, this is an eagle. An eagle. Now that you say it, yes, it does resemble one. Yuliang, you're a strange man. In what way? I carved an owl. Brother, my mind's simple. I'm utterly bewildered now. You're anything but simple. Today your marksmanship stunned me. Dead center, every shot. Impressive. You flatter me. I aimed for the man's back, not his head. The rifle wasn't sighted properly, the scope was off. All our weapons need zeroing. Though honestly, it hardly matters. I noticed none of you even glanced through the sights. Oh, we'll drill the men soon. Otherwise we're wasting precious ammunition. Su Jun paused. Yuliang, do you think the cannibals will come tomorrow? They likely will. We killed 4 of them. Survivors surely carried word back. It seems we'll remain here for now. Paul agreed. We'll stay 2 days. Su Jun added, but if they don't appear tomorrow or the day after, I'll grow anxious about Ning Qingqing and the others. So will I. We'll wait those 2 days. But if we're forced to assault their island, we'll be at a grave disadvantage. Exactly my fear. Something puzzles me, brother, with the cannibals possibly landing tomorrow. Why is the chief dancing and drinking as though unconcerned? Baozhen told me their people express joy through dance, and killing so many cannibals has filled them with elation. This place is good. If Wang Qian, Ning Qingqing, and the third woman return safely, perhaps we could settle here in peace. Of course, only after eradicating the cannibals entirely. Yes, it's a hospitable land, unspoiled and sincere. Then it's settled. Rest well. At dawn I awoke to find someone beside me. Not Su Jun, but Mike. I brushed dust from my trousers and opened the door to see Wang Baozhen staggering toward us. Alone. Where are the others? Yuliang, why are you back so early? I slept here last night. How did you fare? Oh, don't ask. The woman refused me. Why? She scorned me. Enough of that. Have you eaten? What did she scorn you for? Why so many questions? I'm starving. Feed me first. By the way, the cannibals may land today. Shouldn't we prepare for battle? No need. The chief says sentries stand watch atop every cliff, north, south, east, west. At the first sign of a cannibal vessel, they'll sound the alarm. We'll have ample time. Then I'm relieved. Wang Baozhen entered the hut and scanned the room. No food, not even breakfast. And they expect us to stay. Damn it all. Deng Jiachuan stepped in. No food. Come eat at my place. At your place. You've already set up a home here. Indeed, I had one the moment I landed. Let's go. Bring the chief. Su Jun sat up, rubbed his eyes, stretched. Fine, I'll join you. We walked less than 2 minutes before spotting a thatched cottage beside the forest, smoke curling from its roof. A girl of 7 or 8 sat at the doorway. Seeing us approach, she darted inside. That's my daughter, Deng Jiachuan said. Damn, you've got a child that age already. Deng Jiachuan smiled. Thanks to Chief Ji's enlightened policies. Remarkable. Just days apart, and you've transformed. Truly accomplished. Inside, 5 children sat in a row gazing at us. A woman in her 30s bustled about the kitchen. All yours? Su Jun asked. All 5 daughters, Deng Jiachuan replied. 5 golden blossoms. What fortune? Wang Baozhen exclaimed. The woman stood tall and broad-shouldered, taller even than Deng Jiachuan. She gestured us to the table. A black iron pot rested at its center alongside several dark wooden bowls. Have the children eaten? Su Jun asked. They have. Then let's begin. Deng Jiachuan served each of us a bowl of thick dark broth, earthy, viscous, faintly nutty. Try it, it's delicious. Tapped from the trees. Tastes like sesame paste. I sipped, and indeed rich sesame notes bloomed on my tongue. Then the woman brought forth a large bowl filled with pale loaf-shaped morsels. I'd tasted them the night before, soft, slightly sweet with the dense crumb of bread. Chief, what is this? Wang Baozhen asked. Breadfruit, from the breadfruit tree. Truly impressive. You identified it without even tasting. Enough flattery, Deng Jiachuan interjected. The chief ate plenty yesterday. Jiachuan, how did this woman take a liking to you? Brother Baozhen, last night I saw a tall woman lead you home. Yet here you are out so early, and no meal offered. What happened? Oh, forget it. Just drop it. Let's eat. I'm famished. Su Jun pushed Wang Baozhen's hand aside. Explain, fully, or there'll be no meal for you. Chief, is this a joke? What joke? Speak clearly, or convincingly, or that bowl stays where it is. Su Jun slid Wang Baozhen's wooden bowl aside. Brother, does that sound satisfactory to you? Wang Baozhen asked. I don't understand. You understand perfectly well. Just speak plainly. Su Jun lifted his bowl and took a sip. This meal truly is delicious. Excellent. Wang Baozhen sighed. Here's how it happened. The woman was splendid. Everything one could wish for: shapely hips, a slender waist. The moment the drumming ceased last night, I knew something momentous was about to unfold. Damn your grandmother's ample backside. Get to the point. Su Jun snapped. What momentous event are you blathering about? The instant the drums fell silent, she seized my hand, so urgently, so feverishly, that I felt as though she were lifting me off the ground, carrying me skyward. In that very instant, a pair of names flashed through my mind. Not a song, but 2 souls, Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. He glanced at Su Jun. To cut a long story short, I entered her hut and climbed onto her bed. Hold on, I interjected. A bed? There's a proper bed here. Wang Baozhen slapped the table. Ah, brother Yuliang, you're clearly undereducated. Very well, no bed. A table. Indeed, a table. She was so impatient, so single-minded in her intent that she pressed me down upon it, stripped off my clothes, yanked down my trousers, and proceeded without delay. When it was over, I collapsed atop the table and slept. At dawn, I awoke to find her still slumbering, and no breakfast in sight. So I ventured out in search of food just as Yuliang emerged from his hut, and thus we found ourselves here feasting on breadfruit. Su Jun frowned. Unsatisfactory. How precisely did she bring you to climax? Be specific. How? Wang Baozhen drew a sharp breath. With her hands. Of course, with her hands. She labored at it for quite some time. And then, my younger brother. Well, he simply refused to rise to the occasion. He didn't stiffen. I asked. He did stiffen. Wang Baozhen slammed his palm against the table. Then did she take him inside? I pressed. No, she did not. Too small. Too slender. I asked. He turned to noodles. But if he stiffened, how could he turn to noodles? He did stiffen, but at the wrong moment. It happened during the dance. Then stiffen again. I said. I thought the same. But this girl was impossibly hasty, her motions frantic, like twisting rope by hand. My skin rubbed raw. Su Jun burst out laughing. You wretched dog, you're lying through your teeth. Brother, you've wronged me. Every word is true. My poor younger brother suffered grievous injury. This morning walking felt like waddling. My legs moved sideways like a crab's. As he swayed his body to demonstrate, Su Jun, still holding his bowl, spewed rice straight into Wang Baozhen's face. I laughed aloud. Brother Baozhen, you are truly a master among men. Wang Baozhen wiped his face with his sleeve. Brother, are you satisfied now? Not yet. Continue. Wang Baozhen pressed his palms to his temples. Where was I? You'd reached the rope twisting, Deng Jiachuan reminded him. Right, the rope twisting. She twisted and twisted, driving me to the brink of oblivion. Her strength was astonishing. I thought, Is this how my life ends? At her hands. And then, I asked. She blew on me. There, with her mouth. Think about it, the skin was already abraded. Who knows what she'd eaten the night before? Salt surely, perhaps too much. Or perhaps living so long by the sea had made even her saliva briny. The pain was excruciating, searing, piercing. I rested her jaw open with all my might. He shuddered violently as he spoke. Go on, Su-jun urged. I endured unspeakable torment. Others feel only pleasure, one syllable pure delight. I felt only anguish, a single crushing character. Afterwards she clenched her teeth, climbed into bed, and fell asleep, while I remained sprawled across the table. At dawn I heard rustling from the bed. Panicked, I fumbled to pull up my trousers and fled. You spent the entire night with your trousers undone? Deng Jiachuan asked. Exactly. I couldn't fasten them. I needed to air out the salt. Su-jun roared with laughter. Deng Jiachuan and I joined him. Eat, Su-jun said, pushing his bowl toward Wang Baozhen. Wang Baozhen swallowed a mouthful of rice, then turned to me. Yuliang, you must be cautious. The women here possess extraordinary passion. I'm unafraid. I am no embroidery needle, I replied. Jiachuan, tell us about your woman, Su-jun said. How did the two of you come together? Brother, it began on our first day ashore. Chief Gigi arranged it just as before, drumming, dancing. First, Old Yin and Lung Bo were led away by women. I was left standing alone, abandoned. I assumed they'd rejected me for my stature. As I prepared to withdraw, she appeared before me. Deng Jiachuan glanced at the woman seated quietly beside the table. I thought, this chance must not slip away. I seized her hand instantly, and she led me home. And what followed? Su-jun asked. She heated water for my bath, then bathed herself. Then we lay together, making love until dawn broke. Su-jun raised a thumb in admiration. Remarkable. I noticed the children gazing raptly at the breadfruit in my hand. Have they not eaten? No matter. Eat first, Deng Jiachuan said. Call the children over. Let them eat, Su-jun instructed. The girls knelt along the edge of the table, each delicate, radiant, utterly charming. Su-jun divided the breadfruit among them. Do you intend to build a life with her? Wang Baozhen asked. Yes, I never imagined it. Never dreamed across 10,000 li I would find a woman and a home. I never imagined it, either, Wang Baozhen murmured. Tragic. Su-jun smiled faintly. Who told you to rush like a monkey? I saw Xiao Dia lead a woman away last night, I said. Can his slender frame possibly endure? That boy is formidable. Don't underestimate him, Su-jun replied. I haven't seen Lung Bo all day, or Old Yin for that matter. He's married and forgotten his father, Wang Baozhen quipped. Old Yin and Lung Bo both surfaced briefly, then vanished without trace. Baozhen, Yuliang, gather the brothers shortly. We'll soon go to war. Time to train with our rifles, Su-jun said. After the meal, Deng Jiachuan accompanied me house to deliver the summons. Passing a thatched hut, I glimpsed the woman who danced with me the previous night, washing clothes by the riverbank. Does she have a husband? I asked. She has none. Her name is Ima, truly beautiful. Brother Yuliang, speak with her. I'll notify Lung Bo and the others. I'll return for you shortly. Very well, I'll wait. Deng Jiachuan departed. I approached the riverbank. By daylight she seemed even more exquisite, serene, dignified. Merely 2 glances and I was entranced, drawn to her as iron to magnetism. Ima lifted her gaze, met mine briefly, and returned to her washing. I stood speechless. Even had I spoken, she would not have understood. When she finished, she rose, balanced the wooden tub upon her hip, and walked home. I followed silently, step by step, until she reached the threshold of her hut. She stepped inside and closed the door. I halted before it, hand hovering, uncertain whether to knock. Money for grain, someone shouted from behind me. I turned to see Lao Yin, Deng Jiachuan, and Wang Baozhen approaching. Is there a beauty inside? Wang Baozhen inquired. No, I just wanted to take a stroll, I replied. Let's go find Lung Bo, Lao Yin suggested. I followed them around a hill where a small stream trickled down, gurgling over the stones, creating a crisp and melodious sound. The scenery here is quite nice, Wang Baozhen remarked. Lung Bo lives in the thatched cottage up ahead, Deng Jiachuan informed us. I wonder what kind of woman he's looking for, I mused. He has good taste, the women he finds are beautiful and well-built, Lao Yin chuckled. In front of the thatched cottage stood a large bird resembling an ostrich. Upon seeing us, it squawked loudly and turned its back to us, presenting an unflattering posture. An elderly woman emerged from the cottage holding a large bamboo basket. She appeared to be in her 50s, dark and plump. After a moment's pause upon seeing us, she retreated back inside. He went to call Lung Bo, Deng Jiachuan said. Is that Lung Bo's mother-in-law? Wang Baozhen asked. That's his wife, Deng Jiachuan clarified. Wang Baozhen's jaw dropped. This kid has quite the taste. How does he even manage? I commented. After my remark, Wang Baozhen glanced at me. You can if you want. I meant to say he could use a fork, I chuckled. Same meaning, Wang Baozhen replied. Can't blame him, it's dark and he's in a hurry, Lao Yin said. That old woman. He's actually carrying her. How many kids does she have? Wang Baozhen asked. 7 children, Deng Jiachuan answered. Not too many, Lao Yin stated. Can he swap her out? Wang Baozhen queried. He can't, but he can find another as long as there's a younger woman willing to be with him, Deng Jiachuan explained. Lung Bo said he was tricked by a woman who at night it's hard to see and women wear makeup. I can't believe it, they say cities have tricks, and even this primitive tribe has its own schemes, Wang Baozhen said. Here young men are quite the hot commodity, Lao Yin remarked. Lao Yin, where's your wife? I asked. My wife is young, not yet 19, Lao Yin replied. She's still a virgin. Wow, you old fellow are impressive, Wang Baozhen said. Where's Lung Bo? Why hasn't he come out yet? Yeah, what's taking him so long? I echoed. Maybe he's shy, he's a proud one, Lao Yin suggested. I'll go call him, Deng Jiachuan said. Deng Jiachuan entered the thatched cottage and returned a moment later still alone. What's going on? Doesn't he want to come out? I asked. He's at the back of the house, Deng Jiachuan responded. We walked around to the back and saw a figure sitting on a large rock fishing in the distance. Is that Lung Bo? Lao Yin asked. Not him, who else would it be? Deng Jiachuan replied. This kid just fishes when he has nothing else to do, he was here yesterday too. I can understand his feelings, Wang Baozhen said. As we approached, Lung Bo greeted us with a smile. You're living the good life, I remarked. I'm treating you to grilled fish, Lung Bo offered. Have you seen my wife? I glanced at the bucket beside him and noticed 2 small fish inside. Your wife is quite impressive, sturdy with a large backside. She can bear children, Wang Baozhen commented. Stop joking, my luck is terrible, Lung Bo replied. Lung Bo, I don't get it. The water here is shallow, just barely above the stones. Deng Jiachuan pointed out the stream upstream, where there was a small pool filled with larger fish. Why do you come here to fish? Are you hoping to catch gold? Do you see the woman across the way? Lung Bo asked. I looked over to see a young woman weaving rattan by the thatched cottage. Are you interested in her? Lao Yin inquired. She's young and has only 1 child, Lung Bo responded. Got it, you're trying to win her over. You think fishing here will help you reel her in? Lao Yin teased. She's been glancing my way today, she's already intrigued. I believe if I come back tomorrow to fish my chances will be good, Lung Bo said. You really are patient, stop fishing, the boss is calling us for a meeting, Deng Jiachuan said. On the way back we encountered several elderly women whose gazes were bold and unreserved, sizing us up. One old woman even held on to Deng Jiachuan's hand, refusing to let go. As he struggled to free himself, it looked like, without help, he might be overwhelmed by these older women. We rushed over to assist, only to find another woman wrapping her arms around Wang Baozhen's waist, while another tried to trip me with her foot. We quickly subdued the elderly women. They yelled at us in a jumble of words, and one woman barely able to. I shall answer you, young lady, Wang Baozhen said, his expression gentle and affable. The ancient state of Yelong was a small kingdom established by ethnic minorities in China's southwestern region. Once an envoy from the Han dynasty paid a visit. The sovereign of Yelong asked the envoy, which is greater, the Han Empire or my glorious Yelong? This anecdote gave rise to one of China's most enduring idioms, Yelong Zita, Yelong's arrogance, a phrase denoting absurd self-importance. Not long thereafter, Yelong was swiftly annexed by the Han. What does Yi Ba Si Lang, the man who marries 8 wives in one night, have to do with Yelong? Xia Xiaorui asked. You seem to be speaking of 2 entirely different matters. You're quite the diligent student, Wang Baozhen replied with a smile. Well then, how shall I put it? How exactly shall you put it? Xia Xiaorui pressed. It is said, Wang Baozhen declared, that the king of Yelong took 8 brides in a single night. Yes, 8. And thus earned the sardonic epithet, the man who marries 8 wives in one night. I see, Xia Xiaorui murmured. Ladies, please step outside. We are about to hold a meeting, Su Jun announced. What kind of meeting? We want to listen to, Guanhong insisted. This concerns the cannibals, not women's affairs. Kindly withdraw, Su Jun said firmly. The women left the room. It seems the cannibals won't come today, Li Shuang said. They may not come today, but tomorrow they might. We must remain perpetually prepared for battle, Su Jun replied. Everyone must practice rifle drills. You'll be instructed by Jiang Chun. Pay close attention. No need to practice. I train every night. Half the night without fail. I can hit the mark blindfolded. Truly, I need only half a meter, one hand on the thigh, one swift motion, and I'm perfectly aligned. You claim second place in boasting. Then no one dares claim first, Lung Bo retorted. Chief, why don't you find yourself a companion? Even casual dalliance has its merits, Deng Jiachuan suggested. The tender embrace of beauty, what becomes of the hero? Su Jun scratched the back of his head. Baozhen, what's the rest of that line? Is it the hero's grave? The tender embrace of beauty is indeed the hero's tomb, Wang Baozhen recited. Precisely, the hero's tomb. Do not lose yourselves in carnal indulgence. Defend home and country. That is the mark of true manhood, Su Jun declared. Li Shuang raised his hand. Chief, I believe desire and duty need not conflict. Consider my women are here. If this island falls to the cannibals, they will be defiled. To shield them from dishonor, I would fight to my last breath. Defend our land, slay our enemies without mercy. You, damn your grandmother, women. Sun Dahe burst out. I find Li Shuang's reasoning sound. Lao Yin yawned. Sound, Wang Baozhen countered. A man who claims 8 wives in one night. Does he retain the vigor to wage war? Where was I? Su Jun asked. The hero's tomb, Xiao Dia answered. No, before that. The tender embrace of beauty. Damn it, before that. Old Li said he trains his rifle at night, blindfolded, and always hits the mark Xiao Dia offered. That's it, Su Jun exclaimed. Chief, how does one train a rifle at night? Lung Bo asked. What on earth is nighttime rifle training? Su Jun demanded. Jiang Chun, you explain proper rifle drill. Very well, I said, lifting a submachine gun. 3 points aligned in one line refers to 3 critical elements: the rear sight, notch, the front sight post, and the bullseye of the target. These 3 must lie precisely upon a single straight line. Only then will the shot strike true. Furthermore, the front sight must fully fill the rear notch, neither skewed left nor right, nor elevated nor depressed. Its uppermost edge must align exactly with the center of the target. As for windage, when wind blows with the direction of fire, aim slightly higher. When it opposes the shot, especially if strong, aim lower. Crosswinds require lateral correction. During aiming, focus exclusively on the parallel alignment between front and rear sights. The trigger must be squeezed smoothly, almost unconsciously. First ensuring the front sight lies perfectly centered within the rear notch, then shifting attention to the target itself. Good heavens, it's so complicated I'm dizzy, Li Shuang groaned. There are 3 firing positions: prone, kneeling, and standing. The prone position requires lying flat, legs spread at a 45-degree angle, feet turned outward like a pair of open parentheses, inner soles pressing firmly into the earth. This stabilizes the body against recoil, which otherwise would disrupt follow-up shots. When firing, the right index finger rests on the trigger, the left elbow braces the weapon, preventing lateral sway, the left hand grips the magazine firmly, the wooden stock presses snugly into the shoulder socket. Every muscle must remain taut. Slackness invites injury from recoil. Kneeling and standing positions we'll omit for now. We concentrate solely on the prone. Why the prone position? Deng Jiachuan asked. Shall we lie prostrate while enemies charge? They arrive by boat. We take cover along the cliffs, prone, maximizing accuracy before they even near shore. And remember, never under any circumstance, point the muzzle toward comrades. One final note, Su Jun added. Our ammunition is finite. Train with discipline and purpose. What of the rocket launcher? Li Shuang asked. It follows similar principles to the submachine gun, I replied. Should we fire the rocket launcher at their vessels first, or use AK-47s to engage personnel? He pressed. Engage personnel first, with rifles, I said. I still think striking the boats first makes more sense, Li Shuang countered. Follow Jiang Chen's judgment. Engage the men first, Su Jun ordered. Targets are ready. Let us proceed to live fire drills. I nodded. Where are Paul and Mac? Li Shuang asked. They've moved into Chief Jiji's compound, at his invitation. I declined, Su Jun said. How many wives does Chief Jiji have? Lung Bo asked. 8, Su Jun replied. So he too is the man who marries 8 wives in one night, Lung Bo observed. Chief Jiji has declared, Su Jun continued, that whoever slays the greatest number of cannibals shall win his youngest wife as a prize. She is said to be exceptionally beautiful. Now that I like, Li Shuang said. I haven't finished, Su Jun interjected. She is shared among all. I thought he'd simply bestow her outright. How miserly, Li Shuang grumbled. Anyone willing to trade? My wife is no slouch. Lung Bo raised his hand eagerly. Uncle Li, do you speak in earnest? Your wife. I'll pass, Li Shuang said. If we trade, parity in age and appearance is non-negotiable. Enough. Back to rifle drills. Su Jun snapped. But we were discussing rifle drills, Li Shuang protested. Out now? Damn it, Li Shuang. You're worse than cockroaches. Su Jun roared. Fine, I'll go. I'll practice at home instead. Who's joining me for 3 points aligned in one line? Li Shuang called, already retreating.